Athena POV. I'm sorry, Miss Denzel, the obstetrician said softly. It looks like it will be very difficult for you to have children. Your uterus is dry, and the eggs you produce are very few and infertile. My sky fell finally. I tried hard to find my voice. You sure, Doc? Is it possible that something is wrong? I mean, there's something wrong with the machine, or this isn't my test sheet at all. The obstetrician didn't reply to me but gazing at me with sympathetic eyes. Tears came to my eyes. Sorry, fine. I broke off, incoherent with despair. I had no idea how I walked out of her practice room. My steps were unsteady because I couldn't feel the floor I was walking on at all. I seemed to be floating in a void with no direction, until finally I felt my knees give up and turn to jelly. An iron chair in a quiet corridor became my goal to sit and rest my body, which seemed to have lost all its bones and joints. A terrible sentence that I heard a moment ago was ringing in my head, which felt heavy. I've always included drugs that can make her infertile in the vitamins she usually takes every morning and night. Those words rang in my ears, and like a spell, they kept repeating themselves, hurting my heart deeper and deeper, reminding me again of the horror scene in front of me before. 2 hours earlier. I decided to see Shane early today and buy some wine on the way to celebrate the promotion I got. I already imagined how proud my fiancé would feel when he heard of my success, and after drinking a glass or two we would make hot love. Ooh, Shane, move faster. Ah, damn, honey, you're making me crazy. Oh my gosh, Cora, you're so wild. I can't take it anymore, honey. Come on, shake your hips faster. Aahhnn. Shane, ooh, Shane, I'm almost there. Ah. I stood like a statue, with my wine bottle clutched tightly in my hand, staring shocked at the gap in the bedroom door that was slightly ajar. That's Shane, my fiancé, and Cora, the director's secretary on my team at the company, my arch rival, who always tries to trip me up in every job. She's a bitch, and now I am sure she is indeed a bitch. What are they doing? Come on, Athena, has the excitement of getting a promotion made you stupid? I cursed myself mentally. It was clear they were making love, not just playing chess. You're so hot and wild, very different from what I felt when I was with Athena, Shane said breathlessly. She's so stiff, like a piece of log. Boring. I thought you liked fucking her, honey. I'm so sick of seeing Athena brag that she has a great boyfriend and a perfect love life with you, Cora said, sounding sulky. She probably feels that way because she's only known me her whole life. As for me, nah, I get sick of it every time she starts courting me for sex, Shane said. My body feels cold. The conversation inside really made me freeze from the inside. Then why don't you tell her about us immediately, darling, said Cora in a spoiled voice. What are you waiting for? I'm almost bored of having secretly like this. Soon, honey, after the Gamma succession ceremony. It's all about the position in our pack. If I reject her now, it would ruin my reputation. I can't take that risk. At least the elders know that I have a mate, even though she's just an ordinary, useless human, Shane said softly. Huh, sometimes I feel like fate is playing tricks on us. Cora's voice sounded sad. We should have met sooner because we are mates, and you don't need to be with a useless, ordinary human like Athena. Later, after meeting you, I thought that too, baby. If only we had met earlier, we would definitely have gained a lot in the pack as a couple, responded Shane. Gamma, pack, mate, whatever language it is, I don't understand what the two of them are talking about. And why they always refer me as ordinary human. Who are they, called me like that? A god and goddess? Jeez. Huh, I hate that you still have to have sex with her. Don't let her get pregnant and cling to you even tighter, Shane, Cora said angrily. Don't worry, since we started together, I've always included drugs that can make her infertile in the vitamins she usually takes every morning and night. She will be infertile and no one will want an infertile woman. That will be a good reason for me when I dump her later. I felt like lightning had struck right beside me. My whole body suddenly felt cold, as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water over me. What did Shane just say? Who will be infertile? Me? I felt like a huge hole was ripped out of my heart, bleeding badly. Is that why my menstrual schedule is always regular, even though Shane never wears protection when we have sex? He even made me feel guilty for disappointing him when 2 months ago I rejected him for sex because I was menstruating. I thought too highly because I thought he wanted to have children from me, so he always refused to use protection when having sex. In fact, he was just confident with the anti-pregnancy drug he gave me. That bastard! I was like mad as my foot kicked the door, making it swing open with a loud bang. I took off my engagement ring and with all my might, threw it along with the wine bottle in my hand. Go to hell, you asshole! I yelled at him with my red eyes. Tears couldn't hold back. Shane screamed in pain as the wine bottle hit his naked body with a wound. He turned around, his blue eyes turned totally dark like a charcoal. Bitch, you dare to hit me? He shouted. To my surprise, his wound healed immediately, in front of my eyes. And what happened to his eyes? What the hell are you? Are you a monster? Get fucking out of my life! Panicked and angrily, I cried out and rushed out of the apartment. What a monster he was, literally monster. My whole body was trembling. Horror and grief washed over me at the same time. As an orphan, I always imagined getting married and having children with Shane, complete and happy together until we were old. All women definitely want something like that in their lives, even if they come from a complete and happy family before. Especially for me, who has always lived alone since childhood. That is the image I have always dreamed of, and after I was with Shane, I felt optimistic that I could make it happen. Now the hope was gone. The rest of my life became meaningless. I couldn't image my life becoming alone again. Where could I go? How could I forget the pain? The Lorry bar. Give me another drink, I said to the bartender, turning over the empty glass. I want to get drunk quickly. Moscow Mule, a mixture of vodka, lemon juice, and ginger beer. It tastes quite strong because I added a little more vodka than usual, said the bartender while serving me a pale yellow drink. I filled in one gulp, and a burning sensation shot up my throat, making me cough. The bartender handed me a glass of mineral water. Slow down, miss, he said softly. His attitude made me feel pitied, and without realizing it, my tears flowed again. Shit, I hate my life. You know what? I had a wine burp, resting my head on the bar. It takes more strength and hard work to get attention and recognition compared to everyone who was born with a complete family. But I didn't stop to work hard because of Shane. You don't know what Shane is like, I laughed and cried. He was the first love that I found too late. He made me believe that happiness exists even for people from a low class like me. I dream of forming a happy family with him, with a beautiful white house, cute kids, and maybe an orange cat. Tears flowed into the glass and disappeared. I wished my grief would go away too. I felt like I am on the right track with my career and him, everything crumbling down in a second. I continued, staggered to my feet. Like a bomb, boom! I waved my hand and hit someone behind, his chest so hard. I looked up at the man. A strong cologne smell washed over me. You're very handsome. I leaned in to sniff his neck sensually, and you smell so good. Mr. Raiden, said the bartender, surprised. Forgive this lady. She is drunk. No, I'm not drunk, I muttered as I stroked his muscular arm. Will you sleep with me, handsome? Just one night. Help me forget about everything that sucked today. Raiden POV. Frowning, I tried to sit that drunk woman back in her chair. I wasn't here to get laid in a bar, but to meet with my beta. Honestly, I hated loose women. However, her smell stopped me. The strong aroma of alcohol wafted from her mouth, but I could still smell something else a little, a pleasant smell from her body. Come on, sleep with me tonight. You have nothing to lose, she cooed. While seeing I hugged that woman, the bartender was shocked. He knew me well. I had never allowed any woman to get close to me. Sir? I will take care of this lady, he asked. I shook my head. I'll take care of it. Put the drinks on my bill, and when Jason comes, say that I have urgent business. The bartender nodded obediently and hurried ahead behind the bar, pressing the up button on the special elevator for VIP guests. I had a special suite in this hotel, one floor above the bar. Now I laid the strange woman on the big bed in my room. Ah, it's so hot in here, she complained as she undid the buttons on her blouse. She threw the silk cloth on the floor, then opened her skirt too, kicking it with her feet. She pulled herself up onto the bed and looked at me seductively. You're going to keep standing there with that handsome face of yours, she asked softly. I looked at the woman who only wore a pink bra and panties in front of me with a look that was difficult to read. Oh, she is so beautiful, and her scent make me turn on, buddy. My wolf howled in my mind. Don't be in heat, I warned my wolf. She isn't our mate. So what? Are you going to wait for our mate with no hope? I was depressed when she left. She chose her career over us. Shut up! Annoyed, I silenced my wolf, although he was right. I took a deep breath and took the shirt and skirt that the drunk woman had thrown. I approached her and held out her clothes. Put on your clothes and let me take you home. Or I can ask my assistant to take care of you. Her tears bloomed suddenly. She threw off her clothes at my face. Why? Why no one wants me? You know I'm infertile? She yelled at me. You must know it, so you're pity on me, right? No, I don't need your fucking sympathy. My heart stung as I heard her words. That's strange. Is that why you are drunk? Stop talking. With that, she held me by wrapping her arms around me waist and pressing her face against my stomach. Damn it. Her warm and soft body hit me like thunder. I felt like my brain was filling up by her sweet smell. How could she be so attracted to me, even she wasn't my mate? Without further thought, I took off my shirt and crawled on top of her, spreading her legs wide with my knees as I pushed her up into the middle of the big bed. You have a really nice body, Mr. Handsome. She touched my firm chest and giggled happily, turning me on more. I couldn't help but stroking her flat stomach. The woman underneath has skin like porcelain, white, smooth, and soft. I lowered my head and kissed her stomach, making her moan softly as she put her hands in my thick hair. Ah, yes, right here, it feels so good. She kept moaning like a slut. I landed my lips on her neck, kissing and licking gently on the fragrant and smooth neck like crazy. Yes, she made me crazy. That night, I really felt like I was in heaven. She kept turning me on, and I was thirsty for her. She told me I was her savior, who really knew how to cheer her up and save her from despair. She wouldn't know that I also took her as sweet dew, enlivening my dull life. Raiden POV. I felt my whole body refreshed when I opened my eyes and looked at the ceiling of the suite. Something soft and warm moved next to me, and again she groaned softly while writhing. Gosh, even her moans made my junior tempted again. So seductive. The woman who was lying with her back to me, I don't know her name yet, turned her body to lie on her back with her eyes closed. She must still be sleepy. Her soft scent greeted my smell. Jasmine and peach. I turned around to her and my hand landed on her flat stomach. Instantly she became stiff and her eyes opened wide. When I moved close to her body and stroking her stomach gently, she rolled over quickly and got up while pulling the blanket covering her naked body. Who are you? She asked nervously. Why are you? She was silent. did not continue her question but looked at me with rounded eyes. Her eyes are dark caramel in color, and her eyelashes are very curly, with naturally neat bushy eyebrows. She seemed to be remembering something, because a moment later she raised a hand to cover her agape mouth. "Oh," I smiled teasingly at her. "So you remember? Last night was amazing and fun." Her entire body, which was white like Chinese porcelain, now turned pink. Very beautiful and sexy, especially since there are several dark red and bluish spots on the shoulders, base of the neck, and the top of the chest which are not covered. "Hickeys from my work last night." Next she moved quickly, grabbed her clothes that were scattered on the floor and put them on. One of the buttons on her blouse was still open, allowing the skin of her boob to peek out a little. "Hey, what are you doing?" I asked with a frown. "Why are you in such a hurry?" She glanced at me with a bright red face, then unexpectedly, she threw several $150 bills she took from her bag onto the bed. "Sorry, I don't have much cash left," she said in a sexy hoarse voice. It must be because she groaned and sighed too much last night. Then, before I could react, she ran to the door with her shoes on and disappeared behind it, leaving behind the echo of the loud slam of the door from before. I stared at the bills scattered on the bed, and a thought crossed my mind. Could it be? No way. She thinks I'm a gigolo? I immediately got up and grabbed clothes. I must chase and kill that damn woman. Maybe she thinks of me like that. Furious, I mind-linked my beta. "Jason, ask the receptionist the identity of the woman I brought last night. I have to eliminate her off." I buttoned my shirt hastily while standing in front of the mirror and saw a trace of nail scratches on my right shoulder. Well, that woman was very fierce and wild last night. Her body, voice, and movements made me addicted. "I'm sorry, Alpha Raiden, but I think the business of eliminating the woman you were sleeping with should be postponed for now," Jason said firmly. "What do you mean?" I snapped irritably while pulling the zipper on my jeans. "Today is the first day you have to start leading the new company, Alpha, and I think you have to make a good impression on the staff in the new office by arriving on time," Jason answered in a calm tone that annoyed me. "They are waiting for you. Come and bring me a new suit," I ordered. "Yes, Alpha. Besides, breakfast has been ordered and will be delivered to the room soon," Jason replied. That beta. Kulkik, Athena Povi. I got into the first taxi that passed in front of the Arcadian Hotel and said my destination, to the office. I didn't have time to go home and change clothes. Today a new director will arrive and I must be at the office on time to welcome him, or I might lose my job. After all, I had already lost that damn Shane. I couldn't lose my job too. Moreover, I worked at a leading company that implemented very strict employee recruitment selection. I was fortunate to be able to work at Flint International Industries, amidst stiff competition from other applicants. As part of the team of secretaries to the president of Flint International Industries, my salary is quite satisfactory, with several facilities and allowances that suit my needs. I liked my job and my colleagues, except for the bitch named Cora, who was now standing in front of me with this haughty attitude, as soon as I ran out of the taxi towards the elevator on the side of the lobby. "Are you still wearing your clothes from yesterday, Athena? Shane dumped you and left you wandering the streets all night?" Cora taunted while looking Athena up and down and up again. "What's your business, Cora? At least my clothes are my own, not someone else's," I said sharply. "I don't like wearing used things like you." Cora's face turned red. "What do you mean, Athena? Are you being sarcastic to me?" "Oh, do you feel insulted? I thought your shame veins had broken because you made love too much with my second-hand goods," said I with a snort. "But I guess it's natural. Shane is trash in your trash bin. Perfect match." Cora glared angrily. "You must be just jealous because Shane thinks I'm hotter and he'd rather fuck me than you." My hand was itching. I wanted to slap the woman with heavy makeup. But before my hand rose to do what I wanted, Mrs. Errol, my supervisor, took my hand and took me away, towards the special elevator for directors. "Why do you bother serving the witch so early in the morning, Athena?" snapped Mrs. Errol. "We have to prepare for the arrival of the new director, have you forgotten?" "No, of course not, Mrs. Errol," I answered while straightening my hair and clothes. "Did you not sleep well?" asked Mrs. Errol while observing my face. "Your eyes are like a panda." I looked at myself through the mirror on the wall. Shit, I was really fucking up right now. That guy was so crazy last night. I've had hot sex with Shane too, but nothing like last night when he totally rocked my world. A killer night for memories. Shit, what was I even thinking? "Athena, snap out of it." I smacked myself on the cheek. "Athena? What are you doing?" Mrs. Errol frowned. "Nothing. Trust me, I won't mess this up." With that, I grabbed a compact from my bag and slapped some powder on, then slipped some lip gloss on. Mrs. Errol nodded and let me stand next to her at the elevator, waiting for the new boss. The elevator doors opened with a clink, and Mrs. Errol stepped in front of me, who was straightening the sleeves of my blouse. I straightened up and got out of the elevator, putting on my best smile and opening my mouth to greet the new director. However, when the man in silver-gray tailored suit turned around, I felt I was doused with a bucket of cold water. "Welcome, Mr. Raiden Flint, to be our new director," said Mrs. Errol, smiled happily. Mrs. Errol's words blew my world like a bomb. This burly, handsome dude for sure was the new director. I was screwed. Gosh, the gigolo I slept with turns out to be my new boss. Athena POV. Why the hell my life was always so tragic? I was shaking and pale, feeling that the ceiling above me had mentally crushed down on me. This is a disaster, isn't it? As many people say, when someone is nearing death, usually they will imagine several things from their past. This time, I'm thinking about my loan payment which is due tomorrow. God, I had been betrayed by her fiancé, would soon be fired, become unemployed, and die of hunger and loneliness. Life is so unfair to me. Mr. Raiden, my name is Errol William, supervisor of the Secretariat team of directors, and this is Athena Jane Denzel, my deputy. We will assist you in all your work and activities in this company, including, if necessary, taking care of your personal needs related to company, said Mrs. Errol quickly and efficiently. I felt Mrs. Errol tugged at the side of my skirt, gesturing for me to introduce myself. I lowered my head slightly, hoping that Mr. Raiden wouldn't recognize me, or even if he realized who I was, he wouldn't discuss it in front of Mrs. Errol. Hello, Mr. Raiden, my honor to work for you, I said, my voice shaking with nervousness. I felt my back was wet, and the nape of my neck was cold. God, please, can you make him blind so he won't recognize me? I praying mentally. Athena has just received a promotion because of her excellent performance, Mr. Raiden. You can rely on her for public relations matters, while I focus more on administrative and bureaucratic matters, said Mrs. Errol again, looked at me with a proud smile, although she was a little surprised to see my unusual nervousness. Raiden nodded calmly. I was hoping you could help me while I'm just starting out here, Raiden said. Of course, Mr. Raiden, said Mrs. Errol quickly. You can call us whenever you need. After the introduction, which made me feel hot and cold in the same time, I returned to my room next to the director's room, sank into a chair and exhaled a long breath. Thankfully, Raiden didn't seem to recognize me. He didn't even talk to me. Maybe he's had many of one-night stands and doesn't care to remember every woman he slept with, or he has short memory of recognized people. I felt relieved for now. Athena, I have to go to the branch office now, said Mrs. Errol as she entered hastily into the room she shared with me. Mr. Raiden asked me to get production reports from each branch office in physical form. ASAP, he said. Okay, Mrs. Errol, I'll be on standby here. Or do you want me to go to the branch office and help you to collect the report? I asked, offering myself. Maybe I could use the time to avoid Raiden if I went out. No, Mr. Raiden might need your help here. Don't forget to find out his regular habits, what coffee he likes, the lunch, and other things. You know what to do, said Mrs. Errol in hurry. Yes, don't worry about that, I nodded. After Mrs. Errol left, I finished my routine work quickly, mostly just administration work. In the morning until just before lunch, if the director does not have a meeting schedule in or out of office, there will not be too much work. Just before lunch, when I had just come out of my room to ask what my new director wanted for lunch, my phone rang. My eyes narrowed, looking at the name on the phone screen. Shane. Shit! How dare this piece of shit call me? I just hung up on him, but he texted me and said, pick up my call and we'll talk. What? I accepted the call and snapped sharply. Athena, are you still angry with me? Shane asked as soon as I received his call. I snorted. You're asking if I'm still angry with you? Are you insane, Shane? Oh, come on, Athena. There's no need to be so rude. Cora and I were just pranking you. We didn't mean it, Shane said in a light tone. I'm sorry for hurting you, but I'm the only one who doesn't despise you now. Think about it. You have to forgive me. No, you and I have no more deals. I will never forgive you. Go to hell, you fucker. I hung up and blocked Shane's phone number. I also quickly deleted all photos and anything related to Shane on my phone and social media. My tears welled up and I turned around quickly. I needed to go to the bathroom first before facing Raiden. However, I froze in place when I saw Raiden standing in front of the door of his room and looking at me with a strange look. Miss Athena, come to my room now, he said. My steps dragged as I walked towards Raiden's room. Close the door, Raiden ordered. He looked up from the file he was reading and pointed to the chair in front of his desk. And sit there. I followed his orders obediently and sat stiffly on the chair. So, you have a boyfriend, huh? Raiden asked in a mocking tone. And instead have a one-night stand with a gigolo? I swallowed what felt like bile in my throat. The contempt in his eyes made my heart squeeze together. I'm sorry, Mr. Raiden, I said after a moment. I looked up feeling extremely embarrassed. It was all just an accident. I have no intention to make. An accident, huh? Snapped Raiden with a snort. I needed this job, and losing my job because of a one-night stand with my new director, who I thought was a gigolo, sounded absolutely ridiculous. I promise I won't do it again, Mr. Raiden, I said carefully. If you wish, I can make a letter of agreement that will guarantee that I will not make similar mistakes or have any other relationship other than professional matters with you. Raiden stared at me with furrowed brows. He stood up from the chair and came out from behind the table, approaching the chair I was sitting on. His hands were placed on the chair handles on the left and right sides, confining me to the chair. Are you playing with me, Miss Athena Jane Denzel? Raiden hissed. What? He thought I was trying to seduce him again? The distance between my and Raiden's faces was now very close, and my nose and his nose were almost touching. He shifted and now his warm breath hit my ear. Oh, God. Mr. Ray? Oops. The door burst open. A man rushed in, then froze. Raiden straightened up slowly. His both hands was still holding the chair that I was sitting on. What's up, Jason? He asked, giving the man in the doorway a stern look. I'm sorry, Jason said, turning to leave. I didn't know you were with guests. I'll be back later. I'm not a guest, I said and quickly got out between Raiden's arms. I'm the executive secretary, and I think I'm done here. Excuse me, Mr. Raiden and Mr. Jason. and I almost ran towards the door, stopped to bow slightly to them, then disappeared quickly behind the door. I could see Jason's eyebrows rose, and he turned to close the door that I had left slightly ajar. In my room, which I finally reached with my legs limp like jelly, I flung myself onto a work chair while inhaling and exhaling several times, trying to calm my crazy beating heart. Oh God, what is that? Smelling his arousing aroma, I couldn't help but remember the night before when I was making love to him. The man pulled me into a strange vortex, hit me with a mysterious charm, and made me horny. Thank God someone showed up to stop me. I felt embarrassed. You're just like Cora, Athena, cheap and shameless. I cursed myself mentally. The telephone on the table rang, distracting me from my wandering thoughts. Hello, Miss Athena. I'm Emily from the marketing department, said the caller. Ah, yes, Miss Emily. What can I do for you? I replied, quickly returning to professional mode. I need data on promotions that have been carried out by the company via social media over the last 2 years, which were carried out directly by the CEO. I need to compare it with the data we have because it seems there are several gaps in our data, said Emily. I would send it to you, Miss Emily, but I think there are a few things I need to reorganize the data. Can I send it tomorrow morning or tonight when I've finished everything? Of course, Miss Athena. Take your time. Thank you, and please let me know when you have sent it via the marketing department email. I immediately became immersed in work, trying to forget the incident in Raiden's study earlier. When I finished my work and sent it to the marketing department, I realized that outside the window, the sky was starting to get dark. I looked at the watch on my wrist. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, apparently. I quickly packed my things on the table and turned off the laptop. Before leaving the room, I passed Raiden's office with my heart beating fast, thinking whether I needed to say goodbye or not. Or maybe Raiden has gone home first. I was stunned in front of the closed office door. A light could be seen from the gap under the door, indicating that he had not yet come home. I raised my hand hesitantly to knock, but then I heard the faint sound of conversation inside. Raiden has my phone number. He could contact me if he needed anything. I went straight down to the lobby. My steps stopped suddenly when I saw Shane standing near the exit with a bouquet of white roses in his hand. He smiled brightly when he saw me. Athena, Shane said sweetly. He held out a bouquet of white roses in his hand to me. For you, as an apology. I snorted harshly and took another step, ignoring the bouquet in Shane's hand, but he moved faster and caught my hand. What do you want? I snapped irritably. Why is this treacherous man so ignorant? Athena, I'm sorry, Shane said softly. Please forgive me. I need you, baby. Need me for what? I snorted. For that bullshit succession or something. I held my bag handle tightly while his jaw was tensing. He looked like he was about to hit me but held his temper back. Oh, Athena, please. It was Cora's fault for always teasing and seducing me, even though I had already rejected her many times, said Shane in a pleading tone. Are you shameless? I hissed angrily. You cheated on me and poisoned me, but now you're trying to come back to me? You think I'm so lonely you'll take me back? Go to hell, Shane! Shane's hand was so tight on my hand that I couldn't break free. Don't be like this, Athena. Let's talk more calmly first, Shane persuaded gently. I will take you somewhere so that you understand everything. I also want you to understand that I am not poisoning you, but rather helping you so that you don't have to feel the pain of pregnancy and giving birth. I laughed bitterly. Don't make things up, Shane. Your excuses are very cheap. So what if I was in pain because of pregnancy and giving birth? That is my destiny as a woman, and I will live it. Don't fool me again, and I won't trust you bastard anymore, I snapped angrily. No, honey, that's not it. I want to be with you for a long time, and if we can get back together, I promise I will make you happy. You no longer need to work and will live a prosperous life. I have a job and can make my own money, Shane, I said sharply. Now let go of me. We're done. Come on, there are a lot of things I need to explain to you, Shane said persistently. You're my mate. I need you be my side, please. Hearing Shane's strange words again, I suddenly remembered the conversation I heard between Shane and Cora. They said things that didn't make sense and confused me, especially when I saw how Shane recovered from his injuries in the blink of an eye. All right then, explain to me first, what the hell you and Cora talking about before? What are mate, gamma, pack? What are you talking about? Does this have anything to do with the rules in your rich family? I asked. Shane fell silent for a while, and then he pulled my hand gently. Come with me, and I'll show you everything. I tried to pull his hand away, but couldn't. No, I won't go with you. Tell me right here and now, I demanded. You will not believe me unless you see them yourself, said Shane. Then you will know that I don't mean to hurt you and I need you, my mate. Please, give me the last chance, okay? Seeing Shane's attitude, I could tell that the mate was important to him somehow. I didn't understand what it was for, but maybe I could use it as his weakness and kick his ass. Fine, I nodded, getting in his car. He grinned, driving to the Northshire, a rich area that I visited little. I remained silent the entire way, until Shane's car stopped in front of a medium-sized building, on a less busy road leading out of the city. I read the name of the building, the Howler Bar. What place is this? I felt a little afraid because this place was far from the crowds. I secretly reached into my bag, making sure the chili water spray I always carried was still there. This is a bar specifically for werewolves, like me. Sometimes normal humans come, but not many. They think the atmosphere in this bar is too gloomy, Shane answered as he walked around the car and approached me. My face turned deathly pale. I looked at Shane with a horrified look and took a step back away from him. Werewolves? What do you mean? Isn't that all just a fairy tale? A fantasy? Stuttered I. Shane smiled. No, Athena. We are real, not just a fairy tale or fantasy. We have lived and mingled with ordinary people like you for a long time. You have seen for yourself what happened to me, right? I stopped Shane, who was showing his fangs and approaching me again. Well, wait, I said, quickly getting back my thoughts on why I came with Shane. I must get rid of this monster as soon as I can. Wait, Shane. Tell me, how did you recognize your mate? Why me? I mean, we can recognize our mate in a unique way, and when we meet, we will be attached to our mate. Rejection from a mate will make both werewolves weak and sick. Even though it can be treated, it takes a long time, Shane said seriously. Then, you have been with me all this time because I am your mate? I asked carefully. Yes, Athena, you are my mate. I can't live without you, Shane said firmly. We must always be together, and I promise you I will always love you. I raised my eyebrows. So why are you having an affair with Cora? Is it because I'm just an ordinary human and Cora is a werewolf like you? Shane took another step, trying to grab my hand, but I swiftly brushed it away. Athena, I'm sorry, darling. I've made a big mistake, but I promise I will make amends and make it right. Trust me, Shane cooed in a sweet voice. I snorted. So, you would become weak if I rejected you as a mate. That's interesting. A mocking smile appeared on my lips, making Shane panic. Shit! Shane spat, but then begged me. No, please don't do this to me, darling. It felt so good for me to see this scumbag begging me with his ugly face. I want to see how mate's rejection will affect you, werewolf. I looked at Shane sharply and pointed a finger at Shane. I, Athena Jane Den. Before I could finish speaking, Shane jumped in front of me. His hands had turned into open claws with long, pointed nails, right in front of my eyes. I screamed and backed away quickly, almost falling over my own feet, but a pair of strong arms held my body. What are you doing? My body froze. I recognized the smell and sound. Raiden supported my body with his firm chest so I didn't fall. My eyes widened and I blushed. His powerful arms clung to my trembling body, and I felt my heart nearly burst out of my throat. I didn't expect to see him here. This was the bar special for werewolves, wasn't it? As for Shane, I saw that he also immediately froze when he saw Raiden protecting me with his big body. What are you doing, Shane Morgan? Scolded Raiden in a sharp, low voice. Oh, they knew each other. Did Raiden also know Shane was a werewolf? Shane's face turned pale when he heard Raiden. Alpha, Raiden, I was just talking to my mate. There was a slight misunderstanding between us, and I was trying to explain what. With your claws and fangs, huh? You know the rules of our world, and you carelessly break them, said Raiden with a sharp tone that cut to the bone. I'm sorry, Alpha. I just lost control, Shane explained. Even though he looked reluctant, he immediately returned to his original human form, without the scary wolf claws. Shane bowed his head to Raiden, who looked calm and wasn't surprised at Shane's claws at all. Oh God, I scream in my mind. Why does Shane look scared now? He lowered his head and looked shrunken. Was Raiden also a werewolf? Damn it! They are both of the same kind. That's why Raiden came to the werewolf bar. Would he help his kind if he knew I wanted to reject Shane? Am I going to die in this remote place? In the hands of these two werewolves? I wanted to run, get away from that place, but my legs were so weak that I had to lean against the wall of the bar behind me. The cold of the walls penetrated my skin through the thin blouse I was wearing. Alpha Raiden, the human girl is my mate. I promise I won't hurt her again, Shane said in a low tone, then reached his hand to me. Baby, come to my side, we still. Raiden swung his arm and suddenly Shane was thrown several meters and landed on his buttocks with a loud sound. I gasped. Don't touch her again, Raiden roared. I was stunned to see the scene before my eyes. I wonder how Raiden could make Shane throw and fall like a wet rag with just a hand movement that barely looked like he was punching. And is Raiden did that to help me? Shane got up in confused look, but he dared not to offend Raiden. He scurried away quickly, after glancing at me again with hatred. Raiden turned around and looked at me with his handsome, flat face. Are you okay? Fine. To thank you, Mr. Raiden, I said, looking aside. Get in the car, said Raiden flatly. I'll take you home. Suddenly, all the hairs on my body bristled at his words. He is a werewolf that is powerful than Shane. How could I stay in a small space with the monster that could break my neck with the flick of a finger? I glanced at the car driven by Raiden and swallowed hard. It was a Lamborghini Cyan Roadster, a very elegant and expensive car. But why is the glass so dark? No need, Miss Raiden, I think I'll just call a taxi. I declined politely, feeling nervous. I quickly took the phone and opened the online taxi application, but my phone didn't seem to want to cooperate because the available signal was suddenly very weak. Before I finished there, suddenly drops of water the size of corn kernels fell on my head. Rain. I covered my head with my bag and heard Raiden chuckle. He opened the car door with a raised eyebrow. Are you sure you don't want me to take you? The way he moved his eyebrows really bothered me, but the inside of the car is really luxurious. I've never ridden a car as luxurious as this, never in my dreams. So Shane Morgan is your boyfriend, X. He dumped you because you're infertile? Having pups means a lot to werewolves. His words struck a chord and made me feel offended. My blood boiled instantly. What right do you have to interfere with my private life? Don't belittle me as you wish without knowing the real facts, I said in an angry tone. My shout made him silent. I could hear my heart pounding. Just shut fucking up, Athena. You're gonna be killed by a werewolf because of it. Suddenly, he leaned towards me, and again the masculine scent from his body made me feel hot. I looked into his eyes with fascination, as if under the influence of a certain spell. You're Shane Morgan's mate, he said. I was going to reject him, and you came out when he showed his claws on my face, I told him. Reject, huh? His tone was cheerful, which confused me. What exactly is he thinking of? Was he happy that I, a human, rejected his kind? Didn't he think I looked down on his kind or something? He gently pinched the tip of my nose. A kind of electric shock snapped between his fingers and my nasal tip, like a magic on us. It seems you do know something about werewolves, he said. No, I do not know your werewolf things, and I had no interest in you or your identity, I denied, closing my eyes. I was scared he would tear off my neck because I knew things I shouldn't know. You don't? He laughed. I could tell that you were fascinated by me since at the office before my beta arrived, you were almost salivating for me. Embarrassed and annoyed, I opened my eyes and just met his eyes. My heart skipped a beat. Oh, who? You are really big-headed. I argued fiercely, but in the meanwhile, I felt relieved. From his eyes, I could read that he wouldn't kill me. I forgot who I was and who he was. Without much thought, I pushed his chest away, and I felt his back hit the steering wheel. What makes you feel so special and narcissistic like that? Do you think you are good enough? What if I told you that on bed last night, you are not as great as I previously imagined? Maybe this time my words went a bit too far, because I saw his smile disappear and his gaze darken. I regretted my words and realized that now I was in big trouble. My left hand touched the door handle, hoping that the door would open and I could jump out, but of course that was just a stupid hope. He reached out and caught the back of my neck easily, then pulled me towards him. Our faces are now only 3 centimeters apart, and I can feel his warm breath that smells like chocolate and mint gently touching the skin of my face, making my brain enveloped in a pink mist. Before I knew it, his lips were on mine and I was floating like cotton. It was the most enjoyable kiss I've ever had with a guy. He kissed my lower lip gently and alternated between kissing, licking. He also stuck out his tongue and entered my mouth, exploring as he pleased there. I groaned weakly, feeling the heat in my body increase and realizing that he seemed to be working, unbuttoning my blouse. I felt his palm caressing the bare skin of my stomach after all the blouse buttons were open. Ooh, don't. You're so crazy, Athena. I mentally cursed myself. Why is your mouth saying no, but your body is moving towards him? I can feel Raiden smirked as he brushed my gums with his tongue, and his hands wandered up to my breasts. You want me, Athena, he whispered on top of my lips, which he kept crushing. Ah, damn. I don't know when his right hand was no longer holding the back of my neck, but had moved to. Ah! My moans were long and shameless when he stroked me down there, making me wet beyond belief. Look, sweetie, whispered he in my ear. His voice was so deep and smooth it gave me goosebumps. I widened my eyes and looked at him with my eyes filled with mist. My voice shook violently. Please stop, you are crazy. Ah! My heart still hasn't slowed down, even though I've been in a cold shower for an hour, until my skin is wrinkled like an orange that's about to rot. This is crazy. Everything that happens in my life is madness. I'm crazy myself. How could that be? I was so caught up in Mr. Dangerous Raiden. I mean, it's dangerous for my heart health and also my mental health. He taunted me, but then made me almost melt in his grasp. I almost got torn to death by that crazy werewolf, Shane, but then Raiden, a crazier werewolf, made me almost paralyzed with horniness. Then we drove in his luxury car in silence all the way to my apartment. I got out of the car, said thank you in a hoarse voice, and ran unsteadily to my unit on the 2nd floor and immediately threw myself on the bed with my whole body turning to jelly. I grabbed a towel and wrapped it around my body. Now, after all that has passed, I feel like I can still smell his scent around me, on my body. I found nothing in the fridge except a bottle of cold milk and a bag of potato chips. So I took them into the living room, turned on the television and replayed the Twilight Saga, but this time I didn't just stare stupidly at Edward Cullen the vampire, which is sexy, but focuses on Jacob Black, the werewolf. I opened the laptop and typed the word werewolf on the search page. What I had read on my cell phone when I was with Shane turned out to be nothing to what I now see on the search page. There are more than 8,000 articles discussing werewolves there. Unexpectedly, after a few minutes of reading some articles, I found a forum for werewolves to communicate with humans. I took the courage to register on the forum, using data and a pseudonym to have more freedom. Welcome to Fantasy World, Miss Jacob Black. You can ask any questions about werewolves and ordinary humans in this forum. We will be happy to answer them. I stared at the writing on the laptop screen and pondered for a moment before typing my question. Hi, Mr. Wolf. 1. I want to ask whether werewolves and ordinary humans have lived side by side for a long time and how that happened, because I myself have never noticed werewolves around me. It's been a long time, Miss Black. I don't know when exactly werewolves and humans started to mix, but in modern times like now, the boundaries between the two types of life are increasingly biased. In fact, there are many werewolves who marry ordinary humans and have children together. Hi, Miss Black. I want to help answer. Since about 38 years ago, human governments began to accept werewolves in government. Werewolves have many advantages that are beneficial to humans. They are fast, strong, and intelligent, so they can be relied on to help maintain security and provide protection to humans, and economically also support a better life.
I must add here, Miss
Black, that there is an important agreement that werewolves and ordinary humans must continue to maintain for peace. Werewolves are bound by strict rules and cannot attack ordinary humans at will. They will face severe punishment, up to death, if they violate the rules. And to ensure that violations do not occur, there are special courts formed to resolve disputes between werewolves and ordinary humans. I digested the explanations of my interlocutors on the forum while continuing to read the articles I opened, and slowly began to understand the concept of the existence of werewolves, which turned out to be real. No wonder Raiden was so angry with Shane when he tried to attack me. That would violate long-standing agreements and would be potentially dangerous for them. That stupid Shane could have disrupted the peace agreement. I decided to find out who Raiden actually was, curious why Shane looked so afraid of him. Raiden Flint. Nathaniel, 29 years old, is a young billionaire, owner of the business empire, the Nath International Industry, which has around 16 business sectors, spread across 23 countries, ranging from real estate to pharmaceuticals, entertainment to the world of education. After taking over the leadership of the Nath International Industry, which is the Nathaniel family's business empire since 80 years ago, he has been named the hottest billionaire, the most reliable young entrepreneur, and the owner of the most powerful business empire 5 times in a row by the World Industry and Trade Organization, various economic, business, and fashion magazines at home and abroad, as well as various forums on the internet. One of the most interesting things, there is a lot of speculation about his romantic life. He has never been involved in any scandal. He is confirmed to be single, but because he has never been seen or involved with any women, who are obviously waiting in a long queue behind him, many are questioning his sexuality. The information I got after searching was only about his normal life as a human. There's nothing I could find about he is a werewolf. It seems like he never showed his werewolf side to the world. I got goosebumps. However, if I wanted to survive, I had to keep Raiden as a werewolf. He must have had a purpose, hiding his wolf side like that. Quopik, Raiden POV. He was taking photos when the man attacked, and it was clear that the man had his claws out, Alpha Raiden, Mayor Dan Monroe said. He is a human, and is one of the most communicative about the mistakes of the werewolves he can catch. I think you immediately gave him a warning, before there was a commotion in the government, because of this small problem. I massaged my forehead. I'll handle it, Mayor Monroe. Thank you for letting me know, I said. Our conversation ended after discussing 1 or 2 other things. I put the phone on the table and moved to sit on the long sofa, turned on the laptop, and leaned against the back of the sofa, and remembered the previous incident. My blood boiled when I remembered the sweet, intoxicating aroma from the center of Athena's body, the woman who slept with me and made me addicted, who turned out to be my executive secretary. The way she closed her eyes when she felt pleasure, the way she moaned in a muffled voice as she approached orgasm, and the way she panted when it was all over, really made me horny without pause. Was she also like that when she was with that bastard Shane Morgan? They are lovers, right? However, they also seem to have separated. At least Athena almost said her rejection to him. I hate to think about it, said Reeft, my wolf. Don't let me see that bastard's morning, I'll rip his ugly face off. I laughed bitterly, hearing Reeft's words. I think I felt annoyed and jealous myself, knowing that Athena was dating one of the werewolves from my pack. I mind-linked with Gamma Albert, who was known to be great at investigation and search work, summoning him to come immediately. Albert, try to conduct a thorough investigation into Shane Morgan and his mate, human, Athena Jane Denzel, I said when Albert Wright was standing in front of me. Of course, Alpha Raiden. I will immediately bring you the report, said Albert respectfully. I thought that Athena could be potentially dangerous, because as far as I knew, she was saying her rejection to Shane when I surprised her with my arrival. Athena's courage in rejecting Shane made me wonder what kind of woman she was, because even though I saw she was afraid when Shane stretched out his claws, she didn't back away too far or helter-skelter running away. She was interesting and made me curious. A few minutes after Albert came out, my phone rang. I grabbed it and suddenly my chest felt tight. I cleared my throat several times to get rid of the itch before receiving a call from my father. Yes, father? I said calmly. Raiden, are you at the office? My father asked with his usual pleasantries. No, I answered flatly. I would like to introduce you to the daughter of my friend, the Alpha of Green Hills Pack. When are you free? My father asked again, this time without trying to make small talk at all. I'll arrange a date for you guys. Who knows, maybe you'll get along with her. I've been very busy lately. I don't have time for blind dates, I said in a sure tone. I'm bored because my parents and several pack elders always repeat the same thing, telling me to find a mate and have an heir immediately. They said that the pack needed Luna and they hoped I would get it soon. Come on, Raiden, you know that the Council of Elders is starting to wonder again when you will bring a Luna before them, said my father. I could hear the annoyance in his voice. You also need to have an heir soon. I know, I said flatly. I'll do it myself. No need to keep pushing me. We are urging you because you show absolutely no signs of finding your mate soon. It's time for you to take complete power in the pack. You need a Luna and have a pup for the continuity of pack leadership. I give you a month. Or you should get married with the daughter of the Alpha of Green Hills Pack. My father snorted and hung up without hearing my respond. I took a deep breath. For me, a mate is not something that can be rushed or forced. I also don't want anyone to disturb my personal space. But as an alpha, I couldn't skip the responsibility of heir. My mind was racing with various problems after finishing talking to my father on the phone. Then, accidentally, I saw an old article about werewolf attacks on humans pop up on the laptop screen and remembered the conversation with Mayor Dan Monroe earlier. I think I should finish the Shane Morgan thing soon. I stood up, moved, headed to the center of my pack, Athena POV. I can't sleep. I was restless all night, and when I fell asleep, I had a strange and terrible dream. 2 wolves chased me, and they tried to kill me with their sharp claws and teeth. The first wolf was very large and strong, and the second wolf was smaller, but looked more ferocious. After waking up gasping for breath, just as the huge wolf grabbed me with its huge tail, I couldn't sleep anymore and just rolled around on the bed. Towards morning, I decided to get up from bed, with aches all over my body and a slight headache. I shouldn't find out too much about werewolves. After all my life I lived it quietly, although now I am sure that many people I know around me may also be werewolves who I did not realize who. Now, knowing that my ex-boyfriend is a werewolf, the man I had one night stand with who turned out to be my boss is also a werewolf, I feel like my life has become full of worry and fear. Sigh. I'm not a religious person, but from the moment I woke up until now, I was putting my hair up into a bun. I kept praying that my work at the office today would go smoothly. I hope Mr. Radin didn't bring it up, and if possible, it would be better if he forgot about it. Besides, for someone of his class, there's no point in taking care of an ordinary employee like me, right? I just want to work quietly, work well, because I really need this job. I don't want to get involved with any werewolves at all. In fact, even with ordinary people like me, I don't seem interested in starting a new relationship. In the Fantasy World forum that I follow, several forum members stated emphatically that there is nothing that can differentiate between ordinary humans and werewolves in their human forms. The hairs on the back of my neck tingled again, and I quickly finished my makeup to go to the office. Mrs. Errol greeted me with furrowed brows. I know her habits. She definitely had important news to convey if things were like that. Mr. Radin's room, it's dark, I said. Is he not here yet? It looks like he won't be coming here today. I heard there was a problem at another company and needed him there, answered Mrs. Errol. Ma'am, are you upset about something? I asked softly. I'm annoyed because we will have more work in the next few days, said Mrs. Errol said in an annoyed tone. My eyebrows rose. Did Mr. Radin give us a lot of assignments? Not him, but that annoying Cora, snorted Mrs. Errol. I was just about to open my mouth to ask when suddenly Mrs. Errol on the table rang and she quickly picked it up. She listened to the caller's words while nodding, while her hand moved to write in her notebook. Ah, I thought so, muttered Mrs. Errol, put down the phone after finishing speaking. Athena, I have to leave you to handle matters here alone again. I have to review the slots for receiving and releasing goods directly to the central warehouse now. I saw she was in a big hurry, so I didn't try to restrain her from asking more about Cora, which she said earlier. I quickly called Leah, my best friend, who works as a personnel officer at this company, and she promised to meet me at lunch. What happened to Cora? I asked impatiently, when I sat down at a table in the corner of the employee cafeteria on the ground floor. Leah smiled slightly. That damn woman resigned from the company, answered Leah in a satisfied tone. I looked at my friend with sanctions. Resigned? Why? What's the reason? That's precisely the question. She didn't give a clear reason why she resigned. It was just written, personal matter, in her resignation letter, answered Leah. She stirred the lemon tea she ordered and leaned towards me. Her voice became quieter as she asked, Do you think this has something to do with you and Shane? I shrugged, after thinking for a moment. My problem with Shane and her, I don't think it has anything to do with her work here. At least, it does for me. I don't care about her. Besides, Shane and I already broke up right after I caught them sleeping together, as I told you before. Leah clenched her fists in excitement. I think I would love to break that bastard Shane's neck, and I regret not adding bad words to Cora's job recommendation letter. Hearing Leah's words, I couldn't help but laugh. Never mind, just let her be. I actually feel calmer knowing she is no longer near me. I think there's a good lesson behind all my bad luck recently. I am completely free from people who make me disturbed and uncomfortable. Leah reached out and cupped my hand. You look tired lately. How about we go to the bar tonight? Just have a few drinks and dance so you feel fresher? I liked the idea, but then I remembered I went to the bar and ended up having a one-night stand with Radin. I think I should start limiting going to bars and drinking from now on if I don't want to get into even bigger trouble. All the hassle lately is enough to make me feel tired. I think I just need to go home, soak in warm water in the bathtub while listening to soft music, then go to bed early, I answered, gently rejecting Leah's invitation. Okay, said Leah cheerfully. I think you're right. You need sleep more now because your eyes are starting to look like panda eyes. Leah's words were true. I need to sleep. All day at the office, I kept yawning and almost hit my head several times because I was half asleep. Luckily, Mrs. Eric wasn't there. Otherwise, she would definitely reprimand me. Plus, Radin didn't show up at the office either, so work was a little lighter and I could relax a little. After the office bell signaled it was time to go home, I immediately packed my things into my bag. I took the time to call Leah, who apparently still had to work overtime for a while, to say goodbye to going home first. Miss Athena, there are several packages for you that arrived this afternoon, said Mr. Oaken, an apartment security guard who usually serves as a recipient of packages for residents. I've put it in your locker. Please sign the receipt. Oh, thank you, Mr. Oaken. I thought the packages wouldn't arrive in 2 or 3 days, I said as I signed the sheet that Mr. Oaken handed me. Can you bring it, Miss Athena? Or do you want me to bring it to your unit after work tonight? Said Mr. Oaken offers to help. It's okay, Mr. Oaken. I'll bring it myself, I said. Thank you. I stopped by my package locker at the back of the lobby and took 2 medium-sized boxes and 1 small-sized box before going up to my unit. My heart felt a little cheerful as I walked towards my unit because of the arrival of my packages. No matter how stressed I am, shopping is still a medicine that can help overcome anxiety and sadness. Hey, I am a normal woman, and shopping is more cheaper than going to psychiatrist, right? I put all the packages I was carrying on the floor and reached out to open the door with my keycard when I realized that the door to my room was already open because of the gap between the door leaf and the rafters. A feeling of fear crept from the tips of my feet immediately. I've changed the locks on my unit since breaking up with Shane. A burglar in the house? I stood stiffly in front of my own door and then, as if time was moving in slow motion, I saw my door open, and Shane's angry face appeared in front of me. Seeing sharp fangs peeking out of the corners of Shane's lips, I knew instantly that I felt in danger. Run, Athena, my brain screamed. But my feet stuck to the corridor floor, trembling. Raiden POV. Don't worry, Mayor Monroe. It was just a small dispute and I handled it well. There won't be any problems. Of course, Alpha Raiden, I believe you are able to maintain peace between us well. You are a Supreme and I have complete confidence in your strength and abilities since you were just nominated as Supreme. I grinned sarcastically, hearing the flattering words from Mayor Dan Monroe. I know, he's not really angry. After what I did, supporting him not only with my money, but also my power and relationships, he couldn't possibly dare to be angry with me. Mayor Monroe has served 2 consecutive terms as mayor of Dazzling City, and during his tenure, he has relied on me and my staff to help him safeguard this state. However, he was lucky enough that the center of the NATH was in the city he led. The income from corporate taxes for city development provided by my company is very large. He also relies on me for his mission to become president in the upcoming election period. At first, I had suggested that he become governor of the state first, because going through 2 levels at once would be tough, even though he had been mayor for 2 terms. However, he was quite stubborn and insisted on immediately participating in the presidential election. So, I just said I would support him as usual, but didn't promise him victory because that was none of my business. Please make sure nothing like that happens again, Alpha Raiden. We need to keep the agreement as best we can, said Mayor Monroe. Sure, Mayor Monroe, don't worry. I ended the conversation with Mayor Monroe just as my beta knocked on my study door. So, have you got any information about Shane Morgan? I asked, making him sit on the sofa near me. Albert took out his laptop and opened it. Basically, there isn't much data I could collect, Alpha. His background is unclear, but he is by far the strongest candidate in the Gamma selection. His scores are high in every exam and test. So this is the first time he made a mistake, attacking humans? I asked to make sure. No, Alpha, he has done the same thing twice. 1 year ago he did the same thing, attacking a human. But before the case progressed further, the human he attacked died in an accident, so he didn't have time to report Shane to the police, Albert answered. Then where did you get the news? I asked while looking at my beta with raised eyebrows. Albert smiled mysteriously. I have a trusted informant, Alpha. I laughed at Albert's words. That's why I trust him the most as an investigator. With a dangerous reputation like that, there's no way he could be a Gamma, I said after considering for a moment. He would be too dangerous to be a Gamma. Over thousands of years of evolution, werewolves not only gained great power under the blessing of the moon goddess, but it also had a side effect, where we also had to face situations where power could turn into madness on full moon nights. It became like a curse for us, and because of that, many werewolves died, either in fights between werewolves or committing suicide because of the frustration of not being able to control themselves. Gradually, through various experiences, we began to learn to understand human rules and learn to think rationally. The former Alpha King of the Wolf Pack signed a peace agreement with human representatives to stop killing, and the 2 sides separated their territories without disturbing each other. But great power also comes at a price. The number of werewolves has decreased rapidly, and the population of our kind is becoming smaller, and more werewolves started to accept humans as their mates to prevent the extinction of our kind. Under such circumstances, werewolves began to integrate into human society, and the boundaries of the 2 worlds began to become biased. However, it cannot be denied that every love affair an ordinary human has with a werewolf always causes panic among our kind, because it inevitably destroys the purity of the werewolf's pure bloodline. To strengthen the handling of this situation, I finally decided to sign a new contract with Mayor Monroe since he began serving as mayor. Werewolves can enter ordinary human society in Dazzling City to live together after passing the assessment, but we must adhere to the strict condition of not harming humans. Once someone breaks the law and is discovered, they will be immediately detained and controlled by the Wolf Pack, and will be punished by the council. Disqualifying a Gamma candidate means we have to give a report to the board and give reasons, Alpha Raiden, said Albert. I understood the situation and asked Albert to go before the board and tell them about Shane Morgan. So, you have strong evidence that he has violated our treaty with humans? Asked the second-rank council member, Elder Worley. Yes, Elder Worley. I don't want one werewolf to end up destroying what we have built and guarded all this time, I said in a formal tone. Who was the person he attacked? Asked Elder Thomas, another second-level counselor. I can't tell you because his identity is being kept secret by Mayor Monroe. He is worried that the person will experience trauma due to Shane's attack afterwards, and that there might be another werewolf who attacked him as revenge on behalf of Shane Morgan, I answered in an official tone. I guess I had consciously decided to protect Athena from the touch of other wolves. The council deliberates, and it is clear that they are concerned about the pact with the humans. They think that this is an unbalanced agreement. In their view, werewolves possessed great power and had even accumulated enormous wealth after integrating into human society. Werewolves no longer need to retreat and cooperate with humans. Our people have been able to form their own, more established society. However, I oppose that opinion. For me, this agreement is an equal benefit and also a limitation for both parties. However, human technology is developing very rapidly, and they have made many discoveries that are useful in life and help improve the quality of werewolf life. Only by integrating and learning with humans can werewolves survive and become stronger in society. Okay, Alpha Raiden, so far everything you say is true, said Elder Erland, the highest leader of the council. We must obey the agreement that we have agreed to, and don't let humans give werewolves a bad name as people who like to break agreements and rules. Yes, Elder Erland. I also think that a werewolf like Shane Morgan would be very dangerous if he was elected as Gamma, supported several other council members. Okay, said Elder Erland firmly. I have decided that given the offense he has committed, Shane Morgan is disqualified from being selected for Gamma. You are responsible for informing him of his disqualification, Alpha Raiden, said Elder Thomas, and also keep an eye on him. Sure, Elder Thomas. I'll keep an eye on him, I answered with relief. I knew that Beta Albert's men had captured Shane after the incident at the bar that time and held him in our PAX dungeon. Albert and I returned home after we got the official letter of disqualification decision from Gamma selection for Shane Morgan. Bring him here, Albert, I said firmly. Let's finish this matter quickly. Albert resigned himself to picking up Shane and bringing him to me, but not even 2 minutes after he was gone, he mind-linked me in a hurry. Alpha Raiden, Shane escaped from the dungeon, Albert reported breathlessly. Reflexively, I immediately stood up and grabbed the car key. A cold feeling crept up the back of my neck. Quick, come with me. My orders are firm. He's probably where his last potential victim was. Athena. Athena POV. I'm trapped in horror. This may still be part of my nightmare last night, which wasn't finished because I woke up and is now continuing because my condition is starting to drop due to sleepiness and fatigue. But why does Shane's madness seem so real? I could hear his loud breathing and see his grin that didn't look handsome at all. Back then, when I was still in love with him, when he still treated me well, he looked very handsome in my eyes. However, when he started to change, I even finally proved his insidiousness and deceit. His act of having an affair with my own head and eyes, his level of good looks fell to the lowest level. No man can still look handsome when he is a traitor. After I found out that he was an evil werewolf, he no longer looked human in my eyes. He is a demon in a human mask. Just look at his fangs peeking out behind his grin. How disgusting. And, what is this scent? Like the smell of something furry wet with rainwater. Shane apparently broke into my apartment and deliberately waited for me to come home. He was holding something like a screwdriver in his left hand. What are you doing here, Shane? I tried to hide my fear by shouting loudly at him. I didn't want him to take advantage of a situation where I felt helpless by scaring me even more. I will report you to the police for breaking into my residence. Shane chuckled and opened the door wider. From the side, I could see the inside of my unit was a mess, as if a hurricane had just passed through there. Shane, are you crazy? What are you doing in my house? I screamed involuntarily, knowing that Shane had messed up the inside of my house. Shane put his index finger to his lips in an annoying manner. Shh! Don't be loud, honey. Didn't you say that your neighbors are very fussy about noise disturbances? Shane whispered in a teasing tone. I got goosebumps, trying to get rid of the feeling of tightness in my heart. If I provoke him now, he will definitely attack me. I have to come up with a tactic to get rid of Shane. Shane, what can you get from me? Maybe you will find a mate stronger than me after I reject you, right? Shane's eyes seemed to get darker as I mentioned reject. Tell me, Athena, what is your relationship with Alpha Raiden? Shane hissed in a dangerously sharp tone. He just served as CEO at my company, replacing his uncle who retired, and I'm part of his staff. Shane reached out and grabbed my neck. It didn't choke me, but the grip was tight enough to keep me from moving. He brought his face closer to me and sniffed, as if trying to find a certain smell on me. You're lying, Athena, Shane snorted with a sneer. I can feel Alpha Raiden's scent on you. You're definitely not just his employee. I remember one article that discussed werewolves' ability to sniff out odors. Could Shane smelled Raiden who was left in my body after the one-night stand we had? You betrayed me, bitch. Shane's words made my anger overflow. With all my strength, I slapped his face. You cheated on me first, and in that instant our relationship ended. He is the alpha in my pack. Because of you, he asked the council to revoke my qualifications as a gamma candidate. I don't understand what you're saying, I said, trying to push him away. I couldn't fight back because Alpha Raiden was much stronger than me. But you! Shane snapped suddenly, pointing a finger at me. You're the one who caused all my plans to fall apart, and because of that, you have to bear everything. You're the one who cheated and messed up your own life. Damn it. Once again, Shane reached out. This time he grabbed my arm and pulled me in, then threw me until I fell to the floor. I quickly changed position to get up, but he was very fast, and before I could move, he was in front of me, ready to attack if I moved. I'm like a trapped rabbit. Shane chuckled, and I watched with wide eyes, his fingers sprouting pointed gray nails, and the whites of his eyes turned all black. You have to die, Athena, to atone for all your mistakes. You got me marked by that damn alpha, and my life will definitely be difficult after this, Shane said with a deep growl. Silently, I took the phone out of my trouser pocket. I don't want to die in vain for something I didn't do. Why should I die because of a traitor like Shane? However, apparently I underestimated Shane too much. He has sharp eyesight, and before I could even touch any buttons on my phone, he snatched it away, and his sharp nails slightly fried my hand. He threw my phone on the floor and stomped on it, breaking it. I stared blankly at the phone that hadn't even been paid off in installments. You see, Athena, that's what you get for disobeying me. You should just shut up and obey me. After all, I was going to kick you out after the gamma selection was over, and I was chosen, damn it! Shane shouted. He pressed my chest with his right fist, and his left hand strangled my neck. I could feel the skin on the back of my neck tearing from being scratched by his sharp nails. The smell of blood made me feel sick, as did the stench from his ragged breathing and his face being too close to me. The second I felt like my time was almost up, Shane's grip suddenly loosened, and before I knew what was happening, I was completely free from Shane's hands and fell to the floor. My head hit the floor, so dizzy. I looked up and saw that it wasn't Shane standing in front of me, but Raiden. I recognized his broad back and the calming masculine scent of his body. I peeked through Raiden. Shane lay weakly on the floor across from me. You dare to hurt her again, Shane Morgan. While Raiden speaking, the floor was shaking like an earthquake. Alpha Raiden, I just want to talk to. Shane explained nervously. He tried to get up, but Raiden planted his foot on Shane's chest and I saw him wince in pain. Lying, hissed Raiden as loud. How dare you sign up to be a gamma? Shane's eyes flashed with anger. I deserve to be a gamma. I'm strong and fast. Our pack needs a werewolf like me. Why you protect a useless human woman? Raiden lifted his feet from Shane's chest and he quickly jumped to his feet, taking a stance as if ready to fight. I will immediately bring you before the court and face the death penalty, Shane Morgan. Your mistakes can no longer be tolerated, and everyone in the pack must know that your mistakes endangered the lives of werewolves, said Raiden calmly. No, Shane shouted. You can't do that to me, Alpha Raiden. I will fight you with my life. Raiden clicked his tongue, and the next second, I saw Shane fly across the room and hit the wall with a loud sound, before finally falling face down on the floor. You said that, said Raiden, turning his back to Shane. I stared at the whole scene with misty eyes, and just when Raiden turned around and approached me, my consciousness disappeared. I felt like my whole body had been beaten. Everything aches and feels sore. My head also hurts, and my stomach is a bit nauseous. Are you awake? The familiar voice forced me to open my eyes. And there he was, sitting with his handsome face and no smile, but this time his eyes looked at me differently. There was anxiety and panic in those pretty eyes of his. I forced myself to get up and move to sit up, but he held my shoulders gently. No, don't get up yet. You have to lie down until you fully recover, said Raiden. His tone was calm, even icy, but I felt warm in my heart. It's okay, Mr. Raiden, I said quietly, feeling embarrassed because he was so close to me at the moment. I could even smell the masculine scent from his body very clearly. Don't be stubborn. I will have a hard time if something happens to you, said Raiden sharply. I guessed he meant something related to the law and Shane's crazy behavior. I dared to touch his arm. Mr. Raiden, you don't need to worry. I won't tell anyone about Shane's attack this time. I will keep it a secret, so there won't be any danger to the werewolves, I said seriously. He looked at me with a strange look, and after a while I couldn't stand it, so I looked down to avoid his gaze. He will definitely say something unpleasant to mock me again. Say, I hooked up with a bastard werewolf like Shane and brought danger to myself, which is a hassle for him. However, completely unexpectedly, I felt that he stroked my hair quickly and softly, then he stood up from the side of my bed. Rest. I'm giving you 1 week to rest. You can return to the office when you have completely recovered, he told me gently. Don't go out if you don't have to. I don't know if that bastard might bother you again. I don't know how long I was unconscious, and when Raiden finally left, I got up and went to the bathroom to freshen up. After that, I came out of the room and saw that my house was as neat as before. Looks like Raiden told someone to clean up my house, which was previously messy because of Shane's actions. He even replaced my sofa that I saw torn apart earlier with a new sofa. I'm reminded again of Shane's terrible madness, especially now that he has also lost his important position in his world and thinks I am the cause. I'm worried he will come back at any time. Leah, there's something I need to do. Will you help me? I called Leah the next day, after a night of thinking. Ah, Athena, are you sick? I received your request for rest from Mrs. Errol this morning, said Leah in a worried tone. I'm just a little unwell, I said quietly. Shane tried to break into my house and he attacked me. Luckily someone saw and saved me. I think it would be safer if I didn't mention Mr. Raiden as my helper. Geez, that man is such a bastard, Leah cursed angrily. Have you reported him to the police? Yes, I have. But now I don't feel safe living here. I'm worried he will come back. Last night I looked for a new apartment and this morning I told the owner to move. Do you want to help me? Of course, Athena. I'll go to your place after work this afternoon. Let's just move your things a little at a time. I'll contact my sister's friend's moving company to help. Just calm down and rest. Don't open the door for anyone and stay still. Stay at home. I ended the conversation with Leah after listening to her long advice. 4 days after the incident with Shane, I finally moved into a new apartment. It was closer to the office and with a better security system, although I had to pay more. Leah helped me through, and finally I could breathe a sigh of relief because everything went smoothly. Leah, please let me know if something happens at the office. I still have 2 days of leave and I want to get used to this apartment first, I said before Leah went home, after helping me move the boxes containing my books, the last items from my old apartment. Don't worry, you just rest first. Mrs. Errol doesn't seem too fussy because there are already 2 interns helping her in the office, said Leah. I decided to cook my favorite bacon after Leah came home. I haven't eaten that dish in a long time. The bacon I was frying was only half cooked, and usually at times like that, the smell would be very fragrant. But this time, my stomach churned when I smelled the smoke coming out of the frying pan. Unable to bear the feeling of nausea I felt, I quickly turned off the stove and ran to the bathroom. While bending over the toilet, I vomited all the contents of my stomach. Shit, it hurt so much. My stomach felt drained, and I became really weak afterward. I bent over the sink when I was done and rinsed my mouth. Something in the corner of the sink caught my attention and made me stunned. Tampon. I quickly opened my regular monthly calendar application and widened my eyes when I realized that my period was 1 week behind schedule. The problem is, in my entire life since I started getting my first period, I have never been late for 3 days. My fingers trembled when I calculated my fertile period and felt like crying when I discovered that I was having unprotected sex with Raiden, right at the peak of my fertile period. But I'm infertile, right? Because of Shane, that asshole. This delay should be nothing. Maybe it's just stress due to previous problems with Shane. After all, it's only 1 week late, so there shouldn't be any problems. Normally, menstrual delays can be up to 1 month in women, depending on their hormones. However, for some reason, I felt different. There is something strange about my body and I have unusual worries. I opened the dresser drawer in the room and took a box from inside. In that box, I kept several instant pregnancy test kits. Because while I was with Shane, I wanted to know right away after I was pregnant, and shared the big news with him. A pathetic stupidity. When I think back now, I took the 3 pregnancy test sticks to the bathroom and peed on them. 2 red lines immediately formed firmly on the test tool. My heart sank. In the end, I used up my entire supply of pregnancy tests, and all 6 of them showed the same 2 thick red lines. I'm in shock. This was another completely unexpected surprise. I am infertile, will not be able to have children, barren, or whatever the term is, but now it is clear that I am pregnant. I felt my flat stomach and gasped softly because I felt there was a tight spot on one side. Is this because of a one-night stand with Mr. Raiden? How could it be? That just happened last week. I quickly opened the laptop and logged into the Fantasy World forum. Hi. Can anyone help me? How quickly can a female werewolf get pregnant after having intercourse with her mate? Hi, Miss Jacob Black. The she-wolf's pregnancy depends on her mate. If her partner is an alpha, she can get pregnant more quickly after having sex. Say, less than a month. The hairs on my neck tingled reading what was written on the screen. My fingers trembled as I typed again. What about human women? Of course it will be faster. After all, a werewolf has higher hormonal powers than humans. He can fertilize a human woman within a few days of intercourse even if the human woman is less fertile. Oh God, that's why I'm pregnant now, after having a one-night stand with an alpha werewolf. How many times did we do that in one night? Lots. I was very drunk, and he was very charming. It was the best and longest sex I've ever had in my life, and there were no safeguards at all because I was sure nothing would happen. Now I know that he is an alpha and he can make me pregnant. That's incredible for me and a bit scared. Yes, fear began to creep into my heart and mind. I'm human and he is a werewolf, a powerful alpha. What will happen to this child in my stomach? A werewolf, human, or... My mind stuck. I immediately started to find through forum posts about children born to humans and werewolves. The results I got were quite reassuring because it turned out that the babies born from this fusion were no different from ordinary humans, only that I would probably give birth in 6 months, whereas normally ordinary humans need 9 to 10 months. Knowing about that, my heart became calmer. I won't tell Raiden about my pregnancy. After all, this is my child. This was like a miracle and a blessing for me. I will keep this baby and take care of it myself. I made a plan. I would save some money, and once I had enough, before my pregnancy was discovered, I would resign from my job and leave town. I will look for a place where no one knows me, find a new job there that is not too hard and will interfere with my pregnancy, then raise my child. The child of a werewolf, I can do it. I was making porridge when my phone rang. Since finding out about my pregnancy, it has been very difficult to swallow food and I feel nauseous very easily. My body feels a bit weak because I have only eaten a little for 2 days. I always feel nauseous when I smell any food, even though I've never had problems with my eating habits before. I am an omnivore, actually. It's Saturday, and I should be back to work day after tomorrow. However, since morning I felt that something was going to happen. Mrs. Errol called me twice before, asking how I was and praying for my recovery. She thought I was sick enough to need a long rest. "Hello," I said slowly. "Ah, Athena, are you better?" said Mrs. Errol gently. "I don't think so for disturbing your rest so early in the morning like this when you're still sick." "It's okay, ma'am. I'm healthier now." "Did something happen?" I asked, trying to reassure her that I was fine. "There has been a problem with the calculation of the financial balance and the warehouse balance since the beginning of last year, and it looks like it needs to be adjusted immediately because we will soon have a meeting with shareholders," said Mrs. Errol. "I was too busy last week, so I forgot to tell you about that." "I'll come right away to fix that," I said quickly. What did Mrs. Errol is the work I do, and that means I have to be responsible for solving the problem. "But are you okay, Athena?" asked Mrs. Errol. "I wanted to ask you to do it on Monday when you start working again, but I'm afraid there won't be enough time and you'll end up having to finish it." "I'm fine, ma'am. Don't worry. I'll be at the office in about an hour," I said in a firm tone so that Mrs. Errol wasn't worried. So I immediately got ready and called a taxi to leave. It's weekend and the office is very quiet. I rushed straight to my room and found Mrs. Errol was tidying up her things at the table. "Oh, Athena, you're pale and look thinner," said Mrs. Errol as she welcomed me into the room. "Are you completely healthy? I feel guilty for asking you to come now, but this matter is your specialty and I can't ask anyone else for help." I caught the guilt in Mrs. Errol, so I hugged her shoulders to calm her down. "I'm fine, ma'am. Actually, I feel bad because I left you with just the interns, even though our division is busy. You also end up working on weekends like this. That's an easy matter. I can handle anything else, and I think the apprentices are quite skilled too, thank goodness. But when it comes to finances, you're in control. I'll sort it out soon, ma'am. Don't worry, you go home. Doesn't your son usually come home at 4 in the afternoon? You definitely have to cook for him first. But you'll be alone." I took Mrs. Errol got up from the chair and slung the black object over her shoulder and turned her body gently. "Go home, Mrs. Errol. William, I'll take care of everything else and let you know when it's over, okay?" Mrs. Errol finally came home and I turned on the computer. It looks like this will be a long and lengthy job. Before starting work, I go to the pantry and make coffee. While I've been at home, I haven't made coffee since the incident with Shane. To be honest, I'm still afraid to go out of the house because I'm still not sure it's safe. During the process of moving house, I had a lot of help and company from Leah, so it felt safer for me. When I moved into my new apartment, I realized that many items in my house had run out, including coffee. I chose not to buy it because I was still afraid to go out alone. Smelling the aroma of coffee right now, it's surprising, makes me feel relaxed. I brought a glass of hot coffee to the work desk and began to concentrate on my work. Counting complicated numbers and various receipts that had to be checked one by one made me lose track of time. I only realized that it was late at night when a security guard checked the rooms. "Miss Athena, aren't you home yet?" "It's almost 10 at night and it's the weekend," said Mr. Wilson, the security guard on guard. "I have work that cannot be postponed, Mr. Wilson. It seems I have to stay overnight tonight." "I see." "All right, Miss Athena, just rest for a while if you're tired tonight. You can continue tomorrow. I'll go around and check every 2 hours, said Mr. Wilson is friendly. "If you need anything, just call the guard post. There's Mr. Aahhnn too, who's on duty with me tonight." "Thank you, Mr. Wilson," I said happily, relieved not to be so alone in an office this big. I made another coffee, a second cup, and continued working until when my eyes were really dry, I stopped and turned off the computer and went to sleep on the sofa. There is a set of sofas in the room I share with Mrs. Errol. The long sofa was sleepable, although my legs would bend. But apparently, being tired made me not feel sore or anything, because I fell asleep as soon as my body lay down on the soft sofa. I was dreaming, I don't know about what, when suddenly something gave me goosebumps. I didn't dare open my eyes and pretend to sleep all the time, because even though my heart was beating very fast because of fear, my mind was thinking fast. There's someone watching me, and it seems like he's trying to sniff me out. Sniff? Like a dog? Or wolves? Shane! Ugh! I gasped and spontaneously opened my eyes in panic. My eyes must have gone very wide because I saw Raiden standing next to the sofa I was sleeping on with a frown. "Mr. Raiden," I said nervously. "Why, you expected someone else?" he said flatly. I glanced at the clock on the wall and was shocked to see that the shorthand was at 12. I had slept for 2 hours. "Why are you here?" I asked reluctantly. "It's a holiday." "I know, I was just going to get some files when Mr. Aahnnn said that you had been working since afternoon," answered Raiden. "You haven't showered yet, right?" Good grief. My boss is definitely an annoying werewolf, but I felt insecure because of his question. Werewolves have a very sharp sense of smell, and they can also remember any smell that their sense of smell catches. Does he think I smell bad? I haven't showered since I arrived. Even though I brought new clothes to change into, because I was too focused on work, I forgot everything, including showering. Yes, I haven't showered yet. Why, Mr. Raiden? Does my smell bother you? I asked in an annoyed tone. I care more about getting work done than taking a shower. You should be grateful for the dedication I give to your company. Raiden clicked his tongue scornfully. Don't consider yourself dedicated because of this, Athena. You are only correcting the mistakes you made, and that is your duty. Even though I was annoyed because of his dismissive attitude, I admitted that what he said was true. Actually, the problem of errors that occur in the data that I am currently working on is not entirely my fault, because the data was previously worked on by the executive secretary before me. I've already discussed this error with Mrs. Errol, but for some reason I didn't fix it immediately. Instead, I added new data continuously without rechecking, so the error got longer and longer. Yeah, okay, that's my fault. I'm trying to fix it now, I grumbled irritably. I walked past him and back to the desk, then opened the computer again. I needed more coffee, so I went to the pantry, carrying the glass from last night's coffee, without paying attention. Raiden followed me to the pantry. I pretended not to see it and continued my activities. He came to get the files, so why follow me here instead of leaving immediately? Athena, you have to take a shower, said he, suddenly standing near me and taking the glass in my hand. In the glass, there was coffee ready to be brewed with the hot water that I was boiling. He reached out and turned off the stove. I turned angrily to him. Go to my office and take a shower in my bathroom. There are complete and new toiletries there, said he again. This time his voice sounded softer than before. Ugh, he shouldn't use a voice like this. Making my heart beat irregularly like this is a serious crime. I'll finish my work first and then go home. I have my own bathroom in the apartment, Mr. Raiden, I said, trying to be as polite as possible. I also need to do something here, and I think my work concentration could be disturbed if there are staff who smell bad because they haven't showered near me, he answered with a calm tone that sounded annoying. My eyebrows knit together. Didn't you say you only came to get the files? Now you will work here too, on weekends like this, and you insist on making me shower in your bathroom, I said with a faint smile. Mr. Raiden, you are forcing yourself to be with me here. Do you like me? Don't praise yourself too highly, Athena, he snapped sharply. Go to my bathroom and clean yourself. Don't think another option for it. He turned and walked out of the pantry. His broad back disappeared behind the door, and I pulled out a chair to sit down. My knees feel weak. Suddenly I felt something moving softly in my stomach. Oh, does this baby know that I'm annoyed with his father? I was very annoyed, but didn't dare argue anymore. That's enough. He's my boss, and my savior. Twice. No matter how much I annoy him, I still have to prioritize ethics. I walked away to his room. I didn't ask where he went after the pantry. The room was not locked, as if he had deliberately provided it for me. That's it, Athena. Stop thinking too far ahead. I reprimanded myself mentally. He just doesn't like your smell disturbing his keen sense of smell. I walked to the west end of the room, towards the wooden door next to the bookshelf, and entered the luxurious bathroom behind the door. I soaked in a spacious bath for a long time. After finishing washing, I suddenly let out a big yawn. I came out of the bathroom and intended to sit for a while on the sofa, but I ended to sleep comfortably. I don't know how long I fell asleep, because when I woke up, it was because of some familiar sound that entered my ears. From outside, have you seen Miss Athena? It was Mrs. Errol's voice. Maybe she's gone home, ma'am. Didn't you say she's been working overtime since yesterday? Someone answered. Oh, she must be tired. She just recovered, and instead she had to work overtime for days on the weekend, said Mrs. Errol again. I realized that I was lying down and my position felt very comfortable. I slowly opened my eyes and gasped in surprise, because I saw Raiden was standing next to me, looking at me with a strange look. I quickly got up from my lying position, and after that, I realized that the sky outside the large windows of the office is bright and clear. Apparently, my intention to sit down for a while after showering went too far, and I ended up falling asleep on the soft sofa, and only woke up after the day had changed. I fell asleep, I said embarrassedly, trying to act calm under him. I am sorry. You slept very well, said Raiden in a flat tone. Like a baby. I don't know what he thinks of me, but his words blushed me. However, I had no time to think over it. I needed to consider how I get out of this room now. I didn't want to guess the reactions of my coworkers, even Mrs. Errol, if they saw me coming out of the CEO's office this morning. Maybe someone then thought that I had sold my body and slept with the boss in order to get promoted quickly. Do you still have a lot of work to improve? Asked Raiden with a serious expression. Just finishing the summary and double-checking the data I have corrected, I answered honestly. Just wait here a moment, said Raiden. He turned and walked to his desk, then made a phone call. Mrs. Errol, please announce to all section heads and supervisors to gather in the central hall for a meeting early Sunday, said Mr. Raiden. Miss Athena? It's okay. I met her this morning when I came. She asked permission to go home for a moment to shower and change clothes. Raiden put the phone down and then looked at me calmly. Come out when everyone is in the hall. Finish your work and send the results to me today. I can only nod. I just realized that the meeting in the hall was just an improvisation. He helped me get out of his room without causing people's bad thoughts. Thank you, I said haltingly. I felt my chest rumble with a strange warm feeling. Raiden came out of the room, and only a few minutes later, I was sure that the office was quiet because all the staff had gone to the hall for a meeting. I quickly slipped back into my room, touched up my makeup, and went back to work again. I don't want to make Raiden was disappointed with the imperfect work after he helped me. 30 minutes later, Mrs. Errol entered the room. She was surprised to see me already in front of the computer with furrowed brows. "Oh, Athena, you're back?" said Mrs. Errol. She came to my table and in a motherly manner pressed her palm to my forehead to check my temperature. "Are you okay? You worked overtime for 2 nights, right? I feel guilty." "I'm fine, ma'am, and my work is almost finished," I said, holding Mrs. Errol. I didn't really work overtime because the temptation of the sofa was too great, so I managed to sleep for a few hours there. "Thank goodness then," said Mrs. Errol with a relieved tone. "I'm very relieved because everything was finished quickly. Luckily you're quick on your feet, Athena." "I feel sorry for being careless before, Mrs. Errol," I said seriously. "Where do you want to have lunch?" asked Mrs. Errol. "I'll treat you." "Oh, thank you, Mrs. Errol. Looks like I'm in the mood to eat something fresh today," I answered cheerfully. "What about the Vietnamese restaurant behind the office?" "Of course, I also want to eat that salad." Say Mrs. Errol was interrupted by the phone ringing on her desk. "Hello? Yes, Mr. Raiden?" "Oh, well, I'll say it, Mr. Raiden." Mrs. Errol put down the phone with a gloomy face. Her attitude did not escape my eyes. "Ma'am? Mr. Raiden told you to come to his room, Athena. This is about your work." "Ah! I think we should postpone that Vietnamese restaurant. I'll order a lunchbox for you from the employee cafeteria." I didn't have time to pay attention to what Mrs. Errol was next because I was shocked by the call from Raiden. "Is there a problem with my work?" I knocked his office's door and entered after he told me to come in. He was standing with his back to me, looking out the window. "Mr. Raiden, you called me?" He turned around and raised his hand, showing me something. Good grief! That's my underwear!" Raiden POV. The black panties, made of satin with a small pink bow in the middle, stunned me, sitting on the toilet lid, in the bathroom in my office. I just came back from the hall, held an important meeting with all the staff, made small talk to give them motivation to work for the company, only to give Athena the opportunity to sneak back into her room. I must be starting to lose my mind. I've never done anything like this before. So what if there are other employees who talk bad about her, making rumors that she seduced me as her boss to get a high position? That's her business, right? Why do I have to do something like this just to save her from bad talk of her coworkers? Is it because previously that woman had been my bedmate, the best one-night stand I've ever had in my life, ruined my day? Then, I also saved her from the annoying Gamma candidate who was her ex-boyfriend. Then I felt attached to her. Has saving her become my habit for some time now? I sighed and picked up the black cloth, which had apparently been washed, and she was probably planning to let it dry since she put it right under the air conditioner. "Mrs. Errol, please ask Ms. Athena to come to my room now. There are several things about her work that I need to discuss with her," I said to Mrs. Errol, who received my call via the office telephone. Not long after, the woman arrived and asked why I called her. I shifted my gaze to the busy street below the building and turned to face her, brandishing the black object. Look! Her beautiful eyes widened and her skin, which was white like pearls, was now bright red like a boiled crab. Sorry, Mr. Raiden, I forgot to take it back." Athena stammered and walked with hesitant steps towards me, then reached out to take her object that I found in my bathroom. Her panties. I withdrew my hand just as she almost touched her panties. She was surprised and looked at me with questioning eyes. I leaned towards her, deliberately putting on a mocking smile that would definitely look annoying in her eyes, and raised an eyebrow. "You like me, Athena?" "What? You said that the one-night stand was a mistake and you wouldn't do anything about it. But here, you always seduced me. Why?" Athena gulped and seemed to be annoyed, but her face was blushed like a shrimp. "So cute." I chuckled and walked slowly, surrounding her body, which was standing upright with a stiff stance. "It's a funny situation, at least for me. We are now, like I am a predator who is testing whether the weak prey in front of me is worth eating or not. A wolf and a rabbit. Athena the rabbit. I should not scare her, right?" I stopped behind Athena, admiring her straight, neat, mahogany hair that contrasted with her pearly white skin. I leaned my neck over her shoulder and felt a little stunned by the pleasant, familiar scent coming from her long neck. Peach, vanilla, and jasmine, Reef muttered in the back of my head. "Fresh, sweet, and sexy." "Yes, Reef," I agreed. "She's so delicious." "She smells so strong. She probably remembers your one-night stand at that time," Reef mocked with an annoying laugh. I don't care about my nosy wolf. Instead, I brushed Athena's hair from her shoulders, just to calm the urge to kiss her long neck. "Why do you keep teasing me, Athena? Is this beautiful thing an invitation for a second one-night stand?" Athena was nervous. I could see her swallow again, and then, when I was back in front of her, she quickly took her panties from my hands. She took a step back, and her gaze now became firmer. "I had absolutely no other intention, Mr. Raiden. I really accidentally left it in your bathroom," she explained in a trembling voice. I think she realized her position was wrong but didn't want me to keep pressing her, so she dared to fight me. "Or, you fell in love with me?" I teased happily. Seeing Athena like this makes my adrenaline run high. Athena bit her lower lip and shook her head. "That's impossible. Forgive me if I sound rude, but I couldn't fall in love with a werewolf. Humans and werewolves, it shouldn't be together, right?" Instantly, I felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over my head. What the hell? My previous excitement quickly gave way to upset. But I couldn't object her as I knew how hard the human would suffer in a werewolf pack. I grabbed her hand which was holding her panties, and with a single jerk, she was thrown onto the long sofa. She let out a loud gasp, and that turned me on even more. Not only my body desired to take her, my heart was also longing for her. No one fascinated me as she did. I urged her to lie beneath me, and without wasting any time, pinned her down and landed my lips on hers. Why does she taste so sweet and fragrant? I placed my lips on hers, sucking the supple blade gently, but vigorously, occasionally biting it just to tease and stick out my tongue, forcing her to open her mouth for my tongue to enter. I heard her groan softly, as if shy and trying to suppress the desire that was starting to rise. While kissing her lips, I smirked, happy because I could make her arouse her passion just by kissing her. Mr. Raiden. Ah! Shh! My tongue was getting wilder and wilder in exploring her mouth cavity, missing the rows of teeth and touching her gums. When I found her tongue, I led her dancing and I felt her puff out her chest pressing against mine because of the desire that was starting to surge. Athena is a Wonder Woman. How could she make me so horny just by smelling her scent and listening to her stubbornly argue against my words? I felt Athena's hand grip my shirt, as if she was holding something inside herself and one of her legs bent. I pulled her blouse from inside her skirt and opened the buttons one by one, while our kisses became more heated. When her blouse was open, my hands touched her warm skin and my kisses moved to her neck. The aroma is truly amazing. It's so fragrant it lulls all my senses and makes me feel like I'm floating on a cloud of soft, sweet marshmallows. Athena looked up, giving me wider access to explore her neck. Shit! She's going to make me lose control now. The second one-night stand will probably happen here on my office couch during the day when I should be having lunch at my favorite restaurant, instead of devouring a very appetizing woman. My concentration broke. Why did Athena now have another scent on her body, which smelled so strongly around her stomach when she didn't before? Moreover, this aroma is so familiar to my sense of smell. This scent is, by the moon goddess. This is my own scent. How could it be? The one-night stand we had happened a long time ago, and there was no way my body scent would still linger on her after all this time. Athena. Athena sighed nervously. She looked at me confused because I suddenly stopped kissing her. Why do you have the same body scent as me, especially here? I couldn't help but ask while stroking her flat stomach. Athena gasped, and unexpectedly, she got up and moved quickly out of my confines. Her face looked ashen and she was shaking. I don't know. Maybe because yesterday I showered and slept here, so our scents mixed. I listened to her explanation with my mind racing with question marks, and before I could ask any further, Athena had stood up, straightened her blouse hastily, and left. Athena POV. Luckily, I didn't meet anyone when I left Mr. Raiden's office. I immediately ran to the women's bathroom and darted into one of the cubicles and locked myself inside. Weakly, I sat on the toilet, and without realizing it, my hand stroked my stomach. I can still feel Raiden is hot on my skin. Even my lips seem to be a bit swollen because he kissed me so deeply. Why does he say that I have his scent, and he says that when he kisses my stomach? Could this be because of the fetus in my stomach? Oh God! What if he finds out that I'm pregnant with his child? What will he do to me and my child? He will probably take this child from me or take me to court to take custody of him. He definitely didn't want his child, who might have more of his alpha traits, to be raised and educated by an ordinary human like me. I shudder at the thought. After almost 10 minutes of silence in the cubicle, I came out and immediately washed my face in the sink. Athena, what took you so long? Asked Mrs. Errol when I entered the room. I put your lunch in the refrigerator in the pantry because you didn't come back. I turned to Mrs. Errol and stared at her blankly, not able to really catch what she was saying. Athena, what's wrong with you? Your face is pale. Did Mr. Raiden scold you? No, he just... I think I've become absent-minded due to stress. I pressed my stomach and walked to my desk without finishing my sentence to Mrs. Errol. She stood up and came out from behind her desk, then approached me and, as usual, placed her palm on my forehead. You don't have a fever. Mrs. Errol, I said, pressing her hand to my forehead. Do you have perfume? Raiden POV. Hey, Alpha Raiden! Hey, wake up! I flinched at Reeft's loud voice. Geez, Reeft, why are you screaming? I complained angrily. I threw myself onto the back of the sofa. I'm afraid you'll die while daydreaming, sneered Reeft, whining softly. I snorted and thought about what just happened between me and Athena on the sofa I was sitting on. Reeft, is my sense of smell problematic? I smelled my own scent inside Athena's body. It confused me, I said quietly. You smell the same as me or not? Yes, said Reeft. This time he was serious. Your body scents seem to blend into each other, but each also shows its own identity. Your sense of smell is not wrong, Alpha. I can feel it too. This is strange, right? It's been more than 2 weeks since Athena and I slept together. How can my scent still be on her? But Alpha, at first, I didn't feel any of your scent on her at all. Athena's scent tends to be like the scent of vanilla cake with peach topping and jasmine flower decoration. You remember I said that when you teased her, right? Yes, I felt that way too. My scent only appeared when we were almost having sex and I kissed her stomach. Why do you think that is? I don't know, Alpha. I feel something is strange, but I'm not sure what it is. Our conversation was interrupted when Beta Jason knocked on my door. Alpha, I think you should get ready, Jason said as soon as he entered, walking towards me. He carried a new suit in his right hand and leather shoes in his left hand. My brows furrowed. I stood up from the sofa and pointed at the things he was carrying in his hands. What are those for? I asked flatly. He handed it all to me. You should put it on right away and be ready for a date. What date? Who wants a date? I involuntarily jerked away in a huff. I pushed the suit and shoes he handed me back to him. This is from your father. He told me to prepare you to date the daughter of the Alpha of Desert of Growlpack from the south. I looked at Jason as if goat horns had suddenly appeared on his head. Shit! Why didn't you refuse it, Jason? Instead, bring me the damn coat and shoes. Jason shrugged and he smirked. Come on, Alpha, you know that your stubbornness is inherited from your father. He will come himself to force you if I don't do what he wants. Jason is right. My father never gets tired of telling me to date the women he chooses. The daughter of Alpha A, the daughter of Beta B, the daughter of his childhood best friend, the daughter of his acquaintance Judge. Ugh. And unfortunately, he was an active pusher. If Jason doesn't do what he wants me to do, then he will come directly and bother me as he pleases. Actually, by accepting the suit and shoes, Jason had saved me from being harassed by the former Alpha. I sighed and grabbed the suit and shoes that Jason had brought. He smiled softly and walked ahead of me, opening the bathroom door. The restaurant Jason chose was a new restaurant that was being talked about a lot by people. The owner is a chef from India, a mixed man of Indian American, known for his unique taste of food, combining elements of spicy Indian food with elements of practical American food. Jason told this all on the way to the restaurant. I ignored him, but he didn't seem to care at all. I'm thinking about Athena. For some reason, the scene on the sofa this afternoon is still firmly in my memory. The taste of her lips still felt strong on my lips and tongue. She was like a birthday cake that was soft, sweet, and made a child not feel satisfied by just eating one piece. Then a woman who had been waiting for me at the table my father had ordered disturbed my thoughts about Athena. Not because she was prettier than Athena, or sexier, but because she disgusted me. Her name is Adela Evie Bliss, as she introduces herself with a fake sweet attitude. The daughter of Alpha Leonard Bliss, leader of a fairly large Desert of Growlpack from the south. Apparently, my father and his father were golfing friends since 5 years ago. You are very handsome, Alpha Raiden, as my father often told me, said Adela in her sweet voice. I'm worried that over time I will suffer from diabetes if I continue to hear her talk. Your father might be overreacting, I said, trying to remain polite. No, Adela denied quickly. She rested her hand, her pointed nails colored a bright, tacky purple, on top of mine on the table. To be honest, before this meeting, I had already found out about you, Alpha Raiden. Forgive my impudence, but I had no evil intentions in doing so, Adela said softly. Did you know about this date beforehand? I asked in a flat tone. Of course. My father said it long ago because he wanted to prepare himself. He didn't want his beloved daughter to appear embarrassing. You are a powerful Alpha after all, said Adela in a satisfied tone. I don't understand why your ex-mate left you. Is she stupid or blind? She pursued her uncertain modeling career and left the best future option a woman could have. Oh, she's probably crazy. With that, she stroked my hand. I frowned, moving my hand. Why do you say that? I saw Adela blink rapidly. It seemed like she was surprised because of my sharp tone. I don't like someone talking about my personal things, even though that was big news at the beginning of my separation from Shirlane. Not because she selfishly left me to pursue her modeling career abroad, but because she also used my name to help her gain popularity, even though I never agreed to her leaving. Unfortunately, I can't help it because there's a big secret that I have to keep and protect. Not only for my own benefit, but also for the safety of my pack. After that, the problem with Shirlane really made me close my heart. I hate women like my ex-girlfriend, who only prioritize their own interests and use their mates in cunning ways. I'm just trying to cheer you up, Alpha Raiden, said Adela groggily. You are very handsome, rich and powerful. You don't need to stay alone and cry over the departure of your ex-lover who doesn't know herself. There are many women who are willing to take her place in your life, including me. She laughed coquettishly and I felt sick. I shouldn't have come here and indulged that old Alpha's ego. I always do what he wants and it seems like it's time to stop. I had to tell Jason to refuse all his orders on his date order to me. Adela pulled her chair closer to me and boldly leaned her body against me. The smell really makes me sick. Whether this was her natural scent, or she was wearing too much perfume, I had to restrain myself from covering my nose. Alpha, get her off your body, howled Reeft anxiously. Oh, by the moon goddess, I have a headache. I agreed with Reeft in my heart. Adela, it looks like you have to sit properly. Many people are watching, I said in a distant tone, pushing her chair away, and she didn't seem happy. Your father did say that you were a little closed and stiff, Alpha Raiden, said Adela with a frown. But by now we should know each other well, and you should open your heart to me. I have no interest on you, claimed I. I put the spoon and fork upside down on the plate, indicating that I had finished eating, even though the food I ordered was not finished. Adela looked at me displeased. Oh, come on, Alpha Raiden. I thought tonight was fun. We had a really good chat, didn't we? I think we hit it off and understand each other. I wanted to laugh as hard as I could at Adela's words. She must have lost her sense of shame by saying something like that. When I was about to spew scathing words to slap her, my concentration was disturbed by a very familiar aroma that greeted my sense of smell. I turned to the door, and there she was, my savior from the blind date. But I think I already have someone who has suitable criteria and understands each other. Without hesitation, I stood up from my chair and walked towards the entrance. Athena looked at me with her beautiful eyes widening beautifully as I stepped closer to her. "Mr. Raiden, why did you ask me to come?" Athena couldn't finish her words as I grabbed her waist and held her against my body. I whispered in her ear, "Just follow what I say." Then I took her to the table where Adela and I sat. Adela looked at me and Athena alternately in confusion. I tightened my arms around Athena's waist and looked at Adela with a smile. "Adela, introduce yourself. This is Athena, my fiancé." Athena POV. "I'm really worried that Raiden will know that I am pregnant with his child if he smells his scent on my body again. I read an article that said that a wolf can smell the scent of its mate and puppies from hundreds of kilometers away." "Mrs. Errol, is our boss not in his room?" I asked carefully. "Yes, he was gone when you came out. It looked like something had happened because his face looked gloomy when I saw him in the lobby," said Mrs. Errol. "I wanted to ask Mr. Jason, but didn't dare. The news actually made me feel happy. At least until the end of today, I don't have to face him anymore." I looked at the eau de toilette I just bought with regret. Never mind, at least I can keep this light perfume in my desk drawer as a backup, in case I forget to bring perfume again. I have to wear perfume after the incident in his office. That evening after finishing work, I received a text message from Raiden that asked me to meet him in a newly opened Indian restaurant. Although I wanted to refuse his strange invitation, he was my boss. I had no plan to quit my job recently. The aroma of spices and grilled meat filled my senses as soon as I entered the restaurant. I think my stomach was churning a bit, but luckily I had taken anti-nausea medication before leaving, because I was worried I might vomit in the restaurant. While I was trying to control the annoying feeling of nausea, suddenly, among all the smells floating in the air, a smooth scent greeted my sense of smell. A combination of citrus, tea tree, and ambergris is from Raiden. Hey, how can I smell Mr. Raiden's aroma amidst all the spice aromas? Has my sense of smell become sharper? And strangely, the aroma calmed the nausea in my stomach. Before I knew what was happening, he led me to a table where a woman in a revealing dress stared at us with wide eyes. My fiancé. I almost staggered when I heard Raiden to the woman. What the fuck? Me? His fiancé? "Mr. Raiden, what are you doing?" I turned my face slightly to whisper to him. I held his hand, which was still tightly attached to my waist, asking him to let go. And instead of letting go of me, he instead tightened his grip while smiling gently at me. Raiden touched my cheek as he also whispered in response to me, "Don't ask too many questions, Athena. Just play along with me, or I'll fire you. Your student loan still hasn't been paid off, right?" Oh nice. My face must now be as red as a boiled crab because I think my heart is in turmoil, annoyed with this arbitrary man. Adela stood up slowly, looked at me with sharp, shining eyes full of anger. "There's no need to show off your affection in front of me," said Adela in a sharp tone. I wanted to refute what she said, but it occurred to me, maybe my current position, when I whispered to Raiden, and when the man stroked my cheek while answering, it did cause a misunderstanding. "Adela, this is not a show," said Raiden in a cheerful tone which I thought was strange. "After all, we are a couple, and I think it's normal for us to be affectionate towards each other without realizing it." "Alpha Raiden, is she an ordinary human? I don't see any signs of our kind on her," Adela asked me with a searching look. Over time, I felt annoyed with this woman. Is she looking down on me because I'm an ordinary person? So what if I'm an ordinary human? What's so great about being a she-wolf? "Why, Miss Adela, do you think I'm not worthy of being the lover of an alpha werewolf like Raiden?" I asked in a challenging tone. I looked at Raiden with a sweet smile that I faked very well. "Baby, are you going to just keep quiet when you hear me being insulted like that?" Raiden raised an eyebrow with a big smile. He kissed the side of my head quickly. Damn, he was trying to take advantage of the situation apparently. "Adela, we live in modern times," said Raiden calmly. "There is nothing that can limit us from interacting more closely with humans." Then, Raiden looked at my eyes and continued, "I have never looked down humans. Werewolves and humans are both unique creatures on the earth. We're sharing the same air, the same resource, and even the same affection like me and Athene. Werewolves and humans can be together." I was surprised by what he said. He wasn't talking to Adela. He actually answered me. When I denied that I had fallen for him, I had told him different creatures shouldn't be together. Adela must be really upset right now, because I can see she's bright red all the way to her ears. "What's so good about her, Raiden? Not only is she weak, she also looks ordinary," Adela snapped sharply. Raiden moved his hand that was on my waist, now holding my hand tightly. "I think that's enough, Adela. You cannot criticize the person I have chosen, because you have no right. I am an alpha, in case you forgot." This time, I heard a different tone in Raiden. It was like when he talked to Shane, when he saved me. His voice was deep, firm, and sharp. I saw Adela shudder a little, and the bright red on her face was replaced by a pale hue. "But Raiden, I feel." "I couldn't accompany you until the end," said Raiden flatly. "Give my regards to your father." I felt goosebumps all over my body when my eyes met Adela's. That she-wolf was trying to kill me with her gaze. "Danger!" Raiden POV. Athena's body is fragrant. It's not because of the perfume she wears, no. I was more familiar with her natural body fragrance, which wafted softly in the air and caught my own scent. Geez, don't tell me I'm horny for her at a time like this. But her waist was so thick and her neck was trying to get away from me, it was really tempting. After Adela left, Athena patted my hand, which was still hugging her. "Let me go, Mr. Raiden," she said curtly. I just smirked and let her go. She moved away from me and looked around the restaurant. Her nose wrinkled, so cute. "What are you doing?" I asked, confused. "Is there someone with you?" "Didn't you see her?" asked Athena with a frown. "No. What? Who's she?" I asked again, almost wanting to laugh at the confused look on her face as she occasionally stood on tiptoe and stretched her neck. "Why is she so cute?" I muttered to myself again and again. "Oh, Mr. Raiden, I came with Leah. You grabbed me like that." "Of course Leah is confused," he said with her mouth pressed together and her gaze looking annoyed. "Just look, she's nowhere to be found." "Maybe she's gone home," I said nonchalantly. I waved and called the waiter. "Please clean up everything and give me the menu. I'll order new food." "Yes, sir," said the waiter, bowing respectfully. "And put all the bills for the food into my father's account. I will pay for my new order immediately before going home." "Yep," I added. "Of course, sir," said the waiter again. I slipped him a large bill while he was cleaning the table and his face lit up. I saw Athena was trying to call someone, and it seemed like the person wasn't picking up the phone because she became annoyed and sullen. "Athena, she's probably gone home," I said again. She glared at me with her beautiful eyes. Her dark green eyes sparkled under the restaurant's crystal lights. "This is because of you, Mr. Raiden. You messed up my dinner with Leah, even though I was the one who invited her," complained Athena in a sulky tone. "She'll definitely be annoyed with me." The waiter has finished cleaning the table and is taking a new menu. I pulled a chair and motioned to Athena for her to sit on the chair I pulled. "Sit here, Athena. Don't make a fuss," I said, deliberately giving her a commanding tone. "But Leah, you came for dinner, right? That means you haven't eaten yet. As for Leah, I'll take care of it later. Just give me the address and I'll ask one of the waiter to take the food from here to her house." "Really? This restaurant also has delivery facilities?" "No, but that can be arranged. The owner of this restaurant is my uncle." Her eyes were wide and I felt my hands itching to touch her. She finally sat in the chair I provided and looked calmer. I gave her a menu book so she could choose what she wanted to eat. I don't understand." She complained after reading the menu book. "What is this? Soup à l'oignon. Onion soup with broth and baguette bread on top," I said. "Geez, I thought it was something fancier," Athena muttered with a raised eyebrow. She struggled to read the rest of the menu, but then she handed me the menu book. "Ah, never mind, you choose, Mr. Raiden." Like it or not, this time I laughed too, seeing her attitude. Cute, again. "What do you want to eating?" I asked while looking at the menu book. "Food based on soup, seafood, chicken, duck, beef, mutton, fish, or rabbit?" "They have rabbits too?" Athena's eyes flashed with horror. "Yes. Roasted rabbit with honey sauce and sprinkled with jalapeno chilies is their specialty," I said. "Want to try it?" She looked interested, thought for a moment, but then shook her head. "No, Mr. Raiden, I wouldn't bear to eat them. They are very cute creatures, and I think I would be heartbroken when I saw them covered in honey and chili on the plate." I think I was lucky because I accepted the invitation to meet Adela at this restaurant, because in the end I got pleasant entertainment from Athena, who somehow came to this restaurant too. "So, besides rabbits, which one do you want?" I asked while smiling. "Everything," Athena said happily. "I rarely eat strange food like that on the menu, and I think I want to try it." "Do you mind, Mr. Raiden? You can split the bill with me later, because I think the food here is quite expensive." "Your salary will be gone in one meal here, even if I split the bill in half." "It doesn't matter. Leah chose this restaurant because she knew I had never eaten somewhere this fancy. However, since she is my best friend and helped me so much, I want to thank her. So I willingly took out some of my savings to treat her to a meal here." "Does Ahi know about that? You took out your savings to buy her a meal?" "Of course, and she appreciates me for that. Actually, I also know that in the end she will pay part of the bill secretly. Leah is like that, but I love her because she doesn't make me feel poorer than she is, even though I am poorer than her." She laughed and I stunned. Our conversation sounded absurd, especially because of what she was saying. Look at her innocent face without makeup, just a layer of pink lip gloss. She looks so happy when she talks about her friendship with Leah. I noticed that Athena had a bright side to her that I never knew existed. Her open, candid, and frank attitude is a uniqueness that I rarely find in other women. She is not ashamed to admit her shortcomings, that she is limited financially, that she is poorer than her best friend, and has never eaten at a fancy restaurant. But without appearing shame, she instead offered to split the bill in half, even though it would cost her a month's salary. She's charming. Most of the women who approached me, be they ordinary humans or fellow werewolves, all wore thick masks. Mask in the sense of thick, colorful makeup, a strong aroma, a fake sweet and pampered attitude, and trying to act fakely perfect. And the most annoying thing is, they know who I am, so they want to be considered queen and submit everything to my service. I smiled a little and ordered some delicious food that I was sure Athena would like. Mr. Raiden, who is that woman?" "She's very fierce," said Athena in a cautious tone. "A blind date arranged by my father," I answered lightly. "I think she's the daughter of an acquaintance, as usual." Athena's eyes looked at me with concern. You don't like her? She's beautiful and sexy. I shook my head. There are so many beautiful and sexy women around me, so she's not special at all. But you rejected her in a rude way and she wasn't happy, muttered Athena. And why did you even get me involved? I'm afraid she's really mad at me because of that. I looked at her in amusement. I leaned towards her and she leaned back against the back of the chair in surprise. Did you forget, Athena? I've saved you twice. So there's no harm in you helping me this time, right? I said with a smirk. Athena's face flushed, and after taking a deep breath, she nodded her head obediently. But next time you have to tell me so I won't be surprised like before, said Athena with a serious expression. Luckily I didn't have a heart attack earlier, and you're also lucky because I'm a good actress. I was once the best supporting actress in the annual drama at my school. Athena, I didn't even know you would come to this restaurant too, I said with furrowed eyebrows. Ah, I forgot, said Athena, patting her forehead. I told Mrs. Errol earlier about having dinner here with Leah, not you. I can be forgetful like that sometimes. For the sake of the moon goddess, can you eliminate everyone in this restaurant so that it's just me and Athena here? I wanted to grab her and lay her on the table, then make love to her. My pantaloons suddenly felt tighter and I realized it was because of the woman sitting next to me. I moved a little away from her because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to stop myself if I came into contact with her now. Luckily, at that time the food we ordered arrived and was served. Athena's eyes were wide and brilliant as she stared at all the food laid out in front of her. I opened my plate and intended to take a salad, but my hand was held by Athena. Wait a moment, Mr. Raiden, said Athena quickly. She took her phone out of her bag and took a quick photo of all the food on the table. I have to take a photo as a souvenir. Apparently, you're the kind of woman who likes to play social media, I muttered as I watched her take photos. You're going to show it off on Instagram? Athena chuckled and her eyes narrowed cutely. No, Mr. Raiden, I don't even have any social media accounts. This is just for my personal collection to show off to Leah and Mrs. Errol later. She smiled mischievously and put her phone back in her bag, then opened the plate and looked at all the food one by one. You are a typical rich person, Mr. Raiden, said Athena suddenly, pointing to the salad on my plate. Huh? Why? I asked, confused. Rich people eat in order, right? Appetizer, main course, dessert, Athena said. She skewered a big prawn cooked in sesame oil and covered in lime sauce, then bit into it. Isn't that what's called eating etiquette? Everyone is taught that way from childhood, I said confusedly. Didn't you learn about that? Of course I learned, Mr. Raiden, but for certain people, those rules don't apply at all, said Athena calmly. She grabbed more shrimp and salad, then added chicken wings to her plate. Why? I asked curiously. I once lived in an orphanage and there we ate whatever was edible, no matter whether it was appetizers, main dishes, or desserts. As long as it filled our stomachs, that was enough. I once had ice cream for dinner, or lunch, with just onion salad and spinach leaves sprinkled with salt, answered Athena in a cheerful tone that didn't change at all. The answer stunned me. I saw her eating heartily and happily while telling stories. There was no visible sadness, embarrassment, or awkwardness at all, as if she was just talking about the movie she watched yesterday. Alpha, you're starting to emit pheromones, muttered Reef, who suddenly appeared. Hold yourself. There are a lot of omegas here. They will attack you. I know, I said giddily, but the woman in front of me is amazing. Can you feel it? Huh, I know. She's unique and not at all covered by any layers, like a seawater aquarium with colorful fish in it, replied Reef, half laughing. You're right, she's very open and honest, I said confused. And is this just my imagination? But why do I feel like my scent is so attached to her now? Reef sniffed the air and let out a low howl. I know, that's a sign he agrees with what I said. Suddenly I was startled by Athena's hand tapping my arm on the table. Huh? What? Athena brought her face closer to me and smiled mischievously with raised eyebrows. Mr. Raiden, you've been staring at me without blinking since earlier. Are you attracted to me? I looked at her annoyed. I think I showed my feelings too much, and he thought too much. However, there are boundaries I have to maintain with her. She is an ordinary human and also my employee at the company. At least I have to maintain my authority in front of her. Finish your food, Athena. Don't talk too much, I said in a firmer tone. Athena shrugged and continued eating without caring about my change in attitude. She enjoyed the food served without shame. As promised, I called the waiter and ordered several types of food for Athena to take home, which she would give to Leah as compensation for the failure of their dinner. Give me Leah's address, so I can give it to the waiter who will deliver the food to Leah, I said, asking for Leah's address. Athena shook her head as she pushed the empty plate to the side of the table. No need, Mr. Raiden. I'll take it to Leah's place myself on the way home. Our apartments are close by, answered Athena. Are you sure? I asked to make sure. Yes, of course. Thank you for all this, she said lightly. I think... My phone rang in my jacket pocket and it was a special ringer I set for Jason. I raised one hand to Athena, asking her not to make a sound when I received the call. Jason, I said in a formal tone. Alpha Raiden, have you finished dinner? Jason asked. His voice sounded serious. What's wrong? My father asked you that? I asked suspiciously. That old Alpha. He never stopped bothering me, even when I complied with his wishes. I think something happened to our pack, Alpha, said Jason. Just now your father called and asked where you were and whether you had finished dinner with Ms. Adela. I don't want to say that I'm done with Adela and now I'm with Athena. That would invite long questions, and I am the person who is most reluctant to explain. Come and get me, I said, finishing the conversation. I'll be there in 10 minutes, Jason said, and then the phone hung up. I looked at Athena, who was also looking at me with raised eyebrows. Did something happen? Asked Athena. I caught a note of worry in her voice. It's okay, I said calmly, but we have to go soon. Or, do you still want to order something else? No thanks, I'm very full, she said as she tidied herself up and prepared to leave. I called the waiter and gave him my black card. The waiter went and took care of the payment, as well as the food I ordered to take home. Bring it. I ordered 6 different portions of food. You can share it with Leah, I said while handing the boxes containing the food to Athena. Oh, thank you, Mr. Raiden, said Athena, her green eyes sparkling like a cat. We will enjoy it. My phone rang again and I saw on the screen my father's number was displayed. I sighed in annoyance and turned off the call. It seems Athena noticed my change in mood. She remained silent while waiting for my payment to complete, then followed me obediently without speaking out of the restaurant. In the restaurant yard, my car, with Jason driving, was ready to wait. What's your address? I'll take you home, I said as I walked to the car. No need, Mr. Raiden, said Athena. She showed her phone open on an online taxi booking application. I've ordered a taxi. You seem to have something important to do, so I don't want to bother you. I just nodded. Be careful on the road, I said before getting into the car. Jason raised his eyebrows and looked at me in the rearview mirror above him. Miss Athena? He asked with a smirk. I nodded. A long story. I will tell you later. Jason nodded and didn't ask any more. He knows I'll tell him later when I'm free. I think we should go to my father's house now, right? I said reluctantly. I think so, Jason answered calmly. Jason took the car quite quickly to my father's house. When I arrived, I saw in the driveway there were several other cars that looked foreign, except for one black Audi, which I recognized as the car of Beta Mario Ramid, my father's personal assistant. Where's Dad? I asked Mrs. No, the head of the household, who greeted me at the door. She helped me take off my jacket. They are gathered in the small hall, said Mrs. No. She looked worried and looked at me strangely. Don't be angry with your father, Alpha. He loves you, even though his ways annoy you sometimes. Mrs. No has been my nanny since childhood. She knows what annoys me, what makes me happy. What do I like? What do I hate? She was my place to complain when I felt sad and sick, because my parents were always busy with business and pack matters when I was little. Is this about the blind date he arranged for me earlier? I asked angrily. One of them, and also another more important thing. Come in first. I'll make you a drink, said Mrs. No while leading me to the small hall. Jason followed behind me. I opened the door to the small hall, which was a 20 by 20 square meter room that was created as a meeting place for the elders, important figures in the pack, with my father and his staff, when he was still Supreme Alpha before me. Now, I also use it when there is an important matter to discuss, because I know my father likes it when he feels like he is still needed, whereas I don't like receiving many people in my private home. So the use of this small hall is a win-win solution for the egos of both of us, me and my father, at least while he is still alive. Everyone stood up when I entered. I saw several of the smaller Alpha Pack leaders who were under the White Crescent Moon Pack also present. My father greeted me with a gloomy face and asked me to sit next to him. How was your date with Miss Adela, my child? He asked curiously. Just fine, I answered flatly. My father's face turned sour. I don't care. After all, this has always happened in the last 2 years. What happened? Why did everyone gather and not a single word reached me? I asked while looking around me. Some of the staff and small pack leaders lowered their heads, affected by my rebuke. We don't dare interrupt your event, Alpha, said Beta Elmer, Pack's financial officer. And did you guys gather here for something less important than a blind date I don't want to go on? I said, glancing at my father, who looked annoyed. Okay, it was my fault, my father said in a low voice. I'm the one who forbade them from reporting to you. I didn't want to embarrass my father, even though I was annoyed with him. After all, he is my father and a respected former Supreme Alpha. So what happened? I asked, getting to the heart of the problem that brought them together. There were 3 members of our pack found murdered on the border between Dazzleen and Orago, Great Alpha, answered Alpha Gary Ullman of the Blue Savannah Pack. One of them is a clove farmer from my pack. The other 2 are from my pack, Great Alpha, added Alpha Russell Ben of the Forest Pack. It seems the 2 of them were looking for wood in the Orago forest when they were killed. There was a lot of wood scattered around them. How did they die? I asked. I felt furious because the death of a pack member meant there was a traitor in the pack who could penetrate the pack's defenses. All 3 died in the same way. Their necks were entangled with ropes, and they died of suffocation, said Beta Gordon Ramon, a Northern Border Security officer. But all their possessions remained intact. Nothing was lost, even though one of them was carrying quite a lot of money. Have you taken care of the families of those who died? I asked again, emphasizing my words. That is the most important thing after a werewolf dies. Keep his family safe first. Don't let them get into bigger trouble. I've taken care of it, Alpha, said Gordon swiftly. My men took them to the quarantine area and took care of them there. Good, I said. I feel calmer because at least they understand my work pattern in leading the pack. I ask that now, you go back to your respective places. Create a 3-layer guard on the outermost side of each area and arm the guards. Arrange shifts to stand guard for 24 hours, at least until we know who the perpetrator of the murder is. One more thing. Enforce curfew for pack members and check carefully and in detail any foreigners who try to enter the pack. We will do it, Great Alpha, said the Alphas swiftly and simultaneously. Beta Gordon, mobilize all troops for whom and deploy to each pack and border area. Yes, Great Alpha, said Gordon. After arranging some other important things, I dismissed the meeting, except for a few elders, who seemed to be waiting to talk to me about something else. I held Albert's hand before he left the hall. Albert, investigate more about Shane Morgan. He may be in prison awaiting trial, but I think he has many accomplices outside. Maybe he intends to take revenge. Yes, Alpha Raiden, I will investigate, said Albert. I sat surrounded by the elders and my father, while Jason stood behind me, after the staff and the other Alphas had left. Raiden, do you feel compatible with Adela? My father asked matter-of-factly. I looked at my father angrily. Is it necessary to ask something like that in a situation like this? I asked coldly. Alpha Raiden, this is not just about you going on a blind date with any woman, said Elder Derek Jung gently. It seems like the pack's enemies know our pack's weakness. They think our pack is unstable, because you don't have Luna and a potential successor yet. I looked at him in confusion, then turned to the other elders and my father. They nodded like a bunch of old owls. I took a breath. My father, maybe I can still oppose, but the elders? The goddesses will not curse me if I oppose them. I might have thought too far, because I saw a satisfied glint in my father's eyes. I'm sure he must have influenced the elders with whatever words he said. Don't you already have a lover, Alpha Raiden? Asked Elder Iman Wilder in a cautious tone. Miss Shirlane, daughter of Alpha Damian Kim, Alpha of Silverfang Pack? Jason put his hands on my shoulders and held me up. I think, because he has the ability to read auras, he knows that my mood has been getting worse since coming back from the restaurant, and it seems like right now he's worried that I'll go berserk hearing Shirlane's name. There's no need to talk about him, Elder, I said in as calm a tone as possible. Just tell me, what do you want from me? What should I do? Raiden, you have to understand that this is not just a matter of our wishes, but also because... I understand, I said, cutting my father off. So what do you guys want? For the stability of our pack, Alpha Raiden, said Elder Derek in a firm tone, you must immediately get a Luna and have children with her. We will give you 3 months from now, Alpha Raiden. I hope, by the time of the Red Full Moon Festival, we can crown her as Luna or our pack, continued Elder Jeff Sagar. My father looked at me with a raised eyebrow, and I could tell he felt like he had won over me. You cunning old man. Don't worry, Raiden. I will help you find a suitable partner. I still have many candidates that I can introduce to you, said my father with a big smile. I was too lazy to argue with him, especially in front of the elders, so I just nodded and stood up. I'll let you know about that, I said, bowing in respect. Let me go, to take care of the 3 dead victims, along with the betas. Without waiting for an answer, I exited the hall. Let's go visit the quarantine building. I need to meet the families of the victims, I said to Jason. In the car, I suddenly thought of Athena again. Has he reached her apartment yet? Should I call her? The families of the murder victims have been secured in a quarantine building that is heavily guarded by first-class security guards and equipped with weapons and strict security technology. I had built that facility as soon as I was crowned as the Supreme Alpha of the White Crescent Moon Pack. My pack is the largest and strongest pack in Desleen City, overseeing approximately 100 smaller packs, which are spread throughout the country. The greatness and strength of my pack does not guarantee that we have no enemies. Large packs from other countries, other regions, there are those who try to take over our territory. It was an external threat, but an internal threat was no less troublesome. There are always packs that try to rebel and want to dominate other packs, gather strength to overthrow my pack and lead Desleen City. When my father was still in power as Supreme Alpha, I often saw and observed that when there was conflict, the biggest victims were not the people who fought and were injured or killed, but their families, especially their children. I think protecting them is much more important, especially children, because they are the next generation of werewolves. That's why, once I was enthroned, creating a quarantine building with complete facilities was my top priority. Construction of the quarantine building is progressing faster than expected. The 6-story building is disguised as a hotel with complete facilities, from supermarkets to children's playgrounds. I was quite satisfied with the work of Gordon and Albert, who moved very quickly, following my instructions in dealing with the problem that was occurring, so that when I arrived at the quarantine building, all the families of the dead were safe there. I plopped down on the sofa as soon as I got home. It's past midnight and I'm not sleepy at all, even though my body feels very tired. The matter of the 3 months given by the elders for me to get mate now makes me worried. My heart hasn't recovered after Shirlane left me for France to pursue her career as a model. I knew Shirlane in high school. She is a beautiful girl who is smart, cheerful, and brave. She has everything I want in a woman who I hope will be my life partner in the future. When Shirlane and I later turned out to be mates, it was the happiest thing in my life. After we both graduated from college, we lived together, and for the first 2 years, it was the most beautiful time of my life. Then, when Shirlane started receiving lots of offers as a model, and I started to get busy taking care of the family company which had officially been handed down to me. Because my father decided to focus more on pack affairs before he transferred his power status to me, our relationship started to grow apart. One thing that makes me helpless is I can't make Shirlane pregnant. However, a pair of werewolves, where the alpha comes from the supreme alpha bloodline, must have offspring before he is officially crowned before the moon goddesses. Administratively, I have become a supreme alpha now, replacing my father who has exceeded the maximum age limit, but officially my status is still suspended because I don't have a mate or offspring, after I broke my ties with Shirlane. Yes. After so many arguments, anger, and disappointments, Shirlane asked me to let her go. She received a big offer as an international model in France, and because she saw that her chances as Luna for me were very small because she never got pregnant, even though we always had unprotected intercourse, she decided to leave. I was so disappointed in her. I don't understand why she is so selfish and impatient. During an argument, Shirlane told me to see a doctor in case I was infertile. It turned out that she herself had checked herself before we lived together, and the doctor confirmed that her condition was very good. What she said made me hurt, and after a very big argument, I finally said my refusal and let her go. So that, me and Shirlane's story ended tragically. Deep in my heart, separation is something I don't want. I love Shirlane, but I realize that she doesn't have as big feelings as I have for her. Shirlane refused to fight with me and chose to walk alone. She wasn't quite satisfied with what I had for her and wanted to pursue more. So I closed my heart and said renunciation to her, freeing her from all her ties to me. She didn't even cry or look sorry at all after that. I wanted to prove to Shirlane that I wasn't what she suspected. After Shirlane left, I started dating everyone, werewolves and humans, just to prove that I could get them pregnant. However, in reality, that never happened at all. They never got pregnant, even though I had sex with them many times without protection, so I stopped playing around. Finally, although reluctant, I saw a doctor and did a fertility test. The results really frustrated me. The doctor stated that the sperm I produced was very weak, and the chance that I could have children was only 1% out of 100%. I don't understand why I was cursed like this. I come from the Supreme Alpha line since hundreds of years ago. My ancestors existed, and all of them can produce offspring. Why not me? Is there a very fatal mistake that I made in the past, or maybe my ancestors made a mistake and the retribution was inflicted on me? Anger and frustration made me choose to close myself completely and busy myself with work. The question of the official coronation in front of Moon Goddess as Supreme Alpha no longer interests me. Alpha, are you asleep? Jason knocked on my bedroom door from outside. No one knew about my infertile condition, but I guess because Jason had special abilities and he was always with me, he already suspected something was wrong with me. At one point, he invited me to meet his great-grandfather, who was skilled in ancient Chinese medicine. He asked me to do therapy for the sake of my health. However, I refused. Until now, I still can't accept that what Shirlane said was true, that I might never be able to become a true Supreme Alpha because I can't have children. Shirlane's words made me feel like I was cursed, and I tried my best to deny it and was still trying to prove that what she said was completely wrong. "Come in, Jason," I said, straightening my legs. Jason entered, carrying a tray containing fragrant jasmine tea. The jasmine aroma in the tea reminds me of her. My thoughts returned to Athena. She must be asleep by now. Did Aahhnn sleep in her own apartment or Leah's? "Jason, who do you think did the murder?" I asked Jason. "I suspect Shane Morgan has mobilized his pack to carry out the attack, Alpha. Maybe he still holds a grudge against you because of Ms. Athena?" Jason said softly. "You think so? You've been close to her lately and you've helped Ms. Athena several times. I don't know whether it's fate or just a coincidence, but you and Ms. Athena have always been in the same place and time recently, even earlier," said Jason with raised eyebrows. I sighed and lifted the cup, sipping the jasmine tea that Jason served me. "So, what happened to Miss Adela?" Jason asked again. "I don't like her," I answered bluntly. "She's just like any other woman, and her scent is, very strong and makes me dizzy." Jason smirked. "I'm a beta and don't have the sense of smell like alphas and omegas, but I think you're right on one thing. Miss Adela wears very strong perfume. She thought too highly of herself and was sure I would like her. I think she was the worst of all the women my father ever sent me on a blind date," I said grumpily. "And why is Miss Athena there too? Did you deliberately call her here to chase Miss Adela away?" Jason asked again. I clicked my tongue, feeling as if Jason was teasing me. "Of course not, Jas. Do you think I'm that desperate just to face a woman like Adela? She came to have dinner with Miss Leah. You know they're friends, right?" "Of course I know," said Jason with a faint smile. "That's why I said that lately you and Miss Athena have always been in the same time and space, whether it's a coincidence or fate." I finished the tea in the cup and stood up to get my pajamas in the cupboard. "And what about the elders' wishes?" Jason asked in a serious tone. "You only have 3 months, Alpha." I took my pajamas and threw them on the bed, venting my anger at the smooth black piece of cloth. "I don't know. I'm too lazy to think about it," I answered flatly. "You want me to find out about Miss Shirlane?" Jason asked in a cautious tone. I looked at him, and without hesitation gave him the answer. "No, Jason. Even if 3 months pass and I can't find anyone to mate with, I'd rather give up my Supreme Alpha status than have her come back with me." Jason nodded. He knows how I felt when Shirlane left me, and he understands my nature. He was the one who accompanied me on the bad days I faced after Shirlane left. And what about Ms. Athena? Jason asked again. This time, I was stunned by his question. Athena POV. I went straight home after stopping briefly at Leah's apartment to bring Raiden the food he had packed. However, when I arrived at Leah's apartment, she hadn't come home yet. Finally, I just left a message to the apartment guard that I was stopping by. I took the food to my apartment and texted Leah for her to come to my apartment to pick it up when she got home. My message wasn't read. I don't know where she is. To be honest, I was a bit surprised to see Raiden's attitude at the restaurant earlier. I didn't expect him to be so impulsive, pulling and hugging me like that so suddenly, then admitting me as his fiancé in front of the woman who was clearly his dinner partner. I think it's natural for the woman to be angry. She must know that Raiden lied, saying I was his fiancé. It's not that I came suddenly, but doesn't the atmosphere feel strange? Where is a man who is having dinner with a woman, suddenly attracts another woman and claims to be his fiancé? She definitely knew that Raiden just wanted to get rid of her. Hearing Raiden's words that the woman was one of the women his father sent on a blind date, it was clear to me that he often experienced things like that. Funny too. Men like him still have to be forced to go on blind dates by their parents. And, hey, the woman he rejected earlier was very beautiful and sexy. I don't know what kind of woman Raiden likes if he rejects one like that. Raiden is a very handsome man, has an athletic body shape and smells very good. He is also smart and hardworking. Not to mention, he is also a billionaire with abundant wealth, and because I already know he is a werewolf, I admit he is worthy of being an alpha. I heard Shane call him Great Alpha several times. Ah, never mind, that's none of my business. Even though I actually felt strange because lately, after that one night stand, it was as if Raiden and I continued to interact in the same space and time, but I tried to convince myself that everything was just a coincidence. So, it's not real? That was Leah's question she asked curiously when she came to my apartment a few days later. He just used you to chase away the woman on his blind date? Yes, he didn't like the woman and wanted to end the blind date immediately. Seeing me enter the restaurant, he immediately saw it as a tool to get rid of the woman, I answered, half grumbling. As a result, Leah laughed out loud at my words. That's ridiculous. I was almost angry because you didn't tell me anything about you getting engaged, even though you just broke up with that bastard Shane, said Leah after she finished laughing. Wait, you mean it's not because that's Mr. Raiden our boss? Of course not, idiot. I would be very happy if you were actually engaged to him, but the point is, with anyone, you should tell me that you are engaged. Leah snapped irritably. I grimaced. Luckily I didn't tell him about the one-night stand with Raiden. I'm sure Leah will scold me completely if she finds out. She would think me stupid and careless, even though I had to admit that, in reality, I was. The start of the week was very quiet. Raiden is rarely in the office, of course. There are many companies and he must always monitor them all and ensure that the performance of all his employees in any company is stable. I had just finished entering data from several divisions into the weekly report and was intending to make coffee before going home when my phone rang. I looked at the phone screen and an unfamiliar number appeared. Usually I never receive calls from unknown numbers, but this time I just spontaneously accepted the call. Hello, I greeted slowly. Athena, is that you? It's me, Sarah. Do you remember? Said a woman's voice on the other line. Oh, Sarah, of course I remember, I exclaimed happily. How are you now? Sarah was my friend when we were both living in the orphanage. She was then adopted by a married couple and taken to Canada by her parents, so we were separated. I'm fine. Both of my adoptive parents died 6 years ago in an accident, Sarah said in a sad tone. Since then I have lived alone in Canada. I'm sorry, I said sadly. Why don't you just come back here? My parents were not rich people. They were rich with love, but when they died, the inheritance they left behind was not much. I wanted to go back, but I thought, what could I do in Daslin? Here I have a small house and a flower shop inherited from my parents, what I can manage, said Sarah. She sounded optimistic. I'm glad to hear that you're okay. I hope we can meet again someday, I said. How do you know my phone number? Do you still remember Joanna? I met her when I happened to meet her here. She was accompanying her husband to work here for 2 weeks and she gave me your phone number. Yes, I remember. I met her once and exchanged phone numbers. Athena, do you know the latest news from Mrs. Ellen? Mrs. Ellen? I haven't seen her since she moved to the village. I heard she was sick, but I haven't visited her. According to Joanna, her condition got worse because she stopped treatment and therapy because she had no money. I was stunned, and the feeling of guilt pushed my tears to well up. How could I be so neglectful of the people who have loved, taken care of, and looked after me since childhood? I must have been so ungrateful that I didn't know about the progress of Mrs. Ellen, director of the orphanage where I used to live. I was the only child picked up directly by Mrs. Ellen, came home after my parents died, and the oldest child had lived in the orphanage. Do you know the address? Can you help me, Athena? Sarah asked quietly. He also seemed to be thinking about Mrs. Ellen. Of course, I will also find time to visit her soon. How can I help you? I said quickly. My voice became hoarse from holding back tears. I will send some money to help Mrs. Ellen with treatment. Can you help me convey it to her? Sarah asked. Can I have your account number? I quickly contacted Joanna to ask for Mrs. Ellen after finishing her conversation with Sarah. I was just about to contact you, Athena, said Joanna, her voice sounding happy. Mrs. Ellen is in the hospital because her condition has deteriorated since she stopped therapy. I visited her yesterday and she said that she missed you. Geez, Joanna. Which hospital? I'll just go right now, I said quickly. Lovingly Light Hospital, 8th floor, room 812, answered Joanna. Currently, there is a nephew looking after Mrs. Ellen there. I hurried to ask Mrs. Errol went home first, because he wanted to immediately meet Mrs. Ellen. I feel very guilty towards her. When I found out she had moved to the countryside to live with her nephew because she was sick, I had already wanted to visit her. However, plans are just plans. There are always things that prevent me from going and procrastinate. Now that I know the situation, I don't want to delay any longer. Besides, Lovingly Light Hospital is not far from my office building. Mrs. Ellen was crying when I came. She hugged me tightly and kissed me many times because she missed him. I myself couldn't hold back my tears. Back when I was little and looked after by her, Mrs. Ellen is plump and very healthy. She is a woman who is gentle, motherly, and full of affection. Seeing his condition now thin and frail makes me feel hurt and sad. After chatting for a while, Mrs. Ellen finally fell asleep. The doctor forbade her from talking too much because it would make her tired. I invited David Clarence, her only nephew, out of the room to talk alone. David, don't you have any other family? I asked softly. David is a 21-year-old young man, currently studying and just about to write his thesis. No, Miss Athena. I am also an orphan, and Auntie Ellen takes care of me because she is also alone. My mother is her sister. They are the only two siblings, so I am her closest relative, answered David sadly. I don't know what will happen to me if she leaves me too. Why did he stop her medication and therapy until her condition fell so drastically? We don't have much money, Miss Athena. My parents died bankrupt. Auntie Ellen wanted me to go to college until I graduated, so she sacrificed her medicine for me. David wiped the corners of his wet eyes and my heart became very sad. I patted his shoulder gently. Several people from the orphanage made donations to help with treatment and therapy, but with the current situation, it costs more money. We can't afford it, and it seems like Auntie Ellen insists on going home because she knows we won't be able to pay for this hospital. How much will it cost to cure it, David? When David mentioned the amount that had to be paid to the hospital, I almost threw up. The amount was so big, it made me dizzy. But in front of David, I tried to act calm and promised to help him find a way out. On the way home from the hospital, I suddenly thought of Raiden and a plan formed in my brain. This morning, I didn't go to my room as soon as I arrived at the office, but went straight to Raiden's room, and miraculously, he was already there when I knocked on his door. What's wrong, Athena? Raiden said while taking off his jacket and loosening his tie. You see, Mr. Raiden, there is something important I need to discuss with you, I replied politely. I need his help. Of course, I have to be polite. Raiden pointed to the sofa and told me to sit down. He sat on the other sofa in front of me. What's wrong? Your eyes are like a panda. Didn't you sleep all night? He asked, pointing at my eyes. I blushed at his attention. Damn, Athena, stop being stupid, I cursed mentally. I want to ask you for help, I said, without answering his question about my panda eyes. About what? Her eyebrows were raised in a beautiful way. You see, my foster mother at the orphanage was very sick and needed a lot of money. I wanted to help her, but my finances were also limited, I said carefully. I've already taken out all my savings, and I think I need to take my salary for the next 4 or 5 months to help pay those hospital bills. Can I get your help? Take my salary first? You can immediately take my salary every month instead. Raiden's eyebrows rose even higher. He leaned back on the sofa and looked at me sharply. I think he must be a very special person to you, that you dare make a sacrifice like this, Raiden asked quietly. Yes, Mr. Raiden, he is my second parent. I wouldn't survive without Mrs. Ellen, I said softly, trying to soften his heart so that he would be willing to help me. If I grant your request, how will you live from day to day for 5 months, because your salary will be immediately taken to replace the money you borrowed? I'll think about it later. I can work part-time after work from here. That will make you tired, and ultimately your performance here will be bad. Wouldn't I suffer a loss then? I promise to keep working well, Mr. Raiden, until my debt is paid off. I will not break my promise or disappoint you. But you also still have student loans to pay, right? The feeling of despair made my chest tight, and without realizing it, I was crying silently. I just want to help the people I love, I said while sobbing. I wiped my tears in annoyance. I'm sorry, Mr. Raiden. I must be crazy making a request for help like that. Raiden stood up, and before I knew it, he sat down next to me. He wiped tears from the corners of my eyes and smiled gently. The aroma made something in my stomach move gently. I was ready to leave because I thought the situation would be dangerous if I stayed, but what he said next made me freeze. I will help you, said Raiden in a firm tone. I will pay all your foster mother's hospital bills until she recovers and pay all your student loan arrears. On condition. Marry me. I didn't know that lack of sleep would make someone's sense of hearing impaired, because Raiden's words sounded strange to my ears. Or, he's crazy? If only he had said something like that before, a few months earlier, when I was upset because of Shane's betrayal, perhaps I would have immediately accepted his offer without thinking twice. But now, I do not think so. What? No, are you playing with me, Mr. Regan? Why suddenly you ask me to marry you? Isn't that clear? I'm not playing with you. Nothing at all, Athena. How low do you think my morals are, playing with someone else's life at stake? He snapped sharply. What illness does your adoptive mother suffer from? Spleen cancer, stage 2, I said quietly, surprised by the rise in his voice. Be careful, Athena, I warned myself. Don't lose control. You face your boss and most importantly, he is a werewolf. Do you think I'm crazy? Someone is suffering from cancer and I use it as an excuse to play tricks on people who want to help them? Yeah, I know he won't do that. The problem is, I don't understand what's going through that guy's mind. Why did he suddenly ask me to marry him? There's no way he knew I was pregnant with his child, then he suggested that, right? Or did he knew? However, seeing what kind of person Raiden is, his attitude is calm, quiet, and closed, but he can also be very firm and charismatic. There's no way he wouldn't immediately confront me if he found out about this child. I don't think so. I've taken care as best as possible so that he can't smell my true body scent. I wear more perfume, even buy new perfume with more concentrate content. Okay, I'm pregnant with his child, but that doesn't mean I intend to start a family with him or with anyone. One of the things I don't want most now is to get married. That is absurd. I don't want anything like that anymore. No man can be faithful. In the end, everyone always finds a reason to leave. I've been abandoned many times, by my parents, by Shane, who knows who else. That's why now I choose to stop thinking about family. It seems like that thing about it doesn't suit me at all. Just for the sake of this child in my womb, I am willing to do anything, because at least he will stay with me, at least until he is a teenager. After that, I will grow old and don't need anyone. I can die alone, does not matter. Getting married means trouble. I don't want my life to become more complicated than it already is. If I am with someone, that means I will be required to give him all my time, attention, body, and heart. I'm the kind of person who will give everything when I love someone, and that's a big deal. It's stupid because in the end I always suffer alone. I realized that a long time ago. Now I've changed. Don't want to continue being a fool. Besides, why should a man like Raiden ask a woman like me to marry him? He can choose any woman he wants if he really has to get married. Why me? Does he think I'm cheap just because we had sex? That thought pissed me off. Sorry, Mr. Raiden, but what I said really annoyed me. Do you think it's easy for me just because of the one-night stand we had? Hell, no. I don't want to marry you. Raiden looked at me strangely, and my conscience whispered that that wasn't the reason why he asked me to marry him. There was something else he didn't tell me. It's like this, Athena, he said in a low, gentle tone that seemed like he was speaking while thinking. You give yourself a bad reputation, right? I never thought of you as bad as you said earlier. Suddenly I felt ashamed of him and myself. You should know why I proposed this marriage. If you must know, it's because of my feelings of guilt too. Do you remember Adela, the woman who was my blind date at the restaurant last week? Of course I remember. I can't forget the way the woman looked at me when she left Raiden and me at that time. She'll throw a tantrum and target you. She sees you as a rival and she knows you're an ordinary human. I can't let her do anything to you. You're the one who put me in a situation like that, I said angrily. You make me in danger, Mr. Raiden. It's all your fault. I know, and that's why I want to fix it, he snapped and made me startled. At first I thought there was something else I could do for you. I even assigned some of my men to guard you secretly, but it was completely ineffective. What he said surprised me. He assigned his people to guard me? So what I've been feeling all this time is that someone is paying attention to me, not just my feelings. Don't be stubborn, Athena. This is not just a coincidence. We both have interests. I have to protect my people. When an ordinary human being is attacked by a werewolf for any reason, I must be responsible because I am their leader, especially if the reason for the attack was me. You, on the one hand, also need help for the people you love. His long explanation made me think. His words were true, although I think there was an element of selfishness too. Raiden stood up from his seat and walked to his desk, then took something from the desk drawer. He came back in front of me and held out what it was, a checkbook. Write down your needs for financing for my foster mother. Ask the doctor in hospital what is needed for her treatment until she recovers, he said in a serious tone. Find a private nurse to help care for him at home. I swallowed hard. I know for him, money is not a problem. I guess, even if he had to pay for the treatment of half the patients in the hospital, he still wouldn't fall into poverty. However, what will happen to me, and this kid, my child, and his son? What can I do if I marry Raiden? He will definitely know about my pregnancy. Then after that, when he found out, there would definitely be problems between them again. What a dilemma. Can't you just lend me the money without me having to marry you, Mr. Raiden? I said, trying to negotiate further. I'll still pay for it, right? It seemed Raiden was starting to get annoyed with my stubbornness. He took a few breaths and relaxed his fingers. His attitude made me cringe. He's a werewolf. Even though he has strong self-control, he could lose control at any time, right? I mean this, I said quickly, worried that he would get angry and cancel a deal that hadn't even been reached at all. If we have to get married, won't that be an additional burden for you? If you married me just because of Adela's problem, all this time, you have also protected me, with the guards you put around me as you said earlier, and in fact, up to now I still lie. That's fine, I'm an ordinary person, and I think you will also get into new problems if you marry me. Now his eyebrows rose. How are you sure about that? Lately I've been reading a lot about, your people, I answered nervously. So I know that even though marriages between werewolves and ordinary humans are becoming more common, it still brings problems in the process. And aren't you an alpha? The problem might be even more serious because of your status. Raiden looked at me without saying anything. His gaze was so sharp that I was worried. Could it be that horns suddenly grew on my head, so he looked at me like that? I guess as an alpha, you need a Luna, right? I read that a Luna who comes from an ordinary human is very rare, and usually there will be a lot of controversy about that. I guess that's my business, he said dryly. You don't need to think that far. Oh God, why is he so stubborn? When the time comes that I find a Luna, our marriage will also end. This is all just a contract, until things are safer, he said again. You don't need to worry, because everything is just on paper. You can put forward any conditions to me and vice versa, so do I. My priority is your safety. Don't you understand that? There is no werewolf, whether he is alpha, beta, omega, or even gamma, will survive if they attack a Luna. I was horrified because I knew what he was saying was true. You have nothing to lose, Athena. It is only my duty to protect you. My head hurts so much now. I think I'm starting to regret coming to him for help, because the situation turned out like this. What should I do? You don't mean to threaten me with the story about Miss Adela targeting me, do you, Mr. Raiden? I asked while squinting. His eyebrows rose and he snorted, seemingly irritated by my question. Next, he threw both hands in the air and stood up from the couch and threw the checkbook I hadn't touched onto the table. Whatever you say, Athena, he said in a tired tone. If you don't have anything else to talk about, go. I have a Zoom meeting with a client from Hong Kong in a moment. I'm stuck. How about this? It's clear that only Raiden can help me right now, but the conditions he proposed were too strange for me. I am so frustration. You're saying that marriage is only contractual? I asked, trying to buy time. That means it's really only temporary and there is no serious bond between the two of us personally? He smirked and damn looked very handsome. Athena, my brain scolded me loudly. Don't be the way at a time like this, fool. You yourself said that I am an alpha who needs a Luna from my own people. You are an ordinary human, and even though you don't necessarily have the capacity to become a Luna. I will get Luna from my own people, and when I do, the contract will be in place. Everything between us is completed automatically. What do you expect? If things weren't like this, maybe I would have responded to his words with harsh and hurtful words that were already partially structured in my brain. I actually shudder at the thought of possibly being attacked again by any werewolf. I thought my problems with Shane were the worst, but now with Adela on top of that? Oh God, I must be carrying bad karma in my life right now. How could I continue to relate in the wrong way with creatures I thought only existed in fairy tales? Why is it that since I found out that they are real creatures, I have become insecure and continue to be attacked from here and there? This is truly endless misfortune for me. I saw that he was ready to leave, and my hand spontaneously moved to the table, resting on the open checkbook, ready to write. Let me ask you something, Mr. Raiden, I said softly. Never mind, I thought. This will be a tough negotiation process. I will persist because I think there are still other paths that can be taken apart from what we have been arguing about for a long time. If I persist a little longer, maybe he will finally give in to my stubbornness. I'd better try than regret, right? What? He asked with knitted eyebrows. Cute, I thought. Have you, so far already had a Luna, or I think a future Luna, considering that you still have to face the blind date arranged by your father, I asked groggily. I didn't want him to feel that I was interfering too much in his personal affairs, but I couldn't suppress my curiosity either. I saw he was silent. His eyes suddenly looked empty, and a hint of regret crept into my heart. Did my question go too far and reawaken unpleasant memories in his heart? I once had a mate, he said after a long silence, until I almost suffocated from the tense silence. She was my girlfriend since school, a talented model. Then, when we were finally together, problems started to arise. After too many misunderstandings and endless arguments, we finally decided to separate. I rejected her because she insisted she wanted to leave to pursue a higher career. Then, that's it, he said. We separated in worse condition, and I never seen her again. I gasped, not expecting the story to be so sad. He may not have been betrayed as openly as Shane had done to me, but it hurt just as much. And after a werewolf has a mate, then separates, will he still get a new mate? I asked again. All creatures have what is called a second chance in life, Athena, even werewolves. Yes, we will get our second chance with our second mate if we try hard to find them. Ah, I understand. So, do you still have any other questions? Just ask. No need to bury your curiosity. I blushed and shook my head. Could you, allow me to think about your offer first? I asked, after thinking for a moment. He shrugged. Please, just come back to me once you feel sure about what you want. I feel like my face is getting a little hot right now. Why do his words sound so ambiguous to my ears? Never mind, I just need to think again. After finishing work, I called Joanna and invited her to visit Mrs. Ellen. We met immediately at the hospital. When we arrived, Mrs. Ellen had just finished eating. David is nowhere to be seen. Mrs. Ellen welcomed our arrival with a happy face. Her skin, which was increasingly wrinkled due to being thin, looked increasingly pale. Mrs. Ellen, where is David? I asked. Why didn't he wait for you? He's going to college. He has a quiz today, answered Mrs. Ellen with her soft voice. Poor him. He hasn't been to class several times because he couldn't bear to leave me. That's why I just want to go home. This hospital is expensive and David can't stop studying midway because of my condition. No, ma'am. You shouldn't think about going home until you are completely healed and healthy, I said in a hoarse voice. My throat hurts from holding back crying. Mrs. Ellen is a very kind and loving woman. She devoted his life to caring for and loving abandoned children like me. However, why is a woman as good as Mrs. Ellen still has to face this difficult ordeal? This is very unfair. Mrs. Ellen smiled sadly and didn't say anything else, just squeezed my hand weakly with her thin hands. It seemed like Joanna wanted to cry too, so she pretended to go to the bathroom and left me alone with Mrs. Ellen. Mrs. Ellen, can I ask you something? It's about my parents, I said carefully, stroking her hand. Of course, darling, I will answer it if I have the answer, said Mrs. Ree. Ellen is gentle. Why did they abandon me first, ma'am? Don't they want me? I asked seriously. Since I found out that I was pregnant, I cried very easily every time I saw or heard news related to parents and children, and bad thoughts about my parents and why they put me in an orphanage kept coming to me. Oh, my child, said Mrs. Ellen. She squeezed my hand. Everyone has their own problems and difficulties. Likewise, your parents, they must have considered why they had to do this. That has been a long time ago, and so far, you alone have managed to grow and develop into the best version of yourself. You are great and strong. That's who you are. Actually, what Mrs. Ellen was the standard greeting of a parent who loves their child, but still it warmed my heart, even though a tinge of dissatisfaction remained lingering in my heart. I love you, Athena, and so do your friends, and isn't that enough to make you feel rich? Don't mind anyone who ignores you, because they are just a handful compared to those who love you, continued Mrs. Ellen. Be happy according to your own version. I looked into Mrs. Ellen, who still shines with sincere affection. I nodded and hugged her gently. After Joanna returned, along with the nurse who would give medicine to Mrs. Ellen, we decided to go home. Mrs. Ellen looked sleepy due to the effects of the medicine, and we just waited a moment until she fell asleep, then left the room. Athena, it looks like we have to raise more funds, said Joanna as we walked out into the lobby. You mean for Mrs. Ellen's treatment? I asked. Joanna shook her head. Not only that, I heard that the orphanage will soon be closed, and several children who still live there will soon be moved, said Joanna. What? I heard it from David. During Mrs. Ellen's illness, David divided his time between taking care of Mrs. Ellen, managing the orphanage, and going to college. He was overwhelmed, and Mrs. Ellen insisted he had to stay in college until he graduated, so she chose to sacrifice the orphanage and her treatment. Oh God, I muttered confusedly. Apart from David, there are no other caretakers at the orphanage? Recently, there are no sponsors who want to finance orphanages, so it is very difficult to pay caregivers, said Joanna glumly. I'm trying to get alumni together to help, but it's very difficult. I know. There must be alumni who don't want to admit that they lived in an orphanage, I said sadly. I once met someone who used to live in the same room as me, but then he pretended not to know me. That's how it is. They, in order to maintain their prestige, don't want to admit their roots. Only a few of us are still loyal to the orphanage. You, me, Sarah, who now lives in Canada, still pay great attention. There are still a few more people, but mostly, like you said earlier. Never mind, Joanna. We'll think about it later. Hopefully there's a better way. Let's keep exchanging news. Joanna and I hugged before parting ways, and in the taxi, I remembered what Raiden had said this morning. Just come back to me once you feel sure about what you want. Ah, do I really have to go back to him for all this trouble? This day, I called David to ask about the orphanage. The young man had just come home from college and was rushing to the hospital again. His voice sounded tired. David, is it true that the news about the orphanage being closed? I asked. What happened? Can you tell me? He didn't answer immediately, and I heard his breathing slow as if it was difficult for him to tell the truth. I can't imagine the heavy burden that David has to bear because of the various problems he is facing now. David, it's okay. Just tell me the truth, I persuaded gently. I'm trying to help. Mrs. Ellen is like my mother, and the orphanage is my home. However, this good young man has sacrificed a lot all this time, even though he is a man and is still young. When he should be having fun with his friends, he is busy taking care of sick people and abandoned children, not to mention the college load. I've tried my best, Miss Athena, but it looks like the few remaining children there will eventually have to be moved. There's no money left to pay the caretakers and orphanage administrators. Even the children's food needs are already difficult, said David, choked up. Oh, David, you must be very confused. There are too many problems coming together, I said softly. Calm down first. I will try to help as best I can. I know, what was said doesn't guarantee anything, but David seemed quite entertained, and he said thank you several times. I decided to visit the Sunshine Orphanage today. It's been a long time since I visited there. I invited Joanna, but she couldn't accompany me because she had work to do. Finally, I went alone. The orphanage is still the same as when I lived before, only now it looks more unkempt. The front fence was slanted and the paint was peeling everywhere. The yard is overgrown with long, dry grass. The front door's hinges were tilted and one of the glass windows was broken in one corner. My eyes felt hot seeing the condition of this orphanage. Even though for me, this is a very beautiful and pleasant safe house. Athena, is that you? Athena Jane? I turned around when someone called my name. A plump woman with short curly hair, holding two children who looked similar to each other in her right and left hands, was the one who called me. She looked at me with wide eyes. My eyes automatically widened, too. I know her. Jenny McCarthy? I asked doubtfully. Is that you, skinny Jenny? The woman let go of the two children's hands, then walked quickly towards me, and immediately we hugged tightly while patting each other on the back. It's so unpredictable. Oh, Athena, I immediately knew it was you, even from afar, exclaimed Jenny boisterously. You're still the same, beautiful and sexy as a canary. Ah, no, you even more pretty. Oh, Jenny, I couldn't immediately recognize you because you look different, I said while observing her. You used to be so skinny. Now you're so sexy, and where's that long hair that's always in two braids? Jenny laughed and grabbed the two children she had just left behind. Twins, come here, she called softly. Come on, meet Auntie Athena, Mommy's most beautiful and clever friend. The two little girls approached shyly. I crouched down and reached out my hand, which was warmly welcomed by the two cute children. They are similar to Jenny. Oh, how beautiful you are, I sighed softly. The smell of baby powder makes me feel good. Hi, my name is Auntie Athena, and who are you pretty girls? One of the twins chuckled while the other just blushed. My name is Michelle, and this is Miranda. We are twins. I was born 8 minutes early, so I'm the older sister, said Michelle smoothly. Miranda, her twin, just nodded. I looked up at Jenny, who looked proud. You didn't invite me to the wedding, and suddenly there are these twins? Oh, Jenny, you are too much, I said, pretending to sulk. Oh, darling, I got married while still living in Indonesia, 1 year after graduating from high school. You know that I was adopted by a husband and wife from Indonesia, right? Jenny said while putting her arm around my shoulder. My husband also Indonesian. Ah, I see. How are your parents now? I asked, stroking the twins' hair. They've passed away and I've only been back here a year. My husband got a job here, answered Jenny. She took my hand. Let's go in first. Me, Jenny, and the twins went into the orphanage. Several orphanage children who were gathered in the dining room saw us and immediately rushed to greet us. Some immediately took the twins to play. It seems like they are used to being here. I recognized a teenage girl, Shani. She approached me shyly. Shani, how are you? I greeted softly. Long time no see you. Yes, Miss Athena, it's been a long time. I'm fine, but this orphanage is experiencing a lot of problems, said Shani in a sad tone. Mrs. Ellen is very ill and the orphanage will be closed. Oh, darling, I said, hugging him. My heart hurts when I hear Shani's words. Are we going to be separated, Miss Athena? Shani asked while looking at me. What will happen to Mrs. Ellen and where will we be moved? Shh, calm down, darling, I said, hugging her tighter. I felt her sob softly. I will try to help you. Don't worry. I wiped Shani's tears and kissed her forehead. Don't cry. Your younger siblings will be confused and scared if you cry. Go play with them while I talk to Miss Jenny. Shani went to meet her friends and I sat with Jenny on the dining chair. Jenny, do you often come here? I asked curiously, because I saw that the twins seemed familiar with the children at the orphanage. My house is only 2 blocks from here, Athena, Jenny answered. Every day before lunch and dinner I come to bring food for the children. I was quite surprised to hear Jenny's words. You cook for them? There hasn't been a cook here for a long time. The running costs of the orphanage are no longer sufficient. I just happened to open a small restaurant next to my house, so I also cook for the children here, said Jenny in a voice filled with sadness. This is all I can do, Athena. My family's needs are quite large with the twins, and my husband is only a middle school teacher. I can't help more. I squeezed his arm. Oh, Jenny, you've done so much, I exclaimed, moved. God bless you. Jenny smiled broadly. Amen to that, Athena. But things are really bad now after Mrs. Ellen fell ill. David, too. Ah, do you know David? He's Mrs. Ellen's nephew who ran the home while Mrs. Ellen was sick. Yes, I already know David. He is a good young man and really loves Mrs. Ellen, I said. I took Jenny's hand and squeezed it gently. Do you have any ideas? How should we help Mrs. Ellen and save this orphanage? Jenny shook her head grimly. I want to do a lot, but I'm helpless. A few days ago, I met Joanna and helped her collect data on alumni, our friends who had lived together at this orphanage. But some people are really annoying, aren't they? I asked while rubbing her shoulder gently. There were even 2 people who really didn't want to talk to me and Joanna, as if they didn't know me. Gosh! Yes, that's how humans are. They forget their origins after they become successful. In fact, if it weren't for Mrs. Ellen in this orphanage, we would definitely be lost. Even so, I'm still grateful because there are still our friends who don't forget where they come from. Joanna and I collect donations as best we can, but it's only a little, just enough for the children's simple food needs. I realized the truth of Jenny's words. However, so far Jenny has been very helpful, feeding the children, in between her busy schedule as a mother to 2 active twins and also opening a restaurant at home. She should be so bothered, but she still does something. I feel like I'm useless. Even news about Mrs. I only found out about Ellen recently. I heard that from a friend who lives far away. I stared at the unkempt yard where the remaining orphanage children and the twins, Jenny's children, were playing together happily. It feels sad considering their fate. The cheerful smiles that are now on their lips will probably fade soon when the orphanage closes. My mind drifted back to the conversation with Raiden earlier. I'm really stuck in a dilemma. Should I go back to him and ask for help with all these matters by agreeing to a contractual marriage with him? Oh God, why is everything so dilemmatic? What else do you think we could do, Athena? Jenny asked. She pointed to the children who were playing outside. I can't imagine they will be left behind when this orphanage closes. I think I have one way out, I muttered uncertainly, but there are many things to consider first. Jenny patted my arm. While we are still here together, of all, you are the smartest, strongest, and bravest, Athena. That's why Mrs. Ellen herself finally adopted you. I hope that in the end you will find the best solution. We will support you. I took a deep breath. I guess in the end I still have to ask the Raidens for help. Then, what should I do later, with this child in my stomach? Lately I feel like my body is not very healthy. But, coincidentally, I also have a lot of work to do, including the projects I worked on before I moved to the Director's Secretariat Division. The construction project for middle-class apartments in the northern part of the city, which had been delayed for several months, must now begin to be completed because demands for development permits are running out. The project is currently in the finishing phase, and previously, there was a lack of transparency in the budget, so several suppliers went on strike to supply goods. Today, I have to meet the project supervisors to renegotiate about continuing construction. Mr. Albee, my previous boss, was waiting when I arrived at the project site, as were 3 project supervisors and 3 suppliers who were on strike. I deliberately came with coffee that is known to be delicious from a small cafe that is never empty. That was Jenny's recommendation. Because he opened a restaurant, he knows a lot about good culinary places. The food is delicious, and the prices are affordable. Apart from bringing coffee, I also brought delicious cakes, also on Jenny's recommendation. She said that to melt a man's heart, go through his stomach and indulge his appetite. At first, the negotiations went quite tough. Everyone tries to defend their opinions and insist on each other. When the situation started to heat up, I served coffee and food that I brought. Gradually, the atmosphere became calmer. Everyone praised my taste and enjoyed the dishes I brought. After that, the negotiations went more smoothly, and finally we all reached an agreement, and everyone was satisfied with the agreement that was officially made. You are an excellent negotiator, Miss Athena, said Mr. Albee with a satisfied tone after the meeting was over. It seems I have to attract you back to my team. I'm laughing. The feeling of joy at the success of this important negotiation made me feel better. I hope after this everything will continue to run smoothly, Mr. Albee, I said lightly. Yes, hopefully there won't be any more problems until it's finished, responded Mr. Albee. Arriving at the office, Mrs. Errol welcomed me. She knows that in the next few days I will be busy helping Mr. Albee, so she enlists Linda to help. How's it going, Athena? Everything's going well, right? She asked curiously. Thank God, everything turned out well, ma'am. We can start planning to open the apartment for sale this week, I said cheerfully. Ah, that's wonderful, cried Mrs. Errol happily. She turned to Mr. Albee. Don't think about pulling Athena back into your team, Mr. Albee. She's mine now. I'm just loaning her out until the launch event. Mr. Albee pretended to be surprised. How did you know I wanted to steal her back to my team, Mrs. Errol? Oh, it turns out that apart from being beautiful and sexy, you are also a psychic? Mrs. Errol blushed and felt embarrassed. I laughed, seeing the two of them teasing each other. It's not unusual to see Mrs. Errol and Mr. Albee is like that, because the gossip circulating also says that they like each other, but they both maintain each other's prestige. Mr. Albee praised me everywhere, and when I met Raiden in the afternoon, he smiled kindly and gave me a thumbs up, making my heart swell with joy. The busyness of completing projects and preparing for launching takes quite a lot of time, but I still try to monitor Mrs. Ellen in the hospital through David, and also the children in the orphanage through Jenny. Me, Joanna, and Sarah have contacted several friends, orphanage alumni, who still want to care and help. They collected money, which was then sent to David to pay at least a little of the medical expenses and daily expenses of the children in the orphanage. I really wanted to talk to Raiden again, regarding the request for help that I had asked him for. However, the work at the office is quite piling up, plus Raiden is also rarely seen in the office, making me keep postponing it. In addition, I started vomiting frequently in the morning and felt nauseous when I smelled the smell of meat. Ah, this is really troublesome. Like this morning, I vomited twice, after waking up and after brushing my teeth. Oh, that's terrible. Tonight there was an apartment launching event, and I was asked to give a speech on behalf of Mr. Albee, because he just suffered a leg injury due to being too active playing football in his home environment. Athena, why is your face so pale? You're not dressed up, scolded Mrs. Errol when we met in the afternoon for a final check before the event. We haven't had time to meet all day. Mrs. Errol is busy taking care of catering, decoration, and accommodation for guests, while I take care of the project report, which will be given to the board of directors, including Raiden as the owner of the company. I sank into my work chair and took a deep breath. I just passed the cafeteria after returning from the hall, and it seemed like the chef was making the famous delicious stir-fried meat, one of the dishes at the launch event last night. The smell of meat in the air stunned me for a moment, then I immediately ran to the nearest bathroom to take out my lunch from a few hours ago. I'm weak and tired. After finishing washing my mouth and face, I went straight back to the office and met Mrs. Errol has just arrived. I'm dizzy, ma'am. My head has felt heavy since this morning, I lied. Mrs. Errol rushed to get headache medicine, but I couldn't drink it because there was a baby inside me. In the end, I just pretended to drink it, then asked permission to lie down for a while before the launch event tonight. I think I fell asleep for about an hour, and when I woke up, there was already a glass of hot ginger water on the table. Looks like someone has provided it for me, maybe Mrs. Errol. I looked at the watch around my wrist. There are still about 2 hours until the launching event starts. I've brought the clothes I'll wear to the event later, so I don't need to go home yet. After drinking ginger water, I feel fresher. I quickly cleaned myself up and put on a little makeup in the staff bathroom while thinking about Raiden's luxurious bathroom. Most of the staff have gone home to prepare for tonight's launching event, as has Mrs. Errol. Actually, I could have gone home first, but considering my condition since morning, I felt lazy if I had to go back and forth. I wanted to take anti-nausea medication, but I was too worried that it would affect the growth and development of the fetus in my stomach, so I just canceled it and replaced it with drinking lots of water. I thought, it seems like in the near future I will have to see a doctor immediately. After finishing a little makeup, I looked at my reflection in the mirror. Reasonable. My face looked tired with big bags under my eyes, but with a little eyeliner and mascara, it all became less obvious. I chose to wear a sleeveless dress with a knee-length Sabrina neckline with an A-line model in black. As an accent, so it doesn't look too flat, I added a gold scarf shaped into a ribbon at the waist with a slightly loose tie. I don't dare to wear tight or form-fitting dresses now, because even though they are small, there is already a bulge on my stomach. 20 minutes before the event, Mrs. Errol and Leah met me. "Athena, are you still dizzy?" asked Mrs. Errol was worried. She reached out and felt my forehead. "No ma'am, I'm fine now," I said, trying to keep her calm. Mrs. Errol nodded and then went into the hall to check again. Leah took my hand and pulled me into the bathroom. I followed her quietly. Leah's attitude is like this. There must be something important she wants to ask. "Athena, tell me, what actually happened between you and Mr. Raiden?" Leah asked, after making sure the bathroom was empty and no one was eavesdropping. "Don't tell me it's just drama like that time at the restaurant." I was surprised to hear her words. Why did Leah suddenly ask like that? "Why do you ask that?" I asked curiously. "I saw Mr. Raiden's expression change to become very worried when Mrs. Errol told him that you were sick and were resting in your room," said Leah seriously. "Later, when I was going to meet you after work, I saw him in your room, looking at you, with a cup of hot drink in his hand. He stroked your hair before coming out." "Huh? So that ginger drink was made by Mr. Raiden?" I said, very surprised. "Come on, tell me what's going on between you." "The truth," Leah demanded adamantly. I thought, maybe it was time I told Leah. I also need a friend to share and talk to, and as far as I know, Leah's a person who can be trusted. We have been friends since we both took tests and interviews when applying for jobs at this company. "Mr. Raiden and I once had a one-night stand," I whispered shyly. "What?" Leah shouted with wide eyes. "Shh!" I covered Leah's mouth, worried that someone would hear. "I'll explain the details later. I mean the details of why it happened, not the details of how I did it. Now let's go. The event is almost starting." Throughout the launching event, many people praised and congratulated me because Mr. Albee kept praising me to everyone, as well as the project supervisors and suppliers who came to the event. After the launch was finished, I stood a little to the edge of the hall because it seemed like my stomach was starting to act up again. I ordered orange juice from the waiter because I can't drink alcohol. When the waiter gave me the orange juice I ordered, I felt someone staring at me intensely. I turned and found Raiden looking at me. I don't know if it was because of an inner bond. Suddenly something moved in my stomach and it gave me heartburn. Oh God, why is this? I went to go to the bathroom, but the presenter who was speaking on the podium suddenly said my name. When I looked at the podium, it turned out to be Mr. Albee. He waved at me and quickly came down and approached me, along with Raiden. "This is the main role of our project, Mr. Raiden. Shouldn't we toast Ms. Athena for her outstanding performance in making this event possible?" said Mr. Albee babbled loudly. I suspect Mr. Albee was already a little drunk, but I responded to his words by giving a polite, neutral smile. I guess there's no harm in receiving a compliment every once in a while because my hard work is well rewarded. Raiden smiled at me before he raised the wine glass in his hand. "Our company is grateful to you, Ms. Athena, because thanks to your hard work, our company has successfully completed and launched the project that has been..." I'm throwing up, Raiden POV. I knew she wasn't well from the moment I saw her come to the office that morning. Her face looked pale and her eyes were dark with bags. I thought it must be because she was also thinking a lot about her foster mother who was sick and also this apartment project. She must be exhausted. Towards evening, I saw Mrs. Errol talks to her and she looks worried. "Mrs. Errol, has something happened?" I asked, deliberately preventing Mrs. Errol when my senior secretary passed my room. "There is a problem?" "Oh, nothing, Mr. Raiden," answered Mrs. Errol quickly. "Preparations for the launch event are complete. We just need to double-check to make sure everything is in order, everything under control." "And what about the report to the board of directors? Is it finished?" I asked again. Actually, I wanted to directly ask Mrs. Errol, but I'm worried she will get suspicious and think something wrong. "The report has also been completed. Athena worked hard to do it well, even though she is not feeling well," answered Mrs. Errol. Her voice became a little somber. "What do you mean Athena is not well?" I asked, while in my heart confirming my suspicions since morning. She has a headache and has a slight fever. Now she is sleeping in the room. Luckily, she had brought clothes and equipment for tonight's event. She said she was too lazy to go back and forth to the apartment, so she brought it on purpose," said Mrs. Errol. "Does she need to see a doctor?" I said again. "I don't think so, Mr. Raiden. I've given her medicine, and now she's sleeping. Hopefully when she wakes up, she'll be better." After Mrs. Errol left, I returned to my room, feeling anxious about Athena's condition. "Why don't you go to her and see for yourself how she is, Alpha?" Reef said quietly. He must have felt my bad mood and disturbed his sleep. "I can't," I said sadly. "There's still a lot of staff walking around. There will be unpleasant things to say about Athena if they find out I'm paying too much attention to her. She's been in a lot of trouble lately." Reef chuckled. "But she has high self-esteem, doesn't she? She wasn't at all enthusiastic about your offer of marriage, and instead looked displeased. She's a little different and weird. Other women thrust themselves while she runs away," I grumbled. "That's good," Reef muttered. "Perhaps a woman like her is what you need, Alpha, so fate brought the two of you together." I sighed and let Reef return to his bed. I went to the pantry behind my office and accidentally saw a bottle containing ginger powder, which I usually drink when I feel unwell. Without thinking, I brewed the ginger powder in a cup, and after making sure no one was watching, I took it to Athena's room, which was only a few steps from mine. Athena was sleeping on a long sofa. Her legs were slightly bent, and her forehead was covered in sweat. I stroked her forehead and removed the strands of hair that were blocking her eyes. I hope she will be better after waking up and drinking the ginger water I made. And then, when the event was in progress, she, who had fascinated me because of her elegant and beautiful appearance, suddenly vomited when I raised my champagne glass to congratulate her. Mrs. Errol and Leah quickly took her to the bathroom and helped her. She didn't actually vomit, but it was clear she was holding back nausea. Not long after, I saw her come out of the bathroom and return to the event, receiving a lot of sympathy from the people around her and sitting quietly on the edge of the podium. "Mr. Raiden, it looks like Athena needs to see a doctor," said Mrs. Errol with a worried face when Athena disappeared again into the bathroom. "I can't take her go. How about this?" "It's okay, Mrs. Errol. I'll take care of her. You go home. Thank you for your hard work so that this event went well," I said, trying to calm her down. One by one, the guests went home, and Athena had not yet come out of the bathroom. I saw Mrs. Errol grab Leah's hand and said something so that Athena's best friend finally followed suit. I walked quickly into the guest bathroom and heard the sound of water running in the sink. I think this time Athena really threw up. After a few minutes of waiting, the bathroom door opened and she stepped out unsteadily. She stopped in front of me, clearly shocked. "Mr. Raiden, why are you here?" she asked awkwardly. "Everyone's gone home and I don't think you brought a car, right?" I said calmly, even though I was actually worried about her. "Mrs. Errol said you weren't feeling well. Come on, I'll take you home." I saw her eyes flash with doubt, but I wasn't going to give her the chance to make excuses and refuse, so I immediately walked ahead of her towards the exit. She finally followed me. "Why are you pushing yourself when you're sick?" I said once we were in the car. "You should go to the doctor and rest." She seemed to be thinking about something because her forehead was furrowed. "I just feel a little tired, Mr. Raiden." "It's nothing," she answered quietly. "I think I just caught a cold from missing lunch. There's no need to force yourself if you're not feeling well. You can ask your colleague to take over the job temporarily," I scolded again. "I think Athena has a stubborn nature which is sometimes annoying because she likes to push herself." "Yes, Mr. Raiden," she said obediently. I turned my head, feeling a little surprised by her attitude. She turned her head and looked at me too, then smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Raiden, is your offer still valid?" she asked suddenly, after a moment of silence. "About the loan?" I raised an eyebrow. So apparently she really needed the money. I looked at her, who looked very uncomfortable in her seat next to me. "Sure," I said calmly. "I told you to come to me when you feel sure." "Then, could you also be a sponsor for an orphanage that is about to close due to lack of operational funds?" she asked in a hesitant tone. "I lived in that orphanage for a long time, and now my younger siblings in that orphanage will probably be pushed out onto the streets because there are no sponsors to pay for it anymore." I felt sad hearing her words. Why was she always so worried about the people around her when her own body was weak and needed rest? "Of course," I said quickly. "Let's sort this out at once. The sooner the better, because your foster mother will definitely need immediate treatment so that her chances of recovery are greater." "Yes, Mr. Raiden, thank you very much," she answered. "But what about the technicalities? I mean, with the wedding?" I turned the steering wheel towards the road leading to my house. "Let's go to my house first to talk about the contract." She was silent and didn't protest like usual. Her eyes widened when we reached my house. "Mr. Raiden, do you call this a home?" she said spontaneously, pointing to my house. I opened the car door and got out. She went out too, without waiting for me to open the door for her. I smirked. Athena was truly independent. This is my house," I said, gesturing her to follow me inside. "Oh my, this is clearly a palace, Mr. Raiden," she said in an angry tone. "If you call this palace a house, what about my apartment, the broom shed under the stairs?" I smiled hearing her funny words. Truly a unique woman. I took her to the living room and the whole time she kept exclaiming, "Wow, awesome, very good," in various expressions. I took the laptop to the living room table and made a simple contract. We'll be married for 6 months, I said seriously. Act like a wife to her husband during those 6 months. As compensation, I will pay for all your foster mother's treatment and therapy, pay off your student loans, and sponsor any orphanage you choose. Apart from that, all your living expenses and needs will be I'm fully responsible for as long as we're married. A feeling of relief colored her tired face. She nodded enthusiastically. Do you have any conditions you would like to propose written into the contract? I asked. You will fulfill any conditions I ask, she asked. I saw she was thinking hard. She bit her bottom lip and it made me nervous. I want us to not, there should be no physical contact, let alone, sexual relations between us, she said haltingly. Her words made my blood boil. I looked at her and she looked down, avoiding my gaze. Slowly, I took off my jacket and threw it carelessly on the other sofa, then unbuttoned my shirt with as slow a movement as possible as I approached her. She looked surprised and confused, and tried to shift further. But I'm faster. Once my shirt was off, I trapped her between the couch and my body. The corners of her eyes twitched in confusion and I laughed inside. Mr. Raiden, what are you doing? The shot sounded hoarse. She was nervous. She's hot. I leaned down and kissed her forehead, feeling the soft texture of her skin against my lips. Then, very gently and slowly, I lowered my lips, tracing her beautiful facial features. She closed her eyes and clenched her fists. I guess Alpha's aura through my pheromones made her helpless. I kissed her smooth and long neck, feeling a little annoyed because the artificial scent was covering her special scent that I really liked. I heard a soft moan from her throat when my kiss reached her chin, and without wasting any time, I kissed her lips. Taste sweet and soft, chewy and tempting. Her tongue was hot as I entangled it with mine and lapped up the sweet taste of her soft mouth. I smiled as I kissed her lips, and with gentle movements I bit her lower lip and ended the kiss, then got up from above her and quickly buttoned my shirt again and returned to the laptop. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her stunned. I was horny and wanted to strip and wrestle her right then and there, but I won't, because even though her body responds well to me, she has said no from the start. So, those are your conditions, I said as I typed. I think you should be careful and try harder to restrain yourself around me. It seems like your body and heart are not in harmony when you're around me. She snorted, clearly annoyed either at me or at herself. No need to tease me, Mr. Raiden, she grumbled. Just call my name. No need to be formal, I said. We're husband and wife, right? Except at the office, maybe. Call me Raiden, okay? Husband and wife, just on paper, she said. Maybe you'll want me in bed too, I muttered. I turned and saw her face flushed. She glared at me and stood up. Just finish the letter and I'll sign it, she said curtly. I pulled her hand slowly. Where are you going? Home, of course, she said with a frown. Athena, sit down and finish this contract properly, I said firmly. She looked at me, then sat down again obediently. You haven't heard my terms, I said. This is an agreement between two people, right? She sighed and nodded. Sorry. Tell me, what do you want, Mr. Raiden? Raiden, it would be better if you added baby, babe, or honey, I said with a big smile. Oh, that would be so awkward, she muttered. I shrugged. Get used to it and act naturally. Okay. Come on, just tell me what are your conditions, she sulked. She's so cute with her lips pursed like that. Makes me want to kiss her again. From tonight until the contract ends, you have to live with me, I said firmly. We are husband and wife and should live together. Werewolves are easily suspicious, and that is the only thing that will make them believe that we are married. What? Athena POV. Oh, how is this? There's no way we can live together. My belly will soon grow and it will be difficult to hide it anymore when we live together. Even without living together, I always felt worried that Raiden would find out about my pregnancy. Werewolves have a very sharp sense of smell, right? At any time, he might be able to smell the scent of his baby in my stomach, especially if we live together. I thought quickly about how to reject Raiden's conditions. However, this marriage is necessary for Raiden for his interests in his world, the world of werewolves, whereas for me, no one will care whether I get married or not. Mr. Raiden, it seems impossible if I have to stay with you 24 hours non-stop, I said carefully, choosing my words so as not to cause misunderstanding. Why not? He asked angrily. This all just needs to be shown in your world, right? Whereas in the world of ordinary, everyday people like this, no one needs to know, and no one has any interest in my marriage, I said firmly. I saw Raiden's face change, as if he was thinking and considering things. Hopefully, he thinks what I said is true. Besides, I continued, deliberately making my voice sound worried, what would people in the office think if they found out we lived together? They would think I was strange, and there would definitely be unheard gossip spreading in the office. All this time I thought Raiden was doing some kind of protective measure towards me. When I fell asleep on the sofa in his room, he called a sudden meeting with the staff so that I could leave his room quietly. From what Leah also told me, she took care of me secretly when I was sick this afternoon. I thought I could touch his heart from my weak side, where he should protect me, at least as his staff, so that unnecessary excitement doesn't happen in his company. I guess you have a point, he muttered after a moment. Okay, you don't need to stay with me, but every week, when I need to attend regular meetings with the staff and pack members, you have to come and accompany me. I guess that's a fair deal for now. I nodded my head and he completed the contract. I don't want to stay at his house too long. I don't know what he can do to me, after the previous incident. To be honest, I was also a bit angry with him, because I thought he really enjoyed playing with me. My hormonal condition is unstable lately, making my mood keep changing, and I'm worried, if he continues to play with me like he did before, in the end I will attack him, and if that happens, everything will definitely fall apart, besides it will be very embarrassing. Give me your account number, Athena, I will wire you the money. Or, do you prefer cash or check? He asked. I will give that money to David, Mrs. Ellen's nephew. Can you wire the money to him? I answered while thinking. You're the one who takes care of that matter, he said again. Moreover, apart from Mrs. Ellen's medical and therapy needs, I want you to just pay off your student installments so that you can rest easy going forward. Oh, don't forget to also provide sponsorship funds for the orphanage. In future, the funds for the orphanage will be handled by Jason just on a regular basis. The feeling of emotion because of what he did made me want to hug him, but it's dangerous. So I pretended to act normal and just smiled faintly. I'm going home, I said, grabbing my bag. Thank you for your help, Mr. Raiden. I really appreciate it. I will message you my account number. Look, his eyebrows are furrowed again. Why does he often furrow his eyebrows like that? His forehead still looks smooth as if ironed. If it were me, my forehead would definitely be full of wrinkles like an angry grandmother. Do werewolves have the ability to withstand the progress of age and always look young? It's already late. Why don't you just stay the night and come home tomorrow morning? He asked. I shook my head frantically. No, I have to go home now. It's not too late and you don't need to bother. I'll call a taxi. Just wait a moment. I'll take a shower first and then take you home, he said as he got up, packed up his laptop, then went into the room. I didn't want him to take me home, because I thought I would keep my distance from him from now on. I don't want to take the risk that he will find out about my pregnancy. Besides, I haven't seen a doctor yet, so it's best if no one finds out, let alone him. I left his house and walked towards the gate. The atmosphere there is quite quiet, and the houses are very far apart. The cool night air made my remaining desire after the kiss on the sofa slowly subside. Damn it, Raiden. Why is he able to arouse my desire so easily? I feel like a cheap woman. I said I didn't want to have sex with him in the pretend marriage we agreed on, but as soon as he touched me, I just melted. Irritating. Halfway through the road I decided to order a taxi, but after several attempts, there was no taxi to be ordered. Oh, stupid me. Of course there are no taxis passing through this area. Just look at Raiden's house, so big, spacious, and luxurious. That's why I call it a palace. Likewise, several other houses I saw on the way, all large and luxurious. All residents of houses in this area must have at least 2 or 3 cars, so why are taxis hanging around here? Having already left, I would be very embarrassed if I returned to Raiden's house and waited for him to take me home. Finally, I just continued walking. I think the highway isn't too far from here. I kept walking, looking for the main road, but the longer I walked, the more I realized that I seemed lost. I struggled to walk out and only discovered that this place was surprisingly secluded and surrounded by big trees. Why didn't I realize that on the way here? Is it because I'm too tired to look around me, or because Raiden's car windows are too dark? My legs started to feel tired, and then I felt someone looking at me from behind. It seems like someone is stalking me. My body felt cold, and the hairs all over my body started to bristle. Then the sound of a twig being stepped on and breaking made me gasp and become more alert. I felt in my bag, making sure the pepper spray in my bag was still there. I also have a folding umbrella in my bag. These can all be weapons if something happens. Deep inside, I started to regret my stubbornness. I should have just accepted his offer to take me home, sit in a comfortable car, and arrive home safely. You are stupid, Athena. Sometimes you also have to be calculating. Be stubborn with intelligence. Don't be stubborn with stupid. I cursed myself mentally as I continued walking, and at a corner, the person following me appeared. He walked behind me, a man wearing all black clothes. I couldn't see his face clearly because he was walking under the shadow of the trees. I felt something strange about the man and started to worry about my safety. I quickened my pace and I heard him do the same. Oh shit, this is dangerous. I was almost running when suddenly, from behind a big tree in front of me, 2 men confronted me. I froze in place. The man who was following me walked past him and joined the 2 people blocking in front of me. I felt something very scary about the 3 men in front of me. I don't know who they are, whether ordinary humans like them or werewolves. I can't tell them apart, but one thing is certain, they are not good people. All 3 of them wore black clothes, and the 2 people in front of me previously wore masks, while the man following me wore a hat. I knew that I was being threatened. They can do anything to me, and no one will hear me scream and ask for help. Where are you going, beautiful? Do you want to be taken home by us? We happen to be free, said one of them. His voice sounded teasing, and his 2 friends chuckled. I stepped back slowly, but they approached me, and when I turned around to run, they easily grabbed me. Hey, let go, asshole, I shouted, struggling from the grip of 2 men wearing masks. The man wearing the hat shines a flashlight in my face, his smile very ugly and his body smell very bad. Wow, you are very beautiful, miss, he muttered with a smirk, soft and smooth like porcelain doll. One of the men holding me sniffed my neck and made me shiver. Boss, this woman is strange, he said to the man in the hat. He has the scent of the Alpha Raiden on his body, but he... The man in the hat lifted my chin with his flashlight, his brows furrowed. You're human, he said. Shit, Don't tell me we arrested the wrong person, said another masked man. This could be dangerous, boss. Hearing them talk, I felt something was wrong with them, and without thinking anymore, I tried to break free. I'm human, what do you expect? Let me go and let me free, please, I said quietly. The man in the hat looked at me strangely. You're human, but why does Alpha Raiden's scent stick to you? What is your relationship with Alpha Raiden? Boss, is it possible that she is Alpha Raiden's lover? Said one of the masked men. The man in the hat lifted my chin again with his flashlight, then laughed evilly. Then we can use her! Oh God, help! I panicked. What do they mean by doing this? Are they really just a bunch of bastards who like to harass women, or they mentioned Raiden's name and called him Alpha? Does that mean they deliberately targeted him because they knew I was related to Raiden? If they really attacked me because of my relationship with Raiden, could it be that they were Shane or Adela's orders? This means that Raiden's concerns about my safety are true. Oh God, I really wish I could turn back time to an hour ago, when Raiden made a condition for me to stay with him. Now there is another life inside of me that I have to protect, and I should stop acting like I know and keep my prestige very high in front of Raiden. One of the masked men behind me impudently touched my buttocks, and in annoyance I slapped his hand away. Who is Raiden? I shouted angrily. I don't know anyone named Raiden. The man in the hat laughed amusedly and stroked my hair. Don't play stupid, honey. It's clear that your body has the scent of that damn Alpha. I don't care what your relationship is, but if a weak human like you can get close to Raiden, that means you're good enough for us. I shivered, feeling the foul-smelling breath of the man behind him, sniffing my neck. I think you're right, boss. This woman is also tempting for us to enjoy together. Humans are often more attractive, so that damn Alpha defends them more than his own kind, said the man. He impudently stroked my waist. The man in the hat pulled me into his arms and tried to kiss me, but with all my strength, I struggled and pushed the man away. I stepped on the man's foot hard. Then when the man was in pain, I immediately ran as fast as I could. Oh, damn! The hat-wearing man shouted angrily. Chase her! Two masked men darted behind me, and I felt their hands reach out and roughly grab my shoulders. The only thing I'm thinking about right now is the safety of my fetus. I can't lose it. So, I hugged my stomach tightly when one of the masked men knocked me to the ground. The stinging pain made my back feel like it was going to break. I curled myself up in a fetal position, protecting my stomach from the dirty hands of those bastards. The fetus in my stomach may not have formed perfectly, but this fetus and I have formed a very strong inner bond. It was growing in my womb, and for me who had given up hope because of the verdict of being infertile and that it would be difficult to have children, the presence of this fetus was a miracle, which was probably an opportunity that I would never get again in my entire life. I can't lose my baby to be. Bitch! Cursed the man in the hat while kicking my thigh. You will die horribly tonight, bitch. Hi, grab her. Leave me alone, bastard, I screamed loudly. You cowards, why attack me if you were dealing with Raiden? I have nothing to do with him. No need to lie, beautiful. Werewolves have a sharp sense of smell, and it's clear you've been with him because Alpha Raiden's scent is very strong on you. Huh, he really likes your kind more than his own. He doesn't even care that his pack is constantly being attacked. My mind was filled with horror. I screamed in my heart for Raiden, hoping he would come to help me. Don't werewolves have great abilities? Can he hear me if I scream? I felt my stomach move, like there was something restless inside. I closed my eyes and hummed the lullaby that Mrs. Ellen for the children in the orphanage when I was little, in my heart filled with fear. When the man in the hat started pulling on my dress, I screamed at the top of my lungs, Raiden, help! Raiden POV. I thought about Athena while standing under the shower in the bathroom. Our kiss earlier made me horny. Even though I was able to stop myself from continuing my desire to sleep with her right then and there, I was still already holding on to my desire. Athena is very beautiful. She wore a simpler dress than all the staff who came, and her makeup was not excessive. Her black dress looked really good on her body, and even though I saw she was still a little pale, her sweet smile made everyone feel happy talking to her. Many of the staff and guests were dressed even more extravagantly than Athena, with beautiful sparkling clothes and quite heavy colorful makeup. However, I felt that at the launching event, she was the one who shone the most. She looks the prettiest and sexiest. The cold water cleared my mind, and this time I tried to really follow logic and professionalism. I am a company leader, and I am always right in assessing the performance of my employees. At first, I didn't see anything special about Athena. She's just like the rest of the staff, in terms of performance, I mean. I thought she could move up quickly because she has a very beautiful physical appearance with a beautiful body, and her attitude is also friendly. She probably used all of that to get close to the higher-ups. Later, I heard that Athena was involved in the apartment project that had been delayed, and she had a big role in getting the project back on track and becoming a huge success. Athena has proven herself that she is not just a beautiful face and sexy body without content. She is intelligent and a reliable hard worker. What is more impressive to me is Athena's nature, which really cares for other people and is also full of compassion. She is willing to do anything for the people she loves. She didn't even care that her body was tired, as long as she could complete her responsibilities perfectly. Suddenly it occurred to me, what if Athena became my Luna? She already has the qualities needed by a Luna, and besides that, as a human, she has a uniqueness that I rarely find in other humans. A good Luna not only has to be strong and smart, but she also has to be wise, unyielding, compassionate, and loyal. I think Athena has all those qualities. She is similar to my mother. In fact, all her characteristics and behavior are not too different. You can make her Luna, Reef said in a confident tone. I think she deserves it. Even if she's an ordinary human? I asked. She has better qualities than all the she-wolves you know, Alpha, said Reef again. Just admit that you feel that way too. Yes, I think so too. But I didn't continue my words. Reef chuckled. That ridiculous contract, right? You can only be with her for 6 months? And actually, I still hope that I will find my mate within that time, I answered in a doubtful tone. Well, I hope so. But think again about Athena, because 6 months could pass and you still haven't found your mate, Reef said seriously. I know. I finished my shower while thinking about Reef's words. 6 months can pass quickly, and my second mate hasn't even seen the slightest sign of her presence. I just wear casual clothes. As far as I know, Athena's apartment is not far from the office, and I don't have anywhere else to go after taking Athena home. I came out of the room and saw that there was no one in the living room. Athena? I called. Maybe he was in the park. Where are you? I checked various rooms in my house, all the way to the front and back garden, while calling her name, but she was nowhere to be found and her voice was not heard answering my call. I sat slumped on the sofa. She must have gone alone. She had rejected my offer to take her earlier and said she would take a taxi. I guess I forgot that she could be so stubborn. She really maintains her prestige and self-esteem. I took the phone from the table and called her, but the phone was off. Why did she even turn off the phone at a time like this? How can I monitor her like this? My house is in a quiet, hilly area. There are not many houses in this area, and thus, no public transportation passes through this area. I glanced at the watch on my hand. Even though the night sky outside looked clear and bright, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. I'm worried about her. Why is she impatient and didn't waiting for me to finish showering? I had just taken a jacket from the cupboard, intending to follow her, but suddenly I felt panic creep slowly in my heart. This is something I usually feel when something bad happens to the people closest to me. I also felt something like this when my mother was in danger. Their distinctive scent would fill all my senses and send out danger signals. This is a bond that naturally exists between an alpha and a pack member. An alpha is gifted with the ability to know and remember his pack members so he can protect them. I have better abilities than other alphas and am also stronger and faster. That's why I became Supreme Alpha. However, what I felt this time did not come from my pack members at all. What happened? Reeft asked anxiously. I smelled something wrong was going on. Yeah, stay with me, Reeft. I'll figure it out, I said. I tried to ignore the feeling and stay calm. This may have happened because my pack had just experienced a previous attack. However, the feeling only became stronger, until my hands trembled a little when I put on the jacket, and when I took a breath, a scent that was very familiar to me made me stunned. It's Athena's scent, and my own, but thinner. I couldn't delay any longer, and without thinking, I ran, following the direction where the scent that was calling me led me. This is Athena, and I'm sure something has happened to her. The bond between us, which may have been formed after we made love, and also through my interactions with her recently, guided me to the paths that Athena had walked. Raiden! Help! I was surprised when I heard Athena's voice in the clear night air. Alpha, hurry! She's in danger! Shouted Reeft in panic. I followed the direction of Athena's voice, and what I saw then made the blood in my whole body seem to recede. In front of me, 3 werewolves with a sickening scent were trying to rape Athena. She was pressed to the ground and her clothes were messy. Hi, bastard! Get her off! Athena POV. Maybe this is the time where my life will come to an end. People say that when someone faces death, at the last moment, that person will see glimpses of their life journey more clearly in their mind. I'm looking at it now. My childhood was in an orphanage, where I played happily with my friends. The time when I was at school, the time when I grew up, graduated from college, was accepted for work, and even when I met that bastard Shane. Beyond all those shadows, I also saw Raiden and what had happened between us recently. Boss, what are we going to do with this woman later, after we're done? One of the 2 ruffian men wearing masks asked the ruffian man in the hat. His voice sounded worried. Alpha Raiden will probably be looking for this woman, his friend continued. He's been famous for his tracking skills since he was a teenager, boss. The man in the hat chuckled loudly. Just complete all your wishes to her. I'm sure this woman is just a woman paid by Alpha. The proof is, she was left to go home alone at night like this. If she was special to Alpha Raiden, there's no way he wouldn't accompany, or at least let this woman stay the night in his mansion. You're right, boss, said one of the masked men. Not bad. We don't need to pay to enjoy it. Enjoy her until you're satisfied. After that, you 2 dig the ground to bury her. Make 3 or 4 deep holes, said the man in the hat. And they have to be far away from each other. Why so many, boss? Asked one of the masked men. I'll mutilate her body so it won't be easily discovered. Her clothes have Alpha Raiden's body odor, so when people find him, everyone will ask that damn Alpha. The hat-wearing bastard laughed out loud, as if amazed at his own idea. Wow, you're really great, boss. The other 2 bastards praised him. The terrible, lewd remarks of those bastards made me really regret myself for not listening to Raiden's words to take me home. This is all purely my fault and stupidity. I won't blame Raiden at all, and if my life ends tonight, I will have to apologize to him because my death will definitely cause him difficulties. The man in the hat touched my body with his rough hands. I shuddered and screamed, but one of the masked bastards grabbed my mouth. Shh! Don't shout already, sweetie. You might invite danger for yourself. More rogues will come and want to ask for a share if you're noisy, said the man in the hat. I tried desperately to survive. What is now inside me is far more valuable than my own life. I won't let him die before he's born. I knew that soon my energy would run out, and as soon as my dress came off, the 3 evil werewolves went even crazier. The man in the hat took off his trousers while looking at me lewdly. Hold her, but don't be too tight. It would be better if she struggled a little. Touching a woman who doesn't stand still is unpleasant, like touching a corpse, he said to the 2 men on my right and left. The 2 men snickered. I closed my eyes, calling Raiden's name many times in my heart, hoping he would come because the life of his child inside me was at stake. Hey, bastard, get her off! The loud sound was like thunder rolling in the middle of a bright day. I could feel the 2 men's grip on my hands loosen, and the next second, just as I opened my eyes, the man in the hat who was ready to rape me flew several meters above me and landed hard after hitting a large tree. A large wolf with sparkling silver eyes and silverish white fur, smooth and clean, stood on all fours, growling, showing its gleaming fangs as sharp as swords at the 2 men holding my hands. Alpha Raiden! Shouted one of the men. They let go of me and the big wolf galloped towards me. I shifted slowly from the ground, and when I looked up, my eyes met the silver eyes of the big wolf. I know he is Raiden in his wolf form, and I also know that right now I am safe. I had never seen a wolf so large and beautiful as the one now before me. He galloped past me. The very familiar scent of citrus, tea tree, and ambergris from the great wolf made me feel calm. I grabbed my scattered and tattered clothes, still enough to cover my naked body, and saw the wolf Raiden walking proudly towards the 2 bastards who looked scared. The transformation of those 2 bastard werewolves into wolves scared me. They looked disgusting, with dirty-looking black fur and a sickening wet dog scent. In the blink of an eye, a fight between a silver-white giant wolf and 2 smaller black wolves took place before my eyes. The man in the hat, who previously fainted after being thrown hard by Raiden's wolf, slowly got up and changed into a brown wolf, slightly bigger than his 2 friends. He attacks Raiden, ganging up on him. I couldn't bear to see Raiden's wolves being attacked from here and there. This is an unfair fight, 1 against 3 people. Raiden growled loudly when the brown wolf bit his leg. He withdrew his leg and shook the brown wolf hard until it fell to the ground. The 2 black wolves seemed to be starting to get tired because Raiden's wolf continued to hit them, slamming and clawing ferociously. When the brown wolf tried to get up, Wolf Raiden raised his paw and fiercely stepped on the brown wolf's neck. The sound of a neck snapping made me close my eyes and cover my ears. It was a terrible sound. The brown wolf yelped loudly, but slowly its yelps disappeared into the night air. I opened my eyes and saw Raiden's wolf tearing 2 black wolves until they lay not far from the brown wolf which had died first. Raiden's wolf howled towards the tree-covered moon, and miraculously, I heard the sound of another wolf in the distance, as if answering Raiden's wolf howl. God, what have I gotten myself into? I groaned to myself. My whole body hurts and feels like it's breaking. I want to sleep and wake up in 3 or 4 days. But I realize that this is not finished. I still had to face Raiden, in his human form, of course. I'm sure he will be even more terrifying in his wolf form now, because he will definitely scold me completely. Wolf Raiden left the 3 dead bastards and came closer to me. He crouches down in front of me, sniffs a little, as if checking on me. Feelings of gratitude and joy for having been saved made me dare to stroke its silvery white fur. The giant wolf's fur was surprisingly smooth and soft, like the fur on a child's doll. He also smelled good, and his big body looked muscular and strong. This is a picture of Raiden as a human. White, clean, fragrant, and strong. I reached out and wrapped both arms around the big wolf's neck. Thank you, big wolf. You saved me again, whispered softly in his big ear. The wolf gave a soft growl, and suddenly he bit my hand that was around his neck. It wasn't a painful or injurious bite because he had my arm between his teeth, but it shocked and frightened me. I withdrew my hand and walked away. He growled loudly and stared at me with his silver eyes. I'm shaking. Raiden Po V. The 3 rogues were no match for me. 1 brown wolf and 2 black wolves attacked me at the same time, as rogues usually do. They are cowardly and cruel werewolves who only dare to attack in groups. I nicknamed them the hungry hyenas, who only attack when faced with a weak opponent or waiting for a carcass. The brown wolf bit my leg, but it should have known that its weak teeth wouldn't even be able to penetrate my thick fur. I threw him, and when he lay on the ground, without hesitation, I stepped on his neck. His screams weakened as his life disappeared. The 2 black wolves lying not far away were even weaker. I slapped them and their lives disappeared instantly. I howled at the moon, telling my troops what was happening, and those on standby immediately responded, saying they would take care of the situation. I approached Athena, who was already wearing her clothes, even though her dress was tattered from being torn by those bastards. She looked pale and shaky, tired and scared. Her cheeks were red, her hands were scarred, and her hair was messy. That's it. My anger overflowed seeing the situation. Why is she so stubborn? She'd rather put herself in danger than wait for me to finish showering and take her home. She reached out and hugged my neck while saying thank you, and I couldn't help myself, biting her hand. She withdrew her hand in surprise and fear, even though I didn't hurt her at all, just wanted to scare her. She's scared enough, Alpha. Take her back, Reeft said softly. He knows what I feel. Take her home. I obeyed my wolf's words and changed back into my original human form, and put back on my clothes which I had taken off and put under a tree. I didn't care that she looked at me in surprise, then turned away because she was embarrassed to see my nakedness after changing shape. What do you think about me, Athena? I asked after finishing dressing and approaching her again. You look good in your wolf form, very dashing, beautiful, he said in an admiring tone, like a Siberian husky. Good grief, I looked at him and saw that his words were sincere, and so I was at a loss for words. That's not what I meant, Athena. Athena, why did you just leave like that? I snapped irritably. Didn't I tell you to wait until I finished showering so I could take you home? Would you rather be raped by those bastards than be with me? Athena's eyes blinked rapidly, and she looked scared and confused. I didn't know they would attack me, she said in a shaky voice. I took a breath, then let it out loudly, repeating the movement twice and making Athena bow her head deeply. I'm sorry, she squeaked softly. I'm bothering you again. I could only look at her in despair, not knowing what to say. In the end, I just knelt with my back to her, giving her my back. Up, Athena, I ordered. She didn't immediately carry out my order, and when I turned around, she was looking at me confusedly. I chuckled impatiently. Get up, Athena. We can't stay here. You need to shower. The smell of those rogues is sticking to you, I said curtly. Athena finally followed my orders, climbing onto my back. I could feel her body shaking. I took her hand and wrapped it tightly around my neck. It would actually be quicker if we left while I was in wolf form, I muttered. I stood up and walked while carrying her on my back. My steps were fast, and in less than 5 minutes I arrived home. I put her down on the sofa. Go to my room and take a shower. Tonight you have to stay here, I said firmly. I'll find my mother's old clothes that I still have. You can wear them. This time Athena did not argue at all. I heard her go into the bathroom and close the door. I went to my study. I still have some of my mother's belongings, including her clothes, even new underwear that she haven't had time to wear because she already died. I took good care of everything and kept it as a memento. Athena came out of my room, wearing my mother's pajamas, which fit her body perfectly. She rubbed her hair, which was still half wet. Sit here, I said, patting the couch next to me. She complied and sat on the sofa. I took the towel from her hand and rubbed her hair slowly. Athena, this time there is no reason for you to refuse. You have to stay here, for your safety, I said firmly. I don't know yet who sent those rogues to capture you, but what is clear is that they must have been scouting you beforehand. Yes, Mr. Raiden, I understand, she said softly. It seemed like she was still shocked because of what happened earlier. Thank you for your help. Immediately take care of your needs and move here, I said further. I'll have Jason take care of all your needs. I'll let Mr. Jason know as soon as everything is ready, said Athena. She looked up and glanced at me briefly before looking down again. Can I ask you something, Mr. Raiden? She asked hesitantly. Sure, I answered immediately, rubbing her hair with a towel. Just ask. You smell so good, but why do they smell so disgusting, like the smell of sewage and trash that hasn't been thrown away for weeks, said Athena. I could hear the curiosity in her voice. I felt happy, because she had a desire to know more clearly about my world. I think you can train her to become a Luna, Alpha Raiden, said Reeft happily. She was full of curiosity about us. Slowly, Reeft, I said. Slowly. Who knows? It's just curiosity, because she already knows who I really am. Reeft chuckled. You're full of suspicion, Alpha. Athena put her hand on my hand, which was rubbing her hair with a towel, gesturing for me to stop. My hair is dry, she said quietly. Thank you, Mr. Raiden. I stopped. She turned her body around, sitting facing me. Her face, which was originally pale, was now bright again. Why are they like that, Mr. Raiden? Are they really criminals in the werewolf world? Asked Athena with her eyes widened. I nodded. They are called rogues. They are rebellious werewolves who don't have a pack. Usually they are expelled from the pack because they made a big mistake, or rebelled against the pack leader, or committed an unforgivable crime. Do they always hang around like that? Asked Athena. Head face expressed horror. Isn't there a law to hold them, or a prison? Without realizing it, my lips curved into a smile. You know we can't prosecute or imprison all criminals. There are always those who escape or are let through by the law. In the world of werewolves, it's also like that. The rogues live in darkness. They roam everywhere, becoming robbers, bandits, murderers, mercenaries, thugs, but not all can be punished. That's terrible, Athena muttered. They're also dangerous for ordinary humans like me, right? Yes, I said. However, there is a law that has been implemented very strictly for a long time. Rogues who attack humans, for any trivial reason, must be killed on the spot without having to be tried. That's why without hesitation you killed them? Athena asked again. Yes. Moreover, as an alpha, I am required to uphold law and justice more than others. I must protect my people and also maintain the boundaries of peace with humans, I answered firmly. Athena's face flushed pink. I thought she was feeling embarrassed, because I had saved her so many times just because she was too stubborn. Mr. Raiden, will all werewolves exiled for rebellion turn into rogues? asked Athena. What if the werewolf who rebelled was not actually evil, but was influenced by the environment or situation he faced? Didn't you once say that everyone has the right to a second chance? I heard Reef's voice exclaiming happily and clapping in my head. No one had ever asked me such a question before, and I was quite amazed by Athena's critical attitude. You mean, not all the rebels have to be eradicated so that they turn themselves into rogues? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, besides, there must be a reason why there are werewolves who rebel in a pack, said Athena seriously. Why not find out first what causes a werewolf to rebel against the pack, investigate their background clearly, then make certain considerations for the reasons first, before expelling them from the pack? I think they also need justice. Like the principle of innocent until found guilty? I asked. I started to be interested in Athena's description. Yes, you're absolutely right, Athena said happily. Just create a special investigative committee for those rebels. Sometimes people rebel because they have a special reason. Just like humans. A child rebels against his father because he likes being beaten when his grades are bad. A wife rebels against her husband because he always cheats on her. It was all rebellion form, but for a reasonable reason, right? You have a good way of thinking, Athena. Actually, in the werewolf world, absolute law rests with an alpha, and if someone rebels, he will be immediately exiled so as not to endanger the other members. But what if the alpha himself is a bastard and the rebellious werewolf actually wants to improve the pack's situation? Said Athena enthusiastically. Everything has to be done fairly, right? She's right, Reef said cheerfully. She's smart, Alpha Raiden, critical, smart, and brave. I looked closely at Athena. I guess you're right, I muttered, giving the answer to Reef and Athena at the same time. Athena nodded with a satisfied face. The rebels perhaps would have realized and would not have become part of the rogues if the process they underwent after what they did was carried out fairly. For some reason, in my eyes now, Athena looks even sexier. She exuded an elegant aura of maturity and intelligence. Perhaps, instead of brutally exiling them so that they become even more evil, you would be better off creating an asylum for them, Athena continued. Asylum? Yes, think of it like a rehabilitation center. In the end, those who commit crimes will probably change for the better after rehabilitation, and they may still be allowed to stay in the pack, with certain conditions that they have to fulfill. Trust me, it will reducing the number of rogues. I watched Athena's lips move and thought about how delicious those beautiful lips would feel if I kissed them. She speaks calmly about what's on her mind, and that makes me happy because she feels right for me. Good, right, Mr. Raiden? I reached out and touched her plump lips. Yeah, that's great. Athena gasped, holding my hand to her lips. Her face was bright red. Athena Povey. Come on, Athena, tell me what happened after he took you home, asked Leah. Leah forced me to tell the story, 3 days after the apartment launching event, when we met in the company cafeteria for lunch. I was really busy with the process of completing the apartment, because after launching, lots of people were interested in buying. I haven't even had time to pack up my things in the apartment to move into Raiden's house. Now, I could see 3 men always circulating around me, and I knew they were the bodyguards who were ordered to look after me by Raiden. He just gave me the opportunity to rest at his house for a while he changed clothes, then he took me home, I lied. Leah's eyes narrowed. She looked at me with disbelief thick in her eyes. You didn't sleep together? She asked in a suspicious tone. Are you sure, or were you drunk at that time? I hit her arm. Of course not, stupid. Nothing, not drunk or not sleeping together, said Leah. Neither, I said annoyed. Why? Leah asked again. Geez, Leah, why is your mindset so narrow? Why do I have to sleep with him? I said annoyed. Come on, Athena, Leah said in a teaching tone. You two have slept together and Mr. Raiden has clearly shown that he is interested in you. He really cares about you, and there's a chance that you two could do it again. I slapped my forehead in a dramatic fashion. You watch too many soap operas, Leah. Leah pouted. You have to do it too to get back at that crazy Shane, Athena. Let him know that he lost a lot by betraying you, while you didn't lose anything. If only I could tell her that Shane had learned a lesson from his own pack leader, Raiden. Leah's words also reminded me of that night when I was at Raiden's house after the attack by the rogues who he later killed. He touched my lips and said that I was a smart woman with a brilliant practical mind, making me blush. Then, when I almost thought he was going to kiss me on the lips, he leaned towards me and kissed my forehead, then told me to sleep in the guest room. The next day, he asked me out early to have breakfast together at the restaurant he chose, then took me to the apartment. He dropped me off in the lobby, and he went straight to his company, which was in another city. I don't care about Shane anymore, I said nonchalantly. He will find his own karma. Leah snorted softly. I hope he dies from a mad dog. I chuckled at her curse. Never mind, I have to go back to the project. I want to go home early today because I promised to visit Mrs. Ellen. In the afternoon, after I felt that work was a bit loose and I could leave it, I immediately went to the hospital. I haven't seen Mrs. Ellen since the busyness on the project has increased. However, David, Joanna, and Jenny always gave me the latest news about Mrs. Ellen and the state of the orphanage. Mrs. Ellen greeted me longingly when I arrived at her room. How are you, darling? You look tired. Have you been busy lately? Asked Mrs. Ellen while stroking my arm. That's it, ma'am. I had to finish a project, and now it's almost done, thank goodness, I said while peeling the apple I brought for her. Athena, I heard from David that you have helped pay off the hospital bill, even paid for therapy costs and accompanying nurses for me, said Mrs. Ellen. Yes, ma'am, I said cheerfully. Now you just have to focus on your recovery and don't think about money or anything. I've also got money to help operate the orphanage for at least the next 5 years. By then you have to recover and return to leading the orphanage. But that requires a lot of money, Athena. How can you do it? Asked Mrs. Ellen. My job now is quite good and my position is also high, so I am entrusted with important projects. You don't need to worry about money, I can handle it, I said, trying to make Mrs. Ellen calm down. Did Shane help you too, darling? Asked Mrs. Ellen gently. She stroked my arm with a happy look. I'm happy because you two always get along well. I don't want to make Mrs. Ellen thinks a lot about Shane. She definitely didn't know that I had broken up with Shane, and I guess there was no point in telling her that. So I just nodded, so that I didn't have to make a long story anymore. Because Mrs. Ellen had to rest, I decided to just go home. I stopped by the nurse's counter to ask about Mrs. Ellen, before coming down. As I turned down the corridor towards the elevator, suddenly someone tapped my shoulder quite hard. I turned around and was very surprised to see Adela, the woman who had been Raiden's blind date at the restaurant. I remembered Raiden's words that this she-wolf might harm me, and now that I was facing her, I couldn't help but be alert. My hand reflexively held the spray bottle containing chili water and pepper in my blazer pocket. There were no men who were usually assigned to look after me by Raiden, because this was a hospital and they were probably stuck in the lobby. So my sense of smell wasn't wrong at all, said Adela in a sarcastic tone. I recognized Raiden's scent since arriving here, and the source was you. Adela frowned with an angry face, and I felt a cold feeling start to spread from the soles of my feet to my body. Without realizing it, my hand protected my stomach. I put the bag in front of my stomach and hoped that the she-wolf in front of me would leave soon. However, she instead approached me and looked me up and down with a sharp look of disdain. I don't understand why Raiden would be interested in you. He is an alpha, and he should know that it would be difficult for an alpha like him to have a relationship with a weak human like you, said Adela curtly. You don't deserve him at all. I don't want to chat with him at all. Why don't you just ask Raiden? I asked flatly, trying my best to keep my voice from sounding shaky. Ask him about why he chose me over you or another she-wolf. Huh, you better not act, human. Do you think you'll be accepted in our world? Adela snapped arrogantly. Don't hope. No ordinary human can survive among us. You are too weak and lowly. We need strong and smart and bright Luna. You are nothing. Did you know that? My heart felt annoyed hearing and seeing Adela's arrogance. She really looked down on me. Miss Adela, I think you should tell Raiden all your complaints. He chose me, even though I refused. You shouldn't complain to me, because it was Raiden's decision to choose me instead of you, I said in the same haughty tone. Secretly, I prepared to take out my spray bottle, in case she did something dangerous. The important thing is, I have to protect my stomach so that it doesn't hurt my fetus. But luckily, she seemed realize nothing. Adela laughed amusedly. You seem quite brave. You name it. How much did you get from Raiden? I'll give you double that, as long as you stay away from him. I have chosen him as my alpha, and no one can stop me. I will become his Luna. Miss Adela, are you looking down on Raiden and saying that he is poorer than you, so you are offering me double the money? I asked sarcastically. Do you want me to complain to him about this? What do you think he will say next? Bastard! I offered you more money in exchange for you leaving him. Adela growled irritably. How do you know it's about money? I taunted calmly. Just admit it. Humans like you really like money, but you will still be below our level. Your family is taken care of here, right? People like you can't possibly afford the very expensive fees here. Raiden is the one who pays for you and you bitch astride him on the bed. Adela cursed harshly. My patience was running out, but I realized it was better not to get into a physical confrontation with this crazy she-wolf. Never mind, Miss Adela. It seems you are too obsessed with Raiden and are being irrational, I said in a tone that I deliberately set to be softer. Just ask him, is this about money or about love? Adela's face turned bright red hearing my words. Just at that moment, my phone rang. I took the phone from my skirt pocket and smiled at the name on the screen. Acting as if I was embarrassed, I showed Adela my phone screen. I'm sorry, Miss Adela. I have to receive a call from my boyfriend. It seems like he's worried because I haven't told him, I said happily. Adela's eyes widened when she saw the name on my phone screen. Thankfully, I've changed Raiden's contact name on my phone from Crazy Boss to Raiden and added a little heart next to his name. Hello, Raiden? I greeted sweetly. I dared to just call him Raiden, outside the office and during working hours at his request. I saw Adela's face covered in clouds. Yes, I'll come right away. I'll ask Jason to pick me up when I'm ready. I continued answering Raiden's question about when I would go to his house. Raiden's voice sounded like he was surprised to hear her answering his call so sweetly. I ended the conversation and then pressed the elevator button to go down. I have to go, Adela, I said without calling her by a formal name. My boyfriend really can't wait to meet, even though in reality we were just together this afternoon. I entered the elevator when Adela was still confused to answer my words. I waved at her and quickly closed the elevator door. I returned home feeling relieved. Adela's sudden presence at the hospital made me feel even more unsafe. After all, I have to live with Raiden. Things might get even more dangerous if I remain stubborn. There's a baby I have to protect right now. He is more important than all my pride and awkwardness. However, I'm still afraid. What if Raiden finds out about my pregnancy? What will I do? Mr. Jason picked me up at the apartment and drove to Raiden's house on Saturday morning. I don't have much luggage. I only brought things that were important. I thought I could go back to the apartment later to get something when there was something I needed. Raiden was getting ready to leave when I arrived at his house. His eyebrows rose when he saw the suitcase and travel bag I was carrying. "You didn't bring anything?" he asked in surprise. "Here," I said, pointing to the suitcase and bag. "I don't have many stuff." He nodded. "We'll go shopping for your needs later," he said. He signaled Mr. Jason to get the car ready. "Give me 5 minutes, Jas." Mr. Jason came out of the living room and I heard him turn the car around in the driveway. "You want to go?" I asked. "Yes. I have to go to my father's house to discuss something with him and maybe meet with some of the pack members," Raiden answered. "Then what about me?" I asked, confused. "Just relax. Just make yourself at home and do whatever you want. Besides, you do have to adapt, so you can do that while you pack up your things," said Raiden calmly. "What time will you be back?" I asked, just to make small talk. "Usually I stay overnight so I can have dinner with my father and will come back tomorrow afternoon," Raiden answered while wearing a jacket. "Don't forget to always close the door and check the alarm before you go to bed. Everything you need is available in the refrigerator and other cupboards in the kitchen. Call me or Jason if there's anything you need later." I watched Raiden come out the front door. What's this? Why am I left alone as if I were the owner of the house? Does he trust me so much that he doesn't care what I might do to his house? I looked towards Raiden's room. I once entered that room while I was taking a shower a few days ago. He even left his bedroom door open. I unpacked my suitcase and bag, put and tidied all the things I brought into the guest room that had been provided for me. It didn't feel like time had passed so quickly. Suddenly my stomach growled, protesting because it was hungry. I closed the suitcase and put it on the edge of the cupboard, then took off my trousers and shirt, only wearing a tank top and underwear. Raiden is not at home, and this is my daily habit, because I am a person who cannot stand the heat. I feel calm. Besides, Raiden told me to act like I was at home. I went into the kitchen, which was spacious and very clean. The kitchen interior is elegant and magnificent, dominated by black and gold, as are all the available furniture and utensils. I was standing in front of a giant refrigerator that was wide open. The contents of the refrigerator were very full, from vegetables to eggs, fruit to soda drinks, various meats to milk, arranged neatly on the shelves and drawers. I took what I needed to cook lunch and opened the large cupboard next to the refrigerator. Just like the refrigerator, the large cupboard is also full of various dry food ingredients, mostly snacks and dry food. I felt touched because I was sure Raiden would provide all of that because I would live in his house. He must have been shopping on purpose so that I wouldn't be short. I made salmon steak with spicy seasoning, fruit salad with mayo, orange juice, and chocolate pudding. My lunch tasted very delicious. After finishing lunch, I toured this large house and looked from room to room. All the rooms in this house are made very large and spacious. 4 large rooms with bathrooms inside, 2 smaller rooms without bathrooms, 2 bathrooms outside, a kitchen attached to the dining room, and open onto a large and beautiful garden with swimming pool and gazebo. The living room is open, integrated with the family room in the middle of the house. Raiden's room is the largest, with a study and library connected by a door and a balcony overlooking the hills behind the house. I thought, this is really a waste of land and money, because Raiden is the only one who lives in that house. He once said that 2 household assistants would come twice a week to clean the whole house. I felt tired after looking around the house and decided to relax for a while. I opened the glass door to the garden, let the breeze come in, took some kinds of snacks and soft drinks from the cupboard, then lay comfortably on the big soft sofa in the middle house and turned on the big television. A historical Chinese film interested me to watch. Ugh, this is really very comfortable. Raiden POV. Actually, I was a little worried about leaving Athena alone at home, but I also didn't want to make her feel awkward. He definitely needed time to adapt, and at least I had provided all his needs, so I felt a little at ease. "Jason, what do you think my father is going to say?" I asked Jason as we were on our way. "Why is he so insistent?" "This is about Miss Adela, Alpha Raiden," said Jason while remaining focused on driving. "Adela, what else is wrong with her?" I said angrily. "I heard she was going to apply for an internship for her graduate project, and she chose your company," Jason answered. "I can't say any more. It's always like this. I'm so tired of dealing with my stubborn and dictatorial father." When I arrived at my father's house, he was busy with work files, but he quickly put them all away when I entered his study. "Ah, Raiden, I thought you wouldn't come," he said. He pointed at the sofa, telling me to sit down. "What's wrong, Dad? Did something important happen?" I asked while sitting down. I motioned for Jason to pour the wine. "How are you?" my father asked to open the conversation. "I heard that the abandoned apartment construction project has been completed and has become a great success." "Yes," I said happily. I wanted to brag a little about Athena, so my father would know what kind of woman she was. "It was thanks to the efforts and hard work of Athena, the woman I introduced to Adela at the restaurant on the date you previously arranged." My father's face turned sour. I laughed inside. Adela, or maybe her parents, must have told my father about that date night, and now my father is trying to persuade me again to be with Adela. Adela said that, and I think your actions were rude to her, Raiden. Why did you bring the human woman to Adela? You could have refused the date if you didn't want to, said my father in a reprimanding tone. My eyebrows rose automatically. Oh, so I can refuse? You won't make an unnecessary fuss in my office if I refuse? I asked sarcastically. I heard Jason chuckle, and so did Reeft. They all know my father's habits. Don't be so cynical, Raiden, he said irritably. Besides, why would you make a human your partner? I don't believe you're actually dating her. You must be just paying her to help you act in front of Adela. You think so? I don't think so. She and I have tied the knot, and currently she is staying at my house, for her safety from anyone who tries to hurt her out of jealousy, I said sarcastically to Adela, who I suspect was involved in the attack on Athena by 3 rogues who had I killed it a few days ago. My father glared angrily. Are you crazy? Why did you bring her to live in your house? Why not? A couple should stay together so they can maintain the affection between them and quickly produce offspring, right? I said calmly. Aren't you the one who always accompanies me about that? Now, when I'm working on it, why are you angry? My father threw his hands in the air angrily. She's just human, Raiden. She has a name, Athena. Then what's the problem? She's stronger and smarter than any she-wolf you've ever offered me, Dad, I answered, feeling satisfied that I was able to reverse his words. I saw he was holding back not to reply to me. I glanced at Jason, who also happened to be glancing at me, and exchanged a smile with him. So, what do you want to discuss, Dad? I have to get back soon. Athena just arrived and she might need your help with 1 or 2 things, I said again. I'm too lazy to talk too much with my father, because the discussion at a time like this will definitely not be far from matters of mate and offspring. My father snorted. Adela will be doing an internship for a postgraduate project, and she is interested in the performance of our family company, so I offered her an internship at your company. And why did she have to ask you to convey it to me, instead of going through the official procedures established by company regulations for prospective interns? I asked angrily. I know, it seems like Adela just wants to get close to me again, and she's taking advantage of my father and her parents' good relationship with my father. Raiden, don't be so stiff, my father snapped irritably. Just think of it as an apology because you annoyed her on your failed date. My date wasn't a failure, I argued calmly, just wanting to annoy my father. She was. Accept her into the company and place her in a position that is not too difficult and tiring, said my father impatiently. Do that for me. I feel uncomfortable for her parents because of your attitude towards their daughter. I stood up from the sofa and nodded without saying anything else, then motioned for Jason to leave immediately. I knew that apart from Adela, there was nothing else to discuss with my father. The situation is safe so far, and even if there is a problem, the betas and my generals can handle it. How is it, Raiden? My father asked again, impatient because he didn't hear me answer. Yes, just tell her to come on Monday, I said flatly. And tell her to wear closed formal clothes. I don't like seeing my female staff wearing skimpy clothes that don't seem to have enough material to sew. I left without waiting for my father's answer again. If I knew he would only discuss this unimportant matter, I would be reluctant to come. I'd better accompany Athena at home. Are you going home straight away, Alpha? Jason asked, glancing at me in the rear view. Yeah, just go home, I answered. I saw the door of the house was closed when I arrived, but not locked when I entered. Why is Athena so careless? Didn't I tell her to lock all the doors? I went in and heard the sound of the television from the living room. She's probably watching. I walked straight into the living room and my steps froze at the sight in front of me. Athena is naked on the sofa. Look at her. Wearing only shorts and a black tank top that outlined her beautiful curves, she was sleeping soundly while hugging a jar of potato chips. On the table were 2 types of biscuits and a can of soda. The television replays old Chinese historical films. The door to the back garden was wide open, and she even still turned on the ceiling fan. It's so cold. I turned off the television and fan, then closed the glass door. I carefully put all the food on the table, including the jar in his arms, back into the cupboard, and put away the empty soda cans. She moved a little when I took the jar from her arms, but didn't wake up. She sleeps like a baby. It seems like she hasn't been sleeping well lately, because as far as I know, she's been busy taking care of the final stages of the apartment project. After I cleaned everything, I approached her to the sofa. I sat close to her, watching her curly, thick eyelashes flutter softly in her sleep. Her lips were slightly parted, and the sweet scent of mint and vanilla stunned me for a moment. I don't know why it's so easy for me to get aroused by her. I touched her face carefully and felt her pearly white skin warm in my hands. From the cheek, my hand touched her pink lips. She moaned softly and slurred as my thumb pressed gently against her bottom lip. Her moan made me stop thinking, and I kissed her lips gently. Slowly her eyes opened, and she was very surprised when I bit her lower lip lightly. You're home, she said nervously, and her face turned bright red. She realized her skimpy clothes and quickly tried to cover her body with a sofa pillow, but I moved faster, and in an instant she was locked under my body. What did I tell you before I left this morning? I asked, deliberately widening my eyes. Athena looked nervous. What? I told you to always lock the door and check the alarm, I said angrily. The front door wasn't locked when I came in, The windows and glass door to the back garden were wide open, and you're sleeping in this little clothing? Gosh, Athena! Her face was bright red. Ugh, didn't realize I'd fallen asleep. I just wanted to rest for a while watching television, she said in a shaky voice. Her eyes blinked rapidly, and she made my junior seem petrified because of how hard and tense she was. Do you know why I asked you to lock the door? I asked while stroking her neck. She shook her head while biting her lower lip. No. Because the rogues can enter easily when they see the door open. They are clever and cunning criminals and are merciless, I said in a soft, threatening tone. She shuddered, either because she was afraid to hear what I said, or because my hand was caressing her neck. You must be punished for ignoring my orders, Athena, I whispered in her ear. The aroma coming from Athena's body really made me drunk. She stretched and looked up as if to give me access to explore her neck more freely. I kissed her lips, slowly and gently, exploring her reaction. Athena's eyes dimmed, and she responded to my kiss with an adorable, shy reaction. I crushed and sucked the entire surface of those luscious lips, and occasionally bit the bottom lip. When she moaned, I used the opportunity to part her lips with my tongue, which then entered her mouth to play there. It felt like I was on a cloud made of marshmallows. Athena is so soft, smooth, and sweet. My hands roamed over her body as I showered her with kisses. She lifted her legs and wrapped them around my waist, clinging tightly. It seemed like she had also been overcome by an unstoppable desire and wanted to vent it immediately. Without delay, I tore off the clothes that were still attached to her body, and she helped me remove the clothes until we were both completely naked. You're so beautiful, baby, I whispered as I made a thick hickey on her chest. Very beautiful. Her response really made me almost go crazy. My scent mixed more and more thickly with hers. I think my scent had completely stuck to her body. I pulled her naked body close to mine and slipped my arms under her neck. She put her head on my chest. I could feel her eyelashes flutter every time she blinked. Then, Athena suddenly looked up and looked at me. I've never done anything like this with anyone before, she said in a shy voice. Even with Shane, even though we're dating. I grabbed her chin and stroked her slightly swollen lips. Why? She shrugged. I don't know. When I was with Shane, I just wanted to get it over with as soon as we started. We've been at it for 4 hours since we started, baby, and you don't look tired at all, I whispered with furrowed brows. She blushed and blushed. With you, I don't want to stop and want to keep doing it. I chuckled at her cute confession. Athena's body was like a honeycomb, whose sweetness I couldn't finish drinking. I'm addicted to her. We kissed again, this time softer and longer, to finish off the remaining passion before resting, then sleeping hugging each other in a blanket with our bodies naked. The sunlight shining through the gaps in the curtains woke me up several hours later. My sleep was very deep without dreams, and Athena's naked body was pressed tightly against mine. Looks like she's cold. Athena bites my chest. You're crazy, Raiden. We just woke up and you're already teasing me again. I laughed and kissed the top of her head. My body feels fresh and my heart is happy. Then you have to quickly put on your clothes before I attack you again. She smiled and pointed to the chest of drawers across from the bed. Can you help me get the kimono in the drawer? I don't know where because I haven't had time to put everything away. I kissed her lips and got up to get what she asked for. The top drawer only contains various colors of bras, and the second drawer also contains only panties. I opened the fourth drawer and found the kimono that Athena wanted. I took the dark blue satin kimono, and my eyes were glued to the piece of paper under the kimono. It was a fertility examination certificate issued by a famous hospital. My eyes saw the bold writing on the paper. Infertile. I swallowed bitter saliva. She looked sad. I grabbed her shoulders and pulled her closer to me, trying to channel some warmth because I saw she was shivering a little. She was already wearing the kimono I brought for her, and I took her back under the blanket. We have something to discuss now, so the shower should be postponed for now. I thought, when you complained about the night we were together, it wasn't anything serious, I said, stroking her shoulder. I thought at that time you were just frustrated because of Shane's betrayal. Athena nuzzled her face into the crook of my neck. She wasn't being spoiled. I can feel that right now she is feeling down and wants to be strengthened. More or less now I know that Athena is a strong type of woman and not at all whiny. Her mentality was tested because of all the difficulties and hardships she had gone through since she was a child. Yes, Raiden, she said softly. One thing that makes me hurt and really hate Shane is because he and Cora have made me infertile. Shane has poisoned me with the medicine he has been giving me all this time. I clenched my fists and was determined to make the depraved werewolf named Shane suffer the consequences of his actions to the woman in my arms. What a coward, what Shane did, and as an alpha, I felt so ashamed. However, there was one thing that made me feel closer to Athena. It turns out, we have the same problems and sources of sadness. Athena, listen, I said. I grabbed her chin with my index finger, making her look up at me. Her eyes were teary and glistening like glass. I couldn't bear to look at it and kissed the pair of beauties gently, then kissed the tip of her nose. Athena sighed, as if relieved. I'm having the same problem, I said. Athena stared. Is it true? She asked in a disbelieving tone. You're also infertile? How is that possible? I shrugged. I don't know. It seems there's a problem with my sperm, a congenital problem. I tried making love with my mate without protection and she never showed any signs of pregnancy. Likewise, after she left, none of the women I slept with got pregnant, even though I did without safety, I explained lightly. No one ever knew about my problem. I never discussed it with anyone. Not because I'm embarrassed, but I also need to consider the pack situation. The pack members might start to get restless, and certain elements will use my infertility as an excuse to stage a coup and spread chaos within the pack. However, now I was talking about it with a woman I slept with a few hours ago for the second time, and there was absolutely no feeling of awkwardness about exposing my own weaknesses in front of her. Maybe because we face the same problem? Athena shifted her body closer to mine and hugged my neck tightly. Then I felt her kiss my neck gently. "I'm sorry, Raiden," she whispered, stroking the back of my neck. "I thought you were fine and didn't have any problems like that." I should have been annoyed because her words made me look pathetic, but somehow I felt relieved and comforted. I nuzzled into her hair, inhaling the fresh, comforting scent of lemon. "My real problem is because I am an alpha and I am required to have offspring as the successor to the pack," I said quietly. It weighed heavily on me. My father never stopped proposing women to be my mate. Athena kissed my neck again. "I know it's really hard for you. I can feel it." There was a bond that slowly grew between the two of us in this conversation. It was as if a red thread began to form and connect our hands. Maybe it's thin and invisible, but it's there and felt. I wonder if actually, deep in my subconscious, I was aware of the crimes that Shane had committed against me, so that I was never passionate when making love to him, Athena said quietly. He also rarely asks me to make love to him. Like he said, I'm stiff as wood. The problem is, I also can't lie to myself that my passion dies out as soon as he starts. Actually, I felt a little jealous hearing about her and Shane's previous relationship, but I think she also needs an explanation for herself, so I can't be selfish and just listen. Besides, now she was in my arms instead of Shane's. "Didn't you realize that he was a werewolf in all the time you were together?" I asked carefully. Werewolves, male or female, have sexual abilities and needs that are much higher and more intense than ordinary humans. That's why we have to have a mate who will hold us together and not give vent to our desires. A mate is the safest outlet for sexual desires, and because of fate, a werewolf can only have sex with their mate. This is to maintain the purity of our bloodline in the future and make the pack situation under control. Although there are, but it rarely happens, werewolves who already have a mate will have sexual relations with other werewolves, because between the mate there is an agreement marked by a sign given by the dominant to the submissive when the mate bond is formed. If infidelity occurs, it is usually due to a false bond that is not realized, and one of the mates must immediately break the bond so that they can have a chance to find their true mate and have children. Until now, everyone thinks that I haven't found my true mate after I separated from Shirlane, so they are so diligent in matching me with many she-wolves. They thought that Shirlane wasn't my mate because we finally broke up and she left. They also know that it seems Shirlane has found a new mate. "No, I don't know at all," said Athena. "He was very good at hiding it, and besides, we weren't always together. I was busy with my work, and so was he, although now I realize I didn't know what his job was." I chuckled at the surprise in Athena's voice. "You'd better be careful when starting a new relationship, Athena. At least you have to be sure that the man you are with has a clear job before making a commitment," I advised. Athena scratched the back of my hair. "At least for the next 6 months, I'm safe, because I already know that my pretend husband is a CEO. I was impressed by her cheerfully words and kissed her forehead. She pushed her head into my neck and made me not delay in kissing her again on her lips. Our kiss this morning was intimate and sweet, not because of lust that demands to be satisfied, but because of understanding that makes you feel like you can share support and sympathy for each other. I had intended to move on to the next stage after kissing, but the sound of my cell phone ringing on the nightstand interrupted the activity I was about to start. I groaned while still biting Athena's lower lip, and she laughed. Reluctantly, I let go of her lips and kissed her lower lip. She returned my kiss and gently pushed my chest. "Take the call. It might be important," she said, then kissed my right cheek and pushed back the blanket. "I take a bath first." I grabbed my phone while watching her walk to the bathroom, imagining what it would be like to make love to him in the bathroom. The bathtub in the bathroom is quite large, and the sink is also nice and clean. "Hello?" I said. "What else is there, Dad?" I no longer need to make small talk asking my father how he is. We only met yesterday, and it wasn't the meeting I expected and liked. Now that he is calling me again, I know that he wants to annoy me and confirm that I understand what he wants and assure me that I will do it. "Raiden, do you know that Adela will come to your office tomorrow or the day after? She wants to emphasize again that you will welcome her arrival. She wants to meet and talk to her directly, not Beta or whoever you appoint to represent you in the office," said my father firmly. I respect him as a former alpha who is respected by the members of his pack, even now that he has handed over his power to me. However, I didn't like his bossy and pushy attitude, as if I was just a puppet, and he was just using me as a tool he could control to accommodate his needs and decisions. "Why do you have to say the same thing over and over again, Dad?" I said curtly. I didn't mean to hide my annoyance at all. "Didn't we meet yesterday to discuss this matter?" He snorted, clearly displeased by my firm words. This is because I need to make sure you won't refuse, and make her feel like she was treated like when she was on a date at the restaurant that time," he said in a high tone. "That's not the date I wanted, and you should also know that I don't like the way she is like this. She uses her parents to invade my personal space, and uses professional methods as an excuse," I snapped angrily. "That is not true." I think my father realized that my harsh attitude was really serious, because when he spoke again, his tone became lower and more persuasive. "Come on, Raiden, this is for the pack. You know that her father is quite influential, and we have to maintain a good relationship with her pack. This time, just accept her, even though you don't really like her," my father said softly. I clenched my fists tightly, holding back the anger that wanted to explode. He always has reasons that make me finally have to submit and give in. "Don't think of this as a wedding plan, Raiden. At least it hasn't reached that point yet. Just accept her first and get to know each other better," he continued when I didn't answer his words. "Yes, but don't expect too much. I already said that I have chosen my partner, and I don't care about anything other than my relationship with the partner I choose," I said firmly. Yes, it's up to you," he said again. "Don't embarrass me and your pack to their parents. That's all I want." He ended the conversation. I saw Athena standing near the cupboard and her face showed worry. "Sorry, I accidentally overheard your conversation. I thought you had finished calling when I came out of the bathroom," she said nervously. I shook my head and walked over to her after turning off the phone. I hugged her fragrant body and kissed her furrowed brow. "It's okay. It's nothing important and secret. Don't worry, everything will be fine," I said soothingly. I stroked her eyebrows and she smiled. "Okay, I hope everything is always fine for you," she said. "Now go take a shower while I will cook for us." This is like the situation in a household between a real husband and wife and makes my heart beat harder. "Tomorrow let's go together to the office. We have to do something beforehand," I said while stroking her hair which was still half wet. Doing what?" she asked, tilting her head. "Registering our marriage," I answered firmly. "We have to do that." Her face flushed pink and made my blood rush. "Okay," she said softly. "Go take a shower. I'll cook in a bit." I stroked her open shoulders because the kimono she was wearing fell off her shoulders. I think I was too annoyed because the call was not important just now. "So, would you like to accompany me in the shower? Later, I will take turns accompanying you to cook," I said, whispering in her ear. Athena's jaw dropped and I wasted no time, untying her kimono and carrying her naked body back to the bathroom. "This will be my longest shower. I will take Athena to the Civil Affairs Bureau today before we go to the office. I don't want to delay too long in registering the marriage. The sooner I declare that Athena and I are married, in front of my father and the pack elders, the sooner the disruption to my life will end. At least, there would be no more throwing women at me or forcing me to go on blind dates." "Raiden, is this appropriate?" Athena asked, coming out of her room, showing me the clothes she wore this morning. She wore a maroon short-sleeved shirt, loose red trousers, a bag, and black loafers. She put a scarf around her neck, patterned with small pink and white flowers to add an accent. Her makeup is very natural but fresh and emphasizes her healthy complexion. Whether it's just my feeling or it's actually the case, lately I've seen Athena's skin, which was white and smooth, become brighter and pinker. She looked at me, waiting for an answer. I nodded. "Good. You look bright and fresh, so are you ready to go?" She nodded and grabbed a tumbler, which had previously been filled with coffee, and a jar containing cookies, and a food container containing cut fruit. "Do you still want to eat?" I asked, when I saw her luggage. "Want to stop by the restaurant first?" Athena's face flushed and she shook her head. No, I had breakfast earlier, before showering while you were still sleeping. This was just, a snack before lunch." She looks embarrassed, but in my eyes it looks cute. I didn't say anything else and asked her to leave. "Raiden," Athena called on the way. I turned. She handed me a piece of apple. "Say ah." What she did surprised me, but I opened my mouth and accepted the apple from her. Then she again chose another piece of fruit from the food container and ate it herself. She looked cheerful. My heart was beating twice its normal speed as I munched on the apple. No one has ever done what she did to me just now. It was something that felt enjoyable. We were like a married couple, or at least lovers who loved each other. "Again?" Athena touched my arm that was holding the steering wheel while pointing at the fruits. Like a robot, I nodded. "Apple, pear, strawberry, kiwi?" she asked again. I smirked and tilted my body towards her. "You!" Athena chuckled and poked a piece of kiwi with a fork, then shoved it into my mouth. "Don't flirting. It doesn't suit you," she said in a light tone. I laughed when I heard what she said. She still fed me 2 more times before we arrived at our destination. I immediately registered at the reception desk, and when the receptionist heard my name, she quickly moved nimbly, giving me a registration sheet that had to be filled out. "You are very famous, Mr. Raiden," whispered Athena, who was sitting next to me. I just smiled. I felt quite good this morning, because I saw that Athena also looked cheerful and enthusiastic.
"Miss?"
"Raiden, can I ask for a moment of your time?" said a woman, wearing a government officer's uniform. I followed her and Athena trailed behind me, walking towards her office. "Sorry, Mr. Raiden, but we couldn't find your data in the population register," said the woman. The woman showed me the database they had, and I felt a little annoyed. Of course my name won't be listed because what she gave me was ordinary human population data. As a werewolf, information about me does not exist in the government system of human society. I need to meet with the mayor, I said calmly, despite my annoyance. Athena followed behind me without saying much. She nodded, and the administrative lady took me to the mayor's room, and it just so happened that he had arrived. Mr. Radin, greeted Mayor Dan Monroe pleasantly. Please sit down. I've heard the problem. Let's talk about it first. Your men couldn't find my data, Mayor, I said calmly. I need to register the marriage quickly. The mayor looks awkward. I'm sorry, Mr. Radin, but as you know, until now there are no appropriate laws for the marriage of humans and werewolves, he said carefully. My brows must have furrowed in layers by now, because he looked agitated. Didn't you say that you would make special regulations regarding that when you asked for development funds for the abandoned northern area of the city? I asked, tapping the surface of his work desk. That's the problem, Mr. Radin. There are more votes against implementing this regulation than votes in favor, he explained. They oppose it out of consideration for human safety. In principle, the existence of werewolves and other supernatural species also cannot be revealed to the public, and therefore werewolves themselves cannot be protected and controlled by human rules, so it is impossible to issue a suitable false human identity, continued the mayor in a regretful tone. I'm sorry, Mr. Radin and Ms. Athena, but not everyone can accept a situation like yours. You mean, if a werewolf's partner is a human, then only that human has to follow the werewolf and return to their wolf pack? The mayor seemed reluctant to answer Athena's question, while on the one hand, I admired Athena's critical analysis. She must have learned a lot about my world to be able to pinpoint the problem. The mayor glanced at me before answering. I'm sorry, Mr. Radin, but because of the nature of werewolves and the requirement that each partner must keep their partner the same, this is what causes many cases of missing people every year. Werewolves are too possessive of their partners. Personally, I admire the principle of loyalty in your world, but as more werewolves come into human society, the number of humans being kidnapped also increases. However, recently many ordinary humans, especially women, have chosen to look for male werewolves as partners because they are considered more loyal and more committed to looking after their partners, argued Athena. That's also true, Ms. Athena, but in general, in fact, not every human can accept that he will spend the rest of his life with a supernatural species. But, I grabbed Athena's hand to prevent her from continuing the argument with the mayor. I asked her to say goodbye. The mayor apologized again as he ushered us out of his room. Athena looked gloomy while we were in the car. I refused to start the car and touched his hand. What's wrong, Athena? Is something upsetting you? I asked softly. I wonder what she's thinking right now because her brows are furrowed so deeply. I feel this is very unfair, Radin, said Aahhnn in an angry voice. A mate bond to a werewolf seems like a gift from the moon goddess, but to a human it seems like an invitation to hell. What do you mean, an invitation to hell? I asked, amused. I think that's too extreme a term. I mean, as a human, once you accept it, you will be pulled into a completely unfamiliar social system and forced to accept new rules and the reality of your own weakness. That must be hard for an ordinary human, Athena said with a sad face. I started the car engine. Don't think too much about it, I said. I will try to improve this situation. Radin, aren't you someone who has power in your world? Athena asked seriously. You are a supreme alpha, right? As far as I know, that means you are like a king in a certain area, and under you there are many small areas that take refuge. Yes, I said. It's like the United States with its states. I am America, and the other smaller packs are the states. Then isn't it the same if we consider the world of ordinary people like England or Australia or any country in the world? I nodded, really curious as to what she was thinking so seriously right now. This means that America and other countries can establish cooperation and agreements. Your world and my world should not be able to establish agreements and make agreements regarding marriage issues. You, as the werewolf president, can make it happen together with the human president. Isn't that the logic? I looked at her so enthusiastically and felt entertained because she was so intelligent and analytical. I think I will not be embarrassed to declare her as my mate in front of my father and the elders when the time comes. Yes, Athena, I was thinking about that too. Recently there have been a lot of werewolves forming mating bonds with humans, and I think it should be easier, I said after thinking for a while. However, the parable about Americans being able to marry British people is not quite right in this case, because we are talking about humans and humans. That's different from humans and werewolves. You understand what I mean, right? She pondered, and a few moments later took a deep breath. I think you're right. The comparison is not fair. The mayor said that werewolves are too possessive of their mates. Maybe, as king, you should first educate your people so that they behave better towards humans, especially if the humans are their mates. There's no need kidnapping, because if there is love, everything can work out well. I took her hand and squeezed gently. Yes, I will do that, and I'm glad you thought of it for me, Athena. I think I need to learn more about your world, Athena muttered. You want to help me, Radin? There are still too many things that confuse me. Of course, Athena, don't worry, I said. I was happy with her interest and agreed to her request, and we decided to go to a restaurant first before driving to the office, Athena POV. Throughout the day, my mind was filled with what happened the morning before. No, it's not because I'm disappointed Radin couldn't register the marriage. but because I really think about the conflicting system between my world as an ordinary human being and Raiden's world. I just found out that werewolves are not just supernatural creatures from another world that come from fairy tales. They are real and in the midst of human life. In fact, physically, there is nothing different from ordinary humans. They cannot be differentiated with the naked eye. Unless you observe them carefully, you will feel the difference. Werewolves are faster, more sensitive, smarter, and more cunning. In behavior, they are usually more introverted. According to Raiden, whether it's because they realize that they are superior to ordinary humans, so they limit themselves from interacting too much with ordinary humans, or because they are worried that ordinary humans around them will recognize their true identity, this is what makes werewolves more introverted. I'm not sure what it's called, but their possessive nature towards their mate seems to bring a lot of problems when it comes to ordinary humans. Mayor Dan Monroe said that not issuing a law regarding marriage between humans and werewolves was to ensure human safety. I think that's not quite right. Wouldn't it be more dangerous for humans who fell in love with werewolves if there was no official administrative support as a guarantee of their safety? Without this protection system, doesn't it actually open up opportunities for werewolves to just carelessly take their partners and bring them into their world without a shield to defend themselves if something happens? Athena, you've been daydreaming for a while now. What's wrong? Asked Mrs. Errol patted my shoulder lightly. I looked up and smiled at her. It's okay, ma'am. I was just thinking about my little siblings at the orphanage. I haven't been there lately. I'm sorry for lying to you, Mrs. Errol, I said to myself. Go after work. Our work hasn't been too busy lately after the apartment project you're handling is finished, said Mrs. Errol. I nodded and went back to busying myself with my work. Raiden went to review his other company today, so I took a taxi back to his house. I had just finished making mango pudding as a dessert for dinner when Raiden came home. Are you still thinking about that problem, Athena? Raiden asked, as we sat in the dining chairs and enjoyed dinner. I said slowly. I feel dissatisfied with some things, but I think you must have thought about it too, since you are a supreme alpha. He looked thoughtful, and we finished dinner in silence. I served him mango pudding for dessert, and his attitude became more relaxed. Raiden, I said carefully, could you tell me about yourself, just a little, if you don't mind? Of course I don't mind, he said with a smile. Besides, I will introduce you to the pack as my mate, so I think you should learn about me and my pack too. I took out my phone and opened the notes application to take notes, in case there was something important I needed to remember. I am the Supreme Alpha of the White Crescent Moon Pack. My pack to date is the most powerful in the region, and I am aided by the betas and generals, responsible for overseeing werewolves entering and exiting human society. I created the rules and law for that matter. I have an agreement about that with Mayor Dan Monroe, Raiden said calmly. One thing you should know, Adela's father, until now still serving as Alpha of Desert of Grow Pack, is the largest wolf pack after my pack. Our pack, until now, are two packs that have entered human society to develop the economy and wider relations so that the werewolves can also develop well. Most of the other packs, which are smaller and below us, still only want to follow the orders of the werewolves and are aggressive towards humans and rogues. That means, in the werewolf world itself, there are still many who oppose the idea of mingling and uniting with ordinary humans? I asked, interrupting Raiden's explanation. More or less like that, said Raiden. Before I was officially crowned as Supreme Alpha, my parents had paved the way for werewolves to mingle with ordinary humans. Even though my parents never appeared directly in human society, they had a prominent position in the world of werewolves. They planned to manage all the packs as one large community or country when I have officially taken over, and they want me to be the first werewolf king accepted in the human world and become a unifier. Aren't you the Supreme Alpha now? Is there a higher position than that in the werewolf world? I asked, confused. I saw Raiden's face turn somewhat gloomy, and he looked annoyed. I wonder if he was annoyed because of the questions I asked. Actually, I haven't officially become Supreme Alpha yet, said Raiden after a moment. The pack elders think that I haven't fulfilled one of the most important conditions to become king. I don't have an heir yet. At least I must have a child to be my heir. My coronation plans have been postponed until now. Oh, that's unfortunate, I said with concern. This must be related to her infertile condition, and I guess that wouldn't be a fun thing to discuss. Is the matter considered so important that you can't be crowned immediately? They should see your strong and fair side as well as a leader, right? I said firmly. I want to comfort him. For us, offspring is very important, because it symbolizes the stability of the pack. I myself feel guilty because this problem means that my pack has recently been frequently attacked by rebels, said Raiden in a gloomy tone. They think our pack is weak because the Supreme Alpha candidate cannot have offspring. Raiden's words made me sad. It was very unfair, judging a person's strength solely by their reproductive ability. Recently, the pack led by Adela's father has gradually taken over the right to speak in the werewolf world. They insist on uniting our pack. If Adela and I marry, our pack will hold power together and become even stronger. But I mutter. If you choose, there will be disputes among our pack, Raiden said again, this time in an attitude that didn't really matter. Then, my memory suddenly came back to my meeting with Adela at the hospital. She is very ambitious to have Raiden, and I think a she-wolf like her can do anything to achieve her desires. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I don't want anything to do with Adela. I'm worried about my safety and that of my baby, but fortunately, I don't think she knows about that. If that's the case, why don't you just accept an arranged marriage with Adela? That's the best way to solve the problems within your pack, right? I asked carefully. Raiden looked at me sharply, looking displeased. I looked down and cursed myself in my heart. I shouldn't have asked like that. I think that's something I don't need to question or explain to anyone, Raiden said in a cold tone. Whoever I choose, because this is part of my life, it should be my right to choose. I nodded and decided not to ask any more questions. I don't want to make my relationship with him bad, because there is an agreement that I have to carry out after he helps me. 6 months is a long time to deal with an unhappy relationship, even if it's only a contractual relationship. I couldn't sleep and constantly felt bad for Raiden. I was worried that the questions I asked at dinner had violated his privacy. But didn't he himself say that I should learn about him and his world? What I know about werewolves so far is only limited to general knowledge from the internet and the forums I follow, so I think I would be more fluent if I learned it directly from a werewolf, especially since Raiden is an alpha. This morning I woke up tired, because I had very little sleep. You are sick? Raiden asked while we were having breakfast. Your face looks pale. It's okay, I said. I just didn't sleep well. Raiden didn't say anything else, and we left for the office together. Jason greeted Raiden as soon as he arrived at the door of his room. Why are you standing here? Raiden asked confusedly. My office door is locked. No, sir, said Jason with a mysterious smile. There was someone waiting for you inside half an hour ago. Raiden's eyebrows rose and he turned to me. Do I have an appointment with anyone this morning? He asked. I don't think so, Mr. Raiden, I said, remembering his schedule. Today your schedule is free until lunchtime, because there are several proposals that you have to study. Jason opened the door to the room, and someone in Raiden's study turned around. I was stunned, recognizing the person in the room. Wait a minute, I have to go to the bathroom first, said Adela. She took my hand. Come on, Miss Athena, please lead the way. I turned my gaze to Raiden, whose face looked cloudy. He met my gaze and nodded. This way, I said, guiding Adela towards the bathroom. My heart felt uneasy, because I suspected she would do something unpleasant to me. However, I had to act professionally because she was Raiden's guest, my boss. While walking, I turned on the voice recorder on my phone, just in case. I also checked the CCTV cameras in the corridor leading to the bathroom and also in the corner of the bathroom after going inside. Adela washed her hands in the sink while looking at me through the glass. I stood next to her, not interested in saying anything to her. You're trying to hide something from Raiden, right? She said with a sweet smile. I stared at her as she turned around and filled up in front of me. What do you mean? I asked curtly. She approached me and unexpectedly she reached out and touched my stomach. This, she said with a big smile. You're pregnant, right? Startled, I subconsciously took a step back while swatting her hand away. Don't make things up, I said curtly. Come out when you're finished. Mr. Raiden is still waiting for you. He's a busy man, so don't waste his time. How long? Adela asked stubbornly. Is that Raiden's child, or your lover's child? I heard that you also dated a werewolf before you met Raiden, right? None of your business, Adela, I said as I walked out of the bathroom. She followed me with light steps. Come on, I won't be mean to you. I will help you keep this a secret from Raiden because I know that he definitely doesn't know anything. I stopped walking and she almost hit me. I don't believe you, Adela. Don't play with me and you should know that you and I have no interest in each other. So, stop bothering me, I snapped. Really, right now, I'm worried that Adela will tell Raiden about my pregnancy. After talking a lot about Raiden's background, I came to know that right now what Raiden needed most to immediately be named a Supreme Alpha was his child, his offspring, his bloodline. I'm afraid once he finds out that I'm pregnant with his child, he feels entitled to this child and then plans to take my child and take him into the werewolf world. Knowing that there are no laws and regulations that can guarantee the safety of a human who comes into contact with a werewolf makes me even more afraid. Raiden only needs a child to continue his lineage, while I'm just an ordinary human who can't possibly become a Luna. He might take my child and dump me. Adela smiled gently and patted my shoulder in a manner as if we were old friends. Don't worry, Athena, I will help you. I know, you definitely don't want to lose your baby, right? She said softly. She walked back after saying that towards Raiden's room. Athena, you can go back to your room, said Raiden as I followed Adela inside. I need the latest report from the field for the mall construction project in the Magris area. I'll prepare it, Mr. Raiden, I said as I withdrew. At first glance, I looked back at Adela and she was winking at me, as if we were accomplices. This is very annoying. I was hit by anxiety while working on the report that Raiden asked for. Will Adela tell Raiden about my pregnancy? What would I tell him if he asked? I finished the report quickly and delivered it to Raiden's study. Adela had just opened the door, right when I knocked. Her face looked annoyed, but it immediately changed when she saw me. Raiden, if you don't let me be in the same room as you, then I want to sit near Athena, Adela said while taking my hand. I was surprised and hoped that Raiden would not grant her request. I don't trust Adela at all. She's weird, and I can't stand her. Don't worry, I will help you keep your pregnancy as secret from Raiden, whispered Adela. I will support you. You definitely don't want Raiden to take your child, right? Raiden seemed to see our interaction, and he frowned while sighing. It's up to you, Adela. As long as you don't bother me and cause problems in this office, Raiden snapped. Adela laughed happily and continued walking out. Make sure our chairs and tables are close together, Athena. I'll start work tomorrow morning. Is the report finished, Athena? Raiden asked as he returned to his seat behind the table. He looked annoyed and tired. I handed over the report while observing his attitude silently. I was prepared to give him my own version of the answer if he suddenly asked about the child in my womb. However, Raiden checked my report without mentioning anything outside of work matters. I felt relieved because it seemed like Adela had kept her promise not to tell Raiden. Athena, starting tomorrow, Adela will start her internship, and I think she might bring you trouble, said Raiden suddenly while he was still checking my report. Yes, Mr. Raiden, it's okay. I understand, I said. Just tell me if she starts causing you problems, no matter how small her actions are, said Raiden. That would be my reason to expel her immediately. I nodded without answering. We were talking about financial reports when Raiden's phone rang. He saw the caller's name displayed on the screen, and his face turned sour. Yes, he said matter-of-factly. What's wrong, Dad? I motioned for permission to leave the room. It's not a good feeling to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. However, Raiden shook his head and held my hand on his desk. Yes, she already came and tried to control me even before she started work, Raiden snapped curtly. Oh, come on, Raiden, don't be so rude, replied his father. She just wants to be close to you. I could hear the father and son's conversation because Raiden had his phone on speaker. I reject that, Raiden said coldly. I've said it many times. I've chosen my mate, and there's no chance I want to be with Adela. Raiden, you shouldn't act like that. You should be fairer and give Adela a chance to prove herself, whether she deserves to be your mate or not. Dad, why should I give someone else a chance when I've already found someone more suitable for me? What a waste of time. Okay, if you insist like that. Now, instead of just talking, you'd better bring that woman in front of me. I need to know whether she's worthy of you or not. After all, she's an ordinary human being. Of course, I will bring her to you immediately. I will prove that my choice was not wrong. Raiden ended the conversation with his father. He released my hand from his grasp. You heard, Athena, we will soon be facing the pack. I think it's better for us to immediately ask for the inauguration in front of the pack, while we can't yet register the marriage administratively through your bureaucratic system, said Raiden seriously. Won't that be a problem for you? I asked, worried. What about Adela? She's just about to start her apprenticeship. Raiden snorted in annoyance. I don't care. It's not me who wants her here. My father knows that I'm not someone who changes my mind easily, so just let her be. Okay, if you're sure so, I said finally. I will consider this as part of my obligations that I have to fulfill within my 6-month agreement with Raiden. So, you have to start studying about unions between mates, because there will be ceremonies and so on, said Raiden. I nodded. These days, I keep studying, but I don't feel like I'm getting any smarter. What did you eat for breakfast? Adela asked with furrowed eyebrows. I rinsed my mouth, which tasted bitter, after vomiting the contents of my stomach into the toilet. I felt a bit dizzy and weak. Luckily, Raiden was out of town because there was a problem at his other company. At least I'm safe from his observation for the time being. Just a milk and egg sandwich, I answered lazily. Why are you here? Have you finished the task given by Mrs. Errol? Recently, Adela has been interning in the office, and as she said when she was in Raiden's office, she actually chose to be provided with a table and chair right next to my desk and chair. I couldn't do anything to get rid of her, because coincidentally many of her duties were related to secretarial functions, and she also studied project financial systems, which was clearly my field of work. She was really clingy to me, but her attitude was good. She likes to bring me organic fruit juice and whole wheat crackers, which are my favorite. Oh, why are you drinking milk? She said while massaging the back of my neck and applying fragrant eucalyptus oil. In werewolves, 1 to 12 weeks of pregnancy is the most vulnerable period. Most of them have to lie down and can't do too much activity. The werewolf fetus is very strong and can weaken the mother. I received Adela's explanation with great attention. Regardless of what the situation was between us, she helped me with her knowledge, and it was clear that her explanation would be more accurate than what I read from books or the internet. You should not drink milk because it will make your stomach weak. Eat more meat and take special vitamins. That will really help, she continued seriously. I returned to the room and sat languidly on the chair. Adela went to the pantry and returned with a large glass of cold lemon tea. Here, drink it first. Lemon and honey tea will soothe your stomach. And here, she took something from his bag and handed it to me. Special vitamins for pregnant werewolves. It contains a mixture of various plants which are useful for maintaining the health of the mother and helping the growth and development of the fetus. I stared at the light brown glass bottle offered by Adela. Inside the bottle there were many small, round, dark-colored medicine granules. This vitamin, isn't it dangerous? I asked hesitantly. Even though Adela has been nice to me lately and she shows an indifferent attitude towards Raiden, I still feel suspicious of her. Of course not, Athena. Adela answered quickly. I'm not forcing you to believe, but I want to protect you and your future child. Living in the werewolf world is not easy, especially because you are an ordinary human. You might lose your child, because you can't possibly be Luna. I've actually thought about what she said for a long time and has been a source of fear for me all this time. I don't want to lose my child, and if the reality is too difficult, it's better if I take my child away and disappear forever, so that Raiden can't reach him. Calm down, Athena. I will not do evil to innocent creatures, said Adela while stroking my stomach. Regardless of who the father is, whether your ex-boyfriend or Raiden, this child will still be in danger if found out. You have to be strong to protect him. I took the vitamin bottle given by Adela. Thank you, Adela. I will take these vitamins. I think I need to take better care of myself now. All of Adela's words are correct and reasonable. I shouldn't have continued to be suspicious of him. Athena, are you okay? Said Raiden 3 days later. He and I just met this morning. Raiden is busy taking care of his company in another city and is rarely at home. I feel lucky because lately I feel really weak. My body doesn't feel good. I always feel tired and weak. My body's muscles, joints, and nerves felt tense and achy as if I had lifted heavy objects, and what I couldn't stand the most was the persistent feeling of dizziness and nausea. I'm fine, Raiden. Just a little tired, I answered quietly. He touched my forehead, and his eyebrows furrowed. Not hot, he muttered. Maybe you should take 2 or 3 days off to rest? I thought for a moment. Raiden, I think it's best if I stay at Leah's apartment first, while you're still busy with your work outside the city. Going home alone is quite tiring for me. Raiden's brows furrowed. You feel that way? Do I need to provide a driver to pick you up and pick you up? He asked. I quickly shook my head. No, that's not it. The situation would be strange if you were like that. I'd better stay with Leah first until your work schedule here returns to normal. Raiden didn't seem to agree, but then he sighed. I'll think about it later. Now it's better if you rest first and don't need to go to the office. I didn't want to refute Raiden's words, because I was afraid he would feel unhappy and even forbid me from going to Leah's house. Why haven't you left yet? I asked when I saw Raiden take the iPad from his bag. Don't you need to go to Magri City to review the new project? Raiden looked at me worriedly. I think I'll cancel my trip today and accompany you at home. I'm worried that something might happen to you. Oh, terrible. I quickly put on a big smile. Hey, I'm fine. Just being a little tired actually doesn't bother me at all. I even want to keep working. But, come on, Raiden, I said, cutting Raiden off. I took his bag and jacket. You have to go to Magri's. Don't let your work be neglected because of me. What will people say if they find out? I'm sure they will criticize me to the bone. Finally, Raiden left too, after I assured him that I was fine and would rest at home. After Raiden left, I quickly called Adela. Athena, why aren't you here yet? Adela asked as soon as my phone answered. I don't feel well, I said quickly. Adela, why is my body getting weaker after drinking the vitamins you gave me? Oh, that's a normal thing, Adela answered lightly. Don't think about it. Your body is adapting and the effects are different for each person. Because you are human, of course the effects are more pronounced. But once you get through this troublesome stage, it will be easier until it's time to give birth. Are you sure? Or do I need to see a doctor? I asked worriedly. Adela laughed amusedly. Please me, but you might surprise the doctor when he sees your baby. He might see a pair of potential ears growing. Ah, I forgot that my son is half wolf, I said confused. That's it, said Adela. If in the next 2 days you still feel unwell, I will take you to see a gynecologist who is also a werewolf. He is an acquaintance of my mother's. I felt a little relieved because of Adela's words. Okay, hopefully I can recover after resting all day. I think it feels harder because you are an ordinary human while what is in your womb is a werewolf child, said Adela. Be patient and face everything now. It will definitely be easier later. You will get used to it until it's time to give birth. Okay, thank you, Adela, I said. I took the vitamins Adela gave me again and lay down to get rid of the nausea. I think I should move to Leah's house soon. Raiden will be suspicious if he finds out that my situation is like this. Raiden POV. I'm very busy. Several new projects will be and are underway. Not only that, there were several problems that occurred that I had to deal with at my company in another city. It's been days since I went home and met Athena. I miss her, but of course I can't say that to Athena. Who knows? Even though I'm aware that recently there have been different feelings growing in my heart towards her, but I'm not sure those feelings are real. I've fallen in love and then been deeply disappointed. I'm worried it's hard for me to open my heart again after what I experienced. Not only because I'm afraid of being disappointed again, but actually deep inside I also harbor fears regarding my own health condition. I am an alpha who is infertile and finds it difficult to have pup. No she-wolf wants to stay with me, with my condition like this. All werewolves look for a mate to have offspring. However, Athena is different. He made me feel again the pleasant vibrations that can only be felt when falling in love. This is not only because I feel how compatible we are in bed, not only when making love, but even when just hugging while lying down, she feels right in my arms. It was as if she and I were puzzles that fit together to form a picture. Last night when I came home, she was already asleep. I looked at her lying on the bed and frowned. Why does she look gaunt and pale? Is she sick? I touched her damp forehead and was relieved that she didn't have a fever. Maybe there's a lot of work to be done, because as far as I know, Adela has started her apprenticeship, and she insists on making Athena her mentor. I'm worried. Adela might be troublesome for her, and Athena feels bad about refusing because of me. When we met this morning at the dinner table, Athena looked tired, but she was happy to know I was home. Seeing her condition, I became worried. Athena said she was tired and asked permission to stay at Leah's apartment. While I still had a lot of work out of town, she flatly rejected my offer to provide a driver for him. I asked her not to work and just rest today. She agreed, but insisted that I still go to work. In fact, I want to accompany her today. I miss hanging out with her. However, after thinking that it would probably be difficult for me to restrain myself from making love to her if we continued to be together while she was not well, I finally went to work and left her. She promised to rest well today. Throughout the day at work, I find it difficult to concentrate. My thoughts are always on Athena. After the meeting, it was past dusk, and I decided to go home. I'm worried about Athena. Before going home, I stopped by the pharmacy for medicine and vitamins. I feel happy, imagining that tonight I will have dinner with Athena, and if the atmosphere is good and Athena's body condition is better, we can make out. My house looks dark. I opened the door with the spare key and called Athena. Athena? No answer. I went to her room. She's probably sleeping. I opened the bedroom door and saw that no one was there. Athena is nowhere to be found. She disappears. Again, Athena POV. Come on, Leah. Don't be angry with me anymore, I said, not yet tired of persuading an annoyed Leah. I was close to her only because she was an apprentice, and I was the mentor appointed to be her guide. Leah snorted. She was really angry with me. This afternoon, when I called and asked her to stay overnight at her apartment, she was very cynical and told me to just stay at Adela's place. That was a joke for me, because lately I've been closer to Adela and haven't been with her much. Without thinking, I immediately packed some clothes and called a taxi to go to Leah's apartment. She greeted me with a sour face when I knocked on her unit door, but still left the door open so I could enter. I'm not angry, Athena. I'm just worried about you. There are rumors circulating among the staff. They say Adela is Mr. Raiden's fiancé. So what about you? Said Leah in a heavy tone. They will talk bad about you, seduced her fiancé. I lowered my head, realizing that what Leah was worried about was true. However, Leah already knew that I was pregnant and that it was Raiden's child. She was very worried and asked me to tell Raiden, but I made up some excuse, saying that I couldn't do it because of problems in Raiden's family. I didn't tell her about the identities of Shane and Raiden, nor Adela, that they were werewolves. Maybe, Leah would be even more panicked and worried if she knew that reality. Yes, I know my position, Leah. However, it is also difficult for me to stay away from Adela because what she is studying happens to be related to my line of work, I said weakly. And what about your pregnancy? Is everything okay? Leah asked while feeling my stomach. Why are you so thin? Have you lost weight? Shouldn't you be heavier because of your pregnancy? I took a breath. Actually, I don't want to bother Leah, but I need a friend to share it with. I've been feeling unwell lately, I said. I always feel weak and dizzy and also nauseous. But aren't those natural symptoms that a pregnant woman should experience? And why do you want to stay here now? She asked with furrowed brows. You had a fight with Raiden? No. I don't even see him often because he's often out of town lately, I answered. But I'm worried that he will suspect that something is wrong with my health if I continue to be around him. So at least until the symptoms of this first trimester pass, I want to stay away from him. I think it's time for you to see a gynecologist, Athena. How far along am I in my pregnancy? 4, 6 weeks? Leah asked seriously. You can also ask for medicine or vitamins to reduce your symptoms. I took the bottle containing the vitamins given by Adela. Oh, for that reason, Adela has helped me. She gave me this vitamin. She said this is a vitamin that will help me through pregnancy, especially during this early trimester, I said. Leah's eyebrows shot up and she slapped my thigh hard, startling me. Athena, are you stupid? Leah asked irritably. Why did you hit me? I asked confused, rubbing my thigh. Do you know what medicine or vitamin this is? Leah asked while snatching the vitamin bottle in my hand. She opened the bottle and took out the contents. Her nose wrinkled. Adela gave this to you? Leah asked. I nodded hesitantly. Leah patted her own forehead. Angry. Are you an idiot, Athena? Is your relationship with her so good that she helped you with these vitamins? You know, she is the woman Raiden arranged to marry, and Raiden clearly chose you over her. You think she will just accept that fact? She knows you are pregnant with the child of the man she likes. Then why is she so noble to help you? Leah snapped at length. Suddenly, as if there was a light shining on my previously dark subconscious, Leah's words felt right and made sense. Why did I just carelessly accept this vitamin and drink it, without checking more clearly what it contains? What if these vitamins contain something that is dangerous for the health and safety of you and your baby? You seem to be getting weaker lately, and you say that's normal for pregnant women? Leah snapped. I don't think that's the concept. Stop taking those vitamins and feel the effects on yourself, Athena, or go to the laboratory and check the vitamin content. I started shaking, realizing the truth in Leah's words. I must have been a big idiot for trusting Adela so easily. My phone rang and I saw the screen flash. Raiden's name flashed on the screen. Hello, I said in a shaky voice. Where are you? Raiden asked without further ado. He sounded angry. Why did you leave without telling me? Gosh, I forgot to send Raiden a message about my going to Leah's apartment. I was too busy chatting with Leah. Sorry, Raiden, I forgot to send you a message. I'm at Leah's apartment. She asked me to help watch her cat because she had to leave suddenly, I said nervously, lying to Raiden. Until when? Raiden asked coldly. She'll be home in a minute, I answered. Go home as soon as she comes home. We need to talk, Raiden said curtly. Yes, of course, I said quickly. Leah took a deep breath after I ended the conversation with Raiden. More precisely, he was the one who hung up the phone without giving me a chance to speak again. You're getting yourself into trouble, Athena, Leah said. Why didn't you tell Raiden about your pregnancy? At least he can protect you from whatever Adela's intentions are, because what's in your womb is his child. My heart felt like it was scratched when I heard Leah's words. If only it were that easy. I can't, Leah, I answered, my eyes burning with the urge to cry. His family is very strict and wants Raiden to marry a woman who is equal to him, not a low-class woman who is alone like me. But you're pregnant with their grandchild, Leah snapped irritably. And they'll probably do anything to take this baby from me if they find out, I said, clutching my stomach. I would rather die than lose my child. Leah pulled my shoulders gently and hugged me. She rubbed my back. I'm sorry, Athena. I think you're right too. Rich people like them usually measure everything in money. They would probably take your child and just kick you out because it would be considered a disgrace if the public knew that Raiden was related to his staff. I calmed down for a while in Leah's apartment and decided to return to Raiden's house. Leah told me to stop taking the vitamins Adela gave me and check with a laboratory or pharmacy. When I got home, Raiden was waiting for me at the entrance. He helped me carry the bag without saying anything. I felt awkward because I felt guilty about disobeying his order to stay. In order to look after a cat whose owner will leave it for a few hours, you packed and brought this much clothes, Raiden quipped, pointing at my bag. My face must be bright red now because I feel my body is hot. I'm sorry. I originally intended to stay there straight away, as I told you before, I said softly. I haven't given you permission, Athena, said Raiden coldly. I was worried about you and tried to cut short the meeting to come home and be with you. I'm sorry, I said, looking down. I didn't want to make him even more annoyed, and then make him forbid me from staying temporarily at Leah's house as I had originally planned. Raiden put my bag on the sofa, then, without expecting it, he took my hand and led me to the dining table. There are already various appetizing dishes on the dining table. Eat first, said Raiden as he pulled out a chair and sat me on it. You still don't look well. My heart soared at his gentle and caring demeanor. Maybe he was really worried about me earlier. We had dinner together, and throughout it Raiden served me well, poured a drink, got me what I wanted, and checked to see if I liked the food. After finishing eating, Raiden took a box and gave it to me. What's this? I asked. Vitamins and supplements, said Raiden. You're exhausted and need better nutrition. I felt my hands turn cold. If I take the vitamins or supplements prepared by Raiden, what will happen to the fetus in my womb? Will it be affected by the amount of vitamins I drink? I quickly took the vitamin bottle from my bag and showed it to Raiden. I've been taking these vitamins, I said. Raiden took the bottle from my hand and examined it. Then, he opened the bottle and poured the contents into his hands. I looked at him and felt horror creep up my fingertips, as his face turned dark and his gaze became extremely sharp. Athena, where did you get this medicine? Raiden asked in a low tone. That, I hesitated whether to say Adela's name. Raiden pounded the table. Do you know what this is? This is a powerful drug that even werewolves shouldn't use carelessly because the effects can be dangerous. Where did you get it, Shane? You're still in a relationship with him? Raiden's anger surprised and scared me. I've never seen him that angry. He grabbed my hand and shook it hard, making me even more scared. My stomach suddenly felt upset. Raiden's words about the vitamins given by Adela shocked me even more. So in reality, Adela was trying to poison me. The circumstances he described regarding the condition of humans carrying werewolf children were pure lies, and he was only trying to get rid of me and my child. How stupid and naive I was, totally fooled by her fake attitude. Athena. Raiden's snap surprised me. Where did you get this medicine? Tell me where Shane is hiding, and why are you still in contact with him? Do you know he is a fugitive? I hugged my stomach, which was now churning even more intensely. Raiden, please, it hurts so much, I moaned weakly. I felt something wet running down my leg, and when I looked down, blood was flowing onto the floor. Athena, what's wrong with you? Raiden asked, confused. My vision felt spinning and my stomach ached. With the last of my strength, I grabbed Raiden's hand. Please, Raiden, save my child, I whispered in a strangled voice. Then, total darkness enveloped me. Raiden POV. She opened her eyes slowly, and saw her dark green eyes staring at the ceiling of the VIP room in this hospital. Suddenly my heart felt incredibly relieved. I was panicked, annoyed, angry, shocked, and also confused with everything that happened in the past 2 hours. However, it never crossed my mind to leave her. Instead, I held her hand while she was treated by the doctor. The image of her wallowing in her own blood made me feel hurt. Why did he bear all the pain alone? What is he hiding from me? I am the alpha of the strongest werewolf pack. Since I was little, I have seen a lot of death, and as I get older, the deaths I see often happen on my orders to protect the pack. Blood pooling or spurting, body organs being torn out of their places and strewn on the ground, as well as tragic and horrifying deaths, are not something strange and scary to me. However, when I saw the blood flowing from between Athena's legs, her face turned even paler, and her hand that was grabbing me felt so cold. At that moment I knew what was called fear. Slowly, Athena turned to me, apparently fully awake. She stared at me for a moment, then tears started to flow, and she held back her tears by biting her lower lip. I know that Athena is a tough woman and doesn't cry, but now, seeing her like this, I realized that she had kept her wounds to herself. Every time they happened, and she needed a solid place to lean on too. I sighed and rubbed her lower lip, worried that her beautiful lips would be injured by his own bite. "Don't bite your lips, baby," I whispered softly. "It will bleeding." "Raiden, it's hurt," she sobbed painfully. "How about—" I know what she will ask. "Don't cry," I said softly, rubbing her sweaty forehead. "Your baby is fine, thankfully." "Raiden, she swallowed hard. "Forgive me. My mind is blank." While she was being treated by Dr. Pooja Khan, an obstetrician I know, various questions about her pregnancy were swirling in my head. I wanted to ask her all these questions and get clear answers. However, now when she apologized with a face wet with tears and a choked voice, all those questions disappeared like they were blown away by the wind. "Why did you never say you were pregnant?" I asked, after a moment of silence. "Does Shane know about your pregnancy?" I saw Athena's eyes blink several times as if confusedly looking for an answer to my question. There is something that is scratching my heart right now. It feels very painful. I remembered what Dr. Pooja said after he finished examining Athena 2 hours ago. "She underwent a fertility test and was declared infertile," I said. "How did she get pregnant, Doc?" "She probably won't be able to get pregnant if she has contact with a fellow human, Alpha Raiden," said Dr. Pooja. "But the ultrasound results showed that she was carrying a strong baby and growing much faster than ordinary babies." "That means she's pregnant with a werewolf baby?" I asked in amazement. "She's not infertile because she can carry a werewolf baby?" "Yes, the sperm that fertilized her egg was so strong that she was able to get pregnant even though she was declared infertile," said Dr. Pooja. "Besides, I don't think her infertility is something she was born with, right? She might have had an accident or taken certain medications that made her infertile." I remembered Athena's story saying that Shane and his girlfriend had given her drugs that made her infertile. But when that happened, Athena was still Shane's girlfriend, and of course they were still sleeping together. Athena shook her head. Her face looked gloomy. "I think, because of what she went through, she purposely hid her pregnancy. She probably didn't want Shane to know." "You don't want Shane to know about this baby?" I asked while stroking his stomach. Before, I could never feel that the shape of her stomach was different from the first time we slept together. When we did it again, I didn't notice at all that there was a change in the shape of her stomach. Athena nodded her head while closing her eyes. "But I will say this is not his," snapped Athena. She was angry. "Don't say his name again. I hate him." "You should have told me that you were pregnant so that we didn't have to make a marriage contract," I said in a slightly curt tone. "We can still cancel the contract and I will pay every penny you give me, even though I have to work for you all my life," said Athena in a sharp, choked voice. I squeezed her hand anxiously. "That's not what I meant. The child in your womb is Shane's child, and when you were pregnant with him, we also had sex. Luckily I'm infertile, so I can't interfere with your child's genes and blood." Athena looked away. She might be annoyed because of what I said. "Don't get me wrong, Athena," I said again more gently. "I will still protect you no matter what happens. I also won't let Shane claim this child because he is a bastard and is even a fugitive." "Thank you," Athena muttered. "If Shane doesn't know about your pregnancy, then where did you get this medicine?" I asked while showing the vitamin bottle that Athena had shown me before. "Are those vitamins really dangerous, Raiden?" asked Athena with a face showing fear. "Yes, for humans like you, this will be toxic and cause miscarriage with severe bleeding effects," I explained. "It can be your death too, not only the baby." "Oh my God, is it that bad? No wonder I've been feeling even sicker lately." I asked Adela about it and she said it was only a temporary effect. "I will become stronger if I can get through these weak times," said Athena in an angry tone. "That evil." "So, Adela gave you this medicine?" I asked firmly. She nodded with a gloomy face. "I thought so, even before Athena said Adela's name. The she-wolf must think that Athena is pregnant with my child and she doesn't want that to happen. I feel sad because in reality I can't give children to any woman." In pregnant she-wolf, this medicine can indeed be used as a vitamin for the first trimester, but even that must be recommended by a doctor, and the she-wolf is in a condition that really needs help to look after her fetus. This medicine is different for humans and very dangerous. I continued giving her an explanation. "Geez," Athena muttered. Her face then showed anger. Adela said that this was just a vitamin to help me become stronger. She said I had to take it regularly because giving birth to a werewolf child would be very difficult for an ordinary human like me. "I'll take care of Adela later after you recover," I said firmly. "She must be responsible for what she did. If the baby in your womb dies, she will be charged as a murderer." "But what about my fetus? Is he really okay?" asked Athena in a worried tone. "The doctor said he is fine and his progress is also quite good. You can no longer take vitamins, medicine, or anything else other than those recommended or prescribed by the doctor," I said while wiping her wet cheeks. "From now on, Dr. Pooja will monitor and treat you." She looked at me with teary eyes, and before I knew it, she lifted my hand and kissed my palm gently. Thank you, Raiden. You helped me again. This time it's not just me, but also my child, she said, while her other hand stroked her stomach. What she did made my heart beat faster. I feel strange. I will protect you both, I said firmly. She's not carrying my baby, but that doesn't matter to me. In my condition like this, it would be better if I took Athena's child, cared for it, and acknowledged it as my own child, rather than my infertility inviting problems for the pack. I reached out and stroked her stomach again. A subtle movement from within stroked my palm and amazed me. The baby understands that I will be his protector. I forbid you from working until you have completely recovered. After this, you are no longer allowed to travel alone or without my knowledge, I said in a serious tone. I don't want anything to happen to Athena, because if the rogues find out that she is pregnant, and they think the child in her womb is mine, then those who try to seize power will definitely try to harm her. Athena is my responsibility, and that's not only because there is a contract that binds us, but honestly, I realize that my feelings for her have become deeper. I don't want to lose Athens, especially if it's caused by my people. Apart from causing problems between humans and werewolves, I also don't want other humans or werewolves to hurt her. Athena looked at me and smiled. Yes, Raiden, I will obey all your orders, said Athena. Her eyes looked serious. I'm sorry for doubting you before, so I chose to keep my mouth shut and instead intended to avoid it. But now I realize only you can protect me and my child. Her attitude like that flattered me. I bent down and kissed her forehead. Go to sleep. I'll take care of you. I think my heart has really been stolen by her. I followed Athena's progress closely. After returning from the hospital, she was only treated for 3 days. I didn't allow her to go anywhere at all. Athena spent most of her time lying down, eating, and reading the books I gave her. Most of them are books about the world of werewolves and childcare. I'm bored, Athena said this morning. She took off her apron and hung it on the hood near the refrigerator. This morning she put on soy sauce stir-fried meat, mashed potatoes, pickled cucumbers, and vegetable salad with chicken pieces and boiled eggs. Since 1 week after returning from the hospital, Athena insisted on cooking again. She said, food from delivery services often doesn't suit her taste. So I let her cook, but only easy and practical dishes, so she doesn't get too tired. When can I work again, Raiden? I've neglected a lot of work at the office, she said as she sat on the dining chair, pouting cutely. There's no such thing as neglecting office work, I said firmly. You have taken special leave, which is the right of all employees who work at my company. Didn't you read about that when you first signed the employment agreement? Every employee who has reached 5 years of service is entitled to take special overnight leave for a full month. Yes, I know, said Athena warily. I just feel bored, constantly sitting around doing nothing. You have to start preparing, I said in a softer tone. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I will take you to my father's mansion. The elders and main members of the pack will gather to get to know you. A panic spread across Athena's face. Tomorrow? Oh God, why so soon? Because that's better. The pack will help me protect you if they already know about our relationship. But Raiden, what if they don't agree? Because I'm human. I laughed a little while stroking her hand. It's okay. Even if you are a she-wolf, not necessarily everyone will immediately accept you. This is not about them, but this is about us. No matter how hard they disagree with you, they don't have the right and power to oppose me. You will face a lot of problems because of me, said Athena with a gloomy face. Let that be my business, I said, trying to calm him down. For now you just focus on the health and condition of your baby. Athena looked at me with a gentle smile on her lips. Lately she looks more beautiful in my eyes. Maybe it's because of the baby in her womb. Just makes me jealous. Athena POV, I wore the best clothes I owned for this occasion. I want to look good and worthy to be by Raiden's side. Don't let the werewolves look down on me. Don't worry, said Raiden, squeezing my hand which was in his while we were in the car. You'll be fine. His words made me calm down a little. He didn't let go of his grip until we got out of the car, in the parking area of a palace located outside the city of Dazleen. My eyes widened when the car entered the very large and sturdy gate. Behind the gate was a vast land, perhaps no different from 2 football fields placed side by side, and in the middle of the land, a large palace stood majestically. I've only seen buildings that big in movies, and even though they were shaped like modern buildings, still, their size and breadth didn't make sense to be called an ordinary building. This is your house? I asked in a choked voice. Raiden shook his head. No. This is the house of the Nathaniel family. Since the time the White Crescent Moon Pack only had 2 members, they were the first Alpha and Luna, about 12 to 15 generations above me. This house has been continuously renovated, and is now the center of government of the White Crescent Moon Pack. Why don't you stay here? Aren't you a Supreme Alpha? I asked confused. Not yet. I haven't officially become Supreme Alpha yet, and that's why my father is still involved in many matters related to the pack. However, even when I officially become Supreme Alpha, I won't stay here, answered Raiden. He squeezed my hand with a raised eyebrow. You want to stay here? I shudder. No. This place is too big and looks scary. Raiden laughed. He guided me into the palace. I saw that the palace was tightly guarded by dozens of men dressed all in black. According to Raiden, they are pack soldiers and the main members of the pack. Their eyes were all on me, and I felt my palms becoming damp from nervousness. However, Raiden's hand grip makes you able to put the best smile on your lips and nod politely to everyone I meet. Daddy, elders, this is Athena Jane Denzel, the woman I will choose to be my partner, said Raiden, as we stood in front of a man whose stature and face were similar to Raiden, accompanied by several other older men. To the right and left of where Raiden and I were standing, many other werewolves sat on the chairs provided. According to Raiden, they were members of the pack who were considered influential, including government staff and generals. Raiden's father, Alpha Augustus Nathaniel, looked at me with a look that made it clear that he didn't like me, and neither did the werewolves around him. Raiden, I didn't like your previous partner, Augustus said firmly. But I don't think this woman is worthy of being your partner either. I was very annoyed seeing the arrogant attitude of Augustus and the other werewolves. They are typical traditional werewolves who cannot accept mixing between werewolves and humans. Forgive my impudence, sir, I said before Raiden gave an answer. But my name is Athena Jane Denzel, not that woman. Raiden turned his head and I saw him smiling. Alpha Augustus looked surprised at my words, and his gaze changed. I think he's starting to be interested in me. You are an ordinary human, said a man on the right side of Alpha Augustus. Tell me, what makes you feel worthy to be a mate for our Alpha? I'm an ordinary human, but aren't you actually humans too? What differentiates you and me is the supernatural powers you have, so in the end the werewolves decided to build their own world, separate from humans. But basically you're also humans, right? Before there is the additional power of the wolf, you are also ordinary humans like me, I said quickly. I don't know where I got the courage, but what is clear is that I don't want to be taken lightly. If they don't think I'm worthy of being a partner for Raiden, that's not a problem for me, but I don't want to be considered inferior as a human being. I don't have powers like a werewolf, but I can be what you need in your life process. As humans, mingling among you will make me have a more accurate assessment. Haven't werewolves already started trying to blend into the world of ordinary humans? Because you realize that there are many good things that can be used for the progress of werewolves? Alpha Augustus and the elders looked at each other. What do you know about us? Asked another elder. I've studied the world of werewolves, and I think there are some traditional values that need to be adjusted so that werewolves can develop well again. However, werewolves cannot continue to live by just being proud of their strength, because that is no longer relevant to current developments. Werewolves also need technology, social intelligence, and survival skills that keep up with the times, I answered excitedly. We keep up with the times, said one of the elders in an annoyed tone. We thrive by continuing to follow the traditions we keep well. I know, but I think werewolves are inflexible in some key ways. For example, why is there such a difference in treatment between you? You consider Omegas to be the weakest group, and therefore they are looked down upon and given no chance to develop other than as child-making machines. Are you ever thought, what would happen to the Alphas if no Omega was born into the world? What would happen if there were only Alphas without any Betas and Omegas, even Gammas? The werewolves would be wiped out in a short time because the Alphas were fighting for power. Raiden chuckled at my impassioned words. I once asked him about this, and at that time he also admitted the weakness of the caste system in the lame werewolf world. I still have a lot of thoughts that I think don't make sense, after learning how a pack is run, how werewolves interact with each other, and their system of living in their own world. Without flinching, I expressed all my thoughts clearly. I could see the faces of the people around me change, and they whispered to each other. You're smart and brave, Alpha Augustus praised in a tone of admiration that he didn't try to hide after listening to my speech. But all of that doesn't make it easy for you to accept it. We might be able to accept everything you said earlier, because you have studied our world well, and for us it is quite admirable because of your strong will. But this pack is very big, and everyone is important. We can't decide between, we're on our own, said an elder in a calm tone. Yes, Miss Athena, we need to consider many things about you becoming a mate for our Supreme Alpha candidate, said another elder. Because there is another candidate who is also a potential candidate for Supreme Alpha, and she has the advantage because she comes from our own circle. You mean Adela Bliss? Raiden asked suddenly. She is absolutely nothing to me, and you shouldn't determine my life based on your choices. The men in front of us were shocked to hear Raiden's words, as were other people present in the hall. Raiden, this is the principle of justice, said Alpha Augustus. You haven't even given yourself the chance to get to know Adela better. I don't need to, Raiden argued firmly. For me, Athena has become my most appropriate choice. You may doubt it because she is human, but this is not just about Athena or me. Raiden took me into his arms and kissed my forehead lightly. No matter how hard you fight, I will never take my hands off Athena, and Raiden stroked my stomach. My child. The entire wide and large hall suddenly felt silent. Raiden POV. I could see how shocked my father, the elders, and everyone present there were. Questioning voices immediately buzzed like a swarm of bees, filling the hall. They must be wondering what I meant by what I said. I don't know why I can directly claim that the child in Athena's womb is my child in front of them. But right now, the one thing I want most is that they don't doubt Athena, and that I can give them what they have always insisted on me, namely the matter of heredity. Baby, my father muttered in disbelief. He stared at Athena's stomach, as if he wanted to see what was inside her stomach. I shielded Athena's stomach from my father's gaze, even though I knew he wouldn't be able to penetrate it. I just feel possessive now. Yes, mine and Athena's baby. I have had relationships with many women, and only Athena was able to bear my child. She is human, but she was able to do it, I said in a proud tone. You're playing with me, right, Raiden? My father snapped, snorting. You want me to stop talking about your partner? I mean your true partner, a she-wolf who can be Luna without doubting her abilities. I shook my head. Why do you always impose your will, Alpha Augustus? Now this is about my life, not about you. Are you not willing to relinquish your throne to me, so you are still trying to control my life? By now my father was angry, but he was trying his best to restrain himself. Not only because he still has to respect the elders, but more because there are many pack figures who know him well. It would make him feel proudless if he showed his anger towards his own child. Raiden, Athena whispered, tickling my palm gently. Don't continue. I turned to her and saw worry coloring her green eyes. Her eyes were cool and calming. My anger subsided slowly, and I nodded at her, making her smile sweetly. I think my fight with my dad made everyone worry, and they started talking to each other. Elder Ayman Wilder tapped his hammer against the pedestal, making all sounds suddenly disappear, and the hall fell silent. Attention, said Elder Ayman. His deep voice echoed throughout the spacious room. I ask everyone to leave, except for Alpha Augustus and the elders. There are several important things we need to discuss in a closed meeting. Thank you for coming, and please maintain the peace and tranquility of the pack by keeping everything in its place. The staff and pack figures left in an orderly manner. They are very obedient and adhere to the rule that what is discussed at the meeting must remain hidden until the elder conveys it to the pack members as a whole. Miss Athena, is it true that you are pregnant with a child right now? Elder Jeff Shagar asked Athena. I could feel Athena's hand in mine becoming sweaty. She lost her courage and confidence, like never before. I massaged her thumb, giving her the strength to answer. I heard her take a deep breath before answering. Yes, elders, I am currently pregnant, answered Athena firmly. My father's brows furrowed deeply. I chuckled in my heart. Why does my father always feel dissatisfied with whatever I do, and instead of supporting me, I feel like he is always looking for my weak points? How can you be pregnant with a werewolf child? My father asked reproachfully. It's very dangerous, and there's no way you can guard it well. My father's words made my blood boil instantly. I just opened my mouth to answer, but Athena was quicker. Why do you look down on me so much, sir? Do you think humans are so weak that they can't protect their own child in their own wombs? Said Athena in a cold tone. She looked very upset. Did you know that in fact in this world, women are the strongest, be they humans or werewolves, because women are the ones who can produce new life even though they are often considered weak? The faces of my father and the elders changed. They looked at Athena with astonishment and also perhaps, in my eyes, a kind of admiration. However, even though you are with the child, we still cannot immediately accept you into the pack, said Elder Ayman in a serious tone. We need the child because he is the successor of the Supreme Alpha line, but you are an ordinary human. You must hand over the child so that we can protect him well. What are you guys talking about? I said angrily. What you are talking about is my flesh and blood, which is why you always urge me to immediately get a mate and have children. Now you are trying to take it? Raiden, we mean Miss Athena had to release the child to be taken care of in the pack because she wouldn't be able to do it, my father answered quickly. You're very funny, Athena snapped sharply. How can you expect a mother to release her child into someone else's hands when she herself has the ability to do it? We are no one else to that child. I am his grandfather and this pack is his family, said my father stubbornly. Stop, Dad, I said firmly. If you say that you are his grandfather, then as his mother, Athena has more rights. After all, this child is my child, and I want Athena to take care of him herself because I will not trust anyone other than Athena to touch him. The faces of my father and the elders turned cloudy, but they didn't dare say anything more. I squeezed Athena's hand. She turned her head and nodded. I think that's enough, I said. I have to take Athena home because she needs to get a lot of rest. Her pregnancy is still young and fragile. I don't want anything to happen to her. I took Athena out, not waiting for the elders and my father to answer. Raiden, Athena called in a hesitant tone when we were in the car. I said, keeping my eyes focused on the road. Do you want to eat or want to buy something first before going home? No, not that, said Athena quickly. I just want to ask. I turned and saw her looking down, rubbing her stomach. I couldn't help but smile. She looked very soft and very fragile. Just ask, I said. Why? Do you recognize this child as yours? Asked Athena in a low voice. I am worried. Why? I asked. Seeing Athena's attitude, I decided to stop the car on the side of the road. Isn't that like fraud? This child isn't yours. How can I bring a real alpha child? As long as you don't talk about it, everything will be fine. I interrupted quickly. I knew what she wanted to say, and it made me not like it, because she reminded me that the child in her stomach was hers and Shane, and I didn't like that fact. No one knows, apart from you and me. Not even Shane. I need a child as my successor, and because everyone already knows we are together, there won't be any suspicions. I continued to reassure her. Athena looked at me with knitted eyebrows. Raiden, have you forgotten that we are under a contract that is only valid for 6 months? She asked in a serious tone. I felt annoyed because she brought up the contract, She's about to give birth, and it's probably the same time our contract expires. But things have changed with the presence of the child. Shouldn't we know about that? We're going to extend the contract, I snapped sharply. The time from pregnancy to delivery will probably last 6 months, and we should stay together until then. That's impossible, said Athena stubbornly. I don't want to extend the contract. I grabbed her hand, forced her to face me, and shook her hand because my emotions were overflowing. What do you mean you don't want to extend the contract? What are you planning? I asked angrily. Raiden, you hurt me, Athena said stubbornly. She wriggled her hands out of my grip, trying to get free. Tell me why you refuse to extend the contract? I insisted. You want to tell Shane that the child is his? Do you know Shane's current status? He is part of the rogues and is still being searched for. He won't be able to survive when my soldiers find him. No, not like that, Athena argued in a low voice. I think she's afraid of me. I don't want Shane to know about this at all. This child is not his, but this child is not yours either. Hence, this child is my child, and I don't want him to face exploitation from any pack. I don't understand what Athena is actually thinking right now. Why does she have such a complicated way of thinking? However, despite the fact that I'm not her father, he'll be safer with me. If possible, I will make him my successor. Why would she doubt my intentions? I let go of Athena's hand with a slight jerk and made her wince. I hit the steering wheel and sat still without moving. Raiden, Athena called softly. I just kept quiet, too lazy to respond. I can't read he thoughts or her heart. She's too complicated to read, and I don't like the idea that after giving birth, she might leave you. That's why she didn't want to extend the contract. What would she do with her child after giving birth? Where will she go? Why doesn't she trust me to take care of her and her child? Raiden, she called again. This time she touched my hand gently. Don't be like this. I didn't mean to make you angry. I turned my head and saw that her face was now a little pale. I think she's tired. I brushed her hand away and started the car engine. Sit properly. We're going home, I said curtly. Raiden, I didn't mean to say things that upset me, Athena said softly. You already did, I snapped. I started my car again and refused to talk to her. I wonder what she is trying to hide from me that makes her behavior so unreasonable. Athena POV. Raiden is angry with me. He refused to talk and just kept me quiet until I felt like I was sitting on burning coals. It's really unpleasant. My stomach feels uncomfortable and something keeps moving there. It seemed like the fetus in my stomach knew that its parents were fighting and it didn't like it. My heart aches. I wanted to tell Raiden that this child was his, not Shane's at all. Shane and I had never been intimate at all in the 3 or 4 years before we broke up. My only intimate relationship after that was with Raiden. I think because Raiden knew that he had reproductive problems, just like me, being considered infertile, he felt sure he couldn't get pregnant and have children. I myself am confused about how I could get pregnant. He and I are both infertile. Even if it was because he was a werewolf that he could fertilize me, as said by the obstetrician who examined me, to be honest, I was a little worried about my baby's condition. My baby's blood is the blood of an alpha, and Raiden's pack really hopes for him, what his life will be like. Pressure has been put on him since he was still in the womb. Raiden, I'm hungry. Would you like to accompany me to eat? I asked after arriving home. I have to improve the atmosphere. I don't want him to stay angry. Raiden didn't answer, just took off his tie and hung it on the hood, then went to the kitchen, took a pan and filled it with water from the tap. I stood in the middle of the room like an idiot, watching his movements. Sit, he said, pointing to a chair in front of the kitchen counter. I'll make corn chowder for you. I obeyed his orders without much argument. He made the soup deftly, and within moments, a bowl of fragrant and mouth-watering soup was served in front of me. I'm worried, I said, blowing on the soup in the bowl. What else are you worried about? This time he responded, although his tone still sounded harsh. I'm worried that the people in your pack won't like my child because he has a human mother, I answered quietly. What if he gets bullied by other werewolf children? You should know that hybrid children are often considered different, right? Suddenly I remembered my difficult childhood, and my tears just flowed without me being able to hold them back. My childhood was difficult, so I don't want my child to experience the same thing as me, I said again. At least, he should live a happy childhood, not having to face the cruelty of people who don't like him and don't want him. I glanced over and saw Raiden stunned. Then, before I realized the situation, he stood up and pulled me into his arms. My head rested on his chest, and he stroked my hair gently. That will never happen, Raiden said confidently. I will protect him. After all, he is the future alpha successor. I will definitely make everyone accept him. He will grow up to be a perfect alpha because I will educate and take care of him well. My heart beat fast hearing his words. It was a huge relief, but I was still worried. I still don't want to extend my contract with Raiden for the sake of my child. I will not let my son fall into the hands of the people in the pack. Facing Raiden's father and the elders made me even more confident not to let them control my son. Don't worry anymore. This child is my business. That's why I want to extend the contract to protect him. Besides, it seems like they only want this child and are still trying to reject you, while I don't want that to happen. This child is a medium for bargaining. Make a good bargain so they stop bothering us and trying to separate us, said Raiden. He kissed the top of my head and let go of his hug. Eat and stop worrying. Raiden POV. I can't stop thinking about Athena. She looked depressed and sad. I was also furious at my father and the elders, with their attitude of hurting Athena. How could they openly say they only wanted their child but not Athena? They even asked Athena to hand over their child because they believed that Athena would definitely not be able to look after him. They looked down on Athena too much. I bought you a brick toy, I said before going to the office. You can organize it to fill your time. It's good for the brain development of the child in your womb if the mother remains active during pregnancy. Athena nodded and continued to pull up the blanket. I kissed her forehead and went to the office, after making sure all the doors and windows were secure, and the alarm was installed properly. Adela was waiting in my room when I arrived. I'm so annoyed to see it. I haven't had time to discuss the vitamins she gave Athena with her, and I don't think she knows that I already know about it. Raiden, I heard that Athena is taking special leave. Why? Is she sick? Adela asked with a worried face. I know it's fake. Yes, she's sick, I said calmly. I think you already knew that she was pregnant, and you deliberately gave her she-wolf medicine, right? What do you mean? You wanted to kill her? Adela's face turned deathly pale. I didn't mean that. I really meant well and wanted to help her. She's weak, and for an ordinary human, carrying a werewolf child must be very hard, so I would have thought the medicine would make her stronger. I didn't expect the effects at all. I didn't know the medicine for humans and werewolves is so different. I looked at Adela in annoyance. She looked worried, but I'm sure it wasn't genuine at all. I guess on the surface she was just pretending to be worried and innocent, but she must also be feeling confident, because after all, Athena only had me as her support in the pack. My position is very wrong now. I was very angry with Adela, but couldn't do anything because of her family relationship with the pack. You might as well keep your hands off the matter, I said sharply. But I won't let you harm Athena again in any way. I will watch over you, Adela. Don't be careless with Athena, because she is the woman I will protect even if I have to go against the pack. Adela looked surprised at my words, but she quickly changed her attitude and lowered her head. Please convey my apologies to Athena, she said in a meek voice. I hope she's fine now. I promise I won't bother her again, Raiden. I'm sorry. I snorted, then focused on the laptop, deciding to call it a breeze. If you have nothing else to say, go. I'm busy, I said coldly. I don't want to stay in the same room with Adela for long. She makes me sick. Raiden, actually, I just wanted to let you know that my dad will be back in a few days from Berlin, Germany for a pack meeting. What meeting? I asked angrily. Adela's eyebrows rose. You haven't been told? Last night your father and my father agreed to hold a follow-up meeting. Everyone at the previous meeting was very concerned about your and Athena's problems. They wanted to discuss it together. That has nothing to do with your father, I snapped irritably. What else does my father want now, that he is thinking of holding a meeting with Adela's father to discuss my affairs with Athena? Raiden, I think you should think more carefully. You and Athena will cause a lot of problems, even if Athena can bear a child for you. You yourself must know that most human relationships with werewolves end unpleasantly. Adela's words were really annoying. I stood up and pointed at the door. I think it's better for you to get out, Adela. I have to work and you're bothering me, I said coldly. Adela stood up from the sofa and smiled. You have to think about it, Raiden. Giving up on marrying me would be very detrimental to you, and just so you know, I don't want to give up on you either. One day you will definitely be my mate and will be the Alpha and Luna for our pack. This woman is really stubborn and shameless. Never mind, Adela, mind your own business. No need to force your will. Go. Adela strolled flirtatiously, leaving my room. After Adela left, I lost my concentration on work. Damn Adela. Jason, can you contact anyone to ask if it's true that my father and Adela's father are going to have a meeting? I asked Jason. I deliberately called my beta to discuss the news Adela told me earlier. You mean Alpha Leonard? Jason asked. Yes. Adela said her father had returned from Berlin and would meet with my father to discuss me and Athena, I said angrily. How unreasonable. I think your father still insists on setting you up with Ms. Adela, Jason said thoughtfully. He definitely didn't expect you to come with Ms. Athena, who is pregnant. I think he panicked, because instead of Adela I chose, but instead Athena, I muttered thoughtfully. Moreover, it turns out that Ms. Athena is pregnant with a child that the pack has always wanted as a condition for you to be named Supreme Alpha. Your father must feel bad about Alpha Leonard because it seems like he is giving him false hope, so he has to fix the situation, Jason said in detail. I think you're right, Jason, I said, admitting the truth of what my beta said. I will investigate the situation, Alpha Raiden. I will let you know the results soon. Jason left and I chose to go home, even though I wasn't finished with all my work. I'll just bring it and do it at home. I have to tell Athena about my father and Adela's father's meeting. I don't want them to talk about me and Athena's affairs behind my back. I have to be there when they do that, because they have no right to make any rules about my life. I will prepare Athena so that she won't worry and be afraid of anything anymore. My house looked dark when I arrived. Maybe Adela was sleeping. The doctor did recommend bed rest for her, and I also hope she gets lots of rest. I walked in, and the lights turned on automatically. I saw that on the sofa and table in the living room, the brick in the shape of a flower bouquet that I gave to Athena was already partially arranged, but Athena was nowhere to be seen. Athena, I called. Are you awake? Athena's door opened and she came out yawning. I was stunned to see it. She stood in the doorway of the room, her hair messy, rubbing her eyes. Very cute. But what surprised me the most was she was wearing satin pajama shirt without anything underneath except a panty, so her thighs were exposed freely. Raiden, are you home yet? Said Athena hoarsely. She approached me and pulled my shirt sleeve. I am hungry. I gulped and felt that I was hungry too. Hungry to eat her. The pajamas were made of satin, thin, sticking to her skin which looked damp and shiny. My gaze lowered and noticed there was a thin bulge on his stomach. Pregnancy may only begin in the middle of the first trimester, but in werewolves, the pregnancy period is 2 to 3 months faster than in ordinary humans. The pajamas were very short, only covering the top of Athena's thighs, and her panties peeked out beneath the edge of the satin fabric. They were dark blue, a complete contrast to her white thighs. Did you just wake up? I asked while observing her. Why are you only wearing clothes this thin, Athena? You're not even wearing trousers. You could catch a cold. Athena shook her head. No, it's very hot and I can't stand it. I turned on the AC to maximum, but I still felt hot, so I just took it all off. You're sweating, I said in surprise, stroking his damp forehead. Is it that hot? Her eyes were still half closed and she seemed unconscious, half leaning against me and her arms gripping the sleeves of my shirt. She nodded. I haven't finished arranging the bricks you bought me, but my eyes are very heavy and I immediately disappeared into dreamland as soon as I touched the bed, she muttered. But now I'm very hungry. She's pregnant, Alpha. How could you let her starve? Reeft scolded in a mocking tone. Usually she cooks his own food. I argued defensively. Come on, Alpha. Don't pregnant women usually have mood swings? Haven't you noticed Athena hasn't been cooking much lately? Reeft said in a more serious tone. I muttered. Yeah, I know. I took Athena's hand and led her to the sofa in the living room, then sat her on the long sofa. I gave her the television remote. Wait here. You can sleep for a while, watch television, or put together more bricks to pass the time. I'll cook for you, I said, stroking her hair. Athena yawned. She nodded, then turned on the television and stopped selecting the Korean drama channel. I left her to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. I think a simple and refreshing dish is good enough for her. I remembered the words of the doctor who examined Athena's womb. She suggested that Athena consume more meat. So I took a pack of fresh meat, eggs, red and green peppers, potatoes, some vegetables, mandarin oranges, and saltine crackers. I made steak with French fries, vegetable salad with boiled eggs, orange juice, and saltine crackers. It was all done within an hour, and I carried everything on a tray to the living room. Athena was probably too lazy to move to the dining room because she seemed to be engrossed in her Korean drama. Several times I heard her chuckle. Wow, exclaimed Athena in awe when I served all my cooking on the table. She got off the sofa and slid onto the carpet. You cooked all this? I shrugged, not wanting to brag about the cooking skills I had acquired self-taught since my mother died. Eat a lot, I said as I got more potatoes for him. I really felt satisfied because Athena ate everything I offered her with gusto. A realization slipped into my mind. Athena needs someone who can look after her and help her during this pregnancy. I can't always be by her side because I also have a lot of work to handle. I'll find someone to take care of you, I said as I cleaned up the remains of dinner after we finished. You can ask her to cook, clean the house, or whatever you need. Is that some kind of household assistant? Athena asked carefully. I nodded and walked into the kitchen carrying all the dirty dining furniture. I returned to the living room and sat next to Athena on the long sofa after finishing washing the dishes. Raiden, I don't think I need to look for someone to help me, said Athena. She diverted attention from the quarrel between the two kings in the drama to me. I'm not always lazy. I can do it myself. No, Athena, you can't be alone, I insisted. There has to be someone to look after you. You have to get lots of rest and take care of yourself. Moreover, the child you are carrying is a werewolf child. Maybe in its development, there will be things that you don't understand and will require the opinion or handling of someone who is experienced, I explained at length. Athena is sometimes stubborn and too independent. The closer I get to know her, the more I understand her nature. Maybe, because since childhood she was required to live alone, she became uncomfortable when someone wanted to help her with things she felt he could do himself. Who is the person you will appoint? Athena asked in a doubtful tone. I know Aluna from my group. She is a retired nurse. She will be happy to take care of you, I said, taking her hand and bringing it to my lap. Okay, said Athena. I think that's good too. I want Athena to spend her pregnancy peacefully and without pressure. I will deal with any problems that arise within the pack, whether with my father or with the elders and other people. They all always urge me to quickly find a partner and have children, while I actually have fertility problems. Athena's pregnancy, I found out after you tied the contract, was an advantage that could help me overcome problems in the pack. Perhaps there will be many problems ahead that I have to face, but I don't want Athena to be affected. Regardless of who the father of the baby in Athena's womb was, but as an ordinary human, she was extraordinary because she was able to conceive a werewolf child, even when the doctor had stated that she was infertile and would not be able to have children. Athena, tomorrow there will be a meeting between my father and Adela's father. It looks like they will discuss the issue of my match with Adela again, I said carefully. Athena's hand in mine tightened, Adela's father is the second strongest pack leader after your pack, right? Is he angry because he found out about us? I think so. My father wants to negotiate with him somehow and in what form, but I think we have to be present at the meeting. They will talk about us, so we have to be there to listen, and I will fight for whatever is necessary. We'll do it, I said confidently. Did your father ask you to attend? Asked Athena. No. Adela told me this afternoon, I said. To make Athena calmer, I told her a little about what I discussed with Adela, including my harsh rebuke to the she-wolf. She's very good at dodging facts, Athena muttered irritably. You have to be wary of Adela and don't be easily persuaded by anything she says, I said, warning Athena about Adela. Yes, Raiden, I will be more careful with her, answered Athena obediently. What should I prepare for tomorrow's meeting? I stared at Athena's white thighs, beautifully displayed in front of me. When I left her on the sofa before cooking, I put a blanket over half of her body because I was worried I would catch a cold. When eating, she pushed aside her blanket to sit on the carpet and didn't wear it again. My desire was delayed by cooking and then dinner, but now it rose even higher. I pulled her closer against my body. Athena looked surprised but didn't refuse. I sniffed her neck. The aroma that assaulted my sense of smell was so fragrant and made me feel like I was drunk. I held her nape and started kissing the area of her long neck, satisfying myself inhaling the opium from there. Athena sighed and automatically lifted her neck, giving me wider access to explore her neck down to her shoulders. I have to mark you, so everyone can smell that my scent is on you, I muttered while making a hickey behind his ear. Athena's hand squeezed my thigh and I rested my hand on her chest, over her other pajamas. Feeling that my movements were limited due to this sitting position, I grabbed Athena's body and brought her to sit on my lap. Athena's face turned red like a boiled crab and she looked away, not wanting to look at me. I gently grabbed her face and pulled her towards me. Our lips touched and she opened her mouth slightly, seemingly about to say something. However, I won't let a moment like this pass without doing anything. My pheromones worked and enveloped Athena, like a thin silver smoke, my true color. Athena didn't refuse about me invading her mouth, and she even kissed me back just as passionately. I opened all the buttons on her pajamas and threw the clothes carelessly, so that a very beautiful sight appeared in my eyes. Raiden, don't look at me like that, Athena said embarrassedly. She crossed her arms over her breasts. I bit his shoulder gently, making a hickey on his smooth skin and pushed her hand away. You are very beautiful, I said. Really beautiful, baby. Athena groaned, and her hands moved nimbly to open all the buttons on my shirt and untie my belt. Athena POV. The meeting of Alpha Augustus and Alpha Leonard, Adela's father, will be held as scheduled. Raiden helped me get ready. He not only calmed my heart with his reassuring words, but he also trained me to answer questions that might be asked by those who would be there. I'm sure Alpha Leonard won't come alone, said Raiden as he helped me fill the water bottle that had recently accompanied me everywhere. I always feel hot and thirsty, so Raiden gave me a water bottle to take with me when traveling. You mean he will bring troops? I asked, not understanding. If that's, of course, it's so clear. I mean, he will bring the other alphas from his territory, said Raiden. Just so you know, his pack is the second pack after my pack, and it's not just a rumor that he's always trying to bring his pack to number one. He's an ambitious person and good at currying favor. That's why I don't like him. But I don't know why my father likes him so much. That's why you refuse to be matched with Adela? I asked carefully. That's just one of many reasons, said Raiden. I don't want to have anything to do with the Bliss family. They are like snakes under the covers. They could bite at any time. I thought they were wolves like you, not snakes, I muttered. Raiden laughed at my words and grabbed the back of my neck, then planted a kiss on my lips. For a few moments we kissed, then he pushed aside my shirt, and unexpectedly, he kissed my stomach. Let's go, he said as he took me by the hand, making me blush up to my ears. When Raiden and I arrived, there were already many people in the hall where I was previously introduced to the elders and pack people. However, this time, there were no elders and only a few of the people present that I recognized before. Most of them were foreigners, and apparently, like what Raiden said, it seemed like most of them were werewolves from packs in Alpha Leonard's territory. Apart from that, I also saw many people in black uniforms spreading from the gate to around the hall. Everyone looked stiff and alert. Those are Alpha Leonard's innate soldiers? I whispered to Raiden. Yes, those in black uniforms are Alpha Leonard's default, answered Raiden. Where is your pack soldier, Raiden? I asked anxiously. I felt my stomach churn, as if what was in my stomach was feeling restless. Don't worry, baby. My soldiers are all shadow and invisible soldiers. They are much more numerous than Alpha Leonard's innate soldiers, but no one is aware of their presence, said Raiden while gently squeezing my waist. His call made me blush. He kept calling me that after the night we made love so hotly. However, right now I feel very safe because Raiden is with me and he never lets go of my hand or waist from his grip. I noticed that everyone was looking at me with sour faces. They clearly don't like me. Why did you bring a human to this forum, Alpha Raiden? Asked one of the men. Don't worry, Alpha Reno, I will immediately introduce the woman to you, said Raiden calmly. He looked around. There are several people here who already know who this woman next to me is. Her name is Athena Jane Denzel, and she is my mate. Murmuring voices started to sound everywhere. Then 3 men stood up with sour faces. Will she be Luna Queen for this pack? Asked the first man while pointing a finger at me. Her name is Athena. Haven't I caused it clearly? Raiden snapped in a sharp tone. The man seemed to shrink at Raiden's tone of voice. The man next to him snorted, as if annoyed that his friend had backed away. A human doesn't deserve to be Luna Queen. She will only cause us trouble, exclaimed the second man. That's right. Throughout history we have never allowed a human to rule over us, chimed in the third man. Yeah, Alpha Raiden, you can't expect us to agree to accept her as Luna Queen, shouted Alpha Leonard loudly. I immediately recognized him as Adela's father, because they both had similar facial lines. I looked around, looking for the woman, but she was nowhere to be seen. You looking for me, Athena? I almost jumped, when suddenly Adela was standing next to me. She smiled sweetly at me, but by reflex I leaned closer to Raiden, and her face immediately turned cloudy. Alpha Leonard and the other alphas, you all always talk about me because I don't have a mate and don't have children as successors, so there are several coup attempts that can always be overcome, said Raiden in his authoritative voice. Now I have chosen my mate and she is pregnant. We will have a child soon. So, why are you still not satisfied? Adela nudged my arm. You said you wouldn't tell Raiden that you were pregnant? Did you mean to trick me? She asked curtly. I heard annoyance in her voice. If you hadn't tried to poison me, Raiden definitely wouldn't have known about this, I answered just as angrily. She has a big fault with me, but she still tries to corner me. You deliberately, didn't you? What? You want to become Luna Queen? You deliberately trapped Raiden with your pregnancy, Adela hissed. That's not even Raiden's child at all. I ignored it and just focused on the alphas in front. Alpha Leonard's face was very cloudy, and he stared at me while glaring. She doesn't have the ability to be a Luna for our pack. She's just a weak human who doesn't know anything. The fact that she's pregnant isn't something that can justify accepting her into the pack. Alpha Leonard snapped. His voice echoed within the hall. I think you underestimate me, Alpha Leonard, I said politely. I feel annoyed that these werewolves keep looking down on me, so I think I need to fight back. I'm very clear about the current form of the wolf pack. I have learned a lot about wolf packs from Raiden and other reliable sources, and I also did some analysis, which I then discussed again with Raiden. What do you mean, human? Alpha Leonard snapped. My name is Athena Jane Denzel, in case your ears weren't good enough to catch Alpha Raiden's voice when he introduced me, I said with a sinister smile. I could feel the murmurs and hisses from the people around me, but I also heard Raiden's chuckle next to me. He also tickled my palm with his finger as if encouraging me. Why are you so stubborn and hate humans so much when you mingle with them and even follow and absorb their lifestyle? Do werewolves not need progress in their lives and just live in dark caves? I said in a firm tone. Werewolves also need humans to learn a more modern and civilized way of life. Athena, shut your mouth, Adela hissed angrily. Raiden hissed at Adela and the cunning woman quickly lowered her head. The number of werewolves is getting smaller because you prioritize prestige, don't want to join humans, even though you need us. Can you imagine what will happen in the next 5 or 10 years? Maybe the number of werewolves present here will remain very small because you chose to die in vain rather than adapt to humans, I continued my words. Are you cursing us? Shouted a man from another corner. As you always say, I'm just an ordinary human. How can I curse? You are the ones who are exterminating your own pack. I read the news that many packs in other countries are becoming bigger and more modern once they accept the marriage of humans with werewolves. At least, they thought far ahead that mixing humans and werewolves would create humans who were superior to just werewolves or just humans, I answered firmly. Did you know that being a Luna is a tough task? Alpha Leonard snapped. Humans are weak creatures. Then why are the werewolves so eager to imitate us? Is physical strength alone enough to keep your pack free from the risk of extinction? No. You need humans to help teach you about technology, good ways of living, and also education about civilized life. I may look weak, but I know your weaknesses, and I can carry out my duties as Luna if necessary. On the other hand, Alpha Leonard, isn't your reason for rejecting me too selfish and not thinking about all the pack members? I am your opportunity to make your wish come true, integrating werewolf life with humans. The hall fell silent after I finished speaking. I felt thirsty and Raiden handed me drinking water from my bottle. Very good, baby. You really said everything we discussed together last night, Raiden said proudly. He squeezed my hand gently. I am proud of you. I saw Alpha Leonard talking to Alpha Augustus and several people next to him. They looked very serious. I'm impressed by your courage, Miss Athena, Alpha Leonard said after a moment. His gaze softened and he addressed me more politely. I cheered happily in my heart, because for me this was progress. From the corner of my eye I also saw several people around me nodding. What you said is true, and I have to admit that you succeeded in convincing us that you could be useful in helping the integration between our kind and yours, said Alpha Leonard again. Even though an ordinary human has never become Luna Queen, many of our members have married humans and increased the population with their offspring. You are right that I should consider the greatness of the pack rather than my selfish desires. I felt very happy hearing his words. At least, he didn't look down on me anymore and was willing to admit the truth of my thoughts. I think he's not as bad as I originally imagined. At least he is a pretty good pack leader because he pays more attention to the pack. Raiden leaned towards me. I think our mission will be successful, baby. If Alpha Leonard can feel confident, then everything will be easier to overcome. I nodded with a faint smile, and right at that moment, turned towards Adela because I wanted to see her reaction. At that moment, I saw Adela beckoning to a man nearby. The man looked at me with a bad grin on his lips and took out something shiny from under his jacket and aimed at me. My hand reflexively covered my stomach. "Raiden, our child!" I shouted while bending over to hide my stomach. Next to me, Raiden gasped. Raiden grabbed my water bottle and threw it with full force at the man who was about to throw a knife at me. The bottle shattered with a loud sound, indicating how much strength Raiden had when throwing it. The knife-throwing man fell backwards when the bottle hit him hard in the forehead. Two very sharp, medium-sized knives fell to the floor with a loud clink. Everyone was shocked to see the incident. Alpha Augustus almost ran up to me and pulled my hand behind him. His eyes flashed with anger. "Kill that man, Raiden!" Alpha Augustus ordered coldly. "He tried to hurt my grandson." I peeked over Alpha Augustus' shoulder and saw Raiden approaching the knife-wielding man who was still lying on the floor with a bleeding forehead. My water bottle broke and the water pooled around the man. Raiden grabbed the man's neck and performed a deadly gripping motion. Not long after, something sounded like it was breaking, loud and terrible. Then, Raiden knocked the man with the knife to the floor. He slipped without resistance, lying on the floor in a strange position, his head tilted unnaturally. I glanced at Adela and knew that the knife man was carrying out her instructions. He didn't want to kill me, but he wanted to hurt my child. "That man is your soldier, Alpha Leonard," said Raiden in a sharp tone. "Why would he do something like that?" "Alpha Leonard, I think you have gone too far by ordering your soldiers to cause chaos in a forum like this." "In my place," said Alpha Augustus. For the first time since the start of the event, I saw Alpha Leonard's face look embarrassed. I saw him throw a sharp gaze at Adela. I don't think there was an agreement between father and son as to what happened. For some reason, my gut feeling also tells me that Adela didn't plan something that evil beforehand. She did it spontaneously. Unless the father and daughter are really good at acting, and they have actually planned the scenario about the man with the knife beforehand. "Alpha Raiden, Alpha Augustus, and everyone present in this forum, that soldier is indeed my subordinate, but I don't know why he suddenly did something like that," said Alpha Leonard in a loud voice so that everyone in the hall could hear it. "I apologize to all of you, especially to Miss Athena. I will make amends for the mistake made by my soldiers by offering 100 soldiers from my pack to guard your pack's area, Alpha Raiden." Alpha Augustus looked still angry, and unexpectedly he turned to me. "Miss Athena, do you want to press charges for what happened earlier? You almost got hurt because of what that soldier did," said Alpha Augustus softly. I was surprised but felt happy too, because I thought Alpha Augustus was on my side this time. "It's okay, Alpha Augustus. I'm not injured and Raiden has already dealt with that guy, so there's no need to prolong it any further," I said a little embarrassedly. Alpha Augustus nodded, and he pulled Raiden to stand next to me again, then walked to the front of the forum. "Today, I will officially hand over the pack to my son, Alpha Raiden, and his mate, Luna Athena. They will soon become Supreme Alpha and Luna. I will protect them from anyone who tries to disturb and oppose them," said Alpha Augustus loudly and firmly. "If there is a pack that doesn't agree, please leave, so I know who I have to face in the future." Alpha Augustus looked at Alpha Leonard with a flat face and raised eyebrows. Alpha Leonard nodded, and he bowed slightly in salute. It seemed like he knew that his position was already weak and it was better to obey. "I and the entire pack in my territory accept your decision, Alpha Augustus," said Alpha Leonard politely. Raiden held my hand tightly and smiled. We both bowed our bodies to accept the honor of Alpha Augustus' statement. After that, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Whether it was because Alpha Augustus felt that in the end he would give in to Raiden, or whether everything had been prepared because there would be guests coming, Alpha Augustus signaled to someone, and suddenly the servants started passing out wine and snacks to everyone present in the forum. "Don't drink wine, baby," Raiden said, stopping me when a waiter approached me. He took a plate of cake for me and asked the waiter to bring orange juice, then led me to sit in one of the chairs in the north part of the hall, where many chairs were prepared for guests on any occasion. "Sit here and wait a moment. I'll talk to my father for a moment. We'll go home after that," Raiden said softly. I was about to answer Raiden's words when Adela approached us. Her face was gloomy. "Alpha Raiden, can I talk to Luna for a moment?" she asked Raiden, in a formal tone. However, she is under the authority of Raiden's pack, and if her father has accepted any decision from Raiden's pack, then that rule also applies to her. "What are you going to do, Adela?" said Raiden with a very obvious look of displeasure. "You've tried to harm Athena several times, and even though I couldn't catch you directly, I know you're dangerous." I touched Raiden's arm. "It's okay, Alpha. I also need to talk to Adela and straighten out a thing or two. I'll talk to her." Raiden looked at me worriedly. "Are you sure? What if something happens to you again?" "No, I won't," I answered, trying to reassure him. "Adela won't dare do anything, and I will take good care of myself." Raiden looked at me, then looked at Adela. "I won't hesitate to kill you if Athena is injured, Adela," Raiden said coldly. Raiden then went with wide steps towards where his father was gathering and spoke with the alphas from the other packs, including Adela's father. "What is it?" I asked coldly, once I was alone with Adela. Don't do anything strange to me, or you will end up like the soldier you ordered to throw a knife at me. Adela clicked her tongue in annoyance. She did not admit or deny about the soldier. Tell me, Athena, why did you lie? Adela asked in an annoyed tone. That child, Alpha Raiden's child, right? You said it very clearly earlier, but Alpha Raiden doesn't seem to realize that. Maybe there's something that makes him think that the child isn't his. Why are you so curious about this child, Adela? What do you really want? I asked while giving her my best smile. I felt a little happy because I could play with her. You're too complicated, Athena. I don't understand your purpose in doing all this, said Adela angrily. I did it because I wanted to protect my child. I may have lied to other people about this child, but to me, this child is the most important and I will do anything to stay with him, I answered firmly. I don't hide the fact that I don't want to be separated from the child I'm carrying, but I also don't want to raise him among werewolves in an unstable situation. In fact, even though everyone said they agreed to accept me as Luna, I'm sure it wasn't all based on sincerity. There will definitely be attempts to harm me and my child in the future. At the very least, there will be an attempt to throw me out of the pack and take my child. Tell me honestly, Adela, was your previous behavior because you really liked Raiden, or because you just hated the humiliation you received as a result of Raiden's rejection of you? Adela was silent and seemed confused about answering my question. I can guess from the look on her face that this is not about love, but about her pride. As far as I know, Adela is an only child and is very spoiled by her parents and extended family. She always got whatever she wanted, and Raiden's rejection definitely hurt her pride. You feel insulted because Raiden doesn't look at you at all, right? I asked while smiling gently. You're only human, but he chose you to be Luna just because you were pregnant. He even thought that the child was someone else's. How ridiculous. Adela hissed irritably. I looked around me, making sure no one would overhear our conversation, and leaned closer to Adela. I don't want to be Luna, I whispered. I just want to protect myself and my child until he is born. Being under protection of Raiden and his pack are the best thing I can get right now. However, after that, I think I will need your help. Do you want to work with me? Adela's face looked confused. Help me to leave this pack after my child is born and strong enough. You can be Luna for this pack after I leave, I whispered again. Adela's attitude changed. She was surprised, but understood what I was planning. To be honest, I don't really like Raiden either, said Adela in a firm tone. I once had a boyfriend and he was better than Raiden. Unfortunately, he later died of illness, and since then, I haven't found a man like him. However, I really hate being compared to ordinary people, and not being able to get what I want. Adela's words made me smile. It was exactly what I had expected. She just felt her pride hurt because she lost to me for Luna's position. So, do you want to help me or not? This is a good deal. You can still get your wish to become Luna, and I will get my wish, protecting my child and raising him without werewolf interference, I asked again. Adela thought for a moment, then she nodded. What can I do for you? She asked. I need to know, can the scent of a werewolf child be smelled by its parents? I asked carefully. I once read that a werewolf can recognize the scent of its cubs from hundreds of meters away. Of course. When a pair of werewolves have sex, the scents of both of them will combine and decrease to become the unique scent of their child. I think, because you are human and related to a werewolf, your partner's scent will be more dominant in your child. It means Raiden's aroma in your child will be stronger, said Adela seriously. She looked at me with a raised eyebrow and snapped her fingers. Ah, I know what you mean. Just a moment. Adela opened her bag and took something out of it. A clear glass bottle with a blue liquid inside. She gave me the bottle. What's this? I asked suspiciously. This is a scent hiding potion. I always use it when I need to disguise myself to eradicate rogues in my territory. You need to use it so that Raiden doesn't smell your child on you. Just rub a little on your belly in the morning, and Raiden won't be able to smell the child in your stomach. Adela said, Are you sure this will work and isn't dangerous? I asked doubtfully. Yes, of course, said Adela seriously. I think you need to, because if Raiden knows the child is his, he will never let you leave the pack. He will soon find out as your pregnancy progresses, because the child's scent will become stronger. I looked at the glass bottle in my hand and felt that Adela's words were true. I'll try to use it like you said, I said, putting the bottle in my bag. But if something happens to me because you try to do something bad to me again, then I will report you to Raiden and Alpha Augustus, without hesitation. Adela smiled gently, and this time I thought she was sincere. I won't do anything stupid again, especially if I know it will take away my profits. You can come to me if there are other things you don't understand about your child or about Raiden. I nodded, and Adela left. I knew that right now I had to trust Adela. However, I still felt anxious. The shadow of the possibility that I could still lose my child is still there. I stroked the glass bottle Adela gave me in my bag and stood up, walking over to Raiden, who was still chatting with his father and the other alphas. I think I need to immediately try the benefits of this potion that Adela gave me. Raiden POV. Adela's attitude made me continue to worry. I saw her walking away from Athena, and they nodded to each other as if they were agreeing on something. Why is Athena still being kind to the woman who has tried to harm her twice? Did Athena feel she had to have a female friend from among the werewolves so she would cancel out what Adela had done to her? I looked at Athena. She stood up and took a few breaths, then walked towards me. I left the chat and approached her. Alpha, can we go home now? Athena whispered while pulling the hem of my shirt. I'm tired and hungry. Hearing Athena call me Alpha made my blood rush and warm. That sounds so sexy, and her spoiled attitude makes me feel like the greatest man in the world. I raised my hand and stroked her hair. Yeah, let's go home so you can eat and rest. I took Athena to say goodbye to everyone present at the meeting, then took her to the car. Even when the back of my head had no eyes, I could feel everyone's gazes watching us. What did Adela say to you, Athena? Is she looking for trouble with you again? I asked once we were in the car. No, Raiden, said Athena, stroking my arm which was tense while holding the steering wheel. Her caress was soft and warm. She just apologized to me and said that she would help me with Luna things if I still trusted her. I felt relieved hearing Athena's explanation, even though I still felt like she was hiding something. I'm relieved to hear that. It's just that you still have to be wary of her, Athena. Don't let her do something that stabs you in the back. I'll keep an eye on her, I said firmly. Athena smiled and nodded slowly. Yes, Raiden, of course I will be alert. However, I think I can also use Adela. After all, she is a she-wolf who comes from a prominent family. I can absorb her knowledge to strengthen my position as Luna, because I'm sure there is still a lot those who oppose me, even though in front of you they nod in agreement. I acknowledge the truth of Athena's words. She is an intelligent woman, and she has spent her life dealing with various problems and reading the characters of the people around her, because she is always alone and needs to always be alert. Yes, I understand what you mean, I said. I took her hand and held it. My feelings suddenly felt soft, and I really wanted to make her happy. What do you want to eat? Let's eat somewhere you like or want to eat. To be honest, I was starting to feel regret that I had signed the contract and agreed to the contract deadline, which stated that after 6 months we would have to part ways. As time went on, I realized more and more that my feelings for Athena had completely changed. It's not only because of our daily closeness that makes me fall in love with her even more, but also because of the invisible bond that exists without being felt. I want her to truly be mine and not go anywhere. I am not willing to leave Athena again, and regarding her child, even though the child is still in Athena's stomach and he is not even my flesh and blood, I am willing to raise that child as my own. I want to make Athena happy and live a guaranteed life of sufficiency, comfort, and pleasure. She has the right to enjoy all of that after what she has been through since childhood. I want to be the person who gives her the beauty and happiness of her life. Muttered Athena. Can I ask you to cook for me? Athena asked shyly. I really like your salmon steak and salad. Your orange juice is also delicious and healthy. I turned my head and saw Athena's blushing face. She was looking with eyes full of worry, as if worried that I would be angry that he asked me something like that. Luckily, the road I was on was quite quiet. I took the car to the side of the road, then stopped and turned off the engine. Hey, why stop? Asked Athena with a confused face. I grabbed Athena's shoulders gently and pulled her into a hug. Athena's body stiffened for a moment, but then she returned my hug, even though I sensed her hesitation. You are already my mate, Athena, so you can ask me to do anything for you, as long as it is within reasonable limits. Don't be afraid, I said, stroking her back. I felt her nod and tighten her arms around my waist. I kissed her forehead gently, then kissed her lips, and she returned my kiss just as warmly. We kissed for a few moments, until then she bit my lower lip lightly when my hands squeezed her breasts. Oh, I said while rubbing my bottom lip. She looked away and patted my hand with her face flushed to her ears. Let's go home, naughty Alpha, she said in a curt tone. I laughed at her attitude and started the car back home. The atmosphere created on the trip made me feel cheerful. Athena ate heartily when the food I made was finished. I like her good appetite. After finishing eating, she also took her vitamins. Athena helped me wash the dishes, then cut apples for us to eat together in front of the television. This really made me feel comfortable, as if we were a real family. Raiden, I'm so sleepy, said Athena, rubbing her eyes. Can I sleep first? Of course, baby, I said, kissing her forehead. Go to sleep. You have to take care of your health. I watched Athena enter her room. She turned off the headlights and turned on the nightstand. I could see a faint array of light from the gap in his room door, which was not closed tightly. I grabbed my laptop and some files I needed to check, then started working. What I was doing was almost finished, when I heard strange noises from Athena's room, like a muffled cry. I hurriedly left the laptop and half ran into Athena's room. On the bed, Athena shifted restlessly. I approached her, and was shocked to see her crying with her eyes remaining closed. It seemed she had a bad dream. Hey baby, why are you crying? I whispered in her ear. I tucked myself behind her and hugged her tightly. Did you have a nightmare? Athena opened her eyes and looked at me for a moment, then pushed herself into my arms. She put her arms around my waist and hid her face in my chest. My pajama shirt was wet from her tears. What are you dreaming about? I asked quietly. I dreamed that I lost my child, she said in a heartbreakingly choked voice. She looked so heartbroken. Raiden, what if something happens to my child? I understand that she was worried about her child's safety. After all, she was a human and was carrying another human within her body. The situation she faced with the unfamiliar world of werewolves definitely filled her with fear and worry, even though she didn't show it directly, especially with everything she has experienced so far, where many times her life was almost lost because of the actions of my people. Honey, Athena, I called in a cautious tone. She's very fragile right now, and I'm strengthening her. Listen to me. You can't think too much. I will always protect you and your child. I stroked Athena's stomach and felt something move under my hand. My heart jumped. It seemed like the child in Athena's stomach knew that I loved him, and he reacted. So magical. I was amazed and continued stroking Athena's stomach with feeling. Who knows, my feelings might be transferred to the child in Athena's womb. I will be responsible for looking after and protecting you. I will not let anything bad happen to you or our child. I continued, kissing Athena's damp hair. I'm scared, Raiden, muttered Athena, her body shaking. I'm afraid my child will have a difficult life, because he is not fully human and not fully werewolf. He will experience difficulties because of his mixed blood. Shh! Don't say things like that. He will be a great child because he has blood from 2 different worlds. That will be his advantage. However, I will take care of him, care for him and educate him. I will protect him and make him great, I said, trying to convince her. What about me? Will I be able to do all that? What if I can't be a good mother to him? Athena asked quietly. No, darling, you will definitely be a great mother. Even when he wasn't born, you worked hard to look after him. You are the best mother for him. You have proven that over and over again. You even think about and love children in an orphanage who is not related to you by blood with your big love, let alone your own child. Athena looked up and looked at me with her wet eyes. Are you sure I can be a good mother to this child? She placed her hand on top of my hand, which was still on her stomach. You'll be a great mother, I said, kissing her trembling lips briefly. You will be a mother who will make all the children in the world, human children and werewolf children alike, feel jealous of our children because they have you. Athena smiled, and for me, it was the most beautiful smile I had ever seen in my life. You'll look after us? Whispered Athena. I nodded firmly. She looked up and kissed my chin gently. Thank you, she said. You are the best alpha. I kissed her hair, trying to channel positive energy to calm her down. Athena tightened her arms around my waist and pressed closer to my chest, as if she was saying that she really needed my protection. Not long after, I felt her body become more relaxed and her breathing became more regular. The nightmare must have affected her so much that she was exhausted. Slowly, and trying not to let my movements wake her up again, I carried Athena and moved her into my room. I decided, from now on, it would be better for Athena to sleep in my room, next to me, because she is very vulnerable and fragile. I don't want her to feel pressure in any form. I positioned it as comfortably as possible, then turned off the headlights and turned on the nightstand lamp. I kissed her stomach while praying to the moon goddess to bless Athena so that she could continue to be by my side with the child. I kissed Athena's lips and whispered, Good night, my darling. I love you. Athena POV. Baby, let me introduce. This is Luna Amaya, my only aunt, my father's older sister, Luna Amaya Ria Nathaniel, said Raiden, bringing a middle-aged woman into the house. Because after my mother died, my father didn't remarry, so Luna's position fell to Luna Amaya according to the Pax agreement. Luna Amaya is a tall, straight, middle-aged woman with brownish skin like Raiden, dark blue eyes and hair, with a sharp gaze and thin lips that seemed to have difficulty smiling. She walked with wide strides, approached me, then stood in front of me and looked at me from the top of my head to my toes, then back to my head. I reached out to her. Hello, my name is Athena. She looked at my outstretched hand and wrinkled her nose. Are you sure you want to be a Luna? I took back my hand, which was not welcomed by her, and shrugged my shoulders. I don't think that's the ideal idea of a human woman, but I'm going to be a mother and that's more important than anything. Becoming Luna? Think of it as a side job, I answered lightly. I'm not ambitious, but you can ask your nephew, Alpha Raiden, what my attitude and responsibilities are towards any work assigned to me. Luna Amaya looked at me for a moment, then suddenly she grabbed my shoulder and hugged me tightly while patting my back. Good, I like you. You are suitable to be a Luna. You found the right woman, Alpha, she said cheerfully. She let go of her arms. My name is Amaya, and you can call me Auntie. I immediately fell in love with this woman. Behind her cold face and attitude, she turns out to be a warm person. She looks like Mrs. Ellen. Hello, Auntie Amaya, I said softly. I made tom yum. Do you want to try it? Ah, you really know how to satisfy a grandmother's appetite, said Amaya. Grandma, I don't think you're that old, I said confused. Oh yes, indeed, but if this child is born he will call me Grandma, right? She said while stroking my stomach. I smiled at her words and the caress of her hand on my stomach felt heartwarming. Auntie Am will be a special coach for all things Luna's position, said Raiden. She will be your trainer. He stroked my hair in the evening when we sat side by side on the sofa after dinner. I pressed myself closer to him, seeking warmth. Raiden's attitude has recently become softer and more affectionate towards me. He also became more possessive. I decided to stop working from the office, because it seemed impossible for me to continue working while pregnant like this. Not to mention, I also have to take a course with Auntie Amaya. Raiden said that he would control everything about my work and forbid me to think about it. He wanted me to focus on myself and my baby. Where will I study with Auntie Amaya? At this house? I asked while playing with Raiden's pajama buttons. Of course not. You will be immediately taken to jump into the pack. This means that most of your time will be spent around the mansion, because around there is the central area of the pack, said Raiden. He kissed my forehead and hugged me tightly. I loved the feeling of safety and comfort being in his arms like this. However, worries about my child's future fate prevented me from feeling too comfortable. One day I will leave, and I don't want my deepening feelings for Raiden to hinder my intention. I'm afraid the pack members won't like me, I muttered. Raiden chuckled. You haven't started yet, and are you ready to give up? This isn't like the Athena I know. I hit his chest lightly. That is the situation I actually feel. I am worried. Being near a werewolf but you don't know that he is a werewolf doesn't give you any feelings at all. But after you find out that he is a werewolf, feelings of fear or worry will definitely be there. The thought of being among so many werewolves while you're the only human is quite intimidating. However, I don't want to indulge the negative feelings I feel. I steeled myself and followed Auntie Amaya to the mansion when she picked me up. Auntie Amaya took me to the south of the mansion, and it turned out that there was a very large area where the residents were all werewolves. In each region there is a special area that is only inhabited by werewolves without human interference, said Auntie Amaya. Not all werewolves are willing to mix with humans. Those who are elderly, still small, or who really adhere to traditional values will still survive in special areas like this. What about werewolves who join humans, like you, Alpha Raiden, or others? I asked curiously. Young werewolves, most of whom were born in the millennial era, or 1 or 2 generations earlier, are already smarter and more modern. They have developed a more focused life system by absorbing the values of human life, which are developing very quickly, said Auntie Amaya. They were the ones who brought change to the werewolf world. We decided to maintain a balance between historical and traditional values with a more modern life. I admire the lives of the werewolves in this area. They have great respect for their leaders and are also hard workers. Auntie Amaya introduced my identity to everyone I met there, and my heart was very happy because they all turned out to be friendly and open. They helped me study and give me information about anything I want to know. I learned about the division of tasks and responsibilities, rights, and also how to live in a wolf pack, education and care for baby wolves, training for hunting and self-defense, and preparing for typical werewolf rituals. These were all very exciting activities, and I didn't expect that I would actually enjoy them. Auntie Amaya is a strict and disciplined mentor, but she is also attentive and does not hesitate to explain in detail every question I have. The werewolves around me also made me feel comfortable, and I think they liked me too, especially the teenage werewolves and children. Athena, what did you bring? Asked Raiden, when one day he was going to take me to the herd. It was the weekend, and he decided to accompany me because I was going to undergo a final test to test my knowledge and skills in preparing for the ordination ritual of a werewolf who had just gotten their inner wolf for the first time. I bought lots of brick toys like the ones you bought for the teenagers there. And these are cute books and stationery too. They like cute things like this, I said while showing the contents of the cardboard which I brought to Raiden. Oh, baby, I think your skills in taking care of the children in the orphanage will make it easier for you to adapt to the rest of the pack, said Raiden with a big smile. I think they are all very kind for accepting me and helping me study, I said a little embarrassed. I want to return the favor a little. You don't need to do that, baby, said Raiden gently. He reached for my messy hair and tucked it behind my ear. It is their obligation to help Luna's learning process. I nodded and understood what Raiden was saying, but giving something in return for their friendliness and acceptance made me happy. Auntie Amaya was very satisfied with the learning results I showed, and she praised me in front of Alpha Augustus, several alphas from other packs, and also several elders who saw me practicing and being tested. I have often trained Luna's prospective she-wolves, but no one can master all the study material as quickly and skillfully as Athena. She even has more abilities than even a she-wolf of royal blood, said Auntie Amaya proudly. I blushed and hid my face behind Raiden's shoulder when everyone praised and applauded me after completing my last training. It feels very satisfying and proud because I didn't embarrass Raiden as my mate. Luna Amaya, when will we hold a party to celebrate Luna Athena's success in completing training? Asked an alpha. My wife will help with the preparations. Party? I asked while whispering to Raiden. Yes, every Luna candidate who has completed training and succeeded satisfactorily will get a party for her, answered Raiden. Auntie Amaya said that out of all the she-wolf who have been her students, you are the best, so she will throw a big party for you. You have to be prepared. Oh, I said amazed. That sounds interesting. I think there's so many kind of party in Werewolf Pack. This will be your first party as Luna, Raiden whispered in my ear. But before the party, I will also give you a private party. I looked into his eyes and instantly I knew what he meant when he winked at me. You're a perverted alpha, I said with my face feeling hot. And you are the seductive Luna, Raiden replied. Let's go home now, I can't stand it anymore. Ah! Athena POV. It was a very calm day after the trouble Shane had caused recently. Raiden is more possessive now. He was so worried about my safety and forbade me from returning to the office. I still work, but I do everything from home. Likewise, Raiden, he spends more time staying at home with me and doing his work from home. Raiden really pampers me, and he goes out of his way to provide everything I want and need, without limiting anything. Adela told him that humans who are pregnant will usually experience a period of cravings, and when that happens, their partner should not refuse, no matter how impossible and difficult the request is, because if they refuse, it will be dangerous for the baby in their womb. I almost scolded Adela for pranking Raiden for fun, but seeing Raiden take it so seriously ended up making me laugh too. Baby, don't lift heavy things, I'll do it for you. Sit nicely on the sofa. Come on, baby, don't read all the time, your eyes will hurt. Go to sleep and rest. Our child will also be tired if you don't get enough sleep. Baby, why are you eating so little? Come on, sit here and I'll feed you until you're finished. You can't be hungry because our child will be hungry too. Raiden's words, which always include our child in his sentences, never stop making me blush and my heart swells. Until now, Raiden still believes that the child in my stomach is Shane's child, but he shows so much affection. I can't imagine what he would do if he knew that this child was his own flesh and blood and had nothing to do with Shane at all. I think you'd better consider telling Raiden the truth, Athena, Adela said on one occasion. Raiden was at the office because he had an important meeting he had to attend, and Adela was asked to accompany me at home. I invited Adela to make cookies because I really like eating cookies while watching television at night. You mean that this child is his biological child? I asked while stroking my stomach. Yes, I was moved to see his dedication in caring for you, even though as far as he knew, the child was not his, answered Adela while stirring the dough. If he knew the child was yours, he would definitely buy the whole Disneyland for your child to run around, Adela added. I knew Raiden would do something like that, but I still had big worries. The more I learn how meaningful Raiden's duties and obligations are as a supreme alpha, the more I fear for my son's safety. Raiden had an accident because he helped me from Shane, and I'm sure, apart from what happened to me, he must also often experience incidents like that, which could threaten his life at any time, in order to carry out his duties guarding the pack. I've experienced a lot of loss in my life, and it hurts so much that sometimes I feel numb. What Raiden experienced made me determined to help him carry out his duties and obligations as alpha, so that it doesn't become too hard, and I want to always make him feel comfortable and calm when he is with me, at least as long as I still have time to be with him. As soon as I found out about my pregnancy, my body and soul were locked to this creature inside my body. I was willing to sacrifice my life for him before I even met him. How could I let him live a life full of tricks and dangers when he was born? However, Adela's words also disturbed my previous determination to leave Raiden's life when this child was ready and live as an ordinary human being alone. Am I guilty, planning to separate a child from its father, even before the child is born? To be honest, I'm becoming increasingly afraid to think about what the future holds for my child, Adela. After finding out that there are so many supernatural creatures that I thought only existed in fairy tales all this time, but are actually real. I think werewolves aren't enough, I said in a sad tone. Sorry, Adela, I didn't mean to offend you, but that's how I feel. Adela chuckled. She scooped out a bit of the mixture and rubbed it onto the tip of my nose. I replied with the same thing. We have become closer since Shane's hostage incident, and she is like my sister now. I'm still close to Leah, but because I no longer work in an office and a few weeks ago she just got a promotion to have a new branch office outside the city, we see each other less frequently, although communication via telephone and internet remains regular. Right now, only Adela feels like she's always there for me. I understand what you mean, my Luna, said Adela seriously. But no matter how strange the supernatural creatures you know are, they are still divided into two groups like humans. Huh? I don't understand what you mean, I said, looking at her more attentively. I mean, they are also divided into two groups, good and evil, depending on their respective personalities, just like humans, said Adela seriously. I guess everything in the world is like that, right? You're right, Adela, I said, thinking deeply. I shouldn't be afraid of things that have been outlined to run side by side since this world existed, even if they involve supernatural beings, right? That's what I meant, said Adela in a satisfied tone. Your child will also adapt to the circumstances he is facing at that time, and you are actually very lucky because he has pure alpha blood. He can do everything much easier, stronger, and faster than an ordinary werewolf. I smiled embarrassedly, feeling that my thoughts were shallow and petty, because I underestimated the abilities of the child I was carrying before I even knew what he would become in the future. I don't want to be an overprotective mother that will make my own child weak. Moreover, he will be a boy. Shouldn't I give him more confidence to find his own strength? You think I should tell Raiden about this child? I asked in a doubtful tone. That's up to you, Athena. It all comes down to the decision you think is best. No one has the right to forbid or order you to do anything, said Adela gently. She patted my hand understandingly. This is your life and the baby is your child. What I said earlier was just for consideration. I think there's a lot of truth in what you say, Adela. I should be more confident that Raiden will look after us, and more confident in this child too, I said quietly. I will consider it carefully. I felt enlightened after chatting with Adela. When she came home, I provided her with lots of cookies. When Raiden came home late in the evening, I served him extra because I felt that all this time I had not shown enough effort to return his good treatment to me. Raiden looks tired. He has a lot of problems to take care of at the company, but he also can't stop worrying about me, so his concentration is split out. I climbed onto his lap as he sat on the sofa enjoying the cookies I made, and I unbuttoned his pajamas one by one. "Baby, aren't you tired after making these delicious cookies all day?" said Raiden in a hoarse voice because his desire was starting to arouse. He looked at me blankly, seeing that I was only wearing a black transparent dress over mini lingerie that accentuated my body shape. "I'm much more tired of holding back these weird cravings all day," I said in a half whisper. "You have to fulfill this wish of mine. I am craving this." Raiden became very serious now. "Tell me, baby, what do you want? I'll fulfill it right away, whatever it is." My eyebrows rose and the last button of his pajamas was undone. "You want to know what I'm craving right now?" I asked in a seductively hoarse voice. Raiden nodded seriously but also nervously. "I want to ride my alpha," I said softly. Instantly, Raiden's face turned bright red. "How cute, my alpha!" Raiden POV. Athena has had a bit of a hard time eating lately. She prefers to eat sour-tasting fruit, ice cream, and sometimes even vomits when she eats a lot. I am worried. I don't want anything to happen to her or our baby. I try hard to look after her, and according to Adela, my attitude is sometimes too much. "Come on, Raiden, give her a little freedom," said Adela when she saw me forbidding Athena from eating ice cream because I was worried she would cough or have a cold. "She just wants to eat ice cream, not build an ice cream factory." "Adela, I think it would be better if she just asked me to build an ice cream factory," I complained in annoyance. "You should have asked me first, before scolding me like this. What time Athena asked for that ice cream?" Adela's eyebrows rose. "Huh? What time is it really?" 3 o'clock in the morning, I answered wearily. "And she insisted that I also eat that very sweet chocolate ice cream. Brrr! I can still feel the pain in my teeth because of the cold and sweetness of that ice cream." I think she wants that ice cream during the day," Adela said, scratching her head. "Then, do you know what he wanted 2 nights ago?" I asked again. Adela shook her head. "Ice cream again?" "No, she wants to eat fruit salad with yogurt at 2 in the morning and I have to make it myself," I answered. "Making fruit salad isn't difficult, right? Especially since you always have fruit and yogurt in the refrigerator," said Adela lightly. "Indeed, making salad is easy, but when I had made a big bowl of delicious salad, Athena only took 2 mouthfuls, then told me to finish it. It was 2 in the morning, Adela, and I had to finish a big bowl of sour salad," I replied with hopeless. Adela laughed awkwardly. "I guess you can't finish it?" "Of course," and Athena cried bitterly, saying that I didn't like salad as much as she did. "Oh my," I threw my hands in the air, signaling surrender. Hearing my words, Adela burst into laughter until her eyes watered. I was very annoyed to see it. Sorry, said Adela after laughing. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "But it's so cute." "Yes, it's very funny, being kept quiet all day by Athena because of a salad I made myself that I couldn't finish," I said irritably. "Raiden, that's a sign that Athena is experiencing a period of cravings. For pregnant women, this is a normal stage," said Adela in a serious manner. "You have to face it." "Cravings? What are those?" I asked, confused. "Generally, women will experience a period like that at the beginning of pregnancy. Their hormones change and that affects their mood and mental state too," explained Adela. "She will want things that are different from what she is used to, and if her partner doesn't comply, she will be sad or angry, and that is dangerous." I was surprised to hear Adela's words. "Dangerous? Why? Is it like a disease?" "No, I mean it's dangerous. If the mother's wishes are not followed, her unstable emotions will be felt by the baby in her stomach, and that is what will endanger the baby," said Adela seriously. "Ah! Yes, Raiden, you must not refuse Athena's request. After all, a pregnant woman experiences many difficulties during her pregnancy, and the craving period is usually not long, so sympathize with her by obeying her wishes sincerely." Adela's words really stuck in my memory, and I think, in fact, Athena's request is still reasonable, so I shouldn't refuse and complain. "Baby, what do you want to eat today?" I asked when this morning I saw Athena didn't get out of bed after waking up. Usually Athena is very diligent. She always wakes up earlier than me, takes a shower, dresses simply, and prepares breakfast. However, in recent days Athena's habits have changed. She wakes up more slowly, does not want to wash and eat. I thought Athena seemed to be avoiding something in the bathroom. Athena groaned softly and turned her body to face the wall. I approached her and climbed onto the bed, then hugged her from behind. "Baby, what's wrong? Do you want some more ice cream? Or a salad with lots of yogurt?" I asked softly. "I can make it for you, and if you're full, I'll finish it for you." "I don't want to shower," Athena said softly. She took my hand and hugged it tightly. "I don't like bathrooms." By the moon goddess, this must be because of the craving period that Adela said. "It's okay if you don't want to shower," I said while kissing her fragrant neck. "You still smell good without showering. I'm not just saying sweet things. For the past few weeks, even before Shane's kidnapping of Athena, I felt that Athena's scent was becoming increasingly powerful in its influence on me. Her distinctive scent from the perfume she usually wears after showering, as well as the distinctive scent of her body, really makes me feel even more attached to her and want to kiss her all the time. I'm like addicted. I thought it must be because the baby she was carrying had the same scent as her, but I was also a little confused because I could also smell my own scent among Athena's scent. Reeft once put forward a theory that, even though the baby was Shane's, as long as Athena started to realize her pregnancy until now, I was the one with her, so in the end, the baby would pick up more of my scent. As many people say, even though a child is adopted, if the parents who adopt them are sincere in loving them, the child will become more and more like their adoptive parents. I don't know if it's a myth or a fact, but I think baby Athena is also becoming more like me in terms of scent. I'm happy about that because basically it will be profitable for me. At least, when the baby is born, and I admit it as my flesh and blood in front of the pack, they won't doubt that, because the baby will look like me. So I kissed Athena's shoulder again. I love your smell, baby. I am addicted to you. Shower or no shower, it's oak for me. I still like your smell. Athena turned around and stared at me sharply. You should ask why I don't want to shower, she said with a pout. Okay, why don't you want to take a shower, baby? I asked seriously. I don't like the smell of our bathroom, Athena said firmly. It smells of lavender. I want a bubblegum scent. Geez, just because that's what it seems. I scratched my head, hold a laughter, but then I kissed her deeply. She is so cute with the pout. Don't deny it, Raiden, Reeft said, warning me. Remember what Adela said. Don't upset Athena. It's not good for the baby. Yeah, I know, I said. But the smell of gum is disgusting because it's too sweet. Just tell her that and see how she reacts, Reeft taunted. You must be crazy, I snapped. Of course I wouldn't do that. So I quickly had an Omega worker come over to clean the entire bathroom, throwing out everything lavender scented and replacing it with bubblegum scented ones. I don't really like overly sweet scents, but for the sake of Athena and our baby, I tried to restrain myself. It's just that I don't feel like taking a long shower, and it seems Athena realizes that. Honey, am I bothering you? Athena asked as we sat in front of the television in the afternoon and watched Netflix together. You must be annoyed because of my strange behavior lately. I looked at Athena's gloomy face. I gently pulled her body closer to mine and kissed her forehead. Baby, I understand how difficult it is for you to go through all of this. I don't want you to feel alone, and you have to know that I will always be with you no matter how difficult it is, I said while stroking her stomach, which was now starting to protrude a little. You can't hold back your desires, whatever they are. I will always try to fulfill them, and if you feel that's enough, just say it. Be angry, cry, but don't keep your emotions to yourself, because we have a baby whose future you have to think about. The negative emotions you hidden will affect the growth of our baby, and that is dangerous. Athena looked at me with rounded eyes. Why do you know so much about that? I laughed embarrassedly. I admit that after my conversation with Adela, I had read several books about pregnancy and learned a lot about the month-by-month process. The book I studied was of course a book on human pregnancy, since there were no books about she-wolf pregnancy, but I guess the principles must not be much different. I am amazed at the fact that women are such great creatures. She looks physically weak, but actually a woman is the strongest creature in this world, because she is able to look after and protect, sacrificing herself to raise another creature within herself. I think that my attitude towards Athena should be better, because she is a human who is pregnant with a werewolf child. It will definitely feel even harder. Thank you, whispered Athena, spoiled. She fell into my arms. I guess I'm having a craving, but I promise I won't bother you too much and will restrain myself better. No, I said quickly. You shouldn't hold back just because you think I'll be a bother. I already said that I will fulfill whatever you want. Just think about our baby, okay? Athena nodded with a big smile. I kissed her cheek, which was starting to look chubby with excitement. Get ready now, baby. I'm going to take you somewhere I've wanted to go for a long time, I said as I gently lifted her. Huh? Where? Asked Athena, confused. Come on, you'll find out later. Athena nodded, but she didn't stand up. I reached out to help her up, but she shook my hand away while shaking her head. Carry me, she said spoiledly, to the bathroom. Bathroom? Why? Haven't you showered? I asked, confused. I already showered, but now I want to shower again, with you. By the goddess of the moon, it'll feel like tomorrow I will take Athena to the place I want to go. I think I'm starting to like this Athena craving period. Even if I had to stay in the bathroom all day with the smell of bubblegum, I wouldn't refuse. Athena POV. I looked at myself in front of the full-length mirror behind Raiden's wardrobe, unsure of my current appearance. It seems like my body is starting to get bigger now. My cheeks started to look chubby and my chin doubled. Baby, what are you doing? Raiden scolded, who suddenly entered the room. He approached me and stood behind me. I looked at the reflection of the two of us in the mirror. Even when I feel that my body is getting bigger, I still look small compared to Raiden. He wrapped his arms around my waist and rested his chin on my shoulder, looking at me in the mirror. Why is my forehead wrinkled like that? Raiden asked. Are you upset about something? I shook my head and turned, pressing a kiss to his cheek. I'm fat, I said, half pouting. Look, it's so ugly. Raiden chuckled and turned me around with one turn and hugged me tightly. That's just your feeling, even though what I saw was a very beautiful woman because her maternal aura was increasingly shining, Raiden said while kissing my forehead for a long time. And I really like your scent. He kissed my neck, making me giggle at the ticklish feeling. I bit his shoulder lightly so he would stop teasing me. Honey, do we need to postpone our plans to leave today? I said in a half whisper. I know he's always tempted when I say things like that. Ah, he muttered, then pulled away from me. Come on, don't tempt me anymore, baby. I can't wait to take you to that place. I smiled and closed the cupboard. I'm curious where Raiden will actually take me. Since yesterday, the plan was postponed because it was difficult for us to separate ourselves. Let's go, I said, holding Raiden's hand. I tried to restrain myself from asking where Raiden was taking me. Then, when I saw the direction we were going, I started to smile. You will take me to the Metropolitan Mall? I asked, turning to him. Raiden shook his head. He lifted his hand that was holding mine and kissed the back of my hand. No. There's a place behind the mall that you'll definitely like, Raiden said with a laugh. I didn't ask any more and just followed where Raiden would take me. He turned around the street in front of the Metropolitan Mall and entered the 3-story building behind it. My eyes widened. Honey, this... Raiden took me up the stairs of the greatest boutique for mommies, babies, and kids, the largest shop for women's, baby, and children's needs in dazzling country. All items available in this shop are designer goods, expensive and of high quality. Usually, only celebrities and socialites shop at this store. We will buy all the necessities for you and our baby today. Choose whatever you like, Raiden answered while gently squeezing my waist. But honey, things are very expensive here, I said almost in a whisper. Raiden tickled my waist with a face pretending to be annoyed. He pointed to the small print beneath the store's swanky name. You see that name? Raiden asked. I saw the writing Bem R. Nath under the name of the shop and looked at Raiden with raised eyebrows. That's the name of my father's cousin, said Raiden calmly. Auntie Emily Ray Nathaniel. My mouth forms a perfect O. So you can shop for free at this store? Raiden laughed. It's possible if I want, and my aunt will definitely forbid me from paying if she finds out I came to buy my child's necessities. But if that's the case, how can our family business develop? I couldn't help but laugh at his words. My sense of amazement swelled even more when I entered the elegant and cool interior of the shop, and was greeted by the shop assistants in uniform who were friendly and full of smiles. Good afternoon, sir and madam. Is there anything I can help you with? Said a saleswoman wearing glasses. My name is Kelly, and I will serve you. Good afternoon, Miss Kelly, said Raiden. Please guide my wife and I to buy all the necessities for our baby, and also the necessities for my wife during her pregnancy. My heart felt full of flowers hearing Raiden's words to Miss Kelly. I squeezed Raiden's hand, blushing. Come please, sirs and madams, I will guide you, said Miss Kelly with a beaming face. Miss Kelly took us to the newborn baby section and showed us the equipment that must be prepared when the baby is born until the first 6 months. This is great, I said while picking up a set of blue baby clothes with cute sailor designs. Raiden looked at the price tag on the clothes, then turned to Miss Kelly. Are all the items here Mrs. M's designs? He asked in a serious tone. Miss Kelly looked surprised at the question, but quickly smiled professionally. All the products on the first floor are produced by other designers, but the quality is good and are widely used by celebrities and socialites, sir, said Miss Kelly. I only want Mrs. M's design, said Raiden in a cold tone. My wife and children deserve the best of the best. I squeezed Raiden's hand gently. He's upset. I could tell from his suddenly cold tone of voice. Raiden turned and smiled at me. You want something from this area? I will follow whatever you say, I said softly. Is Mrs. M the best? Of course. All the products he makes are limited editions. There are only 2 or 3 of each design, said Raiden proudly. She is the #1 designer of baby and children's clothing and equipment at Daysleen. Miss Kelly quickly made way for us, heading to the 3rd floor, a dedicated floor for all Emily Ray Nathaniel products. And for me, the 3rd floor is heaven. Various types of clothing and equipment for pregnant women, babies, and children are very good, making a feast for the eyes. Here's a catalog you can look at, sir and madam. Just tell me which one you like, and I'll bring it to you, while you enjoy our little snack, said Miss Kelly, looks more lively and cheerful. Another saleswoman brought a cup of coffee for Raiden and a cup of fragrant chamomile tea for me, as well as delicious-looking cakes for us. They very make a good service for us. Honey, can we just look around instead of just looking at the catalog? I asked Raiden. Miss Kelly led us into a cool VIP room with soft sofas for us to relax while choosing products, but I prefer to choose directly rather than just looking at the catalog. Of course you can, baby, said Raiden quickly as he guided me to my feet. Miss Kelly, my wife wants to see it in person. Please, sir, madam, I will help you, said Miss Kelly swiftly. Raiden and I walked around choosing various items, from diapers to hats, baby bathtubs to cribs. Baby, aren't you tired? We can sit down and rest first if your legs are tired, said Raiden after we had been shopping for almost an hour. No, not yet, I said, taking out a pair of blue shoes. This is so cute. Raiden motioned to Miss Kelly, who immediately took the shoes in my hand and put them in our 4th trolley. Raiden is really careful when shopping. He asked about the materials used in the items we purchased, making sure they were allergy-free and safe to use, as well as the guarantee. He said he didn't want his child to suffer from allergies because the quality of the materials he used was not guaranteed. Raiden didn't look at the price tag at all. He just asked Miss Kelly to provide items of #1 quality, no matter what the price. Honey, I think this is enough, I said after seeing the trolleys arranged near the VIP room, all containing the items we bought. I thought we could probably take care of 4 kids at once with everything we bought. You even bought for a 2-year-old, I said in amazement and amusement, seeing what was in the trolley. Look, these shoes are so big. Baby, you will know that what I buy now will be used in less than 6 months after our child is born, Raiden whispered. Werewolf children grow faster than ordinary human children. My eyebrows raised, and I remembered that I had read about that too. I guess you're right. Oh, baby, can you also choose clothes or other equipment for your younger siblings at the orphanage? There are also some small children there, right? Raiden said. For some teenagers, we will visit another boutique after this. Oh, honey, are you serious? I asked in a choked voice. How kind Raiden is, he even thought about my younger siblings in the orphanage. Raiden kissed my lips lightly. Of course I'm serious, baby. Come on, just choose. Then for them I will only choose from the first floor and the second floor, I decided. Hey, why? Raiden asked confused. We can choose from here too. No, honey, just the first and second floors are enough. Please, I said while hugging him spoiled. I know myself enough not to burden him too much with all the needs related to my life. I don't want to take advantage of his affection arbitrarily, even though he is the one offering it. Okay, if that's what you want, said Raiden gently. I asked Miss Kelly to help me choose things from the first and second floors, while remembering and estimating the body sizes of my little brothers and sisters at the orphanage. Just prepare all the things we bought, said Raiden as he took out a black card from his wallet. My people will pick it up this afternoon. Miss Kelly was surprised when she saw the name on the black card that Raiden gave her. I can understand her reaction. She must have read Nathaniel's name on the card, the same name with the owner of the shop. While waiting for Miss Kelly took care of the payment, I sat side by side with Raiden on the couch, and he gently bent over and rubbed my feet gently. Seeing and feeling what he did today, I feel like my feelings are like a roller coaster. He has done all the good things for me and the child in my womb, who is actually his flesh and blood. Should I stay forever by his side and cancel my intention to leave him? My stomach moved gently, and Raiden immediately sat up straight while looking at me with bright eyes. He stroked my stomach. He looks happy, Raiden muttered. I'm very happy too, honey, I said softly, stroking his cheek. Thank you for everything. Raiden bent down and kissed my stomach many times, making me feel ticklish. He then kissed my lips deeply. I'm the one who should say that. You both have made my life colorful and meaningful. Thank you, Raiden whispered against my lips. Stay by my side until the end, and I will make you both happy forever. I closed my eyes and felt my chest become tight. Oh God, what should I do? I have loved this man. Yesterday's baby equipment shopping event made me completely immersed in euphoria. I am very happy. Never in my life have I felt treated like a queen, like Raiden did to me. He really tried to give the best for me, for the baby in my stomach. He even thought about my younger siblings in the orphanage and Mrs. Ellen. Not only what he bought, but also the way he treated me really flattered me. There was never a moment when Raiden's hand left my waist, my hand, or my shoulder. He always hugged and held me gently. While having lunch at a fancy restaurant, Raiden took off my shoes and lifted my feet into his lap, then gave me a gentle massage because he was worried that I would feel sore after walking around. What woman wouldn't be melted by his treatment like that? And for me, who had even started to love him because of his kindness in helping me when Mrs. Ellen and the orphanage, his act of service now made me fall even deeper in love with him. Baby, I have to attend a special meeting with the elders tonight, Raiden said while kissing my shoulder from behind. I was watching a documentary about baby whales on Netflix while eating biscuits when he came out of the bathroom and approached me from behind. Oh, is this about Shane? I asked, looking up at him. He kissed my forehead and lips, then came around the couch and sat next to me. Yes, this is to follow up on the previous meeting when we just returned from the hospital, said Raiden as he pulled me onto his lap. Many staff have suggested contacting human representatives and bringing together all elements so they can work together well in maintaining mutual security. Oh, that's great, I said while feeding him a biscuit. That way, Shane definitely won't be able to go too far again. He nuzzled my cheek with his sharp nose. Of course. After all, the safety of Supreme Luna and the future successor of Supreme Alpha's line is at stake here. My face flushed, feeling very appreciated and loved by his words. I replaced the biscuits by kissing his lips. He smiled broadly, hugged me tightly, and buried his face in my collarbone. I can't wait to solve all these problems immediately, before our child is born, so that we can care for and raise him in peace, said Raiden while stroking my stomach. I kissed his cheek and hugged his neck, feeling how much I loved this great man. Just go tonight, darling, I'll wait for you to come back, I said softly. Do you want me to call Adela to accompany you? Raiden asked. Did Adela not attend the meeting? I asked in surprise. She and Gordon are like a package now, so I think it's okay if only Gordon comes and I'll ask Adela to come here to accompany you, said Raiden. Raiden, do you think Gordon and Adela are together? I asked curiously. Recently after that incident, they have always been together. Raiden's eyebrows rose. Really? I didn't notice that. I pouted. You're insensitive, honey. Did you know, the last time Adela came and accompanied me to make biscuits, Gordon kept calling and asking what she was doing. Then Adela answered in a sweet voice with a blushing face. Raiden chuckled. I think that's good. They're both single and looking at their characters, it seems like a good match. Do you feel that way or not? Yeah, I thought that too. I'm happy that Adela finally found the right person for him. Gordon will be a good match for him, I said happily. So I'll call Adela now, so she can come and accompany you while I'm gone, Raiden said as he took his phone. Oh, no need, darling, I can do it myself, I said quickly. Let Adela join the meeting. She knows the situation, and I think I'd like to sleep early tonight too. Even though at first, Raiden was hesitant to leave me alone to attend the meeting, in the end he left, leaving lots of messages telling me not to turn off the phone, giving him news if something happened, and he still looked worried when he had arranged for several soldiers to be on guard around the house. I activated maximum security mode, as Raiden had taught me, after he left, then just took a shower and prepared to cook dinner. Because I was alone, I didn't feel like cooking, so I just warmed up the pizza and pasta we bought after coming home from shopping yesterday. I ate the pizza and pasta while continuing to watch Netflix, this time about baby wild animals in the Amazon jungle. After finishing eating and washing the dishes I used to eat, I continued watching until I fell asleep. Raiden kept sending messages asking what I was doing until finally I said I was going to sleep, and he responded by sending heart emoticons and kisses. How cute. Discovering Raiden's cute side like this made me fall deeper into his charm. He was really total in showing his feelings, and I felt guilty because my desire to leave him was only based on my fears about the future of my child, who hadn't even been born yet. Am I selfish? Why should I feel afraid of something that is not certain to happen? Even when that happens, isn't it your obligation to protect my child, let alone Raiden, his father? There's no way Raiden would let bad things happen to his son and me, right? I climbed into bed and suddenly felt lonely. Usually Raiden would immediately pull me into his arms, and even though in the end we would really just sleep, his warmth never left me alone. Without realizing it, my tears melted, and I pulled the blanket higher until it covered my neck. I felt so sad that I sobbed, and it seemed like I finally fell asleep because I was tired of crying. I woke up in Raiden's arms. When he opened his eyes, he was looking at me smiling. Hi, beautiful, he whispered, kissing my cheek gently. Why did you cry last night? I looked at him confusedly. How do you know that I'm crying? Raiden poked my cheek in exasperation. Your eyes are swollen, and your cheeks are salty, from the traces of tears that remain. I smiled shyly and pulled the blanket over me, hiding my face in it. Raiden laughed and got under the blanket. I couldn't concentrate in the meeting because I was worried and missed you, Raiden said softly. I'm lonely, I said, admitting my feelings. I don't like sleeping alone. I really felt embarrassed because I couldn't hold back the feeling of wanting to be with him. I really missed him and had difficulty sleeping, until finally I exhausted myself. It was a very deep and honest feeling. I want to continue to be with Raiden, whatever the circumstances, and I should be more confident that he will be the #1 person who will be near me no matter what happens, especially for my child. Raiden hugged me to his chest and stroked my hair. Sorry, he said. Next time I will ask Gordon or Jason to plan the meeting in the afternoon, or you can come along so I don't have to worry all the time. No, don't apologize. I was at fault for this, I said hoarsely. I shouldn't be acting spoiled like this with you. You have a lot of responsibilities and tasks that you have to complete, and I'm just adding to your burden. Hey, don't say things like that, said Raiden, pinching my nose. I don't feel like you are a burden at all. You are my encouragement in doing my job. I want to make you comfortable and safe with me, so please don't stop needing me, even if it's just to be a place for you to pamper yourself. I looked into Raiden's eyes and saw gentle sincerity there. How lucky I am, an ordinary human being, an orphan, and without any advantages, to be met by a man as great as Raiden. I snuggled into Raiden's arms and nuzzled my head into his neck. Can we not have to wake up today and just cuddle like this all day? I asked quietly. Raiden laughed and kissed my forehead. You can't, baby, because today I will take you somewhere to meet someone. Who? You'll find out later. You're always so secretive, Raiden, because it's more fun. Seeing your surprised face is really fun. Ish! Raiden kissed the tip of my nose and pushed back the blanket. Let's get up. We'll meet the guy at 11 in the afternoon and have lunch with him. It's already 8, and I think a simple breakfast will be quick enough. I stretched lazily. Raiden, who was taking the blanket to fold, suddenly stood frozen at the side of the bed. I looked at him in surprise. Honey, what's wrong with you? Raiden threw the blanket in his hands on the floor, then climbed back into bed. I think I will inform you that we will be late for the meeting, Raiden muttered. Huh? Why are you late? I asked, confused. Because now I feel hungry and want to have breakfast immediately, Raiden muttered in a hoarse voice. I raised an eyebrow, confused by his attitude. Then why did you climb back into bed? Let's go to the kitchen and have breakfast. No, because my breakfast menu here is so tempting. Then he pounced on me. Who will be the human representative at the meeting? I asked while straightening my hair, which was a little messy because of the wind. Of course the mayor of Monroe, 2 staff from the Ministry of Defense and Security from the central government, as well as 2 representatives from the dazzling judiciary, said Raiden. He parked the car in front of the Baby Shark restaurant and opened the door for me. I looked at the luxurious restaurant in front of me and suddenly remembered that I once really wanted to eat at this restaurant, but Shane never wanted to grant my request because he considered it a waste. He was a stingy jerk back then. Now I wore beautiful clothes, got out of a luxury car, and was accompanied by the richest and most handsome man in the country, intending to entertain other people, not just eat to satisfy my own desires to eat in this luxurious restaurant. Baby, come on, Raiden said, holding my hand. Why are you daydreaming? I smiled and put my arm through Raiden's, feeling happy and proud to walk by his side. The restaurant manager himself greeted us at the entrance. It seemed that Raiden was already known here, so without asking any more, the restaurant manager immediately took him to the VIP room, where two people I had never seen before, a man and a woman, were waiting there. They both stood up and bowed respectfully when we entered. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Nathaniel, said the man. He reached out to shake Raiden's hand and placed his hand on his left chest as he greeted me. Raiden did the same thing as him. Alpha Raiden and Luna Athena. Just call me Raiden, and this is my wife Athena, said Raiden as he invited them to sit back down. Let's be informal here. Just chat and relax. Liam stared at me, smiling. Athena, this is Mr. Liam Gomino and his wife, Mrs. Jessie, said Raiden while taking my hand. It's so nice to finally meet you in person, ma'am, said Liam politely. Oh, just call me my name, I said, following Raiden's words. I also don't like situations that are too formal. Oh, you are a Luna, said Jessie. That's extraordinary. You must have extraordinary strength and determination. An ordinary human being becomes extraordinary when she becomes Luna. Oh, no. It was Raiden who encouraged me to study and had the courage to accept the status, even when the training was quite difficult, and there were also conflicts, I answered quickly. Baby, Liam is the former alpha of the Big Forest Pack and decided to give up his alpha status so he can live and stay with Jessie, said Raiden in an official tone. Yes, that's right, Luna. Now that I have officially become an ordinary human and will never use werewolf powers again, at least I'm trying to limit that, Liam responded humbly. I stared wide-eyed at Liam and Jessie. The woman who looked quiet smiled broadly and nodded, while Liam raised his thumb to strengthen his words. Yes, Liam has sacrificed for me and our two children. He registered as an ordinary human after carrying out a status release ceremony in his pack, said Jessie proudly. She looked at his husband lovingly, and Liam squeezed Jessie's hand. Happiness filled my heart. How beautiful their love story is. Oh, that's so beautiful story, Jessie, I said. But sorry, why did Liam have to give up his alpha status? Couldn't you just follow him to the pack? I can do it and I'm willing, but Liam is considering my safety. In his pack, no one in his pack was married to an ordinary human at that time, and there was a lot of opposition, answered Jessie. Yes, Jessie is right, continued Liam. I don't want to risk anything happening to Jessie and our child. Besides, luckily I'm not the main alpha candidate in the pack, so it wasn't too difficult for me to give up my status, even though after that, my parents refused to recognize me anymore. Oh, that's so sad, I said sadly. Are you able to adjust to the human world? Yes, that's what I'm considering, Luna, said Liam. It's easier for me to adjust to ordinary human life than for Jessie to follow the werewolf lifestyle. The waiter came to deliver the food we ordered, and Raiden painstakingly served me by peeling the shrimp before he himself started eating. What about the former Alpha Raiden? Doesn't he mind that Luna Athena is an ordinary human? Liam asked seriously. I heard that there have been several problems that have occurred in the large pack recently. Yes, as I said, there are people who try to harass my wife and think she is not worthy of being Luna, said Raiden seriously. And my father too at first, but then he considered our child because he will be my heir, so he gave us his blessing. Are you afraid, Luna? Jessie whispered as she leaned towards me. Wild werewolves are often very evil and cunning. Yeah, Jessie, I'd rather stay at home now after the last few events, I whispered back. After all, I'm pregnant and can't be careless. You are great and very strong, Luna. I think you really deserve that status, even though you are also an ordinary human like me, said Jessie in admiration. I blushed and felt like I could be good friends with Jessie. Besides, I can't work anymore, except from home. Previously, I was an executive secretary at Raiden's company, I said. Are you working, Jessie? I'm a middle school math teacher, and Liam works as an accountant at a tax company, Jessie answered with a beaming face. We're not rich, but at least our lives are peaceful. Raiden touched my hand for attention, and I quickly focused on him. I invited you today regarding the planned meeting with all elements, especially from the human government, tomorrow, said Raiden seriously. You are an example of the losses experienced by the pack because it forbids mixed marriages. The pack has lost a strong and potential alpha. What's worse, your two sons also cannot be registered in the werewolf community. In fact, our world is in crisis, lack of strong members. I'm ready to help, Alpha Raiden. Even though I have never once regretted my decision to give up my status in our world, I also don't want our world to experience so many setbacks just because of the old-fashioned thoughts of opponents, Liam said firmly. There have been so many incidents like this that have happened, said Raiden in an exasperated tone. In the end, that was the cause of the werewolf community getting smaller, because the alphas chose to give up their status, which even made Beta, Omega, and Gamma also dare to follow in their alphas' footsteps. I forbade Liam from doing it, Alpha Raiden, said Jessie in a concerned tone. She squeezed her husband's hand on the table, and her gaze contained sadness. I didn't want to separate him from his world. However, Liam was so adamant and didn't look back at all when his parents broke off the relationship. Liam smiled and patted Jessie's hand. I couldn't fall in love with anyone again after meeting Jessie, and for me it would be better for me to lose everything in the pack than to lose Jessie. Raiden patted Liam's shoulder gently. You're great, Liam, and I agree with what you're doing, even though it's detrimental to our pack. But I think you can help a little by testifying at the meeting later. Of course I'll help, Jesse said. I will also gather my other friends who have similar stories. Lunch went smoothly, and I exchanged a lot of stories with Jesse, especially getting useful knowledge from Jesse about how to raise werewolf children. Jesse and Liam's children are twin boys, and even though they are registered as human children, their werewolf side still emerges spontaneously, and this is sometimes troublesome for Jesse and Liam. However, despite all the stories behind their lives, I am truly amazed at the power of love they have, even to the point of painful sacrifice. Raiden and I parted ways with Jesse and Liam after lunch and chatting, with the promise to see each other again tomorrow at the meeting. I really tried hard to make a mixed marriage between a werewolf and a human become an asset for both parties, baby, instead of something that is detrimental to both parties, said Raiden in a depressed voice. I understand, honey. I can't bear to hear that many relationships are ruined just because people are narrow-minded, right? Like Liam, who had to break up with his parents. For me, that's very ridiculous, I said angrily. Yes, that's one of my points, that the opposition to mixed marriages is actually causing more harm to werewolves, said Raiden. Shouldn't people who oppose this know that the concept of mate in the werewolf world is naturally difficult to avoid? However, because werewolves have also blended into human life, automatically we should be able to accept that the concept of mate has also become mixed, not always between werewolf and werewolf, but mixed with humans too. Hearing Raiden's words, my admiration for him grew even greater. He is a modern man who is full of compassion, and although he is strict and obeys pack rules, his mind is open and he is broad-minded and long-thinking. I think I should reconsider my desire to leave him. However, apart from the fact that Raiden is the biological father of the child in my womb, he is also the man I love and has everything I desire. I don't want to lose the chance to be happy again. Raiden is my path to my happiness. Thinking like that, I reached out my hand. Honey, come here. Raiden turned his head, failed to start the car engine and leaned towards me, and I immediately hugged him tightly. Let's fight together to make what you pioneered come true, darling, I said softly against his neck. Raiden smiled and kissed my shoulder, sending warmth throughout my body. Thank you, baby. I know that my choices are never wrong. I will definitely succeed with your help, said Raiden optimistically. I loosened my hug, but still didn't take my hands off his neck. Honey, is this car window one way? I asked while looking at the glass. Yes, of course, and bulletproof. Why? Raiden asked, confused, with the conversation suddenly changing direction. I looked at him seductively. Then have we ever made love in the car? No? Want to try? Raiden was stunned for a moment, then his face started to turn red. He grabbed my waist and hugged me very tightly. You're driving me crazy, baby girl. I chuckled and started unbuttoning his shirt. I accompanied Raiden to the neutral area, where the human representatives were waiting for us today. On the way to the meeting, Raiden tried to lighten the atmosphere by slowly and gently explaining to me the agenda and potential problems that would be discussed at the meeting later. Even though his voice was calm and clear, I could feel the sweat on Raiden's palm, which had been holding me since getting into the car. I knew he was nervous, just didn't want to show it to me. He must have been worried that I would feel intimidated by attending this meeting. His concern for me made me feel sympathy for him. Honey, don't worry, you will succeed in this meeting, I said, lifting his hand and kissing the back of his hand gently. Do not be nervous. Raiden smiled and turned to me. He drove with one hand while the other hand never let go of mine for a second. I'm not sure this meeting will go as smoothly as I hoped, baby. There will definitely be a lot of debate and perhaps anger and curses. I hope you are not surprised or afraid, Raiden said softly. I've experienced more terrible things than just arguing, honey, so don't worry about me, I said, squeezing his hand. We arrived at the location, a large hall in a government building that was no longer in use and was surrounded by red rope, with large writing on a banner on the front, under reconstruction. This building was deliberately abandoned like this and disguised as an empty building that will be renovated, said Raiden. This building is a neutral area where meetings like this are held. I saw, at the same time as our arrival, several other people also arrived. Raiden greeted several people and introduced me. Everyone seems to respect Raiden. Then I saw Jesse and Liam get out of the car. Jesse and I hugged and exchanged greetings. The four of us then entered the building together. I was amazed to see that the inside of the building was not at all damaged as it seemed from the outside. Instead, it looked nice, fragrant, and cool. Liam said, there was a witch who made this building look damaged and messy from the outside, said Jesse, so that this place can be used as a meeting area for all supernatural beings like everyone who came today. I guess that makes sense because I saw various creatures that I had only seen in books in my life, some of which were present in front of me now. We all went up to the top floor, namely the 8th floor, and entered a very large and spacious hall. The meeting was opened by Mayor Dan Monroe, who highlighted the events of the past few months, which were considered dangerous for humans because supernatural beings committed various violations of the peace agreement. In general, the mayor of Monroe highlighted the incident without mentioning what type of perpetrator it was, But in essence, humans, through their representatives, have staged many protests and asked for stricter protection. Mayor Monroe also requested that each type of supernatural creature with its human representatives evaluate the cases that occurred according to the chronology of events, perpetrators and victims, then renew their respective agreements. Especially for werewolves, Raiden asked for a special room to discuss the problems that occurred, and Mayor Monroe himself took part in the meeting, because the agreement between werewolves and humans from the start was represented by the two of them. "I'm sorry about what happened to you, Luna," said Mayor Monroe, "and I commend your courage and that of the many women and men of our kind, humans, who have made the choice to be with the werewolves." "Thank you, Mayor Monroe. I really appreciate your concern. I hope that all humans who choose to marry or live with werewolves do not face difficulties or discrimination in our world," I said softly. I felt Raiden gently squeeze my thigh, and when I turned around, he smiled proudly at me. "Luna, we think, contrary to what you expected, so far it has been our people who have been more threatened by werewolves," said the staff of the Ministry of Defense and Security. The man named Francis Lean looked at Raiden with his eyebrows raised sarcastically. "In fact, you yourself, as Luna, were almost killed by one of the werewolf criminals." "Mr. Francis is right," Mayor Monroe responded grimly. "Alpha Raiden, haven't there been far more cases of violence perpetrated by werewolves against humans because they don't agree with humans becoming werewolf partners?" I could feel Raiden getting tense, but he still looked calm. He placed his hand on my thigh and squeezed it a little before responding to the human representative's words. "Dear representative officials, I accept all of these matters as a big responsibility that I must fulfill as an alpha," said Raiden carefully. "I myself have made a commitment to the pack staff, elders, and all small packs under my pack that we will address this security issue better and strive for peaceful coexistence between the two races to the fullest. This must be proven by the arrest of the werewolf criminals who were causing chaos, Alpha," said Mr. Francis in a stressed tone. "Of course, Mr. Francis and I think so far you have also felt a lot about how the werewolves' help has made the security of the human world more stable, right?" Raiden said. "I think we all have to be fair in our judgments because quite a few of our people are experiencing difficulties because of humans." I felt the positive energy Raiden exuded as he spoke. I sat next to him and his hand was on my thigh, occasionally squeezing gently, transmitting calm to me, and somehow I felt he was also absorbing his strength and calm from me. "Yes, that's right, Mr. Francis," said Mayor Monroe. "We wouldn't have been able to overcome the rebellion problem on the north side of Emergo City 2 months ago if it weren't for the help of the Gammas deployed by Alpha Raiden." Yes, I know that, but basically, rogues are more often uncontrollable and become more dangerous when faced with humans," said Mr. Francis frowned. "They were very cruel and brutal." I looked at Mr. Francis with feelings of distaste welling up. Why do I feel that he is trying to bring Raiden down? I raised my hand, asking permission to speak. Raiden looked at me and looked a little surprised, but I saw a smile at the corners of his lips. "Allow me to speak, especially in response to Mr. Francis' statement which has been pushing the werewolves into a corner," I said softly. Mr. Francis looked at me blankly, and her expression was displeased, but he nodded. "Look, Mr. Francis, I am a human who chose to be with a werewolf, and I have experienced firsthand the dangers I had to face for this choice. However, if it is considered that werewolves are more dangerous than humans, I think that is unfair. I have learned several cases of human attacks on supernatural creatures, including werewolves, were very brutal and sadistic." Several werewolves clapped and encouraged me, while Raiden continued to smile. "Humans hurt and injure supernatural beings because of the prejudices they build and the fear they create themselves. Unfortunately, many humans also commit crimes against these supernatural beings just to show off that humans can defeat them. Do you remember the case of Aahhnn Mahika from Black Savannah Pack?" The hum of conversation began to fill the room. Everyone dug into each other's memories. 5 years ago, an Omega from the Black Savannah Pack, who had just returned from college, was intercepted by a group of human youths, then held captive and tortured for days, forced to transform into her wolf form, and subjected to abuse as well. 1 week later, her body was in the shape of a beautiful white wolf, found on the side of the cliff of Mount Sierra. The white color of its fur was full of dark red spots from its dried blood. The perpetrators, 5 young men, were only caught almost a year later, and their motive was revealed, just want to show their identity, that they dare to fight werewolves. Mr. Francis turned bright red and voices full of reproach and anger spread throughout the room, until Raiden raised a calming hand. "So, Mr. Francis, my intention in retelling the case is to show that basically crimes can be committed by anyone and against anyone. At the very least, both parties must support each other to minimize the crime, instead of blaming each other and accusing who is more dangerous from whom. That is my statement, and thank you for the opportunity given to me to speak." I sat back down next to Raiden, my whole body shaking because I was so tense, and the room then started to fill with applause and cheers. Raiden leaned towards me. "As I thought, there's no harm in bringing you to this forum. You're a great help to this husband of yours, my human wife." Your face immediately seemed to burn when I heard Raiden's words. Even when I heard the sound of applause and praise from the meeting participants, I didn't feel this embarrassed. Mayor Monroe stood and clapped, then gave a thumbs up. "You are truly suited to Luna's status, Mrs. Raiden. I did not expect you to dig so deep into the matter we are discussing, said Mayor Monroe in a clear tone of admiration. My Luna has learned a lot about werewolf life, Mayor. I think now she has become more of a werewolf than me, said Raiden in response to Mayor Monroe's words. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere, which was originally tense, now became more fluid. Likewise, Mr. Francis looked softer. Let's make a renewal in the human-werewolf peace treaty, ladies and gentlemen, said Mayor Monroe. Even though our previous agreement was quite complete, it seems we need to reaffirm our commitment to peace. You're right, Mayor Monroe, said Mr. Francis. And thank you for the insight you provided, Luna. It made me realize that I was placing too much emphasis on werewolves. I apologize officially for that. Mr. Francis gently bowed to apologize and was immediately greeted by Raiden with the same attitude. The incident was greeted by enthusiastic applause as before. One more thing I just realized. The werewolves in this era have an extraordinary leader, said Mr. Francis with respect. Alpha Raiden could have dug up many other cases like the one told by Luna earlier to defeated my judge. He definitely knows more, and I'm sure he is also one of the best werewolf investigators since his time as Alpha. However, he chose to remain humble and take all the problems fall on his shoulders. Truly, you are an extraordinary leader, Alpha Raiden. I admire you with all my heart. Now I was squeezing Raiden's thigh, feeling my chest swell with pride and emotion. He's really a great guy, and he's mine. I am a lucky human mate. Raiden POV. The meeting, which was a bit tense at first, ended up running smoothly. The human representative present, namely Mr. Francis and Mayor Monroe, were cooperative and the discussion was pleasant and warm. One thing that amazed me at this moment was what Athena did. I had no idea that she had studied so much about werewolves, even delving so deep into historical and legal issues. What did she come up with when Mr. Francis was a little annoying and put pressure on me? Really precise and decisive, making everyone amazed. Even Mr. Francis couldn't refute Athena's statement. She is truly brilliant and shows her qualities as a Luna. She is a human, but defends the werewolves as if she were a true part of our kind. I don't know when she learned these things, but I have to admit that her intelligence has made my feelings of love for her increase several times over. Baby, you are so amazing, I praised endlessly, every time I got the chance. Not only beautiful and sexy, but you are also smart and brilliant. Oh darling, stop saying that, she said, blushing. You've been saying it continuously since earlier. And I will keep saying it because you really deserve to be praised, I said angrily, wanting to kiss her. She reached out and pinched my thigh gently. Jesse and Liam approached us holding hands. The couple always looks intimate. I feel that it is not wrong to choose them as an example of harmonious, mixed relationships between humans and werewolves. Luna, you were really impressive, Liam praised while giving a thumbs up, followed by Jesse. You too, Alpha Raiden. You are indeed suitable to be a Luna, added Jesse with an admiring look towards Athena. My mate was blushing adorable, and I regretted not being able to kiss her right then and there. So after this, the next agenda is ratification of the new agreement? Liam asked seriously. Have all the proposals we put forward been approved by them? I will try to get them to agree to all our proposals, and vice versa. I will consider the proposals they put forward to us, I said seriously. We're happy that this meeting went smoothly, Alpha, said Jesse. We all enjoyed the lunch with a light heart. The meeting was divided into 2 sessions. The first session is a discussion of issues, and the second session, to be held after lunch, is a session to ratify the new agreement between the 2 parties. For the second session, only me and Athena, Mr. Francis, and Mayor Monroe needed to be there, so Liam and Jesse said goodbye to us. After the luncheon was over, I took Athena to a special room, where Mayor Monroe and Mr. Francis was waiting too. My beta has prepared himself to be a witness, as has Gordon as the general who leads the werewolf defense and protection troops, who will represent his troops. From the human side, 2 witnesses were also prepared. I enjoyed this lunch, Alpha Raiden. It was really delicious and I felt very full, said Mayor Monroe. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mayor, I said politely. Then, it looks like we are ready to negotiate what kind of new agreement we will make, said Mr. Francis in a formal tone. To be honest, I don't like Mr. Francis. Professionally, he is agile, knowledgeable, and dedicated, but his personality is deliberately very stiff and tends to be a little rude. He still seemed dissatisfied with what we had agreed on in the first session of the meeting, and I even felt that what he said after receiving a reply from Athena was not entirely sincere. He admitted that he had made a mistake in cornering the werewolves too much. After Athena reversed her words, she also expressed her admiration for me, but perhaps it stemmed from feelings of unease because many people were watching her. Maybe Francis is still trying to find a way to break the agreement to make this new agreement. My beta has prepared a draft for this new agreement, and you can see and read again everything we have agreed to before we sign together, I said, while gesturing to Jason to share the draft of the new agreement he had prepared. There were 8 people in the room, all of whom received a draft file, and we all read the draft carefully because of the importance of the agreement for the continuation of human cooperation with werewolves. Mayor Monroe seemed satisfied after reading the draft. He smiled broadly and gave Jason a thumbs up, who responded with a respectful nod. I think this is all perfect, said Mr. Francis after finishing reading. Strangely, I heard a tone of regret in Mr. Francis, but I'll just ignore him. Then, we should all be able to sign this agreement, said Mayor Monroe. Jason and one human witness prepared the original agreement files and prepared stationery for all of us. While we were waiting for the original file to finish printing, suddenly my phone and Mayor Monroe's phone rang at the same time. I took out my phone and read a message from the Intercommunity Service Agency, which reported that there had been an attack on a person, a 36-year-old man by 3 rogues in the eastern border area. The man who was attacked was seriously injured and was receiving treatment at a nearby hospital, but doctors said the chances of him regaining consciousness were very slim. A witness said he saw the man being severely attacked and then left for dead. "Alpha Raiden, how is this?" said Mr. Francis was loud. "We were just about to sign a new agreement to overcome things like this, but it turns out something like this has already happened." "Wait," I said, then turned to Gordon and Jason. "What is the name of the witness you mentioned earlier?" "Elmer Riss Alpha," Gordon answered with a grin. I knew what Gordon was thinking and nodded at him. "He's Mathilde Reese's great-grandson?" "Yes," Gordon answered firmly. "Elmer was a wizard who was expelled from the community because he was considered dangerous and difficult to control." "Who are you talking about, Alpha Raiden?" asked Mr. Francis angrily. "We have an emergency situation now." I looked at Mr. Francis with feelings of annoyance welled up in my heart. It seemed like he was deliberately heating up the atmosphere, for whatever purpose, but his extreme attitude felt strange. I turned to Mayor Monroe and Mr. Francis. "The witness in that incident was the same witch who helped a fugitive named Shane who almost killed my mate," I said. "I think this is a fabrication." Mr. Francis snorted. "That is your pack's business, Alpha Raiden, but what is clear is that the victim was an innocent human." "That's it, Alpha Raiden and Mr. Francis," said Mayor Monroe, who had been looking deep in thought. "We must postpone the signing of this agreement until the situation becomes clear." "No," said Mr. Francis. "We'd better cancel it altogether. There's no need for an agreement because in the end it will still be violated by the werewolves." "No way, Mr. Francis," Mayor Monroe said firmly. "I don't agree with you. We need werewolves to help ensure our country's security, that's for sure. Apart from that, we are facing an economic crisis due to unstable political relations. Werewolves are active in industry and business, which helps us to hang on. You can't forget that." Mr. Francis was silent and did not try to argue anymore. "Alpha Raiden, it's better if we investigate this matter together," said Mayor Monroe firmly. "After we get the results of the investigation, we can proceed with signing this new agreement." "Yes, Mayor, I will deploy the best investigative team from the pack to investigate this matter," I said, agreeing to the proposal. "I can't do much about this because the problem is that it's the werewolf's fault to attack humans, and that's a violation." I appreciated Mayor Monroe's solution and immediately ordered Gordon to cooperate with Mayor Monroe's men to carry out a secret investigation. Mr. Francis looked annoyed and dissatisfied, but I knew there was nothing he could do. "Honey, don't be so hard on yourself," Athena said as we were on our way home. "I'm sure there is wisdom behind this incident. After all, the signing of the new agreement was only postponed, not canceled." I turned my head and saw Athena's face. I felt guilty because since I got into the car, I was too busy thinking about the incident of the attack to talk to her. I took her hand and kissed the back of her hand gently. "Sorry, I was too focused on that problem." Athena smiled and squeezed my hand. "Don't worry, we'll sort the problem out soon, and I have confidence that there really wasn't a werewolf involved at all. This was definitely the work of Shane and his witch." Athena's optimistic words cheered me up, and I held her hand tightly on the way back home. "I will investigate this myself. My mind is really full of the problem of attacks on humans." I felt there was something odd about the incident, because of the timing. Why did this incident occur just as an important meeting was about to be held between my kind and humans to discuss peace and cooperation? Days after the incident that happened to Athena, due to Shane's actions, things were very calm, and it was as if the evildoers roaming around outside were sleeping soundly. I have ordered all the packs under my pack to increase the number of security forces to guard their respective packs. Gordon also increased the training of the young Gammas based on the decisions I made to strengthen security measures. However, right at the time of that important meeting, something happened related to an issue that was currently a problem between the two parties. "Honey, your coffee is cold." I woke up from my reverie and turned my head, hearing Athena's words. I just realized that the coffee that Athena made is now cold because I just let it sit. Athena sat next to me. "You've been daydreaming for a while now. What's wrong?" I pulled her shoulders so she was pressed against my chest. Being near Athena always makes me feel calmer. "Baby, don't you feel that there was something strange about yesterday's attack?" I asked while stroking her shoulder. "What's strange? The timing, right?" Athena's response was quick. "I think about it." I snapped my fingers. "That's it. I thought you would definitely have the same thoughts as me." "I was thinking about that last night," Athena said. "It seemed like something deliberate, done at a predetermined moment along with the meeting, even though beforehand everything felt calm and peaceful." Do you think Shane did it?" I asked, wanting to know what she was thinking. Athena turned her head and looked at me with worry in her eyes. "I don't think so," she answered. "Why?" I asked again. "It's too fast," Athena replied. "Wasn't he also seriously injured in his fight with you at that time? Not to mention tighter security because other supernaturals had stepped in to help monitor him. He needs time to recover and also to plan new moves." while currently all the element's security is targeting him. I couldn't resist kissing her, so I grabbed her chin and planted a light peck on her lips. Athena laughed and patted my thigh lightly. What for? That kissed? You're a fun discussion partner, baby, I said honestly. You don't hesitate to express your thoughts clearly. Your reasons are precise and reasonable. Athena blushed. I think it's because I really like the animated Detective Conan and like reading thriller novels, so sometimes my inner detective comes out, she said with a laugh, amused by her own joke. I think, day by day, I am becoming more and more aware that Athena is the woman destined by the goddess of the moon to be my companion. Despite the way we met at first, but now I find it very difficult to be away from her. She has become a part of me, who understands what I feel without me having to tell her. She knows what to do without me needing to ask. And more importantly, her thoughts were in line with mine. I was suspicious of the witness mentioned by Gordon, I said, thinking hard. Elmer Riss? Asked Athena. Who's he? He is a descendant of the Reese wizards. They are gray wizards. They do magic for whoever pays them, so they can't be labeled as good wizards or bad wizards, I explained. It's hard to hate them, because sometimes they also do good with their magical abilities, but it's also hard to like them because they also do evil on the orders of whoever pays them. That's confusing, Athena said. But, unfortunately, that means we can't accuse him of being a witch who helped Shane. If he's the kind of witch who is opportunistic, only willing to do magic for those who pay him, I'm not sure he's on Shane's side. What makes you think that? I asked curiously. Such an idea did not cross my mind. Shane is on the run and he already told me that he has a grudge against us because he feels that he lost everything because of us. How can he pay Elmer to side with him when he himself is broke? Athena said clearly. I think you're right. That means there is a possibility that he was paid by another party who is financially stronger, I said. Yes, I think so. Maybe we should also know clearly who the victim was and how it happened, added Athena again. I think we need to go see the victim to get a clear picture of what happened, I muttered. I will ask Jason to take care of the procedures for visiting the victim tomorrow. Athena took the coffee cup from the table and stood up. I grabbed his hand in surprise. Baby, where are you going with that coffee? I asked. I want to make new coffee. It's cold. It's not good for your digestion if you drink it, said Athena. Oh, no need. Just leave it alone, I said, pulling his hand gently so he sat back down with me. I can drink it under any circumstances. Athena clicked her tongue in annoyance. No way, Alpha. You'll get a stomachache. I'll make you a new one. I let go of Athena's hand because I heard the firmness in her voice. She smiled and walked into the kitchen, carrying the cold cup of coffee. Athena was a gentle and refined woman. She smiles easily at people he knows well, but after yesterday's meeting, I was able to recognize her true nature more and more. Athena can be very firm in the things she believes in, and her attitude is also indiscriminate in criticizing or ensuring that something she thinks is right is accepted and done by the people she wants. She's hard to oppose when she believes in something, even about something as small as cold coffee. If she has made a decision, then it is final, and she will not be afraid of anything. I got up from the sofa and approached her in the kitchen. I hugged her from behind, wrapped my arms around her waist. I'm annoyed because the new agreement had to be delayed before being signed, I complained irritably. Athena stopped her hand stirring the coffee and stroking my hair. Her motherly attitude touched me. She then turned around and wrapped both arms around my neck. It's okay, darling. It's all for the good. I think it's good that something like that attack happened, she said lightly. Why is that? The attack will be a motivation to prove that, if it is our people who are at fault, then we have the courage to take responsibility and resolve all the problems completely. We are able to be fair, punish anyone who is guilty without any discrimination. We are not afraid of being opposed because we believe that our nature is to be on the side of the truth, even if it means we have to lose our own people who are guilty. If it is proven that we are innocent, that would be even better, right? Said Athena in high spirits. I looked at her dumbfounded. Why does she look so amazing? Baby, you know what? I said while kissing the tip of her nose. Know what? She asked. Now, I think you have become a real werewolf. You call yourself us, I said softly. You make me happy. Ah, she said with a blush. I'm too excited. I kissed her lips with a light kiss. Do you know how to channel your enthusiasm? I lowered my body and grabbed her legs, then lifted her onto the kitchen counter. She was shocked and held my shoulders tightly because she was afraid of falling. Honey, what do you want? I smirked. I think I told you that I don't mind drinking cold coffee because right now, there's something hotter I want to enjoy. Without waiting for her answer, I grabbed her long neck, making a thick hickey there. Athena raised her head, giving her wider access to explore her neck. Alpha, ah! Police station? Athena asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, baby. Jason has arranged for us to view CCTV footage at the scene, to help with the investigation, I said while drying my hair. Athena took the day dryer from the dresser drawer and asked me to sit in a chair so she could help dry my hair. I thought yesterday Jason said the police were reluctant to let us see the CCTV footage because we weren't involved in the incident? Asked Athena. Her hands moved swiftly through my half-wet hair. I think they really need a little pressure so that they know who are the parties who could be considered quite related to the incident, I answered, looking up and grabbing Athena's face with both hands. I kissed her in that position, and Athena laughed embarrassedly. She kissed the tip of my nose and adjusted me to my original position. In the midst of the confusion over the problems that are currently happening, I feel grateful because Athena is always by my side and ready to ask for opinions and discuss things with me. We finally went to the police station. Jason has urged several police officials who are werewolves to open an investigation yesterday, and they're waiting for us to come. Even though at first it was considered a bit risky because there would likely be a lot of negative responses for werewolves when the attack was revealed to the public, I also felt that there were things odd about the attack on humans, so it was better if both parties were fair. Whoever will later be proven guilty in that incident. I never go to the police station, Athena said enthusiastically. I kind of found it funny hearing Athena's tone of voice. Why do I feel like she treated the visit to the police station like a picnic, because of her enthusiasm? That's good that you never visit the police station, right? You are a good citizen. People always think that if we go to the police station it means we have a problem that has a negative connotation, I said. Yeah, usually like that. But I guess it's not always like that, right? I think there are lots of interesting things we can see and do there. That's why I thought going to the police station would be interesting, said Athena cheerfully. I squeezed her hand that was in mine gently. It had become my habit to drive with only one hand while the other held Athena's hand. The fear of losing her again, after the incident with Shane, I think, was the cause of my newfound power. When we arrived at the Central Police Station, it was the head of the Internal Investigation Division who welcomed us, Mr. Jacob Donovan. I just received an order to open the case development file to you, Mr. Raiden, said Jacob in a tone that I thought was a bit arrogant. Yes, Mr. Jacob, I said calmly. Sorry if I didn't contact you directly because I didn't even know that you were in charge of this case. I usually ask the mayor of Monroe directly. I saw the look of annoyance on his face, and I think he felt like I was looking down on him a little for mentioning Mayor Monroe. May I know what your position and authority is to look at this case file? Jacob asked in a probing tone that sounded annoying to my ears. I think he really didn't like the fact that someone he didn't know and had no idea what his authority was, wanted to interfere in the investigation he was leading. I smiled politely at Jacob. I think, for that matter, you should ask the mayor of Monroe directly so that there are no misunderstandings. He knows who I am and what my position is. Mr. Jacob, can we see the footage of the scene now? Athena asked impatiently. We don't have much time. Jacob's gaze clearly expressed displeasure, but I didn't care. Athena squeezed my hand, and I could also feel her irritation. Jacob took us to the recording room and asked one of his men to look for CCTV footage of the scene of the attack and play it for us. Through surveillance footage and eyewitness statements, the location of the violence has become clearer. The attack was brutal, and it seemed like the attackers had already determined the targets they were targeting to attack. We received information that the attackers came from an anarchist group who call themselves a werewolf group, said Jacob in a serious tone. Athena and I looked at each other. Can the eyewitness who gave the statement here be confirmed? I asked. I was a little confused, seeing that there were several eyewitnesses at the scene, not just Elmer who I had known. I myself don't know who or what Elmer's face is, so it's a bit difficult to identify him, especially because the recording is a little blurry and dark. We have taken their statements, but everything is still temporary because we still need to carry out a more thorough investigation, including the background of the witnesses, so that we are sure that they were not at the scene intentionally, said Jacob firmly. Honey, said Athena, taking my hand. She pointed to the television screen which was still playing CCTV video recordings. I said, following Athena's index finger across the screen. Please pay attention here, Athena said seriously. I feel like there's something strange here. Look at the way those attackers are moving. I asked the video operator to slow down the motion in the footage and pay attention to some details. What have you found, ma'am? Jacob asked impatiently. I don't think there's anything strange. It was a random, brutal attack. Yes, Mr. Jacob, said Athena politely. I think I was just influenced by the detective films I watched before, so I tried to look for the strange things might appears. Silly me. I heard Athena's slightly scornful tone and understood that she didn't like Jacob and his arrogance looking down on us. I hold her hand and look at Jacob. Baby, I think we've seen enough, and it's time for us to go. Our next event can't wait for you, I said while taking Athena's hand. We said goodbye to Jacob, and I think he seemed satisfied that we were finally leaving. I'm so annoyed with that guy, Athena growled when we were in the car. So arrogant and self-important. I laughed at Athena's words and patted her clenched hands. Honey, did you pay attention to the recording? I felt something strange, Athena said seriously. The attack pattern is so regular and seems to have been well planned. Werewolves are not like that. You're right, baby, I feel the same way. Moreover, I feel that the body shape of the attackers is not like that of werewolves in general, I said while remembering. There's something strange about this incident, isn't there? Athena said excitedly. Wait a minute, let's get out of here first. I feel like Jacob is still watching us, I said laughing. Huh, that guy! Athena grumbled. Let's go, honey. I'm getting hungry because of that arrogant person's attitude. I laughed out loud. Athena is always full of cuteness. Let's go, baby. I have to feed you and our baby. Athena POV. I feel uneasy. Several irregularities that I saw in the CCTV footage at the scene of the attack made my heart uneasy. I made a theory in my brain. Several theories that came to my mind include: 1. The attack was carried out by a werewolf, who was paid by someone to deliberately disrupt an important meeting with human representatives so that it would fail. 2. The attack was carried out by humans too, in the name of werewolves, and that means human representatives may have been involved. They did it because they didn't want to cooperate with werewolves anymore. Third, there was cooperation between werewolves, human representatives, and perhaps paid wizards, to disrupt the meeting by creating an attack scenario. For me, who already knows the situation and already understands Raiden's duties, obligations, and authority in the werewolf world and his relationship with the human realm, I'm afraid that whatever the reason behind the attack and whatever the situation, Raiden's name will still be dragged down for the worse. We discussed it all the way to the restaurant after returning from the police station. "Baby, why did you only order salad?" Raiden asked angrily when he saw what I ordered. He pulled a plate of salad in front of me. "And this, it's all just vegetables." Seeing his frowning face, I laughed. "I don't have an appetite, Raiden. This salad is enough." "No, no," said Raiden irritably. He waved his hand, calling the waiter. "Please add to our order," he said while reading the menu book. This too, this and this too." I stared wide-eyed at what Raiden ordered. "Raiden, why did you order so much? Who will eat it?" "Of course you are, baby. Remember, you don't just eat for yourself, you also have to eat for our child. Don't make him hungry," Raiden said firmly. I looked at him in disbelief. He always forces me to eat and eat, even though I don't have the appetite to eat either. Strangely, when I had difficulty swallowing my food when he forced me to feed me, I was able to finish the food. But I do not. "I'll feed you, baby," Raiden interrupted in a soft voice. He pinched my chin lightly and I blushed. Always like that. Now, no matter what he does to me, when he shows affection towards me, I can't help but be embarrassed and always blush like a teenage girl who has just hit puberty. "Raiden," I said, placing my hand on top of his, "do you think all these problems happen because of me?" Raiden looked at me with a frown. "What are you talking about, baby? Why think like that?" "A lot of people are against us being together. They think that I will make you weak because I am a human," I said while stirring the salad. "Just leave it alone," said Raiden nonchalantly. "That talk will always exist, even if you are a human with the abilities of 10 superheroes at the same time. Even if you are also a werewolf, there will still be those who are dissatisfied with you. I'm afraid a lot of what's happened lately is because those who don't agree do it on purpose to annoy you," I said. "Really, I feel restless. The werewolves were so confident and full of pride about themselves and their group. They can't accept a weak human like you being a Luna, leading them alongside their alpha. I have a feeling that the attack incident was just a diversion of the issue. Whoever did it or planned the incident actually just wanted to show that as an alpha you are considered incapable because your partner is a weak human being. The victim of the attack is a symbol," I explained at length. Raiden clicked his tongue in exasperation. "I understand what you want to say, but I hope you don't take it to heart." "How can I not care about it?" I asked quickly. "That would be dangerous for you. I don't want you to be considered weak and then have everyone oppose you. I know that you have enough to bear everything alone, even in a peaceful situation. With so many problems like now, I will actually become your burden." Raiden looked at me with a gaze I couldn't read, but he was very calm. "Are you done, my Luna?" he asked. "What?" I asked, confused. "Are you done blaming yourself?" he said with cold and calm. I was stunned. My chest feels tight, and my eyes burn. Raiden pulled my waist closer to his body. He put my head on his chest and rested his head on my shoulder. "Don't think too much. I will overcome all of that. You've suffered enough from living with me, but I can't be without you now, so please be patient for a while and everything will be fine," Raiden said softly. I knew he meant it. In fact, my heart has wavered towards him, because the feelings of love are getting deeper. I want to stay with him, and I know that is the best thing for me and my baby. The anxiety I've been feeling lately is not only because of recent events, but because there are still a few doubts that bother me about how we can be together in the future. However, I want to believe that Raiden also loves me sincerely, and he will look after and protect me and my baby with all his heart. I have to believe in his heart. I kissed his chest over his shirt and looked up to kiss his chin. "Sorry," I whispered. "I shouldn't be whiny and add to your burden." Raiden stretched his arms and kissed my forehead. "It doesn't matter. I love you with everything you have, even your tears and whines. Let's face together whatever will happen. Don't let go of our hand, and believe that we are a destined couple united by the goddess of the moon, and only the goddess of the moon can separate us again. However, even if that happens, I will oppose the moon goddess. Do you understand what I mean?" I laughed and let go of his hug, because the waiter had come to bring our food order. After finishing eating, where I was fed by Raiden because he insisted that I finish everything, we decided to go straight home. There is some office administrative work that I have to take care of, and Raiden also has to do a Zoom meeting with several clients from China. He chose to do it from home while accompanying me to work too. I felt calmer and more cheerful after being at the restaurant. We talked about general things throughout the journey, and Raiden held my hand as usual. When the car entered the yard, my eyes immediately caught the figure of a person standing on the terrace in a relaxed manner. She waved as the car stopped in front of the terrace. Honey, who is that? I asked confused. Are you waiting for guests? I turned my head when I didn't hear Raiden's answer and was surprised to see my partner's face become angry. Honey, I said softly. He turned his head and took a deep breath. Let's get down, baby, he said in a heavy tone. I followed Raiden, got out of the car and accepted Raiden's helping hand, who opened the door for me, walking together to the terrace. Raiden, said the woman on the terrace. She smiled broadly, very beautiful and graceful. Long time no see, how are you? The woman approached Raiden and reached out to hug him, but Raiden stepped back and pulled my waist against him. Oh, hello, said the woman as if she had just noticed my presence at Raiden's side. You must be wondering who I am. I don't think we have. What are you doing here, Shirlane? Raiden interrupted in a sharp tone. The woman turned and smiled sweetly at Raiden. I missed you, Raiden. My heart sank hearing her words. I felt Raiden's grip on my waist tighten, and I thought I knew who the woman in front of me was. Shirlane turned again to me and smirked. My name is Shirlane, Raiden's ex-girlfriend. I think, all this time, my premonition of unpleasant things that will happen has never been wrong. Raised by difficult circumstances since childhood, I have become accustomed to relying on my instincts to deal with all problems. Maybe, after I thought about it a few times, it was my sharp instincts that made me fit together with Raiden and the werewolves. Animals also survive because they mostly rely on instinct, right? I always know when a situation or a person brings potential danger and trouble to me. Like now, when a woman named Shirlane Damian, Raiden's ex-girlfriend, reached out to me in a friendly manner that I thought was excessive. I stared at her outstretched hand. Then, just for the sake of politeness, I shook her hand with a gesture of reluctance that I clearly showed to her face. Hi, I'm Athena, Alpha Raiden's Luna, I said flatly and emphasized my last words. Shirlane's face became a bit sour, and I think she was annoyed with me. Huh, like I even care. Raiden stroked my waist gently. Luckily, during the process of getting to know my ex-girlfriend, he didn't take his hands off my waist at all, so I felt calm. However, Shirlane must have also seen how possessively Raiden hugged me, and I know very well, she didn't like that. Why did you come here, Shirlane? Raiden asked in a cold tone. Shirlane looked at Raiden with a look that made my heart burn. That gaze was very gentle and romantic. Oh, Raiden, you don't know what I've been through, complained Shirlane in a sad tone. I've been having some difficulties lately and finally decided to come back. That's not the answer I wanted, Raiden snapped. My question is, why did you come here, to my house? Raiden's attitude not only surprised Shirlane, but me too. I've never seen Raiden act that sharp and cold towards anyone. I have no other place and can only remember you, Shirlane said in an increasingly sad tone. She lowered her head. I really hope you will still accept me, even if only for a few days, until I can overcome my problems. I looked at Shirlane, who now lowered her head and sobbed. I'm not sure she was being honest, but her sadness seemed so real. When I turned to Raiden, I saw that his sharp gaze had now softened a little. Then, suddenly my chest felt tight. You know, I always have problems with my family, and you, always you, understand what I feel about them, Shirlane said pitifully. I have done many wrongs to you, but now that I am in trouble, I can only remember you and try to run back to you. Your time has passed, Shirlane, Raiden said flatly. Now I've learned a lot from experience, and I don't want to be stuck in a bad past, so you shouldn't either. I think you should leave now. Shirlane's eyes filled with tears. She turned to me. Athena, I'm sorry for my sudden arrival like this, but I really need a place right now. I shrugged, reluctant to answer. After all, this is Raiden's house, and even though I'm his partner now, I don't think certain things are still up to me to make decisions. Honey, I'll go back to the room to clean myself first, I said, touching Raiden's arm. You guys talk. I let go of Raiden's arm around my waist before he could answer, and walked into the room. My heart is in turmoil right now, and I need to calm down for a moment. Soaking in a hot tub is sure to please. Almost an hour later, I finished the ritual of soaking my body in warm water and went out of the room. Raiden was making coffee when I saw him. Shirlane is nowhere to be seen. Where is Shirlane? I asked happily. Is she gone? Raiden looked up and looked at me with a look that I couldn't decipher. He reached out his arms to me and pulled me into his arms. You smell so good, he murmured behind my ear. Raiden I avoided. I moved a little away from him. You didn't answer my question. Where is Shirlane? Raiden tightened his grip on me. Sorry, baby. I can't let her go out at this time of night, and I really think she's in big trouble. My eyebrows rose spontaneously. So? I allowed her to stay here for a few days until her business was finished, said Raiden in an awkward tone. I realized that this was his house and I should not interfere in his decisions. However, my heart ached when I heard Raiden's words this time. So she will stay here for a few days until her business is finished? I asked in a sarcastic tone, which I hoped he could clearly understand. Yes, answered Raiden. It won't be long, I think. She'll sleep in the guest room. How do you know that Ahi is really in trouble, and how long will it take for her to finish it? I asked with anger welling up in my chest. Raiden looked surprised to hear my words and see my attitude. I ignored him and went into the room. That night, I slept with my back to him. He hugged me from behind, but I ignored him. I feel silly, but I want him to know that I don't like things like this. I am jealous. In the morning when I woke up, Shirlane was already up and busy doing something in the kitchen. Raiden is still sleeping. It seemed like he slept quite late, probably waiting for me to melt in his arms and turn around to hug him. In fact, until I woke up, I still had my back to him. "Good morning, Athena," said Charlene cheerfully. "Did I wake you up with my voice?" "No," I said nonchalantly, as I poured a glass of mineral water and drank it quickly. "Sorry that I'm using this kitchen, but Raiden allows me to cook because I have several allergies and usually only cook my own food," said Charlene. She pointed to the frying pan. "I made an omelet. Would you like to try it?" Before I could refuse, she took a plate and put an omelet on it and handed the plate to me. "Sit down, Athena," she said, pointing to the counter seat. "We didn't talk much last night." "I don't think I really have much to talk about," I said nonchalantly. I didn't want to talk to her, but stupid curiosity made me sit down at the counter too. "This is Raiden's favorite omelet," said Charlene. "He likes it when we add spinach or basil leaves, mozzarella cheese, and a little soy sauce to his omelet mixture." I kept quiet and just ate a little of the omelet. The omelet was delicious, I have to admit. "I was very happy when Raiden finally let me stay overnight, at least until my business was finished," said Charlene. "I can always rely on him, and I don't think my choice to come to him was wrong." "When?" I asked. What do you mean when?" Charlene asked, confused. "When will your business be finished?" I continued in as flat a tone as possible. I saw the corners of Charlene's eyes twitch and her expression turn displeased. "Athena, I didn't mean to disturb you and I hope we can coexist peacefully," said Charlene. "After all, this is Raiden's house, and since he has allowed me to stay, we might as well get along." I looked at her with a look that I hoped would split her body in half. She returned my gaze with a confident smile. "Raiden and I have been lovers for a long time, when we were young," continued Charlene. "We already liked each other before we even realized that we were mates. We were very compatible and were the ideal couple at school." I almost spat out the water I was sipping, listening to her words. She must really want to annoy me. "You know, Athena, Raiden is spoiled. He really likes to hug from behind and put his head on my shoulder." "Ah, I'm sorry. I think you must already know that, now that you're together," said Charlene with a chuckle. "Of course I know," I said calmly, even though my chest was heaving with heat. "Yes, of course there are many other things about him that you don't know or understand yet, because you haven't been together for long. I've known him since I was a teenager and feel that I know him like I know the palm of my own hand," said Charlene in a mocking tone. Soft, but I can still hear it. "Why did you leave him?" I asked calmly. Charlene's face turned bright red, but only for a moment, then she returned to her perfect smile mode. "There are circumstances that force me to do so," she replied. "Raiden knows too, and I think he will also have to agree with my choice in the end. However, you should know that we parted on good terms." Then what does it matter? You still left Raiden, right?" I said scornfully. "You left him and made him hurt." "I didn't leave him," said Charlene in a slightly high voice. "I'm only leaving temporarily, and I've promised myself that one day I'll definitely come back." "Does Raiden know about that promise, or is that just your selfish thinking?" I asked again. "We are mates, Athena. We are destined to be together, and because he is an alpha, it is only fitting that I become Luna for him," said Charlene with a smirk. I feel like I can't beat a woman like Charlene just by calling her names or responding harshly to her words. She will get even worse if his opponent responds with the same attitude. "The mating bond between werewolves is very important and not easy to break," said Charlene in an arrogant tone. "Even if one of the mates goes far away, but there is no ceremony to break the mate bond, then they will still be connected to each other. Why are you so optimistic that Raiden still wants his mating bond with you to remain intact even now?" I asked calmly. "Isn't it true that when one mate leaves another, the bond expires and the mate left behind has the right to get a new mate?" I saw that Charlene was surprised to hear my words. I think she was trying to look down on me because she must have known that I was human, and he thought there was no way I would know about werewolves. That's only in certain cases where the mate bond is not strong. However, between Raiden and I, we were in a relationship before we knew that the moon goddesses had made us mates. Our bond is stronger than just a mate vow. We love each other, and each other understands so deeply. I think I've heard enough, haven't I, and her attempt provoked me. I'm also not someone who doesn't know what she's planning. She is trying to get close to Raiden again, and I don't think she will use clean methods and games. Even her attitude was so to the point. I stood up from the chair and pushed over the plate containing the omelet that I had only eaten very little of. "Thanks for the omelet, but you should also know that Raiden doesn't like food that is too salty," I said calmly. "That omelet, it looks like you just spilled seawater on it." I walked away without paying any more attention to her, but that my steps would stop before I reached the room. Raiden was sitting on the living room sofa with his arms folded and an angry face. He turned his head when I stopped walking and approached me. Raiden hugged me tightly and kissed my forehead slowly. "Sorry," he said. "I will overcome this." I didn't return the hug at all and just writhed my body to get away from him. "I think this afternoon I will eat with Leah outside," I said coldly. "Don't waiting for me. Just enjoy your time with the ex of yours." "Baby, I'll talk." I raised my hand, indicating that I didn't want to hear what he said, and continued walking back to the room. I am sick of this ex things. Raiden POV. Athena left before lunch with a gloomy face. She refused to take me to Leah's apartment and instead called an online taxi, then left without saying anything, didn't even look back when I took her to the taxi. She's leaving already? Shirlane asked casually. It's a shame, she can't enjoy the delicious lunch I've prepared. They're all your favorite dishes. She should have stayed so she could learn about your favorite. I think she had to. I couldn't wait to hear her babble any longer, and grabbed her neck, pressing her against the wall. Her back hit the wall with a loud thud and she grimaced in pain. I admit, my attitude is rude, and I have never done it to any woman. But I had suspected what she meant since I saw her figure standing on the terrace of the house yesterday. I just felt calm and happy with Athena. At least, I feel safe because now Athena never talks about the contract we made or her desire to leave. I can't let go of Athena from my daily life, from my life now. She means a lot and I love her. The process of falling in love with her started from the first time we had sex, but I couldn't admit it straight away. I haven't fallen in love again since Shirlane left me with deep wounds. I didn't dare fall in love again because the process I had to go through after breaking up with Shirlane was very painful, especially because he used my infertility as an excuse. It tore my pride apart. Plus, I felt she also looked down on me for not being crowned alpha because my father was still in power. Athena then healed my love wounds slowly but surely. She may be my second mate and she is an ordinary human being, but she is my big chance to be happy again, and I feel, with her, the wounds in my heart are gradually healing and my courage to love is returning to normal. I'm angry. When I thought everything was going well, suddenly Ahi appeared and complained about her life. She chose and asked me to help her when she was in trouble. Actually, I don't want to follow her wishes to live in my house at all. I don't want Athena to feel uncomfortable and our relationship to suffer. However, I was suspicious of Shirlane's sudden return and arrival. I have an ominous feeling about the person she is now, and I'm afraid she has another purpose behind her story. I needed to know what he wanted, by coming back suddenly and shamelessly, coming straight to me again. So I decided to accept her to live in my house. I want to keep an eye on Shirlane and find out what she is planning. My biggest worry right now is the safety of Athena and our baby, especially after the incident with Shane and the attacks on humans that occurred recently. I don't want anything to happen to Athena, and the slightest potential danger that could harm her, I must immediately eliminate. I was suspicious of Shirlane and her sudden return, which coincided with various problems I was facing. Enough, Shirlane, I growled sharply. Don't rule my life or Athena's. You have absolutely no right and you should know where you belong. Raiden, please let go, said Shirlane while holding my hand which was strangling him. You hurt me. I heard what you said to Athena all morning in the kitchen, and it all made me even more curious. Did you do it on purpose to make Athena angry and disrupt our household? I asked sharply. Or are you planning something more sinister and want to get rid of Athena? Shirlane's eyes were teary and flickering with complex emotions. She bit her lip and looked like she wanted to cry. Why do you have the heart to say something like that? She said in a low, trembling voice. I just wanted to see if you were okay all this time. Why did you do it? You hope I will be down because you left me. I snorted sarcastically. You praise yourself too highly, Shirlane. I was more than fine after you left, and I think your departure was the right thing for me. Why do you have the heart to say something like that, Raiden? After all, I still remember you because we once loved each other very much. Have you dismissed that fact? I was stunned for a moment hearing her words, then couldn't help but laugh. Shirlane is so ridiculous, acting as if nothing painful ever happened between us. Are you stupid or do you have amnesia, Shirlane? I scoffed sarcastically. You forgot that you are the source of my greatest suffering and pain because of your arbitrary decision to leave me? Raiden, please, don't bring that up again. I know. You think I'm going to beg you to stay? No, you've left me heartless, and you shouldn't have to come back and lick your own saliva now. Tell me, Shirlane, what are your true intentions now? Raiden, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I missed you and wanted to know how you were. Why does such a simple thing seem wrong in your eyes? Shirlane asked in a nasal voice, holding back tears. I snorted. It's nothing simple when it comes to you, Shirlane, and I don't want anything to do with you, now or later, for any reason. I said firmly. You're too much, Raiden. You've changed a lot, and I think you've been influenced a lot by the people around you, said Shirlane irritably. I felt like she was insulting me, and I didn't like hearing it. Her attitude and words made me even more convinced that she had an ulterior motive for her sudden arrival. I pressed her neck harder against the wall, not caring at all to see her writhe in pain. She's strong enough, and what I do won't kill her. Don't divert my questions, and don't you dare disturb the people around me, because you are not at all part of the people I accept. I growled with sharp emphasis on every word. Tell me, Shirlane, why did you come back? What do you want this time? Don't say cliché things that I won't believe at all. Just tell me what your intention is to come back. I pressed further. In front of me now, Shirlane seemed to be getting restless. The corners of her eyes twitched and her lips became slightly pale. However, she looked at me boldly. I was also born as an alpha, and I should be, now that you have become a supreme alpha, by your side as your companion. I laughed sarcastically. Then what? You were the one who left me. Come on, you know the reason I left, Raiden, and you shouldn't just blame me, Shirlane said bravely. Now I came back because I heard you were with a human and she was pregnant with your child. I can't stop thinking about Shirlane's arrogant and completely unsympathetic attitude. How could I ever be so crazy about her? She's weak, Raiden. She will drag you into failure and make you fail in leading the pack. As a human, she is completely unreliable and will actually be a hassle for you. I can't believe a human would be Luna for a werewolf group. That's ridiculous. Don't insult my mate, I snapped. This time I relaxed the pressure on her, letting her free up a little. For me now, Athena is the best. Shirlane pushed my chest and I let her go. However, I also couldn't put too much pressure on her, because Shirlane's bloodline was also strong among werewolves, and she was currently in human society, so I had to keep an eye on her so that she wouldn't get hurt outside. My mind was increasingly filled with the fact that Shirlane's arrival would be an additional burden for me. Raiden, let Athena give birth to your child, then release her, and we can raise the child together as the new Alpha and Luna, Shirlane said in a persuasive tone. I will raise and love your child. I was very annoyed to hear words that didn't make sense. How arrogant must she be, thinking that I would so easily let go of Athena and return to her? She must be out of his mind. Geez. Stop thinking and hoping for impossible things to happen, Shirlane, I said sarcastically. Athena and I will never be separated, and we will raise the child in her womb as a successor without involving outsiders, I said to myself sharply. Shirlane's face turned red, and she came closer to me, then touched my hand. I tried to push away, but her grip only strengthened. You'll change your mind later. Besides, I won't push you too hard. I want us to go back to the way we were before in a pleasant way, not by force, he said softly. Go now, Shirlane. There's no point in you staying here. You'll only be a thorn in my and Athena's life, I said, pushing him away. No way, Raiden, he refused quickly. You know that I also have problems and I can't just leave and roam freely. I'm scared. I sighed in annoyance. It's true, Shirlane is a new burden for me, but I also can't let her be in danger, because her duty and obligation as an alpha is to protect the pack members. I will find you a safe place, but not here. I don't want to upset Athena because your presence bothers her. She is pregnant, and I want her to live her pregnancy happily, I said in a flat tone. I'm too lazy to argue with Shirlane, because in the past, I never wanted to argue with her. She is a person who has a very high ego and doesn't like to give in. Most of the time, I would be silent and give in when arguing with her, even if at that time my position was on the right side. Especially now, when I no longer have any feelings for her, it's better for me to avoid her and let her think in her own way so that it's easy to tell her to leave. Oh, thank you, Raiden. I know you always care about me, Shirlane said spoiledly, and she hugged my waist and put her head on my chest. I didn't expect her to be that brave and raised my hand to make her move away, but my hand movement stopped when I felt someone's presence. I looked up from my gaze at Shirlane and saw Athena standing at the door, with a sharp gaze and a bright red face. Baby, this isn't... Athena snorted and turned around. By the moon goddess! Athena POV. I once had a boyfriend, Shane, who from the start I started to love. I thought he was a man who was sincere and truly loved me. When in the end I was the only one who tried hard to build our house of love, because I wanted true happiness to fill my life. While Shane betrayed me, my hopes for all the good things in love just vanished. Then, meeting Raiden, despite so many problems involved in our relationship, made me develop new hope, and although very slowly, I finally decided to stay by his side, hoping that it was the right decision for me to make. I love Raiden, feel safe and comfortable being with him. It's not just about how he pampers and looks after me, but because in my stomach there is also our flesh and blood, which in the future, after much consideration, I hope will become a bridge between the human world and the werewolf world. A while ago, when Shirlane came and invaded my personal space, saying inappropriate things about my relationship with Raiden, because I'm human and Raiden is a werewolf, and bringing up that she and Raiden are mates, it really made me feel insecure. I know the truth, and that they, the werewolves, consider humans to be weak creatures, so it is difficult for us to coexist with werewolves, and that the mating bond between werewolves is the main thing they uphold. It always made me hesitate to decide on my attitude towards Raiden. I decided to meet Leah for lunch, after hearing all of Shirlane's annoying ramblings. I need to cool my mind for a moment. I also don't like seeing her sexy appearance, with a sleeveless t-shirt and shorts that show almost all of her thighs. Does she have no manners? She was at the house of her ex-boyfriend who now has a girlfriend, and she was dressed so seductively. Jealousy isn't fun, and now that I remember, I don't think I've ever felt as jealous as I do now towards Raiden, when I was still with Shane. Before leaving, I called Adela. I need to ask a few things about the child in my womb. I guess because lately I've had more contact with werewolves than humans like myself, I've gotten carried away and feel like I'm part werewolf. I forgot that the child in my womb was not purely human or purely werewolf. He will be a mixed child, and I have new worries. Whether in time, my child will be able to transform perfectly and become an alpha like Raiden, or his human side will become more dominant so that he will not be considered in the werewolf world and disappoint Raiden and his pack. I left after making an appointment with Leah and Adela. I will spend time outside the house today to avoid unpleasant situations at home. Baby, let me take you to Leah's apartment, and you can call me again when you're finished and ready to go home, Raiden said while hugging me from behind while I was putting my things in my bag. I shook my head ignoring him and continued moving. No need, Raiden. I've already ordered a taxi and I don't know how long I'll be at Leah's place. Honey, you know things aren't safe right now, and I'm worried something will happen to you, Raiden said seriously. I turned around and patted his chest lightly. Pray for me, that's okay, and don't worry, I'll be fine. I think you have to be careful while your ex-girlfriend is still here. Raiden's brows furrowed. What do you mean, baby? You know, according to her, the mate bond is very strong and it seems like you two are still very close, to the point where she only comes straight to you when she was in trouble, even though you two have been apart for years, I said softly. I don't want to interrupt your reunion, and I think you must have a lot to talk about after being apart for so long. Raiden was taken aback by my words and squeezed my waist gently. He nuzzled his face between my neck and hair, nuzzling there. Baby, those are all empty words from Shirlane to annoy you. I'll talk to him and ask him to leave, Raiden said softly as he kissed my neck below my ear. I got goosebumps and felt excited. Raiden knows my weak point, but I don't think now is the time for me to follow my body's desires to do intimate things with Raiden. It's up to you, Raiden, I said flatly. This is your house, and you have the right to do anything, including protecting your problematic ex here. I won't interfere. I looked at my watch and pretended to be cheerful. The taxi I ordered will be here soon. I left without looking again at Raiden, who looked confused. He must be in a dilemma right now. I felt lost, even though in reality, Raiden was still with me. Shirlane's arrival made me wonder, does Raiden still love his ex-girlfriend? As a human, I have nothing to keep Raiden by my side, except for the child in my womb. Why am I lulled by what I've been doing lately? It's ridiculous, because I became so confident and changed my decision to stay with Raiden because I felt sure that the bond between us was strong. Raiden shows his affection without hesitation, and I accept everything as a beautiful gift, because in my entire life before meeting Raiden, I had never had things as good as what I am experiencing now. I didn't take into account Raiden's past at all, and that his ex-girlfriend was still there and could come back at any time. I felt my eyes heat up, and I guess imagining what the two of them would do at home wasn't good for my health, because suddenly I felt my head hurt and my chest tighten. I will call Leah and ask her to change the meeting place, not at her apartment, but at a nearby restaurant. Then I will contact Adela to invite her to join that restaurant too. However, my phone was not in the bag. I panicked, spilling everything from my bag onto the taxi seat. Ma'am, did you miss anything? The taxi driver asked, looking at me in the rearview mirror above the steering wheel. I think so, sir. Can you turn around and take me back to the house to get it? I'll pay double, I said sullenly. Of course, ma'am, answered the middle-aged taxi driver. I remember where to put the phone. It looks like it's still in the room, on her dressing table. I put it there while I was dressing and talking to Raiden. The taxi I was in turned back to the house. I asked the taxi to stop in front of the gate, so it would be easy to leave immediately after I took my phone, which I had left behind. I got out of the taxi and walked in the yard towards the house, wondering to myself what Raiden and Shirlane were doing at home when they were alone. My thoughts were really running wild, and I felt embarrassed. Why should I think badly about Raiden? Hasn't he shown enough affection for me all this time and almost sacrificed his life when he saved me? The front door wasn't completely closed, and that made me feel somewhat relieved. Maybe they were getting ready for lunch, because I saw Shirlane busy in the kitchen after breakfast, and I left her to take a shower and get ready to go. I pushed open the door and was just preparing to greet Raiden, but my words were stuck on the tip of my tongue because of the sight I saw in front of me. Raiden and Shirlane, they are hugging. So intimate, Raiden POV. Damn! I shouldn't have let Shirlane hug me carelessly. She was like a leech, and even though I tried to let go of his hand, she just pressed his body closer to me. I immediately knew that behind Athena's anger when she saw my position with Shirlane, she felt more disappointed and sad. It made my heart feel like it had been cut with a razor, and then the scar was dripped with salt water. Athena's eyes was so gloomy and she was starred at me with her lips trembled. When Athena is angry, with a sincere apology and some persuasion, she will recover and forget her anger, but disappointing and making her sad will make her build a wall around her and don't expect anyone to enter. Ah, your new mate saw us, said Shirlane with a faint smile on her lips. I thought she was gone. Or was she back to spy on us? I can't be patient anymore. I think Shirlane deliberately wanted to make Athena angry, because when she saw Athena standing in the doorway looking at us, she actually tightened her embrace and tiptoed towards my chin as if we had just kissed. Let go, Shirlane, I said with sharp pressure, or I'll break your arm. Oh, you're so cruel, darling, said Shirlane. Didn't you used to love cuddling like this with me the most? Get me go or I'll break your hand! Shirlane let go of her hug and stepped back laughing. Okay, no need to yell. Take your things and leave here after lunch. You can't stay here with your attitude like this, I said in a cold tone. I know you just want to annoy me and mess up my life again. Leave while I can still think of you as someone, Shirlane. Shirlane was stunned and seemed like she felt offended, but I didn't care. I still have a heart that I have to look after, and I don't want to lose her. I rushed out and saw Athena opening the door of a taxi waiting in front of the gate. Baby, listen to me first, I said, holding back his hand which was about to reach the taxi door handle. What you see is not what you think. Athena turned her head. I thought she would make a face full of anger, but she smiled sweetly. Can you really read my mind? She asked in a cheerful tone. Let go of my hand. I have to get my things and pay for the taxi. I let go of her hand and she opened the taxi door, then took the paper bag she had brought earlier. Athena then closed the taxi door and opened her wallet, taking out several cash bills to pay for the taxi. Sorry for not leaving, sir, said Athena politely. The taxi driver accepted the money offered by Athena with a smile, said thank you, then left. So it looks like you guys have talked, right? Athena asked while walking by my side. I'm not leaving now, because after seeing you guys, I think I need to pack up soon, right? I took her hand and stopped her steps by standing in front of her. What do you mean, you're going to pack? I asked angrily. I think it's clear. In this case, people from the past are more influential. You are true mates, and I know from the many books I've read that it's difficult to break ties with the first mate, so I understand what's going on with you and Shirlane. Baby, listen, I have spoken to Shirlane and she will leave after lunch. You are not going anywhere and will stay with me, I said firmly. I really want to clear the clouds hanging over Athena's eyes. She was sad about something that couldn't be explained, and I couldn't ask either. Why? Asked Athena. Because you are my mate and a he is just my past, I answered firmly. So don't even think about going anywhere without me. Athena smiled, but I didn't feel at ease. Her smile didn't reach her eyes at all, and that worried me. Shirlane was stunned when she saw me enter holding Athena. Oh, I thought you were going out having fun with your friends, Shirlane quipped with a sweet smile. I felt Athena's hand in mine become damp. I suddenly changed my mind, said Athena, wrapping her arms around my waist and laying her head on my shoulder. For a moment I forgot that lately I've been so used to being fed while eating by my husband that I'm not sure if I can eat just with my friends. I smiled a little and stroked her hand, which was on my waist. My heart is happy because it seems that Athena is being possessive and showing her territory to Shirlane. Honey, I'm in the mood for something cold and fast, said Athena spoiledly. She stretched his neck towards the kitchen. What are you cooked, Shirlane? The smell is making me sick. Athena then pulled my neck towards her. I need a break from all this drama. Let me rest and wake me up when this house is free of pollution. She kissed my cheek seductively and glanced at Shirlane sharply before walking away to our room. Raiden, why is he acting like that? Shirlane asked angrily after Athena entered the room. Very rude and unethical. You have to look in the mirror to say something like that to Athena, I quipped to Shirlane. This is our home, and you're the one who came here to mess with it. Shirlane looked annoyed. Maybe she still hopes that I will defend her, but I think Athena's attitude is enough to show what she feels, and I don't want her to become even more upset because I can't be firm with Shirlane. Okay, I'll go, Raiden, said Shirlane grumpily, but a moment later he smiled again and approached me, trying to grab my arm to hold, but I quickly avoided it. Let's eat first, Raiden. We haven't eaten together for a long time, right? Besides, I've cooked all your favorite. I shook my head. No, you eat yourself. I'll eat with Athena later after she's rested. She's pregnant and her appetite is a bit off, so I have to feed Athena so she eats properly. I left Shirlane's presence without paying any more attention to her and went to the room to meet Athena. I can still hear Shirlane growling angrily and stomping her feet on the floor before closing the bedroom door. Athena was lying facing the wall when I entered. She wasn't sleeping, I could tell by the rapid movements of her breathing. Baby, I called while lying close to his back. I put my arms around her waist and rubbed her stomach gently. Are you asleep? The bulge in his stomach is getting more pronounced, and I really like feeling it. Why are you here? Athena asked without turning around. You should accompany Shirlane to lunch. Poor her, she's tired of making your favorite foods. No, I answered softly, kissing the nape of his neck. I'd rather eat and feed you later. Athena didn't answer, but she didn't give any reaction either. I kissed her neck, but she didn't move. Usually, Athena would react if I teased her neck. That is her weak point. This was the first time I felt cold, even though my body was pressed against Athena's warm body. Povey, Athena. Your baby is growing very well, said Dr. Olsen Wren, the obstetrician who examined me. He pointed the device at the right side of your stomach and pointed at the screen. Look, he's moving his hands. My heart felt warm, seeing my baby's movements monitored on the ultrasound screen. Everything is normal and tends to be very good, considering his gestational age, continued Dr. Olsen. He completed the ultrasound examination and asked me to sit in a chair in front of his desk when he was finished, while he wrote down the status of my examination in his notebook. Ma'am, your baby is growing well and healthy. But I see, your weight is decreasing, and that means the food you eat is all absorbed well by your baby, but you yourself are lacking, said Dr. Olsen. I swallowed hard. Is it dangerous, doctor? I asked nervously. It's not dangerous as long as you still want to eat, but I'm worried that problems will arise during delivery if your condition remains like this until delivery, said Dr. Olsen seriously. As a mother, you have to be strong for delivery process. You have eat and rest more to gain your strength. Sometimes I feel tired and I didn't want to eat anything, except the sour and cold food, I said. My stomach feels like a tornado if I smell the smoke from hot food. This is a common symptom experienced by a mother who, forgive me for the term I use, is of human origin, pregnant with a child from a werewolf, continued Dr. Olsen. Werewolf offspring, especially from an alpha, usually grow faster and stronger than humans or werewolves of other status than alpha. Then, are there any vitamins or supplements I can take to overcome this problem, doctor? I asked worriedly. Yes, I will write a prescription for vitamins that you must consume regularly. Apart from that, I urge you to eat more and more often. I will prescribe anti-nausea medication too, just in case you might experience nausea and vomiting, said Dr. Olson while writing in a prescription book. I finished the examination after taking the vitamins prescribed by Dr. Olson at the pharmacy counter. I felt relieved, even though the doctor gave me some notes to pay attention to, but at least my baby was growing well as I expected. Raiden left early in the morning for the office because he had a problem he had to take care of. We haven't talked much since 3 days ago when Shirlane came to the house. She finally left and I became calmer, even though when she left she knocked on the bedroom door, and because I was reluctant to see her, I didn't open it at all. Then she said that she would be back before leaving. That woman really pissed me off. I can't stop thinking about her intention to come back suddenly, then just casually barge into the house of her ex-boyfriend, who now has a new partner. I also vented my feelings of annoyance towards Shirlane towards Raiden, and I avoided him as best I could. Looks like I have to go back to the original plan to take my child away from him. Baby, can you move your obstetric examination schedule to tonight? Raiden asked before leaving for the office this morning. I also want to know how our child is developing. I can't, Raiden. Dr. Olson's schedule is always full, and we can't just change schedules. We need to wait another week or two before getting a new schedule, I said in a flat tone. But I also want to accompany you to see our child, Raiden muttered in a sad tone. I felt moved when I heard his words and spontaneously hugged him by the neck and kissed his chin. His face brightened a little after that. Can you go alone? Raiden asked worriedly. Things haven't been safe lately, and I don't think you can go alone. I can, Raiden. The hospital is close, and I will order a taxi straight from home and go home when I'm finished, I said as I let go of the hug and continued my activities of folding the blanket. Raiden seemed to realize that my mood had been really bad lately since Shirlane's arrival, and he didn't want to make me even more annoyed, so he just nodded. Okay, honey, go for an examination, but can you let me know if anything happens? I will wait to hear from you while you are at the office, until I make sure you have returned home safely, Raiden said softly. He came over to me and hugged me from behind, then kissed my neck and shoulders very gently. Yes, I'll keep you posted until I get home, I promised, to calm him down. Remembering Raiden's request, I sent him a message, saying that I had finished carrying out the inspection and would call a taxi to go home. Raiden didn't read or reply to my message, even though the message was sent. Maybe he's leading a meeting or talking to a client. When I was about to open the online taxi application, suddenly my phone rang and I saw an unknown number on the screen. I ignored the call because I never receive calls from numbers that are not saved in my contact list. After 3 calls I never received, a message appeared. Athena, it's me, Shirlane. Can you take my call for just a moment? I have something to say to you. I read the message with a huff. How does Shirlane know my phone number? Shirlane called again after I read her message, and this time, even though I had to, I accepted the call. What's wrong, Shirlane? What do you want? I asked without bothering to make small talk. Hey, why are you so fierce? Said Shirlane, laughing. Don't say much. I don't have much time, I said in a cold tone. What do you want? Come on. I just want to thank you for your hospitality while I was at your house. I want to repay you and invite you to dinner at the restaurant, said Shirlane in a serious tone. I felt it wasn't something important, and I should refuse because of the danger outside, and because I had promised to go home straight after leaving the hospital. Sorry, I can't go. I have to go straight home, or Raiden will worry about me, I said firmly, emphasizing each sentence so she understood. Shirlane was silent for a moment, then laughed. Oh, you're very obedient, Athena. I'm sure you're afraid of Raiden, so you always follow whatever he says, Shirlane said in a scornful tone that annoyed me. I'm not afraid of Raiden, I snapped loudly. I'm just reluctant to meet you, and I already promised Raiden. What's your problem with that? Oh, of course I don't have a problem, said Shirlane cheerfully. I just regret it and understand why in the end humans are always considered weak. That's because you are always submissive when it comes to werewolves. We can control you and make you submit to us. Shirlane's words were really shocking, and I really didn't like them. Is he looking down on me for obeying Raiden? We, she-wolf, still maintain our pride in front of our alphas or partners. That's because as humans or werewolves, we are born equal and equal. There is no one above the other, continued Shirlane. It's you humans who have lowered your position and status by submitting to werewolves. My heart boiled hearing Shirlane's words. I don't want her to think I'm lowly or cheap for being too obedient to Raiden. You shouldn't say that, Shirlane, I said haughtily. Be careful what you say. Shirlane sighed and snorted. Okay, whatever you say, I just regret that your life as a human was wasted because you were controlled by Raiden. We are very different. You are weak, while I am an independent person who will never want to be under the control of a man, an alpha though. I felt severely attacked by her words and views that looked down on me. I guess she doesn't know that much about me yet, and I need to show her so she'll stop messing with me. You apparently really insist on meeting your Luna? I said in a mocking tone. I know her desire to be a Luna, and I think that is also her weak point that I can exploit to attack her self-esteem if she messes with me. Shirlane snorted in annoyance, and I knew my words were right on target. Say, where do you want to meet me? I asked haughtily. I'll meet you so you'll stop being curious and bothering me. Shirlane mentioned the name of a restaurant, and after that ended the conversation. I immediately sent a new message to Raiden. I can't go home straight away. Your ex-girlfriend invited me to dinner at Seashore Restaurant at 7 tonight. I still have a few hours, so I'll go to the salon to take care of myself and maybe to the mall to buy new clothes. I won't give your ex a chance to put me down because of my appearance. I'll update you later. I read the long message again, because I'm too lazy to send messages many times later during my business. After making sure I'd explained all the plans clearly, I sent the message and put the phone in my bag. Now let's beautify myself before meeting the rivals. Basically, I'm not someone who likes to spend money on physical appearance. I prefer casual-themed clothes that are comfortable and don't have a lot of details in classic or pastel color combinations. I also don't dress up or decorate my face with too much cosmetics in flashy colors. I only use moisturizer or sunscreen when I leave the house, a little foundation, powder, blush, and very light lipstick, just so that my face doesn't look too pale. After I sent Raiden a message, I called a taxi and went to the mall. My original intention was to buy clothes that looked classy and somewhat luxurious, then buy a bag and shoes to match. After that, I will go to the beauty salon to do my hair and makeup. However, when I was in the boutique, I felt like a lost child who was confused looking for his mother in the crowd. I don't like shopping alone because it makes me confused and uncertain. I don't like spending too much money on things I know I don't really need. Well, I have Raiden's black card, and he always told me to buy everything I want with that card. But no, I won't do that now. In the end, I just went to the beauty salon to wash my hair and style it a little so it wasn't too messy, then went to the restaurant that Shirlane had promised. When I looked at the watch in my hand, I was already 10 minutes late from the promised time, exactly as I had planned, because I didn't want to wait, and I'd better let her wait for me. Shirlane looked luxurious, like a celebrity. She wore a bright blue dress with lace and ribbon details, and wore an expensive branded bag and shoes that matched her dress. Her hair was styled very beautifully, and her makeup was full of color. She and I were in complete contrast, and I think her eyes were mocking when she saw me coming, only in a light blue blouse and jeans, sling bag, and sneakers. Simple. I didn't care and just took my seat. What's wrong, Shirlane? Why did you invite me to dinner like this? I asked without flinching. She probably wanted to show that she was superior to me and intimidate me with her glamorous appearance. But I think she was also a little offended because she saw me appearing as I was without any doubt. Why do you appear so modest? Shirlane asked scornfully. If you weren't my guest, maybe the restaurant manager wouldn't have let you in looking like that. So what? I can go straight home if I'm not allowed in, I said nonchalantly. You know, only petty people judge someone's quality from their outer appearance, without looking deeper into who and how that person really is. Anyways, it's you who wants to see me. Shirlane's face looked a little red. I raised an eyebrow mockingly. And you, why did you come in such complicated clothes just to have dinner with me? You want to show that you are more glamorous than me? My sarcasm is sharp. You look so uncomfortable and hot in that frilly dress, so rigid. Shirlane bit her lower lip with an annoyed expression. I smirked, giving her a warning with my eyes so she wouldn't dare underestimate me. There's no need to be so defensive, Athena, said Shirlane in a slightly curt tone. I just want to thank you for being generous enough to accommodate me at Raiden's house. I could hear the emphasis on the words, Raiden's house, as if she was deliberately trying to warn me that I was no one there and Raiden was the owner of the house. Oh, no problem, I answered lightly. The owner of the house has given permission, so why should you thank me? Shouldn't you be addressing Raiden? Of course I told Raiden personally, said Shirlane with a faint smile. Our relationship has always been good so far, so for certain things, I prefer to talk directly in private without anyone's interference. I chuckled. That's good. Raiden is a good man. He certainly wouldn't say bad things about other people to just anyone. He only said it to me, because I'm his mate, and he trusts me. I saw Shirlane's hand holding the spoon turn white as hard as she gripped the spoon. Are you sure you deserve to be his mate? Shirlane asked with raised eyebrows. He is a supreme alpha, and he needs an equal companion, Luna who has abilities and strength like him so they can support and protect each other. Who comes to mind for that position? I asked calmly. You? And where have you been along this time? Traveling around the world? You are human, and I am the same as Raiden. We share the same world, and of course we have understood each other for a long time, argued Shirlane. She must have been annoyed to see me remaining calm even though he kept teasing me. I felt like she was deliberately taking advantage of this moment to test my mentality. She wanted to bring me down and make me withdraw regularly from Raiden's life so she could easily approach Raiden again. It seemed Raiden had really rejected her again, so she looked for another way to approach Raiden. She thought I would be knocked out so easily. She should learn more about my stubbornness. Mrs. Ellen once even knocked on my head, wondering why my head was so hard. Shirlane, I really feel sorry for you, I said quietly, in a concerned tone, while looking at her with a feeling of pity that I deliberately showed clearly. People with selfish and arrogant traits like Shirlane will be very frustrated and feel insulted if someone belittles and pities them. It was a psychological game, and because I had also worked in the personnel department, I also learned about a person's personality. That's right. Shirlane hits the table angrily. What do you mean, Athena? I don't need pity. Between the two of us, your life is the saddest, Shirlane snapped. How can I not feel sorry for you, Shirlane? Your life is stuck in the past because you always talk about what used to be like this and what used to be like that. In fact, everyone has moved on and moved forward, even Raiden. That's why he rejects you now, I said firmly. Don't talk nonsense, Athena. Shirlane snapped with her hands clenched tightly on the table. You shouldn't be selfish by continuing to stick to Raiden, even though you should be aware that you need to have the physical and mental strength to accompany a Suprema Alpha like Raiden. Do you know how many packs are under the protection of his power? Almost 200 packs, and all of them have their own problems, each. You're a human. You shouldn't get involved in the harsh world of werewolves. For a moment, confusion struck me because of the sudden realization that emerged after hearing Shirlane's words. She accurately discussed a topic that had often disturbed my mind, apart from the problem of the child I was currently carrying. The White Crescent Moon Pack is the largest and strongest pack in Dazzling Country since the time this country was founded, since the first ancestor of the Raiden family lived and developed to form a werewolf community like now. There are many small packs that are affiliated with the pack led by Raiden, and it is clear that his task is very difficult. That means he really needs a strong companion, and I often doubt myself whether I can accompany him with all my weaknesses and shortcomings as an ordinary human being in his world. If you really think that I am incapable of being Raiden's companion as Luna, then where have you been? Answered it before you mock me. You avoid my question about that before. My sarcasm is sharp, I snorted sarcastically. I heard you left Raiden because of his biological problems, and especially because he hasn't been named Supreme Alpha yet. Hearing my words, Shirlane became a little nervous. I have a reason why I left him. I see, I said sarcastically. Then, now you hope that Raiden will accept you back instantly because you have a reason to leave him? How funny is your line of thinking, Shirlane? You are a selfish, opportunist woman. How can you assert that you are more worthy of being Luna for your pack and Raiden? Don't you realize that Raiden also has reason to reject you now? Then you don't think you deserve to be Raiden's mate either? Shirlane hissed. You may have been worthy when you still had a chance, but then you let that opportunity go. Who do you think is wrong when I take that opportunity now? I didn't cheat on Raiden when you were together. I didn't know Raiden at all before. We just met normally, when you were no longer part of his life, and then as time passed, we fell in love. Shirlane looked at me strangely, then she started laughing non-stop like a crazy person, until her tears flowed. I didn't give her any reaction at all. It's all a psychological game. She definitely wanted to make me feel daunted with her obviously fake laugh. I just let her laugh by taking the phone and opening several applications. Raiden hasn't replied to my message and he hasn't even read it. I wonder, is he so busy that he doesn't even look at his phone and read messages? Athena, you are really funny. Are you sure he loves you? Shirlane asked after she finished laughing and wiped her tears. Or does he just feel sorry for you because you are already pregnant with his child? Remember, Athena, Raiden is a Supreme Alpha and he needs a successor to present to the Moon Goddess as confirmation of his power. Whatever you say, Shirlane. In fact, he even risked his life to protect me, I said calmly. Shirlane pointed at me with her pointed maroon finger. That's exactly it. You, a weak human, made a Supreme Alpha sacrifice his life to save you, and you feel proud because for you that is a form of Raiden's love for you? I looked at Shirlane's sharp eyes and the cynical expression on her face. Why don't you think from the other side, not just from the side of selfishness as a woman? What if Raiden really died in his attempt to save you? Is your life comparable to the life of a Suprema Alpha who leads thousands of people under his pack? My heart sank, realizing that this time Shirlane was right. Why didn't I think that way at all? If you were stronger, you wouldn't have had to make Raiden sacrifice himself to save you. You should have supported, protected, and accompanied him when he was in trouble, when he was in danger, instead of putting him in the danger that you caused to happen. My thoughts suddenly became confused. Shirlane's words really struck a chord, and I think she opened up my horizons a lot more. All the roots of the problems that are happening now are me, not just Shane. Why didn't I realize that? Or, actually I am aware of this, but my subconscious refuses to admit it because it has been affected by the love I feel for Raiden. Raiden, a Supreme Alpha, should be side by side with a powerful Luna, right? Whereas I actually made him fall into danger? Oh, I have a headache! Raiden POV. Actually, I felt guilty because I couldn't accompany Athena to check her pregnancy. Even though she insisted that she could do it herself and that it was just a routine checkup, I still felt guilty. My relationship with Athena has not fully recovered to what it used to be, before Shirlane arrived and Athena caught Shirlane and I hugging. She did act as usual, still talking to me, smiling, and doing other things as was her habit before, but still, I felt like she was building a wall between us and in the process of distancing herself from me. I'm confused and worried. She spoke to me, but her words were very short and only necessary. She smiled at me, but it only reached her lips, not reaching her eyes. I want to repair our relationship, because I don't want to lose her and want to keep her with me. I'm also worried about her safety because of what happened recently. I thought I could cancel my scheduled meeting with Mayor Dan Monroe and Francis Lean to discuss the recent attacks on humans that had delayed the signing of the new peace treaty so that I could accompany Athena to the hospital. However, my beta, Albert, said that Francis insisted on continuing the meeting and refused to postpone it because there had been several more attacks on humans. Although they did not cause casualties like before, they still caused unrest among the human community. Yesterday, Shirlane met me at the office, begging me to give her some time to talk. I just want to apologize for suddenly coming without telling you and forcing me to stay at your house, said Shirlane when she arrived. It's okay, I said, feeling completely wrong. No need to discuss it anymore. How is Athena? Is she angry? Shirlane asked carefully. I don't want to expose Athena to her too much. I'm still not sure about Shirlane. After all, Shirlane and I have been broken up and apart for quite some time, and I don't know what's going through her mind about me now, let alone about Athena. No, we're fine, I answered simply. We understand each other very much. Look, Raiden, I want to invite you and Athena to dinner tomorrow, said Shirlane. As an apology, I thought for a while. It looks like I can't fulfill your invitation because there are some things I need to take care of since the morning. However, you can try inviting Athena. It looks like she has nothing to do tomorrow. So after I arrived at the office today and took care of some work-related matters, I prepared to meet with the human representatives. I was a little surprised because Athena didn't send me any news, but I tried to think positively that she was fine, so she didn't tell me anything. She will definitely let me know if something happens to her, because she promised me. Mayor Monroe's face looked gloomy when we met, while Francis' face looked angry. I knew that this meeting would be tough and difficult, because Albert had previously given me reports about several other assault incidents that had occurred in the last 2 weeks. How about this, Alpha Raiden, said Mayor Monroe, glancing at Francis. We hoped that after the attack at our first meeting, things would improve. In fact, things like that have happened again recently. I know, Mayor Monroe, and my soldiers, the Gammas, are not idle to catch these criminals, I said firmly. We are all moving to tighten security. Francis snorted. In fact, there are still attacks on humans, Alpha Raiden. I apologize for that, Mr. Francis. I have tried to maximize security in all corners of the country and blocked all access to werewolves who were registered as rogues and re-registered captives and fugitives, I replied. I think we as human representatives can no longer tolerate this problem, Alpha Raiden, said Francis firmly. We cannot make a new peace treaty because we no longer want to give werewolves permission to mingle with the ordinary human world. Wait a moment, Mr. Francis, Mayor Monroe said. It seemed he was also shocked by what Francis said. I don't think it needs to be that extreme. Francis pounded the table angrily. That's why our society is easily oppressed and victimized, Mayor Monroe. You give too many opportunities for werewolves to run rampant without paying attention to the safety of our own society. The problem, Mr. Francis, if we cut ties with werewolves to the extreme, can you imagine what would happen to our society, especially in the economic and security sectors? What do you think, Mayor Monroe? It is clear that the security of our community is at stake. This is because we are too lax in implementing the rules of cooperation with werewolves, said Francis firmly. I assessed the situation of the two people arguing and concluded that I could negotiate better and more effectively through the Mayor of Monroe, rather than with Francis. I'm going to have to use Mayor Monroe on this. The peace agreement must still be implemented, because it is a way for me to realize the desire to unite humans and werewolf society. I still don't want to continue collaborating with the werewolves, said Francis stubbornly. He turned to me with a frown. You better start preparing to mobilize the werewolves to return to their respective packs from now on, Alpha Raiden, and no longer blend into human society. No, Mayor Monroe said firmly. It can't be that easy, Mr. Francis. I don't want to get involved in your wishes, because I can't imagine what would happen to our society if all werewolves were no longer allowed to mingle with our society. The impact would be very destructive in comparison with what's been happening lately. Then, don't you take into account how many more victims will fall due to the actions of these irresponsible werewolves, said Francis, not wanting to lose. Miss Francis, I intervened. I will catch the criminal, I promise. Currently, we are trying every way to catch the criminal, and I can guarantee that we will catch the criminal as soon as possible. I couldn't let Francis unilaterally cancel the peace agreement. However, this is an important thing for my pack, and I will try to make it happen. Just give Alpha Raiden a chance to solve this problem, Mayor Monroe said to Francis, who looked annoyed. In our society, there are also many criminals who like to harm werewolves and other supernatural members of society, but we don't promote this as much as this. We have to be fair, because it cannot be denied that they also bring a lot of good to our lives. It seems that Mayor Monroe's attitude made Francis finally soften. I will wait for the continuation of this case and hope that everything will end well, Alpha Raiden, said Francis firmly. Don't disappoint me, because I also bear the burden on state officials who monitor the safety of their citizens. I will solve this problem immediately, Mr. Francis, I assured Francis. Mayor Monroe looked satisfied. He asked me to stay after the meeting, and Francis left with her assistants. Alpha Raiden, it looks like we have to work faster in catching this criminal on the loose, said Mayor Monroe seriously. I'm afraid Francis will turn many of the country's top officials against the peace agreement if we don't quickly arrest this criminal. Yes, Mayor Monroe, I understand. My staff and I are working hard to catch this disturbing criminal. I will try even harder, I said firmly. And thank you for defending us werewolves. Because I don't like France's careless attitude, said Mayor Monroe angrily. As far as I know, he is one of the staunchest opponents when a pact between human and werewolf society will be made. He really hates you and the other supernaturals. I understood what Mayor Monroe meant and promised once again to try my best before we parted ways. I looked at my watch and it was almost evening. I think Athena might be waiting for me, and I don't want to create new problems with her. I'll think of something to surprise her. I was about to call Albert when suddenly my phone rang. My heart jumped with joy. I missed Athena after this long day, and she contacted me, like telepathy. I took the phone and immediately received the call without paying attention to the caller's name on the screen. Hello, baby? Hello, Raiden. I was stunned. It wasn't Athena's voice, Shirlane POV. I saw how Athena's attitude changed slowly. Uncertainty started to make her waver, and it seemed like she was starting to get confused. I laughed inside. This puny human was trying to challenge me to a psychological game I'd been playing for years. She must think highly of herself because Raiden was by her side and had taken her as a partner, plus she was pregnant. One thing that made me curious, so I rushed back and left my life abroad, was, how could Raiden make this woman pregnant, while with me he couldn't satisfy me at all, let alone make me pregnant? I studied how werewolves interact with humans, and discovered the fact that even a werewolf who is declared infertile or sterile can still make an ordinary woman pregnant, especially if the werewolf is from the alpha group. Did Raiden deliberately choose this weak woman to carry his child because he couldn't get it from a she-wolf? However, I doubt that theory a little, because after all, Raiden must have known that it was a little risky, because when the child was born, it was still unclear whether he would take his werewolf father's side or his human mother's side, and there was always the possibility that the child might not be able to become a werewolf when the time comes. Thinking about that made me both angry and curious. I wanted to know what Raiden was thinking and decided to approach him again. I had seen the interactions between Raiden and Athena while I was at their house, and I was so jealous. Raiden looked at Athena as if she were an antique Chinese porcelain. Raiden's gaze at her was also so gentle and full of love, something I don't think I found in Raiden when we were still together. I could feel Raiden's love and affection for me when we were still together, but not as intensely as Raiden shows Athena now. I guess I need to play with Athena a little, because I don't like it, Raiden choosing a weak human like her as his mate and ignoring me. I admitted my mistake. I just walked away and left Raiden with the excuse of wanting to pursue my modeling career, even though I'm sure Raiden eventually realized what I was really based on. What made me even more annoyed was that Raiden seemed to be so open to Athena and told her about our story, so that now Athena could turn things around and corner me. So, you believe that Raiden really loves you, and you are proud that he sacrificed his life to save you, even though you should be aware that he is a great leader who carries the mandate and responsibility on his shoulders, I said in a scornful tone. I don't think so, Athena said, and I caught the doubt in her voice. Can you imagine what would happen to the pack if something happened to Raiden while he was trying to save you? You sacrificed the life of a leader for your own sake, and didn't think about what would happen to thousands of his people who would be left in limbo and in chaos if he wasn't there. I pressed harder, because I was starting to realize Athena's weak point. I didn't ask him to save me, Athena snapped irritably. I laughed amusedly after hearing his words. So, you are increasingly convinced that he loves you, because without you asking he still comes and is ready to die for you. Athena's face was bright red and she seemed at a loss for words. Her attitude was also a little different from when she came earlier. It seemed like she was starting to waver in her beliefs. Let's test your faith, Athena, I said with a sweet smile. What do you mean? Asked Athena, confused. If you are really sure Raiden loves you, then try calling him. Say something about your current condition, which will make him feel anxious, and see how he reacts. If he really cares about you, he will definitely come soon, I said, explaining what I meant. My challenge for her. Athena's eyebrows rose and she smiled confidently. Okay. Athena took her phone and showed me Raiden's contact name on her phone to prove that she was actually going to call Raiden and not someone else. I smiled sarcastically, seeing Athena's name Raiden's contact, My Alpha. How cheap. She dialed Raiden's number and waited. Not connected. She tried again and waited again. Still not connecting. Her face began to show restlessness and anxiety. I want to laugh. Just try it until the phone burns. I'm sure Raiden will never receive his call from her. Athena must be starting to understand that she doesn't exist in Raiden's heart at all, because she was only used to carry his child. She wasn't that important to Raiden. I admit that my method was a little sneaky. I met Raiden yesterday at his office to persuade and talk to him so that he would open his heart to me again. I pretended to be sorry for messing up his relationship with Athena because of my arrival and wanted to take them both out to dinner as an apology, but actually I had other plans. However, Raiden refused because he already had an agenda, and instead suggested that I invite Athena, while also asking Athena not to rush home from the hospital after checking her pregnancy, because she was worried about Athena's condition. It was as if Raiden was asking me to look after Athena, and that annoyed me, even though in front of him I still appeared cute. My chance came when Raiden went to the bathroom for a moment and left his phone on the table, still open after receiving an incoming message from Athena. I quickly held the phone unlocked and blocked Athena's name in Raiden's phone. That's easy because the most calls on Raiden's cell phone are to and from Athens. Of course now, no matter how much Athena calls, Raiden won't pick up the call. How about it, Athena? How can Raiden show his love for you if he doesn't even accept the call from you? I asked in a mocking tone. Athena didn't answer and just looked at me suspiciously. I took the phone and dialed Raiden's number. On the second call, Raiden accepted my call. I smiled broadly, seeing Athena's face showing disbelief. Hello, Raiden, I said in a choked voice. Are you still busy? Hello, Shirlane, what's wrong? Raiden asked in a worried tone. Did something happen? How is Athena? She's still with you, right? I was a little annoyed because Raiden only asked about Athena. Luckily, Athena couldn't hear it. I spoke loudly and arranged my words so that Athena wouldn't get suspicious. I ran into something near the restaurant, Raiden, and I think I'm going to have trouble getting home, I said in a pitiful tone. Can you come to pick me up? Is Athena okay? Raiden asked in a panicked tone. How is the condition? Yeah, fine, I said, glancing at Athena, making sure she couldn't hear Raiden's words. You'll come and help me? Send your location now, I'll come, Raiden ordered. Oh, thank you, Raiden. I'll wait for you here, I said happily. I ended the conversation and immediately typed a message to Raiden about the location of the restaurant. After finishing, I looked at Athena with a satisfied smile spreading across my lips. Athena's face was pale, and I could see her lips trembling. Maybe she was trying to hold back tears. You see? He didn't answer your call at all, but he immediately asked me to send him the address of this restaurant because he would come when I said I was having trouble. I said in a soft tone that I'm sure sounded more annoying to Athena's ears. He doesn't love you as much as you thought, Athena. Come to your senses. I wanted to laugh when I saw Athena's eyes filled with tears. Pathetic humans. Athena POV. What happened? Shirlane hung up the phone with a satisfied face and looked at me with a smirk, as if to say, see, I told you so. Building trust is very difficult, but breaking it is easy. I saw the trust in Raiden that I had just built up, slowly crumbling like an old building falling down. I don't understand why Raiden doesn't want to accept my phone calls at all, even after I tried no less than 7 times to call him. The messages I sent previously were also not read at all. Raiden didn't seem to think I was there. What makes me wonder is why this morning before leaving for the office, he showed a worried attitude and even repeatedly made sure that I sent messages in every activity I did today without him. Is he making me look stupid? How could he receive a call from Shirlane so quickly? He told me many times that he no longer had any feelings for Shirlane and that whatever they had was just in the past. Raiden said he didn't care about Shirlane because it was no longer his business and he wouldn't get involved with anything that had to do with Shirlane unless it was about me. I don't want to be a spoiled, whiny woman who undermines her partner and feels excessively jealous. I want to show that I can be mature and trust him sincerely. But what did Raiden do to me? Is this because I've been cold to him the last few days after seeing him cuddling with Shirlane? At least I also needed time to recover from the shock because I saw them hugging so intimately, even though Raiden explained that it wasn't what I saw, that it was Shirlane who pulled and hugged him. So Athena, why didn't he receive your call? Shirlane asked in a mocking tone. Are you sure you dialed the right phone number? Shirlane's question was clearly a mockery, and she did not try to hide her intentions at all. Give me your phone and let me call him using your number. I also need to ask why he doesn't answer my calls, I said desperately. Shirlane's eyebrows rose and she laughed amusedly. Are you stupid? That's not the deal. And if you borrow my phone to call him, it will affect the fact that you don't mean anything in his heart. I feel unsteady. Am I too confident so I don't take into account that past factors can make someone waver? Maybe in the end, Raiden was like that too. I'm sure his story with Shirlane won't be easily forgotten because they weren't together for a short time, and as far as I know, Shirlane was Raiden's first love, and vice versa. I think you should start preparing to think about your own future, Athena. Don't involve Raiden in it, because in the end, you are just a useless human being in his circle of power, said Shirlane while looking at her long, colorful nails, the results of expensive treatments at famous beauty salons. You're just the past, Shirlane. Don't be too proud of yourself, I snapped impatiently. Then, do you think the past can't influence someone in the present? Shirlane said calmly. Raiden's future is still in the process, and I think we both have the same chance of getting there. But after seeing how he completely ignored your calls and reacted so quickly to mine, well, you know who his heart belongs to. Do you understand, Athena? I didn't want to hear any more of her taunts, which I felt more and more like something that was about to come true. Without saying anything else, I grabbed my bag and walked out of the restaurant. Unlucky. I haven't even touched anything served on the table. As I walked out, I seemed to hear Shirlane's laughter chasing me, confirming my stupidity. I walked home with my heart feeling like it had been squeezed by a giant hand. Crumble. My heart was filled with pain and confusion. I don't know how to face all of this, and I also don't know if I can still trust Raiden again after this. While walking, I tried to keep thinking clearly. Could it be that Raiden would become that weak, immediately faltering, just because of one hug from the woman who had betrayed and abandoned him for years. Raiden is an alpha, and he has a strong heart and a tough stance. It would be funny if he immediately changed his mind just because the past came back and gave him a sweet hug. He's not that cheap. The steps I took while daydreaming took me somewhere. Without me realizing it, I seemed to have lost my way. I didn't pass by this place when I came earlier. Where is this? Oh, I really regret my stupidity. Why didn't I just call a taxi in front of the restaurant and instead walk with the excuse of calming myself down and clearing my head? It was almost late at night. I looked at my watch and gasped. It's almost 10 o'clock and I'm still in a strange place like this. I faintly heard a werewolf howling in the distance. Or is it a real wolf? I'm not sure of anything right now, and the only thing I can think of is Raiden. I prayed silently, hoping for a miracle, when my hands trembled trying to call Raiden for help. However, it seems like I really have to stop hoping for Raiden, because no matter how many times I call, I still can't reach him. A cold sweat flowed down my forehead and back. I stopped walking because I didn't want to get further lost. In a moment of despair, I saw a tall, big man with a scary grin on his face standing in front of me. He stepped closer to me and the sickening smell of the wet dog hit my senses. "Hello, beautiful," he said softly, but I knew it was deadly. I screamed in my heart, calling Raiden's name. "Please, Raiden, I need you." There is his child in my stomach, the flesh and blood of Raiden the Supreme Alpha. Even though I'm an ordinary human, at least my child has half his blood, and in the world of werewolves, blood ties are very strong. I whispered to myself, asking my baby to call his father, hoping the bond between them would help me now. The man approached me with long, fast steps. I'm sure he's a rogue and seems very dangerous. He was wearing some kind of long, dirty fur coat with a balaclava covering half of his head till his eyes only, but it still couldn't hide his long, unkempt hair inside the dirty hat. His body odor was very strong, the smell of dust, dirt, and... I gulped hard, the smell of dried blood. I stepped back, then turned to run, but his hand was faster. He pulled my hair, making me feel as if my scalp was being torn off my head. "Where you want to run, sweetie?" the man growled in a strange nasal voice. "Just stay with me here. I haven't had the pleasure of a woman in a long time, and you look delicious." I couldn't stop my tears from rolling down my cheeks. Everything became blurry in my eyes, and I thought that in the end I would end up in the hands of werewolves too, because I had involved myself too much in their lives. My hand spontaneously crossed my stomach, protecting my baby inside. He hasn't moved at all since then. Maybe he also sensed danger and trusted me to protect him. "I'm sorry, son. It seems like Mommy couldn't protect you," I mentally whispered to him. "At least, if we both end up here, your father will have found his lost love again, and they will live happily together." The rogue pulled me into his arms, but because I kept struggling, he got impatient and pushed me to the ground. Then he straddled me and held my hands next to my head. "It's really wild. It makes my passion rise," he said with a laugh. "I'll enjoy your body for now until I'm satisfied, and after that I'll enjoy your body again in another form. You know, I'm quite good at cooking, and since you're this plump, you can keep me full for at least a week." The sound of his laughter echoed in this quiet and dark place, making me want to vomit. I closed my eyes tightly, waiting in fear for what he would do to me, as he lowered his body on top of me. Then I heard a loud roar, Raiden POV. I was wondering why Athena hadn't contacted me at all day, but the argument with Francis, a truly stubborn human representative, made me get annoyed and forget about Athena for a moment. Francis was really hard to convince, and really wanted to immediately end the collaboration between humans and werewolves just like that, without wanting to hear an explanation or give me a chance. Luckily, Mayor Monroe sided with me and managed to control Francis. Yes, of course he will, because he will be one of the people negatively affected if cooperation between humans and werewolves is simply interrupted. Mayor Monroe has a bit of an opportunistic streak, but I can understand that. Besides, I don't care, as long as I can maintain this collaboration, and I deliberately didn't tell Athena that Shirlane came to my office yesterday and invited me and her to dinner. I don't want him to misunderstand again. If Shirlane really wanted to apologize, she would definitely still invite Athena, even without me, and for something like this, it would be impossible if Athena didn't confirm with me. I took the phone and opened the messaging app. I saw that there was no name Athena among the many names of people who messaged me, including Shirlane. That makes me wonder. As far as I remember, I never deleted my chat history with Athena. If I don't delete my chat history with other people, what is the need for me to delete my chat history with Athena, the person I consider the most important? I messaged Athena asking how she was, but my message wasn't sent. I called, and that's when I found out that my number had been blocked. What the hell? Why did Athena block my number? Aren't we fine? And even this morning she promised to always keep me posted? An uneasy feeling crept into my heart, and the fear that she would leave me made my chest feel heavy. However, she is with Shirlane now, and earlier Shirlane just called to say she was in trouble, but Athena was fine. Oh, this is so confusing. Jason, please trace Athena's number now. She blocked mine, and I think that's strange. Can you do it quickly while I drive to the restaurant? I asked Jason on the phone. I will do it, Alpha. Please keep your phone on and don't turn off this call until I'm finished, Jason said seriously. I put my phone on the passenger seat and drove to the address given by Shirlane. Not even 10 minutes, I had only reached halfway, Jason called me. Alpha, I have to say it clearly. It wasn't Miss Athena who blocked your number, but it was the other way around. You were the one who blocked Miss Risk Athena's number, and I noticed that there were several incoming messages from Miss Athena throughout the day, which didn't reach you. There, I'll pass it on to you, said Jason in a serious tone. I almost braked suddenly when I heard my beta's words. What? I blocked Athena's number? But I never did that, I said angrily. How can I block her number, even though right now I'm almost furious because I don't know how she's doing? You did it yesterday afternoon, Alpha, around 4 in the afternoon, Jason answered. Perhaps the one who did it was. Shirlane, I said angrily. Damn woman! She was in my office yesterday afternoon and I left her for a moment to go to the restroom. Damn it! How could I be so careless? I quickly unblocked Athena's phone, but then my phone died out of battery. With anger welling up in my chest, I sped up driving to the restaurant Shirlane had mentioned. The woman was eating pudding when I arrived. But Athena wasn't there. I sniffed the air and felt a familiar scent. Athena was here. Shirlane greeted me with a beaming face. Ah, Raiden, you've finally come. I was almost bored to death waiting for you. She approached me and tried to hug me, but I pushed her hand away. Where is Athena? Come on, Raiden. Sit down and enjoy the meal with me, said Shirlane sweetly. I've missed you since earlier. Shirlane, where's Athena? I asked in a sharp tone. Shirlane scoffed angrily and returned to her seat. Going home. She ran home after I gave her proof that you don't love her and that she just has too big an imagination. What did you do to her? Damn it! I snapped angrily. I wanted to take the fork from her hand and stick it in her throat. Shirlane chuckled. What? I didn't do anything. You were the one who refused to take her call, even after she tried calling you around. 7 times? When she saw that you received my call quickly, she was shocked and immediately burst into tears. I banged the table and made her flinch in surprise, but she didn't move. You blocked her number from my phone, Shirlane. You did it on purpose, right? I hissed angrily. What? You accused me of being that lowly? Why would I do it? I just wanted to make her understand that she doesn't deserve to be by your side. She's weak, Raiden. She's not the right person for you. Why are you lulled by her sassiness? Shirlane cooed in a disgustingly spoiled manner. I laughed sarcastically. I have proof that you did it. Do I need to send CCTV footage from my office yesterday to social media and say that you committed a crime of stealing data from my phone? You know, netizens nowadays are very cruel and they don't like public figures who cause trouble, right? Don't threaten me, Raiden, Shirlane snapped with a hint of worry in her voice. You're just trying to scare me. There's no CCTV in your office. I've looked for it and your phone wasn't locked when I opened it. So you admit that it was true that you touched my phone and blocked Athena's number so that neither I nor her could contact each other? I asked while taking a pen from my shirt pocket. If the CCTV footage in my office isn't clear enough, I still have this. Shirlane stared wide-eyed when I played back the recording of what she said from the first time I entered this VIP dining room. The pen in my pocket was a voice recorder, and from this close distance, Shirlane's voice sounded very clear and clear. Raiden, why are you so stupid, defending that woman so desperately that you are even willing to sacrifice your life to save her? Shirlane snapped. You're an alpha and she's just a weak human. She's not worth it. Is it because she's pregnant with your child? I moved my shoulders. Even without the child, I would still do it because I love her. You are a woman who is not worthy of being loved because you yourself don't know how to love, Shirlane. Shirlane's eyes flared with anger, and she stood up slowly with her hands clenched tightly at her sides. I will never be silent watching you enjoy the happiness that should be mine. I will continue to bother you until one day your relationship is destroyed, and I will laugh the loudest at that time, threatened Shirlane angrily. Just try it, Shirlane, I challenged in a sarcastic tone. What is clear is that because of your attitude, I will no longer hesitate to cut off your head with my own hands if it happens that you touch even a strand of Athena's hair, my mate, my Luna. I left Shirlane screaming angrily and cursing behind me. Go in the direction where the air is cleaner, Raiden, Reeft said while I was outside the restaurant trying to guess which way Athena was going. We can track it better. Sir, I'm sorry, said a woman behind me timidly. I turned my head and looked at her. She was wearing a waiter's uniform. Yes, I said. Are you looking for the woman who was in the room you were in earlier? Asked the woman. The woman who entered with the luxuriously dressed woman in the room? Ah, yes, I said quickly. You saw it? The woman is walking that way, the woman pointed towards the north. Like you, she also left the room angrily and walked there crying. My heart broke hearing those words. I thanked her and gave her tips for her explanation, then hurriedly walked towards the north. I'll change, Reeft, I said. Take over and look for Athena. Your sense of smell in the open air is better than mine. I'm afraid of her safety if we don't find her quickly. It's already late at night. Reeft and I switched places, but I decided to keep control because I didn't know what I might face next. Athena's scent was very faint because she was human. The scent will smell sharper to me only when the hormones are working, and that usually happens when we are close together and making love. Now in this open air, I'm having a bit of trouble tracking him, and it seems Reeft is too. Go into the small forest, Raiden, said Reeft, running quickly on all fours of his strong legs. He sniffed for a moment, and I felt my heart leap for joy. I could smell Athena's scent more clearly and strangely. It also tied into my own scent. Raiden, don't you feel this strange? Reef muttered. This is our scent, in between Athena's scent. Yes, I feel it, I said impatiently. Come on, follow quickly. I ran into the small forest and felt as time went on I were getting closer to where Athena might be. There's a bad smell in here, Raiden, Reef said panicked. It's a rogue scent. That means Athena is in danger, I said anxiously. Come on, Reef, we can't be late. I ran through the forest and suddenly I heard Athena's voice calling my name clearly, begging me to come to her. My heart was beating so fast when I finally saw the scene in front of me. Athena was lying on the ground with both hands covering her stomach, and a tall, dirty, disgusting rogue on top of her. I jumped at the rogue with a loud roar. I will kill him! Athena po vi. I give up. My whole body went limp and sore as the rogue tackled me to the ground as if I were just a wet sheet. I was small and weak, while he was so big and tall. Of course I was helpless. He accused me and his face came closer, making me want to vomit because of the strong stench. However, a loud roar startled me, and before I realized what was happening, the rogue suddenly reached for my body and was thrown into a tree behind it. An enormous wolf with silvery gray fur that shone under the moonlight, walking proudly on all fours of its strong legs, approached me. I was stunned as if hypnotized, seeing his silver and very bright eyes, staring at me intently. The giant wolf walked to my side and nuzzled my shoulder with its snout, making me close my eyes in relief. I know he is Raiden. Oh, Raiden, you come, I whispered. With trembling hands, I wrapped my arms around the big wolf's neck and buried my face between its soft, fragrant fur, like the smell of laundry that had just come back from the laundry. Raiden pushed me gently, telling me to go to the edge. I obeyed and hid behind one of the big trees, peeking out. The rogue growled loudly and transformed into a dirty brown wolf with yellow teeth and saliva dripping between his teeth. Raiden snorted loudly and bent the front of his body while the brown wolf in front of him walked around him. I almost screamed when the brown wolf jumped with a loud roar towards Raiden's neck. However, even though Raiden's body was much larger, he could move very agilely. He moved out of the way and turned around, slapping the brown wolf. The brown wolf was thrown again, this time harder and faster, onto the trunk of another large tree. He yelped in pain and Raiden came over to him, then stepped on his head until the sound of something breaking was heard in the night air. I shuddered and withdrew behind the tree where I was hiding, not daring to see what was happening up ahead. Baby, are you okay? Raiden's rebuke made me turn around. He had returned to his human form. He approached me and crouched in front of me, looking at me carefully, looking for wounds or anything wrong with me. Unable to bear the horror I had just gone through, I threw myself into his arms and burst into tears uncontrollably. Sitting on the ground, Raiden hugged me tightly and stroked my hair and back while whispering soothing sentences. What he did made me calmer and my crying subsided by itself. Baby, let's go to the hospital, whispered Raiden worriedly. I shook my head as I pulled away from Raiden's arms. I'm fine, I said hoarsely. My throat hurts from screaming and crying so much. Raiden ignored my words and grabbed my body, carried me bridal style, and ran with his wolf speed, back to the restaurant. The car is in the restaurant parking lot. He laid me in the back seat, then drove quickly to the hospital. I just lied without energy. The doctor on duty who examined me in the emergency room asked me what happened, and I all answered the same, that I fell and Raiden helped me. The doctor said that apart from a few bruises and abrasions, I was fine. Raiden looked very relieved, and he led me back to the car because I refused to be carried. Baby, I'm sorry for being late, said Raiden when we were already in the car. My heart felt like it was being squeezed by a big strong hand. Why did Raiden come? Shouldn't he be with Shirlane? He didn't even receive my call at all. Why did you come? I asked, unable to hold back the questions racing through my mind. How did you know I was there? How about Shirlane? You have to be with her. Guilt crossed Raiden's face and he looked very careful. Maybe he thought I would be heartbroken and as fragile as a dry leaf. Of course I will come to you, baby, said Raiden as he took my hand. I really don't care about Shirlane, I just want to be with you. He brought both of my hands to his lips and kissed my palms gently. My tears flowed again, this time silently, only making my cheeks wet. How could I lose this man? I have already fallen in love and loved him. I don't know what my future will be like with him, but right now, my heart just wants him to stay with me and is filled with jealousy because of his affairs with Shirlane. You said, I have to tell you all the time because you will wait for me to send a message. But since I finished checking myself and wanted to give you the news that our baby is fine and growing well, until I asked your permission to accept Shirlane's invitation to dinner, you didn't read all my messages at all, I said in a choked voice due to feeling breathless. When Shirlane called, you quickly accepted the call, whereas I almost threw my phone because of the 7 times I tried to call you all failed. In fact, when I just wanted you to come, when that crazy rogue attacked, your phone was still off. Raiden looked at me with teary eyes and he hugged me tightly, while I burst into tears in his chest and struggled while beating his chest, trying to get away. Shh, shh, baby, shh. I'm sorry, please, I'm sorry. Raiden whispered over and over while hugging me tighter. My strength ran out after trying in vain to escape from him, and only a feeling of suffocating pain was left. Raiden still continued to persuade me and kissed my face gently, while I was too tired to resist. Honey, may I explain the situation now? Raiden asked after a while. There are many things I have to tell you about me and Shirlane. I saw horror before my eyes. The thought that Raiden would confess his feelings to me had changed, and he chose to return to Shirlane, making me only stare at him blankly. I already guessed. Eventually this will happen. I'm nothing to him. His love is only for Shirlane, and now that he has met again, he will reunite with his first mate. I looked down and took several deep breaths, trying to get rid of the tightness that made my chest feel tight. Raiden grabbed my chin and made me look at him. He smiled very handsomely. Baby, listen to me carefully. What happened today was all Shirlane's ploy to make us fight and misunderstand each other, Raiden said slowly, as if he was worried I wouldn't catch what he said well. I don't understand, I muttered. What is he doing? Yesterday she came to the office to invite us to dinner. I refused because today I have to attend a meeting with the mayor of Monroe and Mr. Francis. I asked her to invite you because I saw that she really wanted to apologize for what happened at our house at that time. Raiden said calmly. I left her to go to the toilet, and apparently that's when she tampered with my phone and blocked your number. I was stunned to hear Raiden's words. My disbelief was probably reflected on my face, so he took a pen from his shirt pocket and it turned out to be a tape recorder. I listened to his conversation with Shirlane, which seemed to have taken place earlier when he was looking for me. I apologize for being insensitive to Shirlane's cunning, and I think now my question about why Aahhnn suddenly came back is answered, said Raiden while stroking my cheek. What suspicion? I was confused. I keep wondering what made Shirlane suddenly appear, and I think perhaps it has something to do with some of the recent incidents of attacks on humans. I think Shirlane paid the rogue who was bothering you earlier, and she might be working with a certain wizard, because when I was killing that rogue, I saw blood-red feathers among its natural brown feathers. Perhaps Shirlane is trying to take advantage of the recent chaotic situation, paying off a rogue, and one would think that is just part of the current problem. What's with the red fur? I asked, not understanding. A wolf that is influenced by magic, its natural fur will be mixed with red fur, and it will smell like a dead tree or the smell of a muddy swamp, Raiden said seriously. Like the wolf from before. Then what does it have to do with Shirlane? How did you know that he ordered Rogue to attack me? I asked again. While talking to Shirlane at the restaurant earlier, I noticed that there were several strands of red and brown fur stuck to her dress, and there was a strange scent on her, which I just recognized was the same as Rogue's smell when she turned into that filthy brown wolf, answered Raiden said in an angry tone. I shuddered, shuddering to imagine what would have happened to me if Raiden hadn't arrived on time. Raiden saw me, and he pulled me into his arms again. This time, I didn't struggle, but I didn't return his hug either. I'm sorry for this problem, baby. I really didn't expect Shirlane to go this far. I should have been alert from the start so that she didn't have time to throw a tantrum like this. I'm sorry, okay? Raiden said in a serious tone. I looked into his eyes and looked worried. Do you still love him, Raiden? I asked quietly. What? No, of course not. She is my past and I have erased her from my life since I even met you, Raiden said seriously. I only love you now. My love is finished only for you. But you immediately agreed to come when she said she was in trouble, I said sadly. I remembered the insult that Shirlane said earlier, which really knocked me down mentally. That's because I know you're with her. If she's in trouble, I think that means you are too, and I'm more worried about you than her, Raiden said firmly. I don't care about her at all, but you're with hers. My heart beat fast, realizing that his explanation did make sense. Raiden, tell me, would you be happier if I were also born a werewolf and not a weak human like this? I asked seriously, looking deeply into his eyes. I took a deep breath. I told Shirlane that you loved me, so much so that you sacrificed your life to help me. But she criticized me and said that I was ignorant and selfish. I should have been stronger so that you didn't have to, because more people need your protection than just me who is human this week. Raiden kissed the tip of my nose gently, then kissed my lips briefly. Baby, you know that anyone in Shirlane's position now would say what she said to you earlier to get what she wants. You must not be influenced. I will not take a step back from protecting you, even if you are a she-wolf with the power of 10 wizards. It's not because you are weak or strong, but because I love you and I want to show that I am useful to you, Raiden said seriously. He looked a little sad, and it made me feel guilty for not trusting him. I'm afraid that I'm just a burden to you. You already have enough responsibilities and work, and because of my weakness, it's becoming increasingly difficult for you, I said quietly. Raiden took a deep breath. He let go of me and put his head on the steering wheel while taking deep breaths. I know you might find it hard to trust me again after you saw me hugging Shirlane. Then what happened today, even though I have given an explanation, said Raiden. But I hope you will still give me one more chance to show that everything I said about my feelings is the truth. You don't need to return my feelings with the same feelings, but at least allow me to stay by your side and protect you. Raiden is a supreme alpha, and I have seen for myself how respected and appreciated he is by many people. He is also a great man with a strong responsibility and commitment to his every action and word, so why should I doubt him so much just because of the evil words of an evil ex-lover? I grabbed Raiden's hand and held it tightly. He turned his head and smiled languidly. Honey, can we go home now? I asked in a soft and sweet tone. I think, after a tiring day, I need you to bathe me in a bathtub filled with warm water with a calming lavender scent. Would you like to do that? Raiden's eyes lit up again when he heard my words. He leaned in and kissed my lips gently. I'm sorry, baby, he whispered against my lips. And let's go home. I'll bathe you until you forget how to bathe yourself, and only I can do that for you. I blushed. Baby, things have become more dangerous lately, Raiden said in a serious tone. I have an idea to share. We were having dinner together, 3 days after the incident with Shirlane. The woman disappeared somewhere when Raiden called her for questioning. He was really furious because of what his ex-girlfriend had done. However, when he told his beta to prepare troops to search for Shirlane's whereabouts, I intervened. It doesn't seem worth the effort that Raiden has to spend looking for that cunning woman, given the precarious situation he is currently facing. I think we should temporarily move to a pack environment, for our collective safety, especially you and our child, said Raiden. I'm worried they will feel uncomfortable with my presence, I said hesitantly. The center of the White Crescent Moon Pack was built right behind the mansion that Raiden was supposed to occupy, because that was the right that came with being crowned Supreme Alpha, but he didn't like the place because it was too big for him alone, so he kept his father there and his staff. You could say that the mansion is the center of government for the White Crescent Moon Pack, and Raiden should exercise his power as Supreme Alpha from there. I once heard Raiden's father ask Raiden not to refuse to live in that mansion after my son was born, because that was where Nathaniel's wolf cubs were born and raised. Raiden approached me from behind and hugged me through the waist. He rested his chin on my shoulder and kissed my neck. We made up, and I promised myself I would give him a chance. His and Shirlane's relationship is still a trauma for me, but I think I have to be fair, because he also had difficulties due to my relationship with Shane in the past. Honey, you are my partner, my mate, and everything has gone through a fair and honest process regarding acceptance, so no one should do anything if they reject you, because that would be a crime, Raiden explained softly. I dried my hands with a cloth in front of the sink and turned off the water tap, then moved around so that I was now facing Raiden. I think you're right, I said, touching his hair that fell to his forehead. I also feel anxious every time I don't see you within reach, even though I know you're close. Raiden smiled and leaned in, then kissed my forehead, the tip of my nose, both cheeks and my lips, with light kisses. I'll arrange everything, and tomorrow we can leave immediately. Just bring the main necessities, we can buy the rest suddenly, or I'll take them periodically from here, said Raiden. He looked at me intensely, as if trying to dive into my soul through his eyes. I touched the tip of his nose with the tip of my nose. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? He stood up straight and pulled me into his arms. I felt his hug this time so tight that it felt like our bodies would melt into one. He rested his cheek on my head and his hands stroked my back and hair. You haven't forgiven me for what Shirlane did, he muttered in a sad tone. I couldn't sleep these 3 days, because I wasn't sure whether you would stay by my side or not if I could wake up later. I looked up, looking into his sad eyes. I find it hard to forgive you, dear. I have realized that what happened was not your fault at all. Shirlane is an adult woman, and she should have acted, good or bad. It was an impulse from within herself and had nothing to do with other people. She is the same as Shane. They are dominated by evil desires, and instead of avoiding them, they choose to follow their evil desires. Raiden sighed. But why do I still feel like I'm going to lose you someday? You're here, but I feel as if your soul is somewhere else that can't be reached. I smiled gently and stood on tiptoe, taking the initiative to start intimacy that had not happened for a long time because of the money problems Shirlane had caused since she first arrived. I feel that it would be very ridiculous if my relationship with Raiden fell apart after Shirlane left. He was probably still lurking around us and was eyeing an opportunity to squeeze in between us again when he saw an opening. Aren't problems and difficulties supposed to bring us closer and our relationship became intimate? I kissed Raiden's chin gently and my hands wrapped around his neck in an erotic gesture. I pressed my body as close to him as possible so that there was no way for the wind to pass through. Raiden's eyes widened in anticipation, and he captured my lips, which then landed on his lips. Baby, he moaned as he kissed my lips. Baby. Touch me, darling, I whispered in a trembling voice as I began to get lost in the waves of my own desire. Daddy, touch me, Daddy. That naughty call was apparently very effective in making his passion skyrocket, because without needing me to ask again, he immediately picked me up and took me to the big sofa in the living room. We struggle and sink into intense and repetitive pleasure, as if this desire cannot be easily satisfied. How can you do that, baby? Raiden asked in amazement while stroking my damp forehead. Do what? I was confused. You, with your tiny body and the fact that you are an ordinary human being, can make me fall in satisfaction many times like this, Raiden answered seriously. Even a she-wolf can't necessarily be like you. I understand the direction of the question. It has been widely said that human women will not be able to mate a werewolf because they will not be able to match the very high sexual desire of a werewolf, more so than humans in general. Even male humans will find it difficult to deal with the sexual desires of a she-wolf. However, I don't feel that way. In fact, I felt that the more Raiden touched me, the more my passion would burn and stimulate the adrenaline in my body to the maximum level, so that I always felt dissatisfied. I don't know, I said. I turned around and turned my back to him. Don't think I'm weird. Raiden laughed and hugged me from behind. What's weird? You're amazing, and I love you. My heart is like a flower garden whose contents bloom together. We spent the night until early morning talking about many things, making love again, cuddle, until finally fell asleep hugging each other. The next day, I finally decided to only bring the most important things for me to move into the mansion. Adela helped me pack, and she was so happy that I would be close to her. Don't worry, Athena, said Adela. In a pack environment, you will be safer. There will be many eyes watching you and looking after you. Can I do activities like I usually do here? Are there any special rules that will restrict or prohibit me from doing this and that, because they know I'm a Luna? I asked awkwardly. I still can't get used to Luna's status and am worried that any behavior I take could damage the image of that high status. Hey, why are you being insecure like this? Said Adela in surprise. Shirlane said that I didn't know anything about being Luna, because I was a weak, ordinary human. She said I shouldn't be selfish by complicating Raiden's duties and work as Alpha, I said haltingly. I think what she said is true too. Damn, Shirlane, Adela growled, pounding the table. She has always been manipulative and opportunistic. I thought she had changed after being away for years. In fact, she has become even more of an shoal. You know Shirlane well? I asked curiously. She is a friend of my cousin, and I have met her several times. I don't like her because she always acts as if she is the most beautiful and greatest woman in Dazzling, said Adela irritably. Plus, she is dating Raiden, who since he was a teenager has been the most sought-after man in Dazzling, not only because he is handsome, intelligent, and charming, but also because of his family background and future prospects. Ah, that's appropriate, I muttered. You know, Athena, almost all of Dazzling cursed Shirlane when she broke Raiden's heart and just left Raiden, added Adela in a serious tone. I think that's why a lot of people don't agree with Raiden ending up with me, I said in a shaky voice. It's true, I don't deserve him. Oh, come on, Athena, said Adela impatiently. In fact, you are the only one who is most worthy of Raiden, because you are the only one he loves. That is enough. Raiden needs to recover from his shoal past, and the cure is only you. Adela's words comforted me a little, but I had to admit that the old temptation, the desire to go away with my child, now came back to bother me. Baby, are you ready? Raiden asked this morning after we finished breakfast. Yes, I'm ready, honey. Let's go, I said. I looked around the room that could be reached by sight. This house has become a comfortable place for me over the next few months, witnessing tears, laughter, and a lot of love between Raiden and me. I feel sad because I have to leave, but my heart feels confident that one day I will return here. Not just to stop by, but also to stay. Raiden hugged my shoulders and kissed the side of my head gently. Come on, we'll come back later when everything is calmer. This is our home and we will definitely come back here, said Raiden, as if he could read my thoughts. I nodded and smiled at him, then followed him out. So long, our love nest. See you when we see you. And the door closed. My name is Noah Allen, my Luna, said Noah politely. I will serve you for all your needs here, so don't hesitate and tell me whatever you want. I nodded awkwardly to the stern-faced middle-aged woman in front of me, who Raiden introduced as the most senior head of the mansion's household. She was also Raiden's caretaker since birth, and despite her very long tenure, she looks youthful. Athena is very independent, no, so if one day you see her doing something by herself, don't be angry or offended, said Raiden laughing. Of course not, Alpha. I know that most humans are more independent than us, said Noah while rolling her eyes cutely. That's why I always thought you two hit it off. I was a little surprised to hear Noah's words. Why do you think that, Madam No? Oh my, just call my name, my Luna. Calling me Madam will make me big-headed, said No funny. I couldn't help but laugh. It turns out that only her face is stern, but No is a middle-aged woman who is fun and likes to laugh. You guys are suitable because Alpha Raiden is very spoiled. Meeting you makes me think that he has become more mature and independent, said No, glancing at Raiden. Spoiled? I said amazed. I can't imagine what kind of pampering No means. No nodded while Raiden laughed in amusement. I'm just spoiled for you, No, said Raiden, because I don't have anyone who wants to pamper me besides you. No smiled broadly and took my hand. Anyway, don't be shy about me. I'll take care of you well. Noah left me and Raiden alone in the room that used to be Raiden's since childhood, until he left the mansion and moved into his own house. The room was very large and beautiful, with a modern European style. I looked around the room in awe. Even though I'm starting to get used to all the luxuries after living with Raiden, everything still feels amazing. Raiden walked behind me and hugged me. He rested his chin on my shoulder and tilted his head to kiss my neck. Ah, Raiden, I sighed softly. That's ticklish. We've never made love here, Raiden whispered, kissing my neck and ear. And since earlier I've been holding back my desire every time I look at you. I looked up, giving Raiden access so he could explore my neck more freely. Why? Ah! I asked haltingly because I was holding back my own desire, which had started to rise because of the kiss and touch of his hand on my stomach. You know, baby, lately, your growing belly makes you look very sexy, Raiden muttered as he made a hickey behind my ear. Later, after he saved me from Shane, every time we made love, Raiden would make a thick hickey on my neck behind my ear. I know that for werewolves, marking their mate is one of the important things to do, as a sign of ownership. The hickey is usually done by the more dominant partner to their submissive, so that no one dares to approach. The dominant is usually very possessive and doesn't want anyone to disturb or get close to their submissive. "Oh honey, ah!" "Don't make fun of me," I said, a little annoyed. "You want to say that I'm fat?" Raiden finished his hickey and turned my face to the side, facing him. He placed his lips on mine and for a moment crushed my lips as if they were sweet jelly candy. Then, without letting go of our lips, he turned my body around and lifted me easily, hooking my legs around his waist. "Whatever it is, as long as it's you, I don't care," whispered Raiden after our lips parted due to thin air. "You are beautiful and sexy in every appearance. I am addicted to you." My face must be bright red right now because of Raiden's words, which were accompanied by a twinkle in his deep eyes. "Oh God, can I leave this man later?" Raiden carried me to bed and carefully laid me down in the middle of the wide bed. The blouse I was wearing was open and showing my stomach. Raiden caught my hand that wanted to lower my blouse and moved down so that now his face was in front of my stomach. He rubbed my stomach gently and mumbled something while kissing my stomach. "What are you saying?" I asked curiously because I couldn't catch his words. "Just the prayers that my mother often sang every time I went to sleep when I was little," said Raiden. "They are good prayers in ancient Greek, which are believed to bless babies and children before they grow into teenagers." I felt choked. Without waiting long, I grabbed Raiden's shoulders and pulled him so he was on top of me. I cupped his face with both hands and pulled him down. "Daddy, please." Raiden stared, then growled and pounced on me fiercely. "Ah!" I pushed him gently and he rolled down from on top of me. 2 hours later, panting and laughing a little because he saw me pouting while holding my left breast, which was now the color of leopard skin because of the many hickeys he had made. "You make me look like a leopard, honey," I protested, after a moment of looking at my own naked body. Raiden laughed and hugged my waist, linking his legs to mine. "Sexy leopard," he murmured against my neck. I laughed because I was amused, but suddenly my stomach felt cramped. I groaned softly and Raiden immediately became alert. "Baby, what hurts? Did I hurt you?" Raiden asked while touching my stomach gently. "My stomach cramps," I said, biting my lower lip because of the uncomfortable feeling in my stomach. Raiden quickly jumped out of bed and got dressed, then he helped clean me up and get dressed. "I'll call the doctor, baby. Wait and hold on for a moment," Raiden said quickly. The uncomfortable feeling in my stomach was spreading and I couldn't hold it in until my tears flowed. The bedroom door opened after a while. Raiden left and Noah entered carrying a small blue basin. I think it contained warm water, because I saw a thin puff of smoke coming from the basin. "I will give you a warm compress, my Luna," said Noah gently. She rubbed my stomach and placed a warm damp towel on it. Not long after, Raiden came with a middle-aged male doctor who immediately examined me without asking too many questions. He pressed several parts of my stomach and put a stethoscope on it. Not long after, he took something from the bag he was carrying and rubbed it all over the surface of my stomach. It is a kind of cooling gel and should be like aloe vera. My stomach immediately felt comfortable after he finished applying the gel. "It's nothing, Alpha Raiden, Luna," said the doctor, smiling and removing his stethoscope. "Your son is growing. He's gaining weight here, probably because his father just visited him." His words made me embarrassed and immediately looked down, while Noah laughed a little while squeezing my hand. Raiden cleared his throat awkwardly. That. Just buy this gel and rub it on Luna's stomach every time you finish making love," said the doctor, saying things that made me embarrassed to death lightly. "Luna's body is tiny, and it seems that, because you are active, the baby is also developing faster in the womb. My advice, my Luna, is to take lots of walks from now until it's time for delivery. Your stomach is a little tense, and the movement of the growing baby makes you cramp." The doctor gave me a prescription for the gel he had been using, and it looked like there were some vitamins too. Then Raiden took him out. I felt sleepy, and Noah helped me lie down more comfortably, until I fell asleep without realizing it. When I woke up, Raiden was sitting next to me reading a book. He wore splendid steel-rimmed glasses. "Hey sexy, what are you reading?" I said while reaching for his hand. Raiden didn't seem to realize that I was awake, and was surprised when he heard my greeting. He quickly put his book on the nightstand and took off his glasses, then hugged me with a worried face. "Baby, are you awake? How are you feeling? Do you feel better? Is your stomach still uncomfortable? Would you like something to drink?" Raiden asked in a panicked tone. I raised my hand and stroked his cheek while laughing amusedly. Hey, one by one, honey. I'm confused about which question to answer first." "I'm sorry," said Raiden with a gloomy face. "I think it's because I couldn't help myself that you suffered like this." Now, I know what No meant, that Raiden is a spoiled child. Just look at him, with a face that looks guilty and lips pressed together. He looks very sweet and adorable. I pulled his body closer and hugged him tightly. "Are you planning not to touch me again after this?" I whispered in a sulky tone. "I mean, I don't." "Ah! Baby, just you doing this makes me horny again," said Raiden frantically. I laughed and kissed her neck hard. "Then immediately buy lots of the gel the doctor prescribed." We both exchanged glances and laughed together. "I'll call No and bring your dinner here," said Raiden. "No, honey. Just let me go out and eat at the dining table. The doctor said I should start walking around a lot too, right?" I said as I got out of bed. Raiden hugged me as he walked to the dining table, and No served me a delicious dinner, which miraculously I was able to finish all of it even though the portion was quite large. Raiden looks happy, and so does No. Let's take a little walk in the back garden. The moonlight over the pond on days around this date is usually very beautiful, said Raiden after we finished eating. We walked hand in hand to the back garden. I thought it was just a small garden with a fish pond in the middle of the garden, but it turned out to be a very large garden, and the fish pond was very big and beautiful. The wind was blowing gently, and I shivered a little, because I wasn't used to night winds like this. I forgot to bring a jacket for you, said Raiden. He pointed to an iron bench at the side of the pool. Sit there and wait, I'll get a jacket. I followed Raiden's words and sat while watching the subtle movements in the pond, from the fish moving back and forth and the silvery reflection of the moonlight falling on the water. Very beautiful. When I was immersed in the beautiful view in front of me, suddenly I heard the sound of a broken twig being stepped on and spontaneously turned towards the sound. My eyes widened when I saw who was standing in front of me. Hey, who are ye? Baby? Who are you talking to? Raiden's call made me turn towards him, and when I looked again in the previous direction, the person who had appeared from the shade of the tree earlier was no longer there. My heart sank. She's a woman, and the corners of her lips were cracked and bleeding. I couldn't get the image of that woman out of my mind. There was no way she was a ghost, because I could clearly hear her steps when she stepped on a dry twig behind me, and our eyes met. I could see she was also surprised when she saw me. Unfortunately, at that time, Raiden came with a jacket, and she was no longer visible when I looked back in the direction the woman had come. No, in that back garden, is there a path that leads to another place? I asked No, while I was learning to make Raiden's favorite pineapple pie. Yes, there is a road that can penetrate the mandarin orange plantation managed by the Land Management and Utilization Agency, said No, while breaking an egg into a bowl. But it's a closed plantation and off limits to regular pack members, so that road can't be passed by just anyone? I asked again. You can't. Moreover, the door that leads into the garden from the plantation has been closed for a long time, and now, access is also blocked by trees that were deliberately planted nearby, answered No. Luna, please put half a spoonful of vanilla here. I followed No's orders and added vanilla according to the amount. I no longer asked about the park because I didn't want to make No suspicious. Hey baby, what are you doing? Raiden asked as he entered the kitchen. Oh, you're home, I said happily. I took off my apron and washed my hands, then approached Raiden. He spread his arms and hugged me tightly while kissing my face, until I giggled in amusement and No cleared her throat behind us. You smell so good, Raiden muttered as he sniffed my neck. What are you making? No taught me to make your favorite pineapple pie, I said, sucking my tongue. Very good, said Raiden happily. Now, what do you want to do? You can walk around the pack area if you want, as long as you are with No or a bodyguard. Later, I answered. I haven't even finished exploring this mansion and its surroundings. Raiden laughed and kissed the tip of my nose. Do whatever you like. This is a safe place and you're in a protected area. Are you busy? I asked while fixing Raiden's tie, which was a little crooked. Not really. Some of the pack staff are having difficulties in their duties, and I have to help them so that the pack's affairs run smoothly, Raiden answered while leading me to the sofa. I think you should come with me to review the pack government once in a while. Yeah, next time I'll come with you, I said, laying my head on Raiden's lap. Right now, being by Raiden's side is the most comfortable place for me. He gave me a wonderful feeling of calm, security, and comfort. I haven't met Raiden's father, my father-in-law. He was abroad on holiday, and according to Raiden, because his health condition was not good recently, he deliberately let his father stay abroad for a long time so as not to worry about the situation in the pack. Former Alpha Augustus Nathaniel is a persistent person and is very responsible for his status and position, even after he relinquished it to his only son, Raiden. According to Raiden, his father was one of the Alphas who served the longest in the Werewolf government in Dazzleen country. Not because he was crazy about power and didn't want to give up his status to his son, but because he was worried that Raiden would experience many difficulties. So he tried his best to overcome all the problems that still existed while he was still in office. Even though they have many debating values and incompatibilities in thought patterns and views that make them conflict and have disagreements, Raiden really respects his father and also admires him. My father will call tomorrow afternoon. He has been informed that we are moving here and he is very happy. He wants to talk to you, wants to know about his grandson's condition, said Raiden while stroking my stomach gently. I hugged Raiden's arm, feeling happy with the safe and calm situation I was now living in. But the thought of the woman in the park came back to bother me. Honey, are there other werewolves besides me who have regular human partners? I mean those who live in the pack environment, not like the Liam and Jesse couple who live outside the pack like us before. I asked carefully. I wanted to ask Raiden about the woman in the park, but I didn't even know who she was, and I didn't want Raiden to get suspicious, so I'd better investigate myself. I think there's a couple or two in there, Raiden said thoughtfully. Why? Are you interested in talking to them? I don't know, I said casually. I'm interested, but I don't think so right now, talking to them. Just say if you want to visit the community. I'll take you there, said Raiden. Can I take a walk alone in the back garden after dinner if you're not home? I asked carefully. Of course you can. It's quite pleasant and beautiful there at night in summer and autumn, Raiden answered softly. Just don't forget to wear a jacket. Even though the air is warm, the night wind is still not good for you. After getting permission from Raiden, I made a plan. I deliberately took Raiden for a walk in the back garden after dinner and spent a while sitting near the pond, enjoying the view of the fish playing under the beautiful moonlight. I'm always on guard in case that woman appears again. But she never appeared at all. I think she knows that I'm always with Raiden. Baby, I'm sorry because tonight I can't accompany you to the park, said Raiden before dinner tonight. Why? I have a new book to read, I said, pretending to be disappointed. I have to attend a financial staff meeting tonight, and because the meeting agenda has been set for tonight, I can't not attend, said Raiden while stroking my hair. Okay, that's okay, I said. But can I still go there and read for a while? Alone? Raiden smiled and nodded. Yes, if you don't want to be lonely, just invite No. Ah, no, I quickly objected. Poor her, No must be tired, and I want to enjoy some time reading in peace. Just 5 to 10 pages, after that I'll sleep. Raiden kissed me for a long time before leaving for a meeting with the PAC's financial staff. He seemed very sorry because he couldn't accompany me tonight. Don't forget to wear a jacket and don't stay in the park for too long, said Raiden. Send me a message before you sleep. I'll be home when I'm done, as soon as I can. I took Raiden to the car and quickly put on a jacket, then took a novel to take with me. Luna, don't stay in the park for too long. The sky is a bit dark. I'm worried it will rain soon, said No when she saw me come out. Yes, No, I'll just be a moment, I said as I walked quickly. I went to the park and immediately sat on the bench in front of the pool that I usually sit on. I looked around the garden, then pretended to read while listening and waiting. After almost 6 pages of the novel I read, but no one came, I started to despair. Maybe that woman was just my illusion at that time, and she didn't really exist. After reaching the last page, I finally closed the novel and stood up. I'd better just go home. The wind had started to blow colder, and what I was waiting for was not there. I stood up and dusted off my trousers. When I heard soft footsteps behind me, instantly my heart beat very fast. I turned around and faced the woman. She looked at me with her big eyes. The corners of her lips seemed to have healed, but now her right eye was a bluish bruise. You? Human? Or werewolf? I asked in as low a voice as possible. I don't want to scare her. Sorry, I have to go, said the woman as she turned around, as if she had just realized my presence. But I'm faster. I held out her hand. No, don't go. She was shaking in my hold, just as I was shaking because of the fact that I had no illusions at all. The woman muttered while looking down. I am a human. She is a beautiful woman. Her skin is honey-colored, with shoulder-length hair and jet-black eyes. Her body is plump and full. I saw bruises on her eyes, and after getting closer, I could see her neck and hands also had bruises, whose color had started to fade. What happened to her? I led her to sit in the chair next to me, trying to act very carefully, so that she wouldn't get scared and run away. She looked at me without blinking. You are Luna, she muttered, looking down, when I smiled at him. Human. Yes. My name is Athena, and I am human just like you, I said softly. What are you doing here, and where did you come from? She looked restless and looked here and there out of the corners of her eyes. I think she was afraid of being found out by Raiden. Don't be afraid, I'm alone. There's no one here but me, I said, calming her. Alpha Raiden? She whispered. He's in a meeting elsewhere, and let me read here for a while before I go to bed, I answered quietly. She took a deep breath, seeming to feel more relieved by my answer. She looked up and looked at me shyly. You are very beautiful, Luna, she said quietly. Thank you, I said softly. What's your name? My name is Evelyn. My house is near the orange plantation behind this park, said Evelyn timidly. How did you come here? According to Noah, the road from the plantation to this park has been closed, and the plantation itself is forbidden for anyone other than plantation staff to enter, I asked, confused. Hearing my question, she looked nervous and afraid, as if she had made a big mistake. There's a small hole in the wall that is not monitored by the CCTV cameras in the plantation and is covered by bushes. The hole is big enough to enter, said Evelyn in a low voice. Do you come here often? Evelyn shook her head. No, I only come here when, my husband goes away and doesn't come home. Oh, you already have a husband? Is he? Werewolf, a beta. He's a blacksmith and has a workshop elsewhere. Ah, I see. For a moment we were both awkwardly silent. I wanted to ask about the bruises on her body, but didn't know where to start. Evelyn, I want to ask, I said after a moment of silence. Evelyn looked at me and nodded. Yes, Luna? What do you want to ask? Your face, neck and arms, I said carefully. Are you in trouble? If you want to tell me, who knows, I can help you overcome it. Evelyn was shocked, and she tried to cover her neck and arms, but then she realized that it was useless, because I had already seen everything. She closed his eyes and sighed, then took my hand and held it tightly. I'm sorry, Luna. I have disturbed you and dared to enter this place. I will leave and will not come back again. After saying that, she suddenly got up from her seat and stood up, then ran quickly behind the trees. I was too shocked to realize the situation and could only look in the direction she disappeared without being able to do anything. I waited for her, but I was sure there was no way she would come back, so I finally went in. After all, I've been in this park for too long, no might be worried. That night, I couldn't sleep, even after Raiden came home and hugged me all night to sleep. Evelyn's face loomed over me. What happened to her and who had done such a cruel act to make her hurt like that? Honey, are you busy today? I asked Raiden after breakfast. I don't think so, baby, replied Raiden while sipping the coffee I made. You want to go somewhere? I want to look around the village. I think there are a lot of things I need to learn more about, and considering that I'm going to give birth in a few months, I probably won't have much time to study, if not now, I said with a serious face. The main reason I wanted to go to the village was because I wanted to meet Evelyn again. She hasn't come for several nights, and I'm worried about her. If I go to the village, I might be able to talk and chat more with her. Oh, that's great, said Raiden happily. Of course I will accompany you. Let's leave in an hour. I heard that the plantation staff will be holding an orange harvest this afternoon, so that the land can be planted with other crops. That must have been lucky for me, because according to Evelyn's statement, her house was close to the plantation. I might be able to meet her there. I walked with Raiden to visit the village and met many people. Even though I knew that werewolves had a strong secretive nature, they welcomed me quite friendly. Maybe it's because I'm a Luna. Honey, aren't there any mixed couples like us here? You said, there are one or two mixed couples like us, I said curiously. I want to meet them. Why? Raiden asked in surprise. I want to learn a little from them about how they deal with life in a community that is different from human communities, I said frankly. I guess I don't want to hide the fact that I want to learn about how humans like me adjust to living among these werewolves and how this community accepts them well. Raiden smiled and took my hand towards a house that looked deserted. This is the house of Russell and Kelly Asdwick. I don't think they are home from vacation at the moment. Russell is a human, an electrical technician, and Kelly is Beta. They have 2 children, said Raiden. I'll ask them to meet you when they get home. We can receive them at the mansion. While we were talking, a woman passed by us and Raiden immediately recognized her. He called the woman. Alice, can you help me a little? Raiden asked the woman named Alice. Yes, Alpha Raiden. How can I help you? Alice asked politely. She smiled at me. Is your brother at home? I need to talk to him a little, said Raiden. Alice looked surprised and I noticed she was getting a bit agitated. And no, Alpha, he's been working in town these past few days and hasn't been home for the past few days, Alice answered nervously. What about his wife? Can you call her here? My wife needs to talk to her, said Raiden. Alice nodded and glanced at me timidly. I felt like this woman was hiding something and was afraid of being found out. Did my brother make a mistake, Alpha Raiden? Alice asked in a worried tone. Raiden's eyebrows rose. Why is your question so strange? Did your brother do something wrong that makes you look so confused? Oh no, Alpha. I'm just worried, Alice said quickly. I will immediately call my sister-in-law here. I watched Alice leave quickly. Honey, why is he acting so strange? What's wrong with her brother that made her worried when you said you wanted to meet him? My hands are confused. His older brother, Greg, was once in prison for committing violence against his partner. He beat his fiancé until she was hospitalized, and after that, the elders told Greg and his partner to break the bond between them. My heart was beating very fast. Could it be that the man Raiden is talking about is Evelyn's husband? But you told Alice to call her wife? Doesn't she have no mate? I asked, not understanding. He met his wife while working in the city, and she was a human being. They married after 6 months together, and Greg brought his wife here, said Raiden. I think Greg has changed now because his family seems safe so far. I was just about to ask again when I saw Alice coming again with a woman, and I almost screamed her name if I didn't remember that Raiden was beside me. Good afternoon, Alpha Raiden, Luna Athena, said the woman politely. According to Alice, you called me? Ah, yes, said Raiden. He nodded to Alice. Thank you for helping me. You can continue your work. Alice nodded and glanced at the woman next to her, who smiled at her stiffly, then left in a hurry. Raiden called the woman over and took my hand gently. Baby, this is Evelyn. She is Greg's wife and also a human like you. I thought you two could be friends and chat. I looked at Evelyn, who was well dressed and neatly made up. There were absolutely no bruises like I had seen on her before. Evelyn smiled and nodded. It's so nice to meet you, Luna Athena. I looked at her. Something went wrong. I just wanted to chat with her, I said casually as if nothing was important. Women's business. I winked flirtatiously, making Raiden laugh and pinch the tip of my nose in amusement. What is women's business, he asked in a teasing manner. Honey, I also need tips from women who have experience living with a werewolf, I said shyly. Not only about daily life, but especially about, activities in bed. Raiden's face showed joy. Baby, I think, of all the female humans who married werewolves, you are the only one who is the best at that. You even surpass the she-wolf themselves in that regard. So, I think she will be the one to learn from you. I patted Raiden's chest fondly, deliberately teasing him by pressing my forehead against his left chest while stroking it. Baby, I'll ask a maid to call Evelyn after lunch. Hopefully she's not working, said Raiden. Working? Does Evelyn work? I asked in surprise. Yes, she is one of the staff at an orange plantation, in the administration department. But until now, she is still a freelance worker. Only occasionally when her husband works in the city, said Raiden. Oh, why doesn't she just become a permanent staff member? I asked in surprise. As far as I remember, she was once offered to be a permanent administrative staff member, but she refused because she said she wanted to be at home when her husband wasn't working out of town. Raiden answered while kissing my right and left cheeks. Good wife, I muttered. I feel that there is something increasingly strange about Evelyn. Regarding the bruises on her face and body that suddenly disappeared, that she apparently worked on a plantation while her husband worked out of town, and that she refused to become permanent staff because she wanted to be with her husband when he was at home. My detective soul rebelled to solve this puzzle. I feel like Evelyn is hiding something important, and it has to do with her life here as the wife of a werewolf. Baby, how is life for married couple Russell and Kelly Asdwick? Are they doing well and living life as a mixed married couple? I asked carefully. I think so. They have 2 children, and even though Kelly was a she-wolf who was quite influential when she was single because she was a gamma, after getting married she was completely devoted to her husband, said Raiden. He packed several files into his bag and put his laptop away too. Are you going to the office today? I asked while watching his movements. Ooh, I also miss feeling like the office atmosphere again. Raiden smiled and sat on my dressing table chair. He pulled me onto his lap and nuzzled my neck. After our child is 3 years old, you can go back to work, baby. Be patient, he said softly. 3 years? Why is it taking so long? I asked in surprise. Werewolf children usually emerge from toddlerhood at the age of 3, explained Raiden. At that time, they already have the natural power to protect themselves, and in general, have started to be able to show their werewolf side, even though it's only basic. At that time, they also have to be educated to become more independent. Will they have fangs by then? I asked, feeling a little horrified because I was worried that my child would bite me someday. Yes, one of the signs that they can be released on their own is that they will have their first fangs at the back of the molars. At that time, for our future child, a trainer must be provided to train him to control the itching caused by the newly growing fangs, Raiden answered seriously. Oh, so there's a chance he might bite me or bite you too? I asked again, this time really worried. Raiden stroked my back gently, as if trying to calm me down. Don't worry, baby. I will provide everything that will protect you from various dangers and problems. For werewolf mothers, they can usually deal with problems like this themselves, because they have natural antibodies, so the initial bites or scratches of their children will not inflict. It has a lot of influence, but I won't let you get hurt because you don't have antibodies like that. That's because I'm human, I muttered sadly. Hey, you are the most special human being to me, and of course I will do everything to keep you living comfortably and safely by my side, said Raiden. He kissed my neck and then my cheek gently. I smiled and nodded at him, although a new thought emerged. If at the age of 3, my child will experience the phase of the appearance of his first fangs and claws, and that could be dangerous for me, so Raiden even has to find a trainer, then what if I plan to take him out with me? I thought about that all day, especially when Raiden had left for the office. I asked No to call Evelyn after lunch and leave a letter for her. Luna, she will come after dusk, No said in a report. She has to wait until her sister-in-law goes home to be free. Her sister-in-law, Alice? I asked, remembering. Yes, answered No with a pout. A nosy woman who always wants to interfere in other people's affairs. You know her? I asked in surprise. Alice and Greg, Evelyn's husband. Of course, there's no one who doesn't know these 2 siblings. Greg once went to prison for committing violence against his mate, and Alice, she once ran away from her mate to be with a rogue. In the end, she was cut off by her mate, and that rogue was also killed by security officers while robbing a bank, No answered seriously. Until now, Alice never found her new mate. They, a troubled family. But Evelyn is human and married to Greg, I said worriedly. I and many other people also questioned this when Greg brought Evelyn to the village for the first time, said Noah with a frown. But it seems like Evelyn really loves Greg, and I can also see that after being with Evelyn, Greg's behavior has become better. I became increasingly impatient to meet Evelyn. In the afternoon after sunset, I asked No to prepare dinner early, and after that, I went straight to the park, because I sent a message to Evelyn to just meet me at the park. I waited almost half an hour before Evelyn finally appeared. This time she came from the front, and in her hand was a basket filled with fresh oranges and looked tempting. Sorry, have you been waiting long, Luna? Evelyn asked politely. No, not that long ago, I said as I stood up to greet her. Ah, why did you bring so many oranges? Evelyn looked behind her in a strange manner. I had to bring it so that Alice wouldn't suspect me, Luna. I said that Madame Noah asked me to bring you oranges because you were craving oranges from the plantation. Then suddenly I understand. Evelyn wasn't doing well, not only because of her husband, but also because of her sister-in-law. I took the basket of oranges from Evelyn's hand and led her to sit on the garden chair that I usually sit on. This park is closed, and Alpha Raiden only allows No to come here to pick you up if I lose track of time. You're safe here, I said, trying to convince her to stay calm and not be afraid. Evelyn looked calmer, although she was still a bit tense. I touched the corner of her eye. The bruises I had previously seen disappeared when I met her in the village. One looked thin and yellow, almost healed. You covered it with makeup, right? The day I visited the village? I asked softly. Alice told you to? So that Alpha Raiden doesn't find out what your husband did to you before you went to town? Evelyn looked at me doubtfully, and when I took her hand and held it, her eyes became teary and she cried audibly. Evelyn, I said slowly, are you experiencing violence by your husband? Tell me so I can help you. Evelyn wiped her tears roughly. She shook her head in fear. No, Luna, don't. I will solve my problems myself. I have prepared my way to be free from here, said Evelyn in a doubtful tone. I thought of something and dared to ask, are you? Want to run away? Evelyn looked surprised, then afraid. Oh, Luna, please, don't say that to Alpha Raiden. Please, just let me get out of here and disappear. Hey, calm down, Evelyn, I said softly, squeezing her cold hand. You have to trust me. I will help you. We are both ordinary people in this environment of werewolves, and I was very happy to know that there was someone I could talk to. If you have problems with your marriage to a werewolf, then something needs to happen. I'm wary too. Evelyn's eyes widened. Is Alpha Raiden also being rude to you, Luna? I smile. No, Evelyn. She was very kind to me and even almost sacrificed her life to save me from my evil ex-boyfriend, a Gamma. He treated me very kindly and patiently. That means you're lucky, Luna. It's rare for a werewolf to be kind to its human partner. Most of them, even though they are good to their human partners, occasionally they will still be rude or unfaithful, while still flirting with the she-wolves, said Evelyn. Is your husband like that? I asked straight to the point. Evelyn lowered her head, then took a deep breath. I could feel her inner turmoil. Yes, Luna. At the beginning of our marriage, about 8 months ago, he was kind and affectionate. I felt happy living in the village. Even though there were still people who couldn't accept me, a human became the mate of a werewolf. Later I found out they didn't accept me because they were worried about me, said Evelyn sadly. Is it because of Greg's past, which wasn't good? I asked carefully. Evelyn swallowed hard, then nodded. Yes. I only learned about his background clearly about 3 months ago, by accident, hearing him and Alice talk about taking over the land of another werewolf who owed them money, before Greg went to prison. Do they know you already know Greg's identity? I asked worriedly. Alice suspected me, and since then she has continued to instigate Greg, even including a friend of hers, a she-wolf who she said had liked Greg for a long time. They started having an affair, and Greg started to beat me every time I asked. Since then my life has been hell. I have already worked as administrative staff at the plantation, and couldn't just quit, so Greg made up a story that I didn't want to work while he was at home, and couldn't accept being appointed as a permanent employee. On the days he worked in town, Alice would keep a close eye on me. Oh, dumb! I'll ask Alpha Raiden to do something like this. No, Luna, please don't do that, said Evelyn pitifully. Greg will kill my family if he finds out I told him. I still have a younger brother who is at elementary school. He lives with my aunt now. I'm afraid something will happen to them. I was shocked, knowing the facts revealed by Evelyn. So that's why she endured all her suffering because of her abusive husband and her evil sister-in-law. She was worried about his family. Alice once implied that her former rogue lover's friends could easily kidnap my brother if I was unfaithful to Greg, said Evelyn in a sad tone. Then, what will you do? Will you forever endure all your suffering alone? I asked confused. If you won't let me help you? Evelyn looked at me carefully, as if studying something. She then squeezed my hand. Can I trust you, Luna? She asked quietly. Sure, I said quickly. In an environment like this, we have to rely on each other. She leaned towards me. I have prepared myself. I will escape during the harvest festival in 2 weeks. I looked into her eyes, which looked full of determination. I will help you, I said confidently. There's a rustle in front of me and Raiden appearing while untying his tie. How will you help her, baby? Raiden asked with a wide smile. Evelyn and I gasped in surprise. I think my face is now pale like I saw Evelyn's face. It took time to make Evelyn really trust me. She was very worried because I was Luna. I would complain about everything to Raiden. After the meeting in the park, where Raiden came and asked what I would do for Evelyn, and at which point I answered that I would help her check for an opening in the Orange Grove, I got her phone number. I tried to communicate via messages with her, and for 2 days after that, she always replied to my messages. We started to become more familiar, and she started to dare to open up to me about her daily life. However, on the 3rd day, the phone was completely inactive, and all my messages were not sent at all. This made me worried, and on the 4th day, today, I decided to take No to the Orange Grove to check on Evelyn's condition. You really like the oranges from that garden, apparently? Said Raiden, seeing that I had peeled the 2 remaining oranges that Evelyn had brought me 4 days ago. Yes, darling. This orange is fresh and helps me overcome the nausea that I sometimes still feel after eating, I said as I put the peeled orange on a plate and handed it to Raiden. I want to ask permission to meet Evelyn in the garden, I said as I sat next to Raiden. I want to buy some more of these oranges to stock up on. Of course you can go there, as long as you don't go alone. I want to accompany you, but a guest from Russia who will invest shares in the company will come today, and I have promised to give him a tour of our steel factory, said Raiden in a tone of regret. Go with No or with Li Xin. It's okay, honey. You go to work in peace, and I pray that the potential investor is satisfied and agrees to invest shares in the company, I said while holding Raiden's hand. I'll take No because Li Xin has to finish laundry duty today. After Raiden left for the office, I rushed to get ready and invited No. I asked her to bring the basket that Evelyn had previously used to carry oranges. I wanted to have a reason to meet her. You know Evelyn's house? I asked No. Can we stop by there for a moment? Sure, Luna. Come on, I'll show you the way, said No enthusiastically. We were walking along the path from the mansion towards the village when we passed Alice. Good morning, Luna, Madam No, said Alice kindly. I returned her greeting with a smile and a nod. I don't know why I haven't liked Alice since the first time I saw her, when Raiden called her to ask for help in getting Evelyn, especially now that I know what she's been doing to her sister-in-law all this time. Alice, is your sister-in-law at home? We're going there to return this basket and ask her to take Luna to pick oranges in the garden, said No. Suddenly I saw Alice looking anxious. She glanced at me and quickly looked down when she saw me looking at her. Just let me help return the basket, Madam No, and I can also guide Luna if she wants to pick oranges in the garden, said Alice nervously. I smiled sweetly at the woman. No need, Alice. I promised Alpha Raiden that I would ask Evelyn for help, and he has given me permission. Alice's face looked a little pale when she heard me mention Raiden's name. Okay, Luna, she said nervously. I think Evelyn is at home. Since yesterday she hasn't worked because her husband has gone home and is resting at home. She doesn't work on the plantation when her husband is at home. They are pursuing targets. Target? No asked, confused. What does it mean? My brother wants to have children soon, said Alice, leaning closer to No and half whispering. No laughed wryly, then took my hand. Okay then, let's hurry, Luna, before it's too late and hot to pick oranges. We continued walking, and I felt Alice staring intently at my back. When I looked back at him, she quickly looked away and continued walking. Evelyn's house is simple, even compared to other houses in the village. It is small, without many ornaments around it. There was only a small garden in the right corner in front of his house, which was planted with various beautiful flower bushes, which stood out. Noah knocked on the door and called Evelyn's name. No answer at all. After the fourth call, the sound of footsteps dragging sandals came from inside the house, and the voice of a man grumbling. The door opened with a soft creak, and a handsome-looking man stood in front of us. He looked surprised to see No. Madam No, he greeted. His voice was deep and slightly hoarse. Why are you here? Luna Athena wants to meet Evelyn, your wife, said No firmly. Where is she, Greg? Luna Athena, Greg McAllister muttered. He looked at me, and when I looked back at him without even smiling, he quickly lowered his head and made a half bow towards me. I'm sorry, I just found out who you are, my Luna. I want to pick oranges and want to Evelyn to guide me, I said in a flat tone. Greg McAllister is handsome, but I didn't like him from the first second. He is the same type of guy as Shane. Sweet on the mouth, but a bastard. The look in his eyes when he saw me before he knew who I was flashed with desire, and that was enough for me to know what kind of man he was. Greg laughed nervously. I'm sorry, but right now Evelyn can't. I will accompany you to pick oranges, my Luna, said Evelyn, interrupting her husband's words. She suddenly appeared behind Greg. Evelyn, I exclaimed happily. I watched her. Why is your cheek swollen? Did you fall again? Or hit a wall? Or someone hit you? Evelyn laughed without answering, while out of the corner of my eye I saw Greg getting nervous. Honey, you're not feeling well and I think it's too hot to pick oranges right now, Greg whispered to Evelyn. Oh, it's okay if you don't allow your wife to accompany me to pick oranges. Alpha Raiden also won't let me pick oranges without your wife, so I think it's better if I just go home, I said in an annoyed tone. Let's just go home, No. But Luna, Alpha Raiden will be angry with me if I don't bring you those oranges. He doesn't like making you not get what you want, and right now you like oranges from that plantation, right? No said in a confused tone. It seems like what No and I said scared Greg. He quickly touched Evelyn's hand nervously. Come on, go quickly and accompany Luna Athena to pick oranges. I don't want to get into trouble, said Greg. Evelyn smiled broadly, and I took her hand to walk together. I brought your basket, Ev, so we can just put the oranges in there. The three of us walked together towards the plantation. Evelyn asked permission from the guard to go into the garden and pick oranges with me. The guard recognized No, and when he heard my name, he immediately bowed and invited me in and said that I could take as many oranges as I wanted. I stared in amazement at the plantation in front of me. As far as the eye could see, there were only rows of orange trees lined up neatly and regularly, with orange, green, and yellow fruit hanging from each tree. The plantation is very large, and I am sure, even if I picked a basket of oranges for myself every day, the oranges in this plantation would not run out within 1 year. Evelyn invited me to go further south into the garden. Here is the most delicious type of orange that I brought at that time, said Evelyn. She gave me a small pair of scissors, and gave one pair of scissors to Noah too. Ev, did your husband hit you again? I asked carefully, while watching how she picked oranges by cutting branches. Your cheeks are swollen. Yes, Luna. He came home 2 days ago drunk. Apparently Alice's best friend, who was his affair, met her mate and just left him, answered Evelyn calmly. He took out his anger on me. How rude, I growled. Evelyn, I don't think this can be allowed any longer. This has become a crime. He is repeating his previous mistakes, and this time you are the victim. I think like that too, Luna, but I can't do anything to him carelessly, because he has my little brother who will be harmed if I complain about him, said Evelyn anxiously. I already have a plan. When Greg goes to town again for work, I will go and protect my brother and aunt first, before leaving Greg. I don't think it's that easy, Evelyn, said No, suddenly interrupting. No matter how far you go, You won't be able to escape from Greg if you don't say renouncement to each other. In the human world, that might be called a vow of divorce. Evelyn took a rough breath. Yes, I understand that, Madam No. That's why I'm confused about how to handle this. Evelyn, you have to let me tell my husband about your problem, I said firmly. Recently he has been trying to overcome the problem of violence perpetrated by werewolves against humans out there, and I don't want him to feel fooled because it turns out the same problem is also happening in his pack. I understand, Luna, but I think, if you want to solve a problem like this, it's better to just open it to the root so that it's finished, because actually, I'm just one of many women who are experiencing something similar here, said Evelyn in a slow tone. She seemed to be having a hard time telling the story. There are still many women who suffer the same fate as me, having to live with abusive husbands here in pack. I know what she means. All I thought was there was no such thing in the werewolf world, in contrast to the human world, where the issue of domestic violence is part of everyday legal and political life. However, it turns out that something like that also happens in the world of werewolves, and it seems more difficult to overcome because of the problem of strong mating bonds. Domestic violence experienced by women is always difficult to eradicate completely, because victims, wives, or lovers are usually reluctant to tell the truth because they feel ashamed, afraid, and worried about their future life without their husband or lover. In the end, they will just surrender and accept bad treatment as something normal in everyday life. Many victims also end up thinking that they deserve to be treated harshly because they have mistakes and shortcomings. Then, I will request an official investigation into this matter. But first, I will create an official complaint hotline program for anyone experiencing domestic violence or their relationship with their mate, I said firmly. Evelyn looked at me, then smiled. I think, Luna, you've got the complaint hotline's first customer now, said Evelyn. She turned and took my hand while pointing behind me. 3 women bowed towards me as they walked over. I didn't know them, but when I saw the bruises on their faces, necks, and arms, I immediately knew. They are another Evelyn. Suddenly my chest felt very tight. Oh God! Raiden POV. Lately I've seen Athena busy. She often goes to the village, immediately after I go to the office or to the PAC Center building to take care of something there. I didn't mind at all. On the contrary, I felt happy because I saw that Ahi was paying great attention to the village. At first, before bringing her to the mansion, I was worried about her. I thought she might not like living there. The mansion was very large, and even though it had undergone several renovations, it still gave off an ancient and antique aura. Athena is an ordinary person, and she has been accustomed to modern and contemporary life since childhood. She may have experienced many hardships during her childhood and adolescence, but she is a modern millennial, while the mansion and everything within it clearly hints at the glories of the great past. After all, she would probably be lonely, being in such a big place without any friends. In my house, even though it's big, it's still not like a mansion, and he can do anything connected to technology when I'm not around. Inside the mansion, even if you had a television and radio installed at the same time, it would still feel cold and unfamiliar. There are many management staff at the mansion under Noah's leadership, but everyone has their own duties, and all of them, mostly Omega and Beta, are disciplined and responsible workers. Athena will not only be bored, she will also feel lonely, especially now, because her pregnancy is getting bigger. I forbid her from doing too many activities and have started to limit the office work she usually does at home, because she insists on wanting to keep working. However, after a few days, she seemed to start to feel at home, and especially after getting to know a woman named Evelyn McAllister, she seemed to become more enthusiastic every day. One thing I appreciate most about Athena is that she always asks for my permission before doing any activity. I once deliberately tested it by forbidding her to go when she asked permission to go to the village in the back garden, on the grounds that recently the weather had been uncertain and I was worried I would get caught in the rain. After that, I asked Noah to report all of Athena's activities that day. When I checked with Noah what Athena was doing all day, Noah said that Athena was always in the room, reading, watching television, listening to music, and occasionally going to the kitchen to look for snacks, but never stepped outside the mansion. She was really obedient and kept her word, because after I told her not to go out, she said that Ahe would just stay in her room waiting for me to come home. That afternoon when I came home from work, I brought 1 large bouquet of red roses, a teddy bear, and a box of her favorite cakes. She hugged and kissed me cheerfully as I gave it all to her. She didn't seem annoyed at all because she was bored or didn't like my band. My feelings of love for her overflowed when I saw her enjoying the cakes I brought. I'm happy to see Athena excited. She said she was trying to get to know the women in the village, so he could learn a lot about the natural life of the wolves in the pack. I'm sure, after our child is born, she will be able to carry out her duties and obligations as a true Luna, with her strong determination and great learning ability. Honey, are you busy today? Athena asked, after finishing her shower. Her long hair was wet and wrapped in a towel that she rolled over her head. I took the hairdryer and took her hand, guiding her so she sat on the dressing table chair. I opened the towel and started rubbing his wet hair. The smell of fresh strawberries came from Athena's hair. You and your bad habits, I muttered while drying Athena's hair. You'll catch a cold with wet hair like this, baby. Athena held my hand to the side of her head and looked up at me. I bent down and kissed her lips from above, making her smile and let go of my hand. What is it? I asked softly. Today I want to rest and stay with you all day. Do you want to go somewhere? I will accompany you. Really? You're not going to the office or the PAC center? Athena asked enthusiastically. No, I've even divided the tasks among the betas and turned off my phone while you showered. I answered seriously. I bent down and kissed her neck from the side. I miss you. Athena laughed crisply. We were just together last night until early this morning, darling. And I still want to be with you all day until tonight we make love again, I said teasingly. She laughed and patted my thigh. There's something I need to show you then, Athena said. After Athena's hair was half dry, I hugged her waist into the dining room. I was separating fish from its spines for Athena when someone came into the dining room. I looked up at my plate and stared slack-jawed at the incoming person. Evelyn, what happened? I was confused. Did you fall? Evelyn, carrying a basket filled with oranges, looked down, hiding the bruises on her blue cheeks. I think the corners of her lips were also cracked and injured. Athena got up and took Evelyn's hand, then took her to sit next to her. Again? Evelyn, didn't I tell you to fight back when he does it again? Athena asked angrily. I tried to fight, Luna, but she got even crazier. She locked me in the bathroom until early this morning and took me out before leaving, answered Evelyn in a weak voice. Oh my God, today I was just about to invite Alpha Raiden to the village to talk to you, but you have appeared in this state, complained Athena in an angry tone. I put the spoon and fork on the side of the plate. Their conversation made me guess, but I seemed to be able to understand what they were talking about. Baby, tell me, what is this? I asked sharply. I need an explanation. Athena stroked my arm on the table. Let's finish eating first, then we'll talk. Evelyn, you have to eat too. I'm sure you didn't have time for breakfast after what happened and instead went straight to picking oranges for me. I'll just eat at the back, Luna, said Evelyn simply. I understand she might be embarrassed of me. It's okay, I said, calming the poor woman. Sit and eat with us, then we'll talk. We ate in silence, and after finishing, Noah went straight into the dining room to clear the table, instead of Li Xin, who usually served the meal. I think Noah also knows what happened to Evelyn, and he intends to protect her. Baby, tell me what happened, I said softly, after bringing Athena and Evelyn to the living room and sitting on the sofa. Athena took my hand and held it tightly. Honey, I found several cases of domestic violence in the village, and it mainly affects mixed couples and couples with Omega, said Athena seriously. I turned to Evelyn. Is that true? Evelyn, I asked. Evelyn looked at me for a moment, and her eyes filled with tears. That's right, Alpha Raiden. Greg beats me every time he's drunk, doesn't meet his girlfriend, or when we're about to have shocks. Since when has that been going on? I asked again. I felt like my heart was being pricked by needles when I heard Evelyn's confession. It's been about 3 months, Evelyn answered hesitantly. Previously he didn't hit me, he only called me harsh words occasionally. That's also a form of violence, Evelyn, Athena said firmly. She turned to me. Evelyn's not the only one, darling. I squeezed Athena's hand. I need to find out Evelyn's case more clearly first before dealing with anything else. Evelyn is an ordinary human, and she was brought into the pack by her mate and has lived here ever since. If she is treated harshly and arbitrarily by her partner, who is a werewolf in my pack environment, then why am I fighting for equality between humans and werewolves outside? I'm sure if Francis heard about this, he would be happy to immediately tear up the draft cooperation agreement, which is still pending approval. Why didn't you report this to the Security Council, Evelyn? I asked again. Greg and Alice, they threatened to harm my brother. He is still small and now lives with my aunt. I'm afraid something will happen to them if I complain, said Evelyn, holding back tears. Baby, is this the case that makes you often go to the village lately? I asked Athena. She nodded. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't tell you sooner because I needed to collect more data, evidence, and witnesses. I didn't want to cause a scene without accurate data. I stroked Athena's back with increasing respect. I think we have to deal with this problem first, dear. Don't let anyone out there find out that this kind of reality is rampant in our pack and we don't know anything, said Athena seriously. What findings have you made so far? I asked seriously. Athena's words made me realize that the most important problem that I had to immediately address was the problem in my pack. Problems that will eat away at you from within and have the potential to become a bigger danger if not addressed immediately. Athena then took out all the files she had managed to collect. Most of them consist of photographs with their faces obscured, of women experiencing violence with bruises and wounds on their bodies, and audio recordings in which they describe their lives in situations full of violence from their partners. I didn't delay any longer and immediately called Gordon and Jason. I ordered Gordon to form a team to secretly monitor and protect Evelyn's brother while Jason conducted an investigation into all the data that Athena and Evelyn had collected. I will not let this problem drag on and give parties outside the pack the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Baby, look for as much information and evidence as possible from the victims. We will immediately deal with this problem completely, I said angrily, feeling that my pack had let me down. Athena hugged me tightly. Thank you, darling. I think I am the luckiest person in the world to have a partner like you. I love you. I was stunned. This was the first time I heard Athena say that sentence spontaneously. Tonight, I'll make her say it again, many times. I love you more, baby. I was very angry when I discovered the fact that in the pack I led, there was a lot of violence against humans or omegas, who became mates. It's clear, for humans, this is an issue that is becoming a big problem and is a threat to the continuity of cooperation between werewolves and humans that I am fighting for. However, werewolves are a minority in this world and we must survive. For this reason, like it or not, we have to be able to adapt to the world of humans who dominate and take advantage of their need for our security and strength, while we need them to develop our quality of life so that we are not left behind. It has been proven from several cases that mixed marriages between werewolves and humans can produce superior offspring. Children resulting from mixed marriages carry superior traits from both parties, and with the right education and training, they will grow up as a great generation. What happened to this man from my people? Why are they so violent, arrogant, and stupid? Don't they realize that their attitude will ultimately destroy their hopes of having good offspring? Jason immediately investigates any werewolves who are married or have ties to humans from our pack. Observe them and their partners. If there are signs that their partners are experiencing violence for any reason, immediately arrest them and collect them in a maximum security prison. We will process them at once, I said, giving orders to Jason. I think, not only human partners, but I also heard that many alphas and betas marry omegas and treat them badly, said Jason with a frown. Omegas, among werewolves, are at a level that is considered low and weak. They do not have the strength and superiority of an alpha, or the intelligence and perseverance of a beta. They are needed as reproductive tools, workers, and messengers. For me, they still have to be respected because without them, werewolf life would also have difficulty continuing. They are an important part of werewolf society and must be protected. Without Omega, Alpha and Beta would not be able to live well. Conduct a thorough investigation and form a fact-finding team. My Luna has already laid the foundation for the investigation, and we can trace this case from there, I said glumly, and try not to let this problem leak before we solve it. I understand, Alpha Raiden. I also can't imagine what impact it would have on this pending cooperation agreement if anyone from the human representative side heard about this, Jason said firmly. Do it neatly and quietly, I said. Choose your most skilled people and gather as much evidence and witnesses as possible. I will work with Beta Gordon for witness protection, said Jason. Ordinary family violence cases are difficult to reveal because victims feel afraid and embarrassed, so I need to provide special protection for those who want to testify and provide evidence. Jason and I discussed a lot of other technical things to handle this. I feel very anxious. I want to immediately process this case because this will greatly influence the bigger problem that I am fighting for. After Jason left, I called Gordon. He is the front guard of the pack's security and protection, so I can rely on him for all matters related to safety and rescue. What about Evelyn's family? Have you put someone to look after them? I asked immediately as soon as he came. It's settled, Alpha Raiden. I have assigned soldiers who have the best skills in disguise so that they can protect my sister and aunt of Evelyn closely, said Gordon. One more thing, Alpha. I decided not to catch Greg now. Why? I asked, half testing. I am very confident and believe that all my trusted betas have great abilities in their respective fields. That's why I wasn't too worried when I just gave the main orders, because I knew they could explain the details well, even exceeding my expectations. People like Greg and Alice, they are very cunning and have many ways to get around. If I catch them just based on evidence and testimony from Evelyn, I'm afraid it will actually bring problems for Evelyn later. What's more important is to catch them in the act so that they can't avoid it and we can immediately take them to prison, said Gordon firmly. Okay, you know what you have to do, Gordon. 2 days later, Athena greeted me when I just came home from work. Her face looked worried. Hey baby, what's wrong? Why do you look nervous? I asked while embracing her. Honey, Evelyn hasn't answered my calls since last night, and earlier when I sent No to her house to deliver the cake, the house was empty. No checked at Alice's house. She wasn't there either, said Athena. I'm worried, darling. I grabbed the phone and quickly called Gordon. Gordon, track down Evelyn, Greg, and Alice at once. It's possible they're all headed to Evelyn's aunt's house, I said quickly. Just as I finished talking to Gordon, suddenly my phone rang again, and this time it was Jason who called me. Yes, Jason? Alpha Raiden, tonight I will ask for help from Gordon and his men to arrest all pack members who have been proven to have committed violence against their respective partners. I have completely collected all the evidence and witnesses so that the court process will be easier, reported Jason completely. Good. Just hurry, everyone. Gordon is dealing with Evelyn's husband and sister-in-law, who seem to be in the process of disturbing Evelyn's sister and aunt. You can coordinate with Gordon. I'm sure he is also prepared and alert, I said firmly. Call me if something happens. I'll be on standby. Athena squeezed my hand gently. Thank you, she said. She stood on the tiptoe and kissed my lips gently. I didn't expect that progress would be this fast. I put my arm around her waist and kissed the tip of her nose. This is an issue that must be responded to immediately, baby, because the impact will spread to what I am currently fighting for. Francis can't wait for the continuation of the investigation I am carrying out into cases of attacks on humans. Athena's face became somewhat gloomy. What if it turns out that all the cases of violence that occurred within this pack spread outside before everything was resolved? I'm worried that the cooperation agreement that is being postponed will be affected. I actually intend to use these cases to support the attack cases as study material and examples of solutions, so that human representatives will not be able to find reasons to counter my investigations, I said confidently. I hope we will all be okay, Athena sighed. She looks tired. You still talk to the women on the hotline? I asked while walking with her towards the house. Yes, dear. More and more women are complaining and using the hotline service to get help, consultation, and support, said Athena enthusiastically. I empowered several interested betas and omegas to spend some time helping those women. I looked at Athena with growing admiration. She is really serious about her job, and I think not only because she is a human who joined the werewolf world, but because basically she is a woman who has a kind and gentle heart, so she doesn't have the heart to let others be oppressed. I thought of a plan in my mind, to make Athena an ambassador who would be a bridge for the human world and the werewolf world to unite. Baby, I'll wait for news from Gordon and Jason now, I said after I finished showering and having dinner with Athena. You rest first. Who knows, tomorrow you and your team will be busy, after the arrest of the werewolves who tortured the couple. There will be many women who need help and support from your team. Athena nodded and leaned towards me and kissed me on both cheeks gently. She stood up and walked towards the room, but suddenly my phone rang. Athena stopped walking and turned back to me with a raised eyebrow. Gordon, I said to Athena while showing her the phone screen, responding to her silent question. I received Gordon's call. Yes, Gordon? Any new developments? My men managed to win over Greg. He sneaked into Evelyn's aunt's apartment to kidnap Jackie, Evelyn's sister. As for Alice, she held Aunt Evelyn captive in her shop while Greg carried out his plan, reported Gordon. Athena's eyes widened. What about Evelyn? Where is she? He asked worriedly. And did you find Evelyn? I asked Gordon. She came just as Greg had just entered her aunt's apartment and caught Greg. They were fighting, and when my men burst in, Greg was trying to strangle Evelyn. Oh God, Athena hissed. That's bastard! One of my men took Evelyn and her brother to the hospital, and I just got news that they are fine, continued Gordon. Then, I think we can finish this case tomorrow or the day after, I said with satisfaction. Jason will also carry out cleanup operations soon. Yes, Alpha Raiden, I just coordinated with him and we will carry out a mission tonight, after entering the early hours of the morning so that no one can escape, said Gordon. Then, let me know immediately when you are ready to move. I will get ready, I said firmly. I turned to Athena after finishing the call. Baby, it looks like you should contact all your team members tonight and prepare for tomorrow, I said. The operation will begin. Athena smiled broadly and saluted enthusiastically. Aye, aye, Captain. My heart churned with anger and disappointment. Seeing those behind bars, some staring with anger, some with fear, and some with anticipation, made me want to destroy them in one fell swoop. They, the werewolves who have damaged the outlook within the pack by carrying out arbitrary and violent actions against their own partners, acting arrogantly because they have power and taking people who are weaker than them lightly, make me feel sick. Why do so many arrogant men live among us? I said angrily. Just process them all at once. If the evidence and witnesses are complete, there's no need to wait any longer. Alpha, we can process them for punishment, but what about their partners? The bond between them and their partner has not been broken if there has been no statement from both parties, said Jason in a concerned tone. Just relax, I said. Athena and her team are currently collecting data on the partners of all the men in there, who among them wants to break ties with their mate. When Athena is finished, I will bring a record of the names of all of them, in pairs, and ask them to the elders to hold a mass and automatic bond-breaking ceremony before the altar of the moon goddess. Ah, yes, I forgot that something like that could be done in an emergency, Jason said, this time in a relieved tone. Therefore, just process everything, and I will do it together with Athena. She will be the representative of the women who are victims, I said firmly. After Jason left to take care of the court preparations, I rushed to Elder Derek Jung to propose an emergency ceremony, asking the moon goddesses to take action to sever the ties between the troubled couples. Coincidentally, when I came to Elder Derek's place, there was also Elder Jeff Shagar who was visiting. They seemed to be discussing something important. It was a difficult ceremony, Alpha Raiden, said Elder Derek. You and Luna Athena must prepare yourselves, because you will carry the burden of many partners. Maybe, with some rejection, one of you or even both of you will experience disturbing pain during the ceremony. That's an easy matter, Derek, said Elder Jeff impatiently. We will provide a complete medical team for Alpha Raiden and Luna Athena, and I will gather elders from other packs to help them carry out the ceremony. This is an emergency, Derek. It will have a huge impact on what we were discussing earlier. I became curious about what they were actually talking about earlier. What were you discussing earlier? I asked. This is a matter of attacks on humans that have occurred recently, Alpha Raiden, said Elder Jeff with a serious face. A few days ago I got evidence that there are several staff in the small pack below us who are collaborating with the outcast wizards to disrupt the situation and carry out a coup. My blood is boiling. This is something I've long suspected, but I've had difficulty getting accurate data. Yes, Jeff is right, Alpha Raiden. Currently we are suspecting the existence of separatist movements in small packs, and just this morning, Elder Aahhnn said that several men who were caught because of cases of violence that were arrested by your soldiers were included in the separatist group. That's it, added Elder Derek. This means that these cases of violence could be part of the rebel group's coup plan, said Elder Jeff. They carried out damage from within to weaken the pack and then spread rumors to human society about how dangerous werewolves were who joined humans. They will ruin your name and reputation, so that the human representatives will think that you are incapable of looking after their own society, so that they will refuse to cooperate with us, continued Elder Derek in an angry tone. Hearing their story, I became a little weak. It turns out that the damage that occurred in my pack was already that deep. Realizing this, one thing that crossed my mind at the moment was that Athena's role was very important in discovering the case of violence that happened to Evelyn, which spread to other bigger cases. If only Athena had not been sensitive, perhaps all the cases of violence would never have been revealed, and instead would have continued to get bigger and bigger until it would eventually damage the pack even more widely. Who got proof of the rebels' collaboration with the outcast wizards? I asked. I think we have to give him credit. When this case is finished and now, while it is still ongoing and not finished, we have to give him special protection so that nothing untoward happens to him. Elder Jeff and Elder Derek smiled broadly at my words. I don't think that's necessary, Alpha Raiden, said Elder Derek. Our informant is very tough. Not only does he know how to disguise himself well, but he is also someone who is very experienced in organizing war strategies. I think that while he was on the mission, he not only looked for information, but he also spread traps among them who colluded. My forehead suddenly wrinkled. I never knew that my pack had someone that great, and all this time it wasn't noticed at all. Aren't the greatest officers and soldiers well organized, consisting of well-trained betas and gammas, and many of them also have supernatural abilities? Is there someone missing, and whose whereabouts are unknown? Why didn't I know there was such a great person in our pack? I asked angrily. Can I meet him, elders? You already know him very well, Alpha Raiden, said Elder Jeff in a gentle tone. That great person was your own father, former Alpha Augustus. I was astonished. It was very unexpected news. All this time I thought my father was abroad on business for his company. He even made several video calls and talked to Athena and me, mostly just asking how things were going, and especially asking impatiently when his grandchild would be born. I didn't know he did such an investigation, I muttered in a choked voice. I thought he was overseas doing business. He's not going anywhere, Alpha Raiden, said Elder June. He's around the pack, undercover, and gathering information. Why did he do that? He's not young anymore, and shouldn't he rest after handing over the reins of leadership to me? I muttered dully. Elder Derek squeezed my shoulder gently. That's because he really loves you. He knew that you were experiencing difficulties when the cooperation agreement was postponed due to a case of attacks on humans. He felt that there was something wrong behind that incident and finally decided to investigate directly. Stupid of me, I said regretfully. If I had known he was doing something dangerous like that, I would have locked him up and kept him in the mansion. The two elders laughed. You, father and son, really have a strange way of expressing affection for each other, commented Elder Jeff while shaking his head. One thing he said to me before going on his mission, he said, he wanted that when his grandson was born, things would be better and calmer. He wanted his grandson to have a pleasant childhood and be surrounded by enough love from you and Luna Athena. It's his Guanin. Because he felt sorry for not being able to give that to you since childhood. Your life was hard because of his demands, and combined with the death of your mother, it made him distance himself from you, said Elder Derek at length. My throat tightened when I heard Elder Derek's words. My relationship with my father was never really close, but it wasn't exactly cold either. We go through a lot of debates and fights, but still we always discuss and remember each other. What he is doing now makes me feel like my mind is open and my heart is relieved. Alpha Raiden, you can immediately prepare to perform the ceremony with Luna Athena, and we will also prepare for the ritual. We will be together in this for the sake of our pack, said Elder Jeff with a serious expression. The sooner we do it, the better. I nodded confidently. I will hold a court tomorrow afternoon, and before we send the defendants to prison, we will carry out the ceremony first so that everything is finished at one time, I said. My Luna is preparing data on the couples who were victims to complete the ritual. I said goodbye to the elders. When my steps reached the mansion door of Elder Derek's residence, he called me again. I stopped walking and turned around. Yeah? Did you forget something? I asked. Elder Derek and Elder Jeff smiled at me. No, Alpha Raiden, we just forgot to mention that you have chosen the right Luna for our pack. Athena is a great woman, even when she is an ordinary human. I think you two will give birth to great children also, as the successor to our pack, said Elder Derek. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, as thanks for their appreciation. In the car, before starting the engine, I called Athena. Hi, honey, are you back at the mansion? Athena asked as soon as my call was connected. Not yet. I'm still at Elder Derek's mansion, but now I'm in the car and ready to go home, I said. Ah, okay. I'll go home soon too then. I'm currently at the house of one of the Omegas, a victim of partner violence. He's filling in the data and wants to immediately complete the rejection ceremony for his partner. said Athena enthusiastically. I'll arrive at the mansion when you arrive too. I felt the corners of my lips stretch wide, remembering what the elders had said earlier. Yes, hurry home, baby, I said softly. I miss you. Athena laughed, and the sound made my center suddenly harden. I know, darling, I know, because I feel it too, Athena said in a seductive tone. He blew me a kiss, and I felt my heart soar. I am the luckiest man in the world, Athena Povi. Don't be afraid, Adela said in a firm tone, but I could still see the corners of her eyes twitching. The ceremony will be quick. I smiled wryly at her. This is my first ceremony after becoming Luna, and I don't think this is an ordinary ceremony, right? Are you sure? Quick but painful? Or long and still painful? Adela shook her head. No, you can definitely do it. You are a strong and determined woman. I took a breath. Okay, I definitely can. Raiden told me about this ceremony last night. After he gave an explanation, I understood why he asked me to collect complete data on women who were victims of violence by their partners who had been arrested by Raiden's soldiers previously. I completely forgot that in the werewolf world, the mating bond between partners plays a very strong role. This bond cannot be broken unilaterally, and it will actually be detrimental to the two people tied if it is broken unilaterally. However, it turns out that there is an emergency solution that can be taken to break the marital bond, especially if it is deemed to be a threat to the safety of one party. The Alpha and Luna packs can accept the process of breaking ties through a special ceremony. Baby, in time, maybe you will feel unusual pain in your body, headache, nausea, or your body will feel sore and achy, Raiden said calmly. That is the reaction you will feel when a man refuses to let go of his bond with his mate. But don't worry, because it is only temporary, and the elders have arranged to provide the best medical team at the ceremony location. Will the ceremony guarantee that the women's lives will be completely free from their evil male partners? I asked, wanting to reassure myself that I wouldn't do the ceremony in vain. Yes, that's for sure. The elders from all packs will be present and help convince the moon goddesses during the ceremony, and the women must also attend the ceremony and pray for themselves. We as Alpha and Luna only help them, said Raiden. Then let's do it, I answered firmly. I can't wait. I really hate cases of violence like this. Raiden grabbed my shoulder gently and took me into his arms. He definitely understands what I mean. What I experienced with Shane, in my opinion, was bad enough, but hearing and seeing for myself the suffering of the women who were looked after by my team in the past week, it was very bad. You are indeed a great and strong woman, said Raiden. I'm Luna, and it's my duty to help those in need, with whatever power I have, right? I said. Since this morning, No and Li Xin have been cooking delicious food for me, and giving me lots of water and vitamins, making me feel like I'm about to undergo a death sentence. Adela came after lunch to help with my preparations, while Raiden also took care of the court with the betas and elders in charge. In the history of werewolves that I know and have lived throughout my life, this is the first time I will witness this extraordinary ceremony, said Adela excitedly. I am lucky. She looked at me in awe and then hugged me tightly while patting my back gently. You're great, Luna. I admit it's not in vain to give up my opportunity to be Raiden's Luna to you, because you're worthy, said Adela in a serious tone. I hit her shoulder lightly and laughed amusedly. Damn it! Raiden chose me because he loves me, not you who gave him to me. Adela laughed in response to her own joke and my response. So what will I face in the ceremony? I asked more seriously. You will just kneel in front of the altar with Raiden by your side. One of the elder representatives will read out the names of the women who have proposed severing their marital ties to their partners and their reasons. Once finished, the elders will ask you and Raiden to make a vow of severing their marital ties on behalf of the couples, and wait until there is a sign stating that the moon goddesses agree to the request. Then it's done, Adela answered in detail. What's the sign that the moon goddesses agree to that? I asked curiously. Usually there will be a momentary lunar eclipse, that's according to ancient rituals I've studied, or the moon will turn red. Basically everything will be shown by the condition of the moon. If the moon doesn't change at all in any form, that means the ceremony failed and the moon goddesses don't approve, said Adela. This is truly extraordinary. I feel like my life in the werewolf world is becoming more and more interesting, and I have never felt bored at all so far. Adela rubbed my stomach, which was starting to grow. How is my nephew doing? Is he becoming more active? He couldn't stay still and kept kicking all morning until I felt cramps and Li Xin had to massage me with lavender oil, I answered while rubbing my stomach. But now he's calmer. Does Raiden know about this child? Adela asked in a voice, almost a whisper. I shook my head. I haven't told him yet. I'm still not sure what I should do after he's born. You still have the desire to leave here and leave everything behind? Adela asked in surprise. I took a deep breath. My thoughts about this have been churning again in the past few days. I hear many complaints from women who experience violence from their partners, many of whom are ordinary people like me, and many Omegas too. The more I listened to them, the greater my gratitude for Raiden became. He was like a god among men who were cruel to their partners, and I felt like I should show more gratitude to Raiden. You'd better think carefully about what you will do in the future. Athena, said Adela softly. You not only have to think about yourself, but you have to expand your views and sympathy more towards Raiden, your son, and also this pack. I realized Adela's words. asking me not to be selfish and only prioritize my desires and feelings. Raiden and my son, they are flesh and blood, and it would be cruel if I just separated them just because of my fears which may not necessarily come true. At least until now, everything I have received and experienced has been pleasant and has made me feel protected and safe. And seeing Raiden's attitude from day to day, I should be optimistic that he is indeed a real man who will never treat his woman witty bad act and attitude. Maybe I'll tell him when the child is born, I said with doubt in my voice. Hopefully it's not too late. Adela patted my thigh gently. It's never too late. Approaching 7 o'clock, Raiden and I left for the Red Square where the ceremony would be held. Along the way, Raiden held my hand and repeatedly checked on my condition. Honey, calm down. I'll be fine, I said, sensing that he was worried about me. I can live with it. Raiden smiled. I know, baby, you're very tough, but I'm still worried. This will be a long ceremony because we have many victims to free. Just reading their names and confirming their reasons will take a long time, while we both have to kneel in front of the altar without moving until everything is finished, said Raiden in a gloomy tone. I squeezed his hand a little hard. I can, darling. I definitely can, because I know my goal and what results I want to achieve. I hope that the moon goddesses can also see my sincerity towards them. This is not only a measure of humans who experience violence by their werewolf partners, but sword. There are also many omegas, even some betas who experience this bad thing. Domestic violence is not just a human problem, it can happen to anyone. Raiden looked at me and after a moment, he smiled and kissed the back of my hand, which was in his grasp. Thank you for wanting to fight with me, said Raiden. I'm not wrong in loving you. I am the luckiest man in the world. Hey, that's supposed to be my line, honey. My heart felt like it was thrown into a field of flowers, hearing those words. The baby in my stomach, which had stopped moving since this afternoon, was now moving again, with smooth movements that made me feel ticklish. I understood that he felt happy hearing Raiden's words to me, and that made me feel that I shouldn't and didn't want to separate them. Raiden is the best man I have now, and I should take good care of him, because there are lots of unlucky women out there, whether they are humans, wolves, fairies, vampires, or even witches, who are unlucky because they are trapped with abusive partners in their life. Ah, I forgot to tell you, said Raiden suddenly. What's that? I asked. At the ceremony, your friend will also be present. She asked me for special permission to come and watch the ceremony, because she wants to learn about it, said Raiden in a mysterious manner. My eyebrows furrowed spontaneously. Why did Adela ask Raiden for special permission? Wasn't she the one who taught me a lot this afternoon in preparation for the ceremony? Perhaps there were certain conditions that she didn't say, which restricted her from attending. Raiden and I arrived at the Red Square, and many people had gathered there. I was immediately taken to a special room to change into special clothes for the ceremony and prepare myself. Adela was already waiting for me in the room, ready with special clothes, a white robe that I had to wear during the ceremony. Adela, why did you ask Raiden for special permission to attend this ceremony, if you yourself have been preparing for me since the afternoon? I was confused. Is it true that your job is only to prepare me, but you can't take part in the ceremony in the field? Huh? What are you talking about? Of course I will take part in the ceremony. I will be the one to announce the sign from the moon goddesses, together with the elders, as representatives of my pack because my father is sick and cannot attend, answered Adela with confused. I became confused by Adela's answer. Then, who was the person Raiden said was in the car earlier? I muttered. Adela pulled my hand slowly. Let's change your dress into this robe first. I had just taken off my shoes when someone came into the room and rushed at me. Athena, I felt like I was floating among clouds that were white and soft, smelling like marshmallows. This is very comfortable. I opened my eyes and why was the ceiling above me? This is my room in the mansion. I recognized the high ceiling pattern in the carvings on the sides, as well as the round chandelier, which was a more modern product than the chandeliers in the other room. Ah! I squirmed and my body felt a little strange. Comfortable, but there is a sore feeling in the feet that is uncomfortable. Luna, are you awake? The soft voice of a woman next to me made me wake up and turn around. Evelyn, I asked in surprise. Why are you here? Evelyn smiled broadly. You were unconscious for more than 6 hours, Luna, said Evelyn. Faint? I said, confused. But why? Ah! I just remembered what I was doing before I opened my eyes on my bed and why my legs felt strange. That ceremony. Evelyn, is the ceremony over? I asked in a panicked tone. Did we make it? Evelyn's tears welled up and she grabbed my hand and held it tightly. Thank you, Luna. All because of your and Alpha Raiden's sacrifice, I am finally free from all problems, said Evelyn in a hoarse voice. Oh, that means we succeeded, right? I asked to confirm again. The moon goddess gave a good response? The bedroom door opened and Adela walked in with Leah. Their faces showed such contrasting expressions. Adela's face was radiant and enthusiastic, while Leah's face looked worried and confused. I was stunned to see Leah. Why is she here? Leah, why are you here? I asked. Aren't you? Suddenly I fell silent. I was reminded of a scene from earlier. Athena! I was very surprised when someone hugged me from behind. I haven't finished fixing the white robe that I will wear for the ceremony. I turned around and saw Leah standing in front of me, wearing a white dress, and she even tied her hair with a white ribbon too. Leah? I asked, confused. Why are you here? Leah smiled shyly. I have asked Alpha Raiden for special permission to attend and watch the ceremony. I want to learn about the werewolf world, and this ceremony is a good opportunity. I snapped my hands violently, because of the scene I remembered. Leah came closer to the bed and sat beside me. Athena, are you okay? How are you feeling? I'm fine, and I'm feeling fine too. Leah, you have a lot to explain to me, I said firmly. Leah pouted. You also have to explain why you never said that Mr. Raiden was an alpha and you were a Luna. You applied for a long leave and never showed up at the office. I couldn't even contact you and kept asking questions. Luckily, I was able to persuade Jason to tell me what happened, and when I heard about this ceremony, I asked him to let me come along so I could meet you. Wait, I said thoughtfully. Jason? Leah's face flushed and she nodded. Yes, I've had a crush on him for a long time and was increasingly curious because he was always avoiding, so stiff, and never responded at all. But one day, he finally got out of control and we kissed. That's when, he said, he realized that I was his mate. He is a werewolf. Amazing. I was wide-eyed when I heard my friend's story. What an extraordinary coincidence. Spontaneously, I hugged Leah with mixed feelings. Oh my God, Leah, I really didn't think it would turn out like this, I said hoarsely. Me too, responded Leah with teary eyes. You were very great, Athena. You struggled on your knees for hours without moving, while the elders read the names of the couples who were to be held for the ceremony, and some of the men balked and caused you pain during the reading. Everyone was worried because they saw your very pale face, but you hold on until the moon goddesses give an answer. Ah, answer! I exclaimed enthusiastically and looked at Adela, who was talking to Evelyn. Adela, what are the signs? Adela chuckled. You saw it a little, I think. The moon was completely red at that time, and it was even accompanied by lightning all over the field. Then the guilty men started screaming and beating themselves until the atmosphere became a little noisy. According to Elder Aahhnn, they were all tortured by the pain they had given their partners. The moon goddesses punished them and immediately severed their ties with their partners right then and there, said Leah in an astonished tone. It was terrifying but also amazing. Ah, thank goodness, I said in a relieved tone. I saw Evelyn smiling and waving at her. Evelyn, what about your brother and aunt? Are they okay and safe? Evelyn nodded with a beaming face. Yes, Luna, they are all safe. Mr. Gordon has moved them to a safer place, and I will join them soon. Ah, that means you're leaving the village? I asked. Evelyn nodded. Yes, Luna. I want to be with my sister and aunt. I can stay here, but my sister and aunt can't, so I decided to move and live with them. Oh, I would be lonely if you weren't around, I said sadly. Miss Leah will replace me soon, said Evelyn with a smile. Oh, Evelyn, don't put your burden of accompanying this talkative Luna on me, said Leah, rolling her eyes. The sound of laughter echoed in the room, and my heart felt very light and warm. This is happiness, seeing the friends I love laughing and hugging together. Evelyn finally said goodbye, and Raiden came into the room to check on me after they all left. Evelyn's words before leaving really touched my heart. Luna, we are both humans, and we both fell in love with a werewolf. At first, I didn't believe that this was reality, but after everything happened, I realized that this world is very colorful, said Evelyn. Her eyes were teary, but her lips were smiling broadly. I've been suffering lately, but I can't deny, I was also happy with my partner before this chaos. My happiness didn't last long, but you are a very blessed woman. Don't think about leaving, as long as that happiness is still yours. Enjoy it and grow in it, so that when the storm comes, you can survive. You have shown greatness as Luna, and I'm sure you can continue to do so. Raiden kissed the tip of my nose gently. What do you think? I looked at him with great respect. He and Greg were from the same breed, werewolves, but they were also very different, like heaven and earth. Greg is an evil werewolf and Evelyn is unlucky to be his mate, but I was given a very great and priceless gift, because my mate, Raiden, is a very great man, gentle-hearted, and most importantly, he loves me and never reluctant to show it. Honey, after all this is over, can we go on vacation somewhere? I asked as I fell into his arms. Before I give birth? Raiden hugged me tightly and kissed my forehead. Of course, baby. Just tell me where you want to go. I'll arrange it. I haven't gone to the beach for a long time, I said, stroking his broad chest. Then we could go to California. There are lots of beautiful beaches and my late mother had relatives there, so we could stop at her house. Would you like to? Raiden asked. I looked at him filled with love for him and hoped he would realize that. We made out until Noah knocked on the bedroom door and told us that someone wanted to meet us in the living room. Did you make an appointment with anyone? Raiden asked while helping me get dressed. No, darling, it's impossible. I've been pining for hours and haven't come out of this room at all, I said, combing my messy hair and rolling it into a careless bun. Raiden and I held hands, went downstairs and went straight to the living room. A woman stood up as Raiden and I walked towards her. I was stunned. I recognized the woman, although her appearance was much different from the one I previously remembered. She lowered her head and stood awkwardly in front of me. Cora Sheridan, I said in a flat tone. Why are you here? Cora looked up and suddenly she approached and took my hand, then fell to her knees in front of me. Luna, oh, forgive me, I really wronged you, said Cora in a voice shaking while holding back sobs. I wronged you. Raiden furrowed his eyebrows and grabbed my hand, which was in Cora's grasp. Then he positioned himself standing in front of me as a shield. Who are you? Raiden asked firmly. How did you get here? Cora stood and bowed in front of us. Her tears continued to flow uncontrollably. "She is a former staff member at the company, dear," I said softly. "She was also Shane's lover, who had shks behind my back and helped Shane poison me." Cora's tears flowed even harder. "I'm surprised to see the situation now." She looked disheveled and very thin. Different from before, when she still worked at Raiden's company and was my rival. "She always looks glamorous and sexy." "I've made a big mistake," Cora said in a choked voice. "Shane is really crazy, and recently he even joined the Black Magician Alliance." Raiden looked at me and motioned for Cora to sit on the sofa. I approached Cora and took her hand. Oh, how thin she was, and there was no longer the scent of expensive perfume on him, only the scent of exhaustion and despair. "Tell me what happened," said Raiden. "Don't try to lie or make up stories that don't make sense. I won't hesitate to immediately behead you if you lie." Cora nodded. "After you attacked him when he kidnapped Luna Athena, he fled into the forest and met the Black Magicians. They had been helping him all this time, and after that incident, they made him their real accomplice. They made a big plan to disrupt things." "Cora, do you have any proof for what you're telling me?" I asked softly. "We can't just believe you without proof." Yes, I have. I installed a bug in the house because sometimes he talks to them when I'm not around. I recorded him, and several times I managed to follow him when he was away, and took photos of him when he met the messengers of the Black Magicians," Cora said quickly. "I'll call Jason and Gordon to take care of this," Raiden said, touching my arm. He leaned towards me. "Talk to her and elicit as much information as possible." Raiden went to his study. I confronted Cora myself. "Why did you come here, Cora?" I asked in a flat tone. "Shane is getting worse, Luna," said Cora fearfully. "I don't want to be with him anymore and want to break the bond of mate, but he strongly refuses. I'm scared, Luna. I need protection." I took a breath. I've never liked Cora since the beginning, even before I found out she betrayed me with Shane. But now, she has received karma for her actions and asked me to protect her, because of my position as Luna. "I'll talk to my husband," I said. "If all your statements are true and valid, he will definitely protect you as a witness." "No, Luna, it's not just me," said Cora in a pitiful tone. "I'm not important, but I need protection for my child." "Her child?" "Raiden Povey." "Just a moment, Alpha Raiden," Jason said as he flipped through the paper containing the data he had collected over the last few weeks. "There's something we need to look at here." Just say it," I said attentively. "So far, we have focused too much on the problems caused by werewolves. We have focused on their mistakes. But look at this," said Jason seriously. "These people are ordinary humans, and they are actually more involved in transactions with the Black Wizard Alliance, rather than werewolves." "I think we can turn things around now," Gordon said with satisfaction. "I have also obtained a lot of evidence that some of the chaos was actually caused by humans who collaborated with the Black Wizard Alliance." "God damn it!" Jason hissed. "The Black Wizard Alliance mostly sells concoctions that are formulated and have narcotic-like effects. Their sales have increased recently because they are thought to be cheaper. That is what has caused the problem of attacks to increase recently, because most humans cannot withstand the effects of these drugs. I want to see what France's face will look like when he finds out that all these problems were also caused by the humans he was defending," Gordon said with a laugh. "My two trusted betas and I planned a strategy to uncover this disturbing security problem and restart the process of submitting a pending cooperation agreement with humans. We will fight together in this case." After resolving the problem of violence against werewolf partners, whether from humans or fellow werewolves from weaker groups, one by one the steps towards solving the bigger problem began to show direction. Cora Sheridan gave testimony about Shane, who had been missing, stating that the Alliance of Black Wizard was planning something bigger, and the movement to clean up the abusive werewolves seemed to have had quite a big impact on them. Cora and Shane apparently had a daughter who was born a few months ago, and during this time, after Cora resigned from my company, she disappeared. Cora hides her pregnancy and moves out of town with her cousin and returns when she is ready to give birth. Shane, knowing that Cora had returned, immediately took her to live in a small house near the Forbidden Forest and kept Cora there. Cora thought that Shane had changed his character after being seriously injured by my attack while saving Athena, but it turned out that he had allied himself and completely became a slave to the outcast wizards. Cora tries to escape from Shane with her child, but always fails. Until when he heard about the mass mate breaking ceremony, which was carried out by me and Athena, he realized that the only way she could escape from Shane's confines was to ask for my and Athena's protection. The information I got from Cora was quite helpful, because she turned out to be quite clever by placing bugs on Shane, and sometimes following Shane. Also try to document some evidence of the buying and selling of drugs made by Black Wizard to distribute to humans. Athena's reaction made me realize that all of this would make the problem worse if it wasn't resolved immediately. "Honey, this is the same as an interracial drug mafia network. Witches, humans, and werewolves collaborate to commit massive crimes that can destroy the world, not only affecting humans, but also all creatures living on Earth, regardless of type," Athena said seriously. "Isn't it true that among the men who tortured their partners who have been punished, there were also those who were influenced by these cursed drugs? I remember the testimony of several women regarding their partners, that they thought that previously their partners were kind and loving, but then they turned into torturers, for whatever reason. It could be that they consumed the drugs too, because from the list of buyers found by Beta, it was mixed with humans, werewolves, and several other creatures, I said. There's one thing I'm a little confused about, darling, Athena said. Cora was very insistent that we have to hide her child. Why do you think that is? Have you asked her why? Yes, but she herself is doubtful. She just feels that the safety of her child's life is quite threatened, but she's just not sure in what way. 2 days from now, I will hold a meeting with human representatives. We already have enough evidence that all the incidents of violence blamed on werewolves are not entirely true. In fact, most of the chaos caused by humans was influenced by witches. This means that it is our people who have been slandered all this time, accused of being the creators of chaos, even though in fact we are also victims. I looked at Athena with a feeling of happiness that was hard to describe. She calls herself as we. Doesn't that mean she considers herself part of the werewolf world, when in fact she is a real human? She looked at me with raised eyebrows. Her face was flushed red due to her explosive emotions regarding this matter. She was always excited whenever she talked about this issue. Why are you looking at me like that, honey? Is there something wrong with what I said? Athena asked confusedly. I couldn't take it anymore, and grabbed her shoulders, taking her body into my arms. I grabbed her body tightly in excitement, making her laugh. Honey, what are you doing? She said, hitting my chest lightly. Be careful, your child will be squashed. I let go of Athena a little and kissed her face. You called yourself we, and that makes me very happy, I said happily. Oh, Athena said shyly. I've lived with a werewolf for a long time, and inevitably my adjustment has deepened. I chuckled. Thank you, I said. At the next meeting, we will make Francis swallow his own words to immediately pass the agreement and process the problematic humans. I can't wait, muttered Athena. The 2 betas, Jason and Gordon, and I tried hard to prepare the meeting with the human representatives so that it ran smoothly. However, the day before the event took place, the mayor of Monroe met me at the company and asked for a special time. He looked restless. Mayor, have you received the invitation for tomorrow's meeting? I asked when I welcomed him into my office. Yes, Alpha Raiden, I have received it, but I need to talk to you first, said Mayor Raiden. I invited him to sit on the sofa and observed his uneasy demeanor. I think something must have happened regarding the planned meeting tomorrow. Just to be safe, I sent Jason a message asking him to prepare a photocopy of the file of evidence that had been collected even further. What's wrong, Mayor Monroe? Are you worried about something? I asked slowly. This is about Mr. Francis, Mayor Monroe said in a voice that sounded irritated. He looks like he will make tomorrow's meeting into an event that will embarrass the werewolves. The relationship between Mayor Monroe and the werewolves has been well established since my father's reign, and so far, because he also invested his shares in my company, he has benefited a lot from this relationship. I could understand why he was anxious and quickly told me what Francis was going to do. He definitely didn't want me to be slaughtered by Francis, who apparently really didn't like werewolves and was determined to thwart the cooperation agreement. What do you think Francis will do? I asked, wanting to test how far Mayor Monroe was on our side. I heard that he invited a lot of journalists from various internet sites, mass media and broadcast media. He thinks that all your arguments will not prove anything about the recent case, and he will put even more pressure on you to cancel the cooperation agreement because you can't control your people. I felt satisfied hearing Mayor Monroe's words, because what he provided was the same as the information obtained by Jason and Gordon. I already know that Francis planned to make tomorrow's meeting a place to look for a stage. He wanted to show the world that werewolves were not worthy of mingling among humans. He thought I deserved to be humiliated. I smiled a little. Mayor Monroe, I'm happy that you came to convey this news. You can rest assured, because the betas and I have prepared everything thoroughly. We will not give in to whatever Francis is planning to bring us down, I said, trying to calm Mayor Monroe. But the meeting will be an open meeting witnessed and covered by the media, said the mayor of Monroe. What if something dangerous happens? I have anticipated something like that, but I also guarantee that we are ready to face anything, I confirmed. Even if something happens that will make us look weak and wrong, we are ready to endure it. What is clear is that Francis will not be completely successful with his plan either. Well, if that's what you think, Mayor Monroe said. The wrinkles on his forehead were now slightly reduced. I hope everything goes smoothly and we can continue with the cooperation agreement. I passed on the information given by the mayor of Monroe to the betas, and they said they were ready for anything. I think from the start, Francis had planned not to agree to anything, so I was also prepared to push the agreement on him, whatever the means. I will not give up. Why are there so many journalists here? Whispered Athena confusedly. Shouldn't this be a closed meeting between us and the human representatives? I smile. It should be, but apparently Francis thinks that the event will get busier if more people know about us who he considers savages. He wants to let everyone know that we don't deserve to be given the chance to live a decent life with them. That bastard! I want to slit his throat and stuff his own nose into his mouth. Athena cursed irritably. Forgive my harsh language, Alpha, but I'm sure you also want to say that to his face. I laughed at Athena's cuteness. I bent down and stroked his stomach. Remind me not to make your mother angry, son. She's terrible when she's angry. Athena laughed and kissed my head. I straightened my body and adjusted my tie, ready to fight. Francis greeted me with a wide smile that showed almost the entire contents of his mouth. Alpha Raiden, I'm glad we can finally meet again. This issue we need to discuss has been hanging around for a long time, right? For people who are waiting for time to see the downfall of another party, it will definitely feel like a long time. But for us who are trying to straighten out justice, this is very fast, faster than the specified time, I answered in a flat tone. For a moment, I saw Francis' face turn sour, but he quickly changed his expression again. So, how about it? Are you ready to prove that your people are worthy of joining us? Asked Francis in a sweet tone. I personally want to cooperate with you, but the safety of our world is more important. We don't want to be constantly attacked by supernatural beings who can't control themselves. You shouldn't discredit just one particular group, Mr. Francis. Everything happens in this world because of the law of cause and effect, and it is driven by two parties, said Athena in a cold tone. Francis looked at Athena with an appraising look, then smiled and nodded politely. Mayor Monroe welcomed me and Athena warmly. He arranged our seats opposite Francis, who apparently wasn't sitting alone. He brought a few other people with him, and they were all busy talking to each other in a whispering mode and glancing at us. I'm also setting up security around here, the police, Mayor Monroe whispered to me. The police chief is with me, and he has experience dealing with riots. Do you think there will be a riot? I asked in a serious tone. When a hall is filled with journalists, riots are prone to occur, said Mayor Monroe confidently. There's no harm in being on guard. Journalists from various media stood in front of us at the end of the U-shaped table. They seemed busy preparing their cameras and asking questions. All around the hall, the police stood firmly. I signaled to Gordon that he should place his men in the second layer after the police. Mayor Monroe cleared his throat, gesturing for everyone present in the large hall to calm down, so that the event could begin immediately. I think the first opportunity I will give to Mr. Raiden was the leader of the Werewolf group, to report the results of his investigation into recent cases of attacks on humans, said the mayor of Monroe. I nodded and motioned to Jason to put up the presentation slides to make it clearer. First of all, what I will say is, from several werewolf attacks on humans that occurred after I gathered a lot of evidence, it turned out that this was related to illegal drug buying and selling transactions between humans and witches. Jason then took over my explanation by explaining various evidence and transactions that occurred between humans and wizards regarding illegal drugs made by wizards and distributed among humans. As for werewolves, most of them are just used as scapegoats, not only because they are considered aggressive, but also because there have been several cases of attacks before, which actually happened for clear reasons and have been resolved properly. To complete his explanation, Jason completed his explanation with the side effects of illegal drugs produced and sold by witches to humans and werewolves, which he summarized based on the opinions and research of leading doctors and professors whose validity is guaranteed. In humans, these drugs will attack the brain system, causing humans to be unable to control themselves and tend to use violence to damage themselves and others. Meanwhile, in werewolves, the effect is only a third of that experienced by humans, mostly physically like nausea, acute tiredness, or migraine, but rarely mentally. After that, Gordon added documented evidence of the identity of the perpetrator of the attack, the victim, and also several statements from witnesses who saw the actual incident, along with statements from doctors' post-mortems and police reports. The journalists were busy speculating, and Francis was amazed to see the very complete and detailed explanation of me and the betas. His face turned slightly pale, and the colleagues sitting around him wondered in confusion. Please, Mr. Francis, if you want to provide a response to this problem. I think Mr. Raiden and the betas have explained it is very clear that we humans also make mistakes and cannot completely blame the werewolf, because it has been proven that it is humans who make werewolves victims of baseless accusations, said Mayor Monroe in a firm tone. Francis looked embarrassed, and he hesitantly looked at the presentation slides that were still displayed in front of the forum. I had no idea that this case would actually spread to something bigger, and that humans would actually play a bigger role in this crime, said Francis. We thought that the werewolves were at fault all along, but it turns out that wasn't the case. I think we have to be fair in this case, Mr. Francis, Mayor Monroe said. He looked at me and smiled. We as human representatives need to officially apologize to the werewolves for this wrong accusation. I smiled faintly. I have always believed that good preparation will bring good results. All the evidence that I brought cannot be denied because it was obtained through legitimate investigation and cannot be broken because everything complies with procedures. We will make an official statement to clarify this matter immediately, stating that you werewolves are innocent in the recent attack cases, said Francis. I felt amused inside because the look on Francis's face conveyed a very clear feeling of annoyance and unwillingness, but he tried to cover it up with a fake smile. However, continued Francis firmly, I think you also need to manage internal affairs within your group, because my colleagues and I also heard that there were problems within your pack, related to violence as well. I already knew that Francis would soon be discussing domestic violence cases that occurred within the pack. There are definitely people who leak information like that to those who actually have nothing to do with it. I understand what you mean, I said calmly. What happened in our pack has been resolved very well, and all thanks to my Luna's hard work. She has managed to control the situation and restore things. In the future, we have also made special regulations to continue to keep things stable. Mayor Monroe bowed towards Athena. I think you really deserve to be a Luna, even though you are a human. Your presence is like a bridge that connects two different worlds so they can work together well. Athena smiled gently. I'm trying to do my best, Mayor Monroe. After all, the man I love is the supreme leader of the werewolves, while I am still aware of my existence as a human, so I try to balance myself between the two. Athena's words invited thunderous applause from everyone present in the hall. Francis looked annoyed, but because he was also a good statesman, he still tried to maintain a good and dignified attitude. I hope that things will get better so that we can soon sign a cooperation agreement, Mr. Raiden and Mr. Francis, said Mayor Monroe cheerfully. I hope so too, Mayor Monroe, Francis said. We will immediately thoroughly investigate this problem of violence from our side as humans, especially if it turns out that this is related to illegal drug buying and selling transactions, because it will be a big threat to us. We will help, Mr. Francis. However, this is our problem together, because the alliance of Black Wizard who produce illegal drugs is not only targeting humans, but also werewolves who are considered weak and easy to control. We have arrested several of them, and they had accept punishment, but still we also need to be vigilant, I said firmly. Yes, you are right, Mr. Raiden. Now we, humans and werewolves, must unite to fight the Black Wizard Alliance because they are our common enemy, said Mayor Monroe. I feel optimistic that in the end the cooperation agreement will be passed. Looking at the results of this meeting, Athena touched my arm. I turned and looked at her in surprise. Baby, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Your face is pale, I asked. It's probably because there are so many people. I feel a bit uncomfortable, said Athena. But actually, darling, I felt like someone was watching me. I looked around, but there was nothing suspicious. I grabbed Athena's hand and held it. It feels cold and damp. I think you're tired. Do you want me to take you home first, or should we find a nearby hotel so you can rest? I asked while preparing to send a message to Adela, who I saw standing guard with Gordon near the exit. Athena held my hand. No need, darling. I'm fine. I just feel uneasy because it seems like someone has been watching me for a while. I rubbed Athena's arm. Don't worry. It will be over in a moment. Mayor Monroe announced a short break and invited the audience to enjoy a coffee break. Everyone left the place to take the dishes that had been provided. I got up from my seat to get a drink for Athena. When I had just finished pouring the coffee into the cup, suddenly there was a commotion on the north side of the hall and many people came running. Alpha, protect Luna! Gordon shouted from a distance. I turned to look at him, but my gaze met a pair of blood-red eyes. Werewolf! The atmosphere became chaotic. Everyone screamed and shouted in fear, running here and there, trying to save themselves. The police on guard were busy securing people who were panicking, while they themselves were confused and afraid. The huge wolf with pitch-black fur stood in the middle of the hall, on its 4 sturdy legs. He growled and grinned, with drool dripping disgustingly from his sharp-toothed mouth. Its big eyes were blood-red, and when I saw them I immediately knew that the wolf was not random. He was under the influence of magic, and clearly, something was moving in the distance. Gordon, close all access, I ordered via mind link to Gordon. Get everyone to the edge of the hall, and don't move anyone. Be careful, Alpha Raiden, he's in an abnormal condition. I saw a gray spot at the end of his tail, answered Gordon. Apparently Gordon noticed that too, and the hints he gave about the gray patches were very helpful. Alpha Raiden, I will be your backup, said Jason via mind link on the same frequency as Gordon. Gordon tells Ruster to release his mist to stop people from panicking. I saw Gordon talking to Ruster, his henchman, a gamma who has the supernatural ability to create mist. Ruster ran to the end of the hall and sat cross-legged on the floor and looked like he was meditating. I turned my gaze to Athena, who was standing behind Beta Albert, next to Mayor Monroe and Francis, who had an angry face. I nodded to Athena and she smiled, then I transformed myself, having Reef to take over my form. The black wolf grinned when it saw me change. He walked with heavy steps, forming a circle pattern, trying to surround me. I'm aiming for a tail which has gray patches. For werewolves affected by magic, there is always a mark indicating where the magic was placed. If the mark is found and removed, the werewolf can be free from the magic that affects it. The black wolf bent its 2 hind legs and growled, ready to attack. I did the same, and at the same time we both jumped into the air and kicked. One of his legs hit my jaw, but my right leg also managed to hit his head. He fell back with a sharp scream, while I stood back up on my 4 legs with my jaw throbbing with pain. However, my body was bigger than the black wolf, so its attack didn't have much effect on me. The black wolf stood up quickly and immediately jumped at me. His movements are light and agile. He aimed for my neck. I let him attack, trying to pounce on my neck, and saw Jason, who had also changed into his light brown inner wolf form, ready to attack. Don't, Jason, I shouted, preventing my loyal Beta from entering the arena. But, Alpha, Jason argued in a voice filled with worry. Leave him alone, I said firmly. Retreat. I continued to move to avoid without trying to attack. He had to be tired enough to let his guard down. The black wolf's haphazard and unpatterned movements made me a little confused, but I took advantage of the time where I was sure he would get tired eventually. On one occasion, when he attacked me from the side, I managed to smack him in the head, and he fell to the floor with an angry roar. He looked very angry, and when I bent down, he jumped first and managed to climb onto my back. Its sharp claws dug into my skin, piercing through my thick fur. Bastard! His nails are very sharp, and he smells very bad, complained Reeft angrily. I jumped and made a sudden rolling motion, so that the black wolf above me lost its balance and fell to the floor. Before he could get up, I held his stomach with my right front foot and pressed hard. He let out a loud yelp that filled the hall. "Quick, Jason! Bite the tail!" I shouted loudly. Jason sprinted towards us, and the black wolf under me yelped in panic. Jason bit the tip of the black wolf's moving tail, and over time his whines became weaker until finally he became unconscious. Blood flowed from his tail, which was bitten by Jason. The fog created by Ruster thinned, and the people who were originally panicking now became calmer. Their eyes looked blank, and I think that the mist Ruster created makes them see illusions. They couldn't see me, Jason, and the black wolf as wolves. They would only see me and the other two as humans fighting. Mayor Monroe and Francis breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the black wolf had been paralyzed. "Mr. Raiden, we should just disperse everyone and let's talk in private," said Francis in a hoarse voice. "Why, Mr. Francis?" asked Athena as she approached me. He took my arm, but his gaze was fixed on Francis sharply. "Weren't all of them, those journalists, invited by you so that they could witness us, the werewolves being humiliated and the cooperation plan being rejected easily?" Francis' face turned bright red. "You might think that about me, Luna. However, it seems you also saw that werewolves are indeed dangerous. This black wolf suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd. What if a victim fell because of its attack?" Athena snorted sarcastically. "And who do you think paralyzed the criminal werewolf? Was it the human police? You? Your colleagues who have been staring cynically at us for a while? Look, even though there are bad werewolves among werewolves, there are quite a few good werewolves. Isn't that the same? There are bad humans, but there are always good humans to overcome them. Why do you have to suppress us when humans are also the same, the best between black and white?" Athena's long speech stunned Francis, and Mayor Monroe was stunned, then clapped her hands happily. "Wow, Luna, you are truly amazing," Mayor Monroe exclaimed. He turned to Francis. "Luna, Athena is right, Mr. Francis. We can't be biased. Raiden is responsible for dealing with the problem of werewolves affected by magic, but we also need to immediately deal with the problem of illegal drug trafficking, which makes humans violent. We each have our duties. Everyone has homework that needs to be done, and it would be better if we worked together instead of tearing each other down." I listened to their debate without making any comments and had the soldiers lead everyone present in the hall, including the human police, out of the hall and arranged for them to leave safely. Meanwhile, Jason and Albert tie up the unconscious black wolf on the floor. He hasn't changed his human form yet. "As you wish, Mr. Francis," said Mayor Monroe angrily. "If you still insist on refusing to sign the cooperation agreement, go ahead, I don't care. But remember, if one day you need my help or the werewolves' help, don't expect that you will get it." Mr. Francis," said a woman who had been standing behind Francis. "I think, for once I agree with Mayor Monroe's words. This illegal drug trafficking case, related to black magicians as suppliers and humans as users and dealers, I'm not sure we can handle it alone. We can't handle the magicians and just werewolves who can." Francis was stunned to hear the input from her subordinates. He looked at his hand, at the copy of the presentation file that Jason and I presented. I saw him take several deep breaths while thinking, then look at me. "Alpha Raiden, it looks like there are still several things we need to resolve. The black wolf is one of them. I hope we can meet again in the near future and all the problems have been resolved," said Francis in a formal tone. I smiled because I knew he had given up. "Of course, Mr. Francis, I will solve this problem immediately, and I will help you deal with the black magicians who are supplying illegal drugs that have been circulating among humans recently." Francis nodded and extended her hand towards me, which I took formally. Mayor Monroe patted me and Francis' shirt gently on the shoulder, then shook both of our hands. "Luna, Athena, I admit that you deserve to be Luna," said Francis to Athena before leaving. "You are a strong, broad-minded, brave, and independent woman. If I didn't know the background that you are human, I would have thought you were born as a she-wolf." Athena smiled politely. "Thank you, Mr. Francis. I'm sure that's a compliment. I just want to be the best and useful for humans and werewolves, because I stand between the two and am also part of both." I called Gordon and Albert, while Jason escorted Mayor Monroe and Francis out of the hall. "We have to take this wolf to the pack and interrogate him. I'm sure there's something else we need to investigate behind the attack he made earlier," I said firmly. "I think there are more information about the Black Wizard." "Yes, Alpha, we'll take him right now," said Gordon. "It looks like he'll wake up in a moment. Take him and lock him up underground. I'll be home soon," I ordered. After Gordon and Albert left with the Black Wolf, I grabbed Athena's hand. "Let's go home, baby. We have new agendas we need to work on," I said glumly. Athena looked at me with furrowed brows. "Darling, why do I feel like that Black Wolf looks familiar?" I took a breath. "Actually, I feel the same way. Are we thinking the same?" Athena and I exchanged glances, and I knew that the name she was thinking of was the same as the name that was now in my brain. "Don't come," I said to Athena. "He might be dangerous." Athena nodded obediently. She squeezed my hand gently. Be careful. Don't let your guard down. He's very evil and annoying. I smiled and kissed the back of his hand gently. Sure, baby. I'll be all day. I went to the basement after Gordon and Jason informed me that the Black Wolf had regained consciousness. I entered the 3-by-3-meter prison and saw the Black Wolf lying on the floor, but he was already moving and his eyes were open. His snout was tied, as were his 4 legs, and the gray patch on his tail was starting to fade slowly. He will return to his original form when all the spots disappear. I looked at her eyes, which were now starting to change, from originally being red, now starting to turn black again, and when I saw that, I knew that most likely my and Athena's guesses were right. I squatted in front of him. Gordon, remove the muzzle, I said. Gordon untied the rope that tied the Black Wolf's snout, and he growled angrily at me. I think I know who you are, I said sarcastically. I'm just waiting until you show your true form because I know that process is very painful. The Black Wolf was now yelping, and I saw the corners of its eyes water. He was already helpless because the influence of magic in his body began to slowly disappear, and now, his real body was starting to weaken due to the effects of magic that damaged the inside of his body. Gordon and Albert, prepare all your troops and be on standby. It seems, after the wolf returns to its form, it will provide important information for us, I said in a low voice to the betas who had gathered outside the prison to talk to me. Alpha, I just received information that a group of white magicians requested permission to meet specifically for you, said Jason. They were very angry about this problem and agreed to help us eradicate the Black Wizard Alliance that has tarnished the image of wizards. Find time for them, but first let's take care of that wolf. I'm sure he didn't just attack. He must have a certain mission, I said. We all turned around at once when we heard a loud groan from inside the prison. I returned there, followed by the betas, and watched as the Black Wolf began to slowly change back to its human form. Hello, Shane, I said, as he finally turned into a human again. Shane gasped with difficulty. I poured water on his face so he stuttered. Forgive me, Alpha Raiden, Shane stammered. Forgive me. Send him against the wall, I said to Albert, who was standing behind Shane, just in case he put up a fight. However, it seemed Shane was already weak because his strength had been damaged by Jason's previous bite. Albert dragged Shane, who was bound hand and foot, and leaned him against the wall. Jason provided a chair for me to sit in front of Shane. Why are you doing this, Shane? Do you still think you can win over me? I asked sarcastically. Shane seemed to feel dizzy because he shook his head several times. I'm guilty, Shane said hoarsely. I was influenced by the lure of those black wizards. What did they promise you? I asked. They said they would help get Athena back for me, as revenge for you. They told me to distribute the drugs they made to humans, to make the situation chaotic and all your plans fall apart, Shane said warily. I snorted sarcastically. So apparently he really wanted Athena back to him. You will be tried before the moon goddess, I said flatly. Tell me what you know about the alliance of black magicians, and I will ease your suffering while awaiting trial. Shane laughed weakly. That's not necessary, Alpha Raiden. Right now, the poison that was injected into my body has almost spread to my heart, and I can only survive another hour or two. Are you stupid? I asked sarcastically. Why did you allow yourself to be poisoned if you really had a goal so that you wanted to be made a slave by them? This is because of Cora and my child. After Cora returned and she was about to give birth to my child, I no longer wanted to continue collaborating with those black wizards. The wounds I received after the battle with you were very serious, and Cora took care of me painstakingly, when she should have been preparing myself to be a mother, said Shane in a trembling voice. The black wizards were looking for me, and when they found me, they threatened to kill Cora and the child she would give birth to. I was helpless and obeyed them again. I listened to Shane's narrative without interrupting. If it's true what he said, that he's at the end of his life, there's no point in keeping him down. He will definitely say everything. What are they planning? I asked. Wizards have discovered that hybrids, the children of ordinary werewolf marriages, can make perfect puppets. The children usually have greater strength than ordinary humans and are easier to control than wolves. Hybrid? I asked in surprise. Yes, the witches deliberately made these illegal drugs to confuse humans. When they are addicted, humans will be easily controlled in order to look for and collect hybrids, which they will later form into an army to destroy large packs and rule the world humans, and also the werewolf world, Shane said at length. Savage, I hissed irritably. That's such a crazy ambition. They are also after your son, Alpha Raiden, said Shane. They thought your child would be the strongest hybrid, so they kept an eye on Athena and waited for the moment she would give birth. I was quite surprised by Shane's honest confession. Maybe because he realized that he wouldn't live long. Apparently he had been tricked into collaborating with them, and was unable to escape after learning the truth. The wizards want to show the world that they are the strongest group, and they also intend to destroy all other supernatural beings, including the white wizards, continued Shane in an increasingly weak voice. You're getting weaker, I said. I turned to Jason. Bring him some drinking water. No need for Alpha Raiden, Shane refused. Water will make the poison in my body work faster. So what do you need now? Just tell me before you die, I said. I need to meet Athena, Shane said quietly. If you don't mind, I need to apologize to him. Gordon shook his head, disagreeing with me fulfilling Shane's wishes. However, I knew that he would die soon because his eyes were starting to lose focus and his breathing was getting heavier. Get Luna Athena here, I said to Jason. Not long after, Athena came to the prison with Jason. He looked at Shane with eyes full of hatred. So I guessed right that it was you, Shane, said Athena curtly. Shane looked at Athena with half-closed eyes. Athena, I'm sorry, Shane said hoarsely. Athena turned to me and whispered, What happened to him? Why is he like that? The black wizards played a trick on him, forcing him to follow them with the promise that they would help him get you. Now it all turned on him and he was poisoned, I answered, explaining the situation. Athena stared and shook her head. How stupid you are, Shane. Now it's not only you who has to bear the mistakes you made, but also Cora and your child. I looked at Shane, who had his head down and tears streaming down his cheeks. I know, Athena, Shane whispered in a choked voice. I beg you, forgive me and let me atone for my mistakes with my death. Athena and I exchanged glances. Shane looked up with his eyes almost closed, but his tears were flowing freely. Courtesy of Cora and my son, Alpha Raiden, I beg of you. They are innocent. I have made them suffer, Shane said in an increasingly soft voice. I'm sorry, aahhnn. Shane's head fell to his chest. I grabbed Athena's shoulder when I felt her hand tremble in mine. Shane Morgan's life has ended. Athena POV. I saw with my own eyes and head. Shane died in front of me. This is a tragic ending for Shane and I feel sorry for him. Raiden ordered his men to take care of Shane's death and he asked me to help Cora with the news. Luna, Miss Cora has come, said No, while I was preparing lunch. She's carrying the baby, No whispered. Just tell her to wait in the living room, No, I said. I'll be there soon. After No left, I took several food storage boxes and put the various foods I made into them. I knew Cora wasn't doing well lately and she had a baby. I didn't want to be prepared to be mean to her. Cora and her baby are also victims of another form of Shane's crimes. Even if Cora had done something evil to me, I would assume she had already received punishment for what she had to go through recently. Cora stood up from her restless seat when I entered the living room. She was holding her baby, who looked calm and undisturbed. Luna, she said, bowing. Sit down, I said, and just put your baby to sleep on the sofa so she can sleep soundly. Cora obeyed my words and I smiled, looking at the tiny baby who was still sleeping peacefully on the sofa. The baby girl looked like Cora, with darker skin like Shane. Her body looked thin and her cheeks were mottled with prickly heat. My throat felt like it was constricting when I saw the baby because I suddenly thought of my younger siblings in the orphanage. Cora, I called you here on Alpha Raiden's orders, I said quietly. I have to tell you that. Shane is dead. The corners of Cora's eyes twitched and began to fill with tears. Are you sure he's really dead? Cora asked haltingly. Yes, Cora, I was in front of him when it happened. He is death for being poisoned by the black magician he follows, I said. Did he leave a message for me? Cora asked in a trembling voice. For a moment, doubt enveloped me. He begged Alpha Raiden not to punish you and your child. Cora's tears rolled down her cheeks, but she quickly wiped them away again. Cora, don't worry. Alpha Raiden has spoken with the elders, and they agreed that you will live in the village in this pack as soon as the investigation into Shane's crimes is complete, I said softly. I could feel Cora's sadness. It didn't feel good to be abandoned in the painful way she experienced, especially with a baby with her. Cora took my hand and squeezed it gently. Thank you for everything. I was very mean to you, and I really regret it. I hope you will forgive me. No need to discuss it anymore, I said. It's all over, and I'm sorry if my words offended you, but I feel that Shane deserves to die for the sake of everyone's peace, especially for your child and my child who will be born. Cora nodded. Yeah, I feel that way too. To be honest, I'm sad that he died like that, but I also feel relieved. I asked No to bring the boxes of food I had packed for Cora and escorted her out. Raiden came home tired, not long after Cora left. He said that Shane had been taken care of, and the elders and all the small alpha packs had been informed of the situation regarding information about the hybrids. He realized that if no action was taken, the entire wolf pack and human society would face a significant threat. Baby, so far we have only focused on the issue of violence between couples, but it turns out there is a bigger threat than that, said Raiden glumly. I didn't think that those black magicians would target those hybrid children at all. Yes, darling, it completely escaped our attention, I replied. So what can I do to help? If you don't mind, you can closely monitor the half-bloods in our pack, especially those that haven't been discovered yet. Of course, honey. I will immediately collect the data, because now it's easier. I already have data on couples who had problems before, I said quickly. Raiden hugged and laid his head on my shoulder. This is really comfortable. I'm really tired, and this isn't finished at all, right? I stroked Raiden's thick hair. Be patient. Soon all problems will be resolved. Raiden lifted his head from my shoulder and kissed my forehead and the tip of my nose with light movements. I'm lucky because you always accompany me, Raiden muttered. I don't know what it would be like without you. I definitely wouldn't be able to move. You're great, darling. Even without me, you're always great, I said while kissing his forehead. Now, what are you going to do? I will return to consult with human representatives. This problem must be immediately discussed and resolved, said Raiden. Our meeting with human representatives this time was only with the mayor of Monroe, Francis, and his deputy, as well as the main betas, Jason, Gordon, and Albert. I really didn't think they had such an impressive plan. muttered Mayor Monroe. Francis was also very worried that the Black Wizards might have started their plans without anyone realizing. Recently, there have been several cases of kidnapping, but I don't know whether the parents of the children who were victims were mixed couples or not, said Francis worriedly. This means we have to work together to eradicate the black magicians, because they don't just make and distribute illegal drugs, but they have bigger plans, said Raiden. I'm sorry, Mr. Raiden, how do you know about these hybrids? Do they have special characteristics that are different from other human children, or other wolf children? Asked Francis' representative. No, they don't have any special markings, and to the naked eye they will look the same as other children, whether human or werewolf, said Raiden. Signs that they are hybrids will appear when they reach puberty, between 12 and 18 years, namely with their ability to transform into werewolves and accompanied by unusual supernatural abilities. There is a Gamma in my squad who can create mist. He is a hybrid, the result of marrying a werewolf with a witch, said Gordon. Dia baru menunjukkan kemampuannya saat usianya 13 tahun. That means hybrid children under the age of puberty cannot be recognized yet? Francis asked. Yes, answered Raiden. The only way, we have to register the parents, and if mixed couples have children, then we have to secure them. The target of black magicians is young hybrid children because they are more easily influenced. Adult hybrid children definitely cannot be influenced, added Jason. This will be hard work because it will definitely be difficult to collect data on mixed couples in the human world. They are usually more secretive and keep their marriages secret, said Raiden seriously. After hearing Raiden's statement, the mayor looked very worried. I think, Mr. Raiden, we should start gathering many allies in human society to fight the witch conspiracy, said Mayor Monroe. We will also need a lot of werewolf help to eradicate the increasingly widespread distribution of drugs, said Francis reluctantly. We will help, said Raiden firmly, because this is our common problem. Raiden POV. This is what my team and I found in all the big packs, said Athena. That means in the small packs under this pack too. But, I looked up, hearing the doubt in the voice of the woman I loved. But what, baby? What were you thinking? I'm not sure this is all covered, dear. I think there are still mixed couples who try not to reveal their identities, and even hide their children so that they are not recorded, said Athena sadly. Although, Adela and I tried our best to explain the situation that their children were being targeted by the Black Wizard Alliance to be made into puppets, they didn't seem completely convinced. I grabbed Athena's hand and pulled it gently until she fell on my lap. My work chair creaked softly. You've been getting heavier lately, I muttered, pretending to complain. Athena hit my shoulder while pouting. I laughed and kissed her neck. Athena's pregnancy is getting bigger, and she looks even sexier with her stomach, breasts, and buttocks getting firmer and fuller. He makes me horny for her all the time, and strangely enough, she seems to be just like me. She never refuses when I approach her, even if it's almost every day. She is relentless and sometimes even teases me first, especially when she sees I'm upset. She is my stress medicine and fatigue buster. Don't worry, darling, what you have done is more than enough. This list helps a lot. At least more than 90% of the hybrid children in the pack can be kept safe. The rest will definitely follow slowly, I said while stroking her arm. Athena put her arms around my neck and rested her forehead on the side of my head. And what about the next plan? I'm afraid the criminals will act soon. We still haven't been able to find a proper method for human representatives to record the hybrids living among them, and I'm sure there are more than those in the pack, said Athena. She kissed my hair, and I heard him mumble. Jason proposed a method. He will form a campaign team to announce the danger posed by the Black Wizards. Albert has contacted Francis's assistant to work together in carrying out the campaign on the human world, and we will do it simultaneously throughout the country, to warn the Black Wizards, I said while stroking Athena's stomach. The baby in Athena's stomach moved slowly, and it seemed like his feet were kicking towards my hand. I chuckled at the pleasant sensation. Athena cringed, feeling her stomach stretch from the baby's movements. Don't take him for a joke now, Daddy. He'll give me cramps all day, unless... I looked up and my eyes met Athena's dim eyes, looking at me with passion. My junior stiffened slowly, pushing Athena's ass above me. She sighed seductively and bit her bottom lip. By the moon goddess, this woman has a worse effect on me than all the illegal drugs in the world. I brought her to her feet. I need inspiration to write a campaign speech against those damn wizards, baby, I said against her fragrant neck. Come on, give me an idea. Athena looked at me with a beautiful thin smile, then kissed my lips fiercely. I looked around feeling satisfied. Everyone I invited to this meeting had gathered, and they all looked enthusiastic and excited. I myself felt fresh and fit, after 2 hot rounds with Athena the previous afternoon. She was really fierce, and I was about to start the 3rd round, when she shyly said that it was her baby who wanted me to visit him. Really cute. To unite all credible forces, Athena and I decided to plan an operation aimed at uncovering the truth and stopping the witch conspiracy. The first thing we did was hold a secret meeting by inviting several mixed couples who were influential in the entire pack, and also those living outside the pack, the elders of the entire pack, and also human representatives. Mr. Francis entrusted it to you and Luna, Alpha Raiden, said Daisy, Francis' representative, who seemed very enthusiastic about this situation. I have been appointed as the head of the team handling this hybrid problem, and I eagerly await the destruction of those evil wizards. Athena looked interested in hearing Daisy's words. Miss Daisy, I see that you have succeeded in softening Mr. May Francis from his stubbornness against us. Why? Daisy smiled. My sister married a werewolf and now they moved to Antarctica because they felt unwelcome here. This makes me angry. I don't think she's different just because she married a man who can change into a gray wolf. Why? Love is love, right? Even if you marry a ghost. Athena and I looked at each other, then we laughed together at Daisy's words. Ah, you're so amazing, Miss Daisy, Athena said cheerfully. She leaned toward Daisy. And I guess you also found that men who can transform into wolves are sexy, right? I know you have eyes to one of us here. Daisy's face turned bright red and she glanced nervously back and forth. I found one, but he doesn't seem interested in me, Luna. I will help you, Athena said seriously. I already know how to properly attract their attention. Baby, what are you talking about? I said, shaking my head, not understanding what they were discussing. This meeting, which was held secretly, resulted in a satisfactory agreement. Everyone present felt the same worry and anger about the actions of the Black Wizards. They are all willing to take an active part in the campaign, which will be carried out widely and simultaneously, to reveal the criminal actions of these Black Wizards and call for vigilance. We will spread the word among other supernatural beings so that they are also on guard. Alpha Raiden, said Olivia Reven, representative of the Shifters. The Shifter leaders feel confident that the Black Magicians will probably spread to other creatures if they succeed in controlling the werewolves. Yes, you are absolutely right, Mrs. Olivia, said Raynol Lu, head of the Vampire Association. Moreover, the hybrid children from our descendants are children who will live forever and have extraordinary abilities. Even though he seems arrogant and likes to brag, Raynol is one of the friends I have really relied on all this time, because he and his pack have been very loyal to werewolves since our ancestors made a peace agreement. We all discussed what negative impacts would occur if the Black Wizards were allowed to run rampant, and all came to unanimous agreement that the campaign should be carried out as quickly as possible. First of all, we will spread the issue about the mission of the Black Magicians to all circles, so that nothing is missed, said Jason, who I invited to take over the presentation of the campaign's strategic plan. We will immediately hand over the campaign materials to all of you. After that, according to the schedule we have set for each material that will be distributed, we will carry out campaign movements in a separatist, intensive, and hand-in-hand manner. Agree! Everyone shouted in unison and excitedly. Well, you were all planning to wipe out one of us, but didn't invite me at all? All eyes turned to the entrance. I stared at the two male figures entering with wide eyes. That's my father, former Alpha Augustus, and his best friend. Athena nudged my arm while smiling broadly. I looked at her with raised eyebrows. Baby, you know about this? I was confused. She nodded. Yeah, he called me yesterday and asked about his grandson, so I asked him to come tonight. Anyway, he also helped me look for all the hybrids in the small packs. He's so good at influencing people that they all feel confident in what he says. Well, Alpha Raiden, I will be the front guard for you. At least my old brain really knows who is the mastermind behind all this trouble, said the white-haired man beside my father. He is Haruman Gandhi, the elder of the Witch clan, who has long been rumored to have gone into exile after an incident that killed his wife and children. Haruman and my father have been friends since they were little, and I think my father knows what made Haruman isolate himself 10 years ago. His presence now was something unexpected and beyond my expectations. Haruman's words made everyone cheer happily, and I felt my heart full of surging feelings. Let's finish all this, my Alpha, before our baby is born, Athena said, squeezing my hand. Recently, he's been kicking me really hard, as if he can't wait to make you the former Alpha Raiden. Oh baby, you're turning me on again. Athena looked at me and the light in her eyes made me want to end the meeting immediately. I feel quite satisfied with the campaign that has been carried out intensively recently. Everyone involved in this project was very serious. It is true that unity can be built if we have a common enemy. Haruman was really very helpful. He not only gave social advice, but also gave a lot of input about strategy. I still don't know clearly which of the two of them played a big role in the alliance. They moved very neatly and hidden, said Haruman, when we discussed the Black Magician Alliance. Who do you suspect? My father asked seriously. Is it the same person who did that to you? My father and Haruman came at the right time. Athena forbade my father from returning to his own mansion because she saw how thin he was. My father, who apparently had never gone abroad, traveled from pack to pack disguised as a traveler, gathering information about Black Wizards, the rebel movement of the rogues, and also the chaos in the human world related to werewolves and other supernatural creatures. Even though my father refused because he didn't want to be a bother, Athena wanted to improve my father's condition by feeding him a lot and continuously. I suspect Wyland Locke not only because of what he has done before, but because I know he is very ambitious for power, said Haruman darkly. This is not just because of my personal grudge, but it has long been a source of unrest for our clan. I cleared my throat with awkward alacrity. I'm sorry, Master Haruman, but if you don't mind telling us what really happened in the Wizard clan, causing it to split and become two opposing camps. Haruman turned to my father, and my father shrugged while looking at him meaningfully. I feel like they are communicating with the language of the heart. I have a representative who I really trust, since I was named master, said Haruman. Incidentally, he is also related to my cousin. His name is Wyland Locke. He is an intelligent and enthusiastic person, but unfortunately he is ambitious and selfish. I think I've heard that name before, I muttered, trying to remember. Yes, his name was very famous after he carried out a coup against my government at that time, 10 years ago, said Haruman slowly. He wants to control humans and use his magic to attract them to become followers or kill them if they do not obey. Didn't they call that time the Black and White War? I asked after remembering the incident. Yes, you're right. In that incident, Wyland killed my wife and daughter with the poison he concocted. Actually, he showed me the poison, but my wife and daughter drank the concoction, said Haruman in a choked voice. After that, he ran away and the wizards and humans who had been affected by his influence protected him so he wasn't tracked. Apparently he hid to strengthen himself and appeared again now. Why do you suspect Wyland? My father asked gently. The drugs that are being distributed now are very similar to the poison that my wife and children used to drink. I think he has changed the poison into another form, with the same basic ingredients, said Haruman firmly. He is very dangerous and must be stopped immediately, said Athena angrily. 2 days later, Albert reported that there were several members of the Black Alliance who were causing chaos in several places by spreading tear bombs, causing chaos and injuring humans, and also several supernatural creatures who happened to be in that place. Haruman chuckled in response to the news. I think the campaign we are running is starting to show results. Wyland is starting to get annoyed, and he is definitely starting to feel the pressure. He is a person who has a very high ego and will quickly become upset when he sees his business being disrupted. I was optimistic that by slowly disrupting the alliance, the leader would soon emerge. He definitely wouldn't stand by watching his business be ruined. Me, my father, and Haruman were discussing what steps we needed to take next, when Jason asked for permission to meet. Alpha Raiden, former Alpha Augustus, and Master Haruman, I have just received information that the Black Magician Alliance will hold an inauguration ceremony for new members in the Forbidden Forest, 5 nights from now, said Jason. Where did you hear that? I asked calmly. I don't want to be lured by fake news because it might put my pack in danger. Gordon has managed to catch a person who threw a tear bomb at a clinic, and with his method, he managed to extract information from that person, Jason answered, smiling meaningfully at me. Instantly I understood what Jason meant by Gordon's special method. It wasn't just an ordination ceremony, Haruman said angrily. That means they've decided it's time to start moving forward with a bigger plan. That means we also have to prepare immediately, said my father firmly. Wyland will absorb the power of the humans he has influenced and become even stronger. We must destroy him before the ceremony is completed. I racked my brain, looking for a way to break the power of the Black Wizards, after getting directions from Haruman and my father. My phone rang while my head was spinning hard strategizing. I looked at the number, and it was a foreign number. Hello, I greeted. Raiden, shouted a voice I recognized. That's Shirlane. Shirlane, what do you want? I asked in a cold tone. She had disappeared for a long time, but why had she appeared again now? Oh, you are very fierce, darling, said Shirlane in a seductive tone. I just wanted to say hello. I don't have much free time to talk to you. Tell me, what do you want? I asked impatiently. Don't be too tense, Raiden, said Shirlane. I heard what happened to Shane. That fool really didn't use his brain, but I'm sure you'll be interested in hearing the news I'm about to convey, Raiden. What do you mean, Shirlane? Don't make things up, I snapped loudly. Just listen to me for a moment, Raiden, said Shirlane. I know that the Black Wizard Alliance is targeting hybrid children to become puppet troops, and since you have disrupted their plans with those campaigns, the hybrid couples have become more vigilant and protect their children more strictly. I'll end this conversation if you're just going to ramble on about something useless, I said loudly. Wait a minute, Raiden, prevented Shirlane. Athena has managed to protect a lot of hybrid children, right? How great she is. But there is one hybrid child who has escaped your protection, and that child has great potential to become the most devastating destroyer if the Black Wizards become aware of its existence. What do you mean, Shirlane? I asked annoyed. I was starting to feel sick of Shirlane's strange attitude. Gino. You forgot Gino, said Shirlane, laughing. Who's he? I asked in surprise. Evelyn's sister, your Luna's best friend. She is not Evelyn's biological brother, and he is a hybrid child. Her father is an alpha from a pack in the southern region of Thailand, and her mother is a human who comes from the same village as Evelyn's mother. This was an unexpected thing. Where did you get that information? I asked warily. I know Greg, Evelyn's ex-husband, well. I heard he was going to be thrown on Ghost Island, so I visited him in prison and he said that. He married Evelyn because he was after Gino, said Shirlane calmly. Well, thank you for that information. I can think of it as something that can lessen your mistakes a bit, I said in a formal tone. I moved the phone away from my ear when Shirlane suddenly screamed. Don't you have a heart, Raiden? That is very valuable information, Shirlane screamed. Gino is not an ordinary hybrid child. His grandfather was also a vampire, and he has the ability to restore himself, and most likely he will be immortal. I'll handle that, I said. Get rid of Athena? Shirlane shouted. And make me your Luna. What? I asked confused. Get rid of Athena, and I will protect Gino, or I will share this information with the Black Wizard Alliance, Shirlane said firmly. Right now, I'm the only one who knows where Geno is. You must be really crazy. Leave Gino to my betas and you go before I decide not to consider you as part of my pack forever. Shirlane sobbed and then laughed like crazy. Just watch, Raiden. You'll regret rejecting me. I stared at the phone screen in confusion. Why information about Evelyn's sister never reached me? Even Athena doesn't seem to know. Sure enough, Athena was very surprised when she heard what Shirlane said. We have to contact Evelyn immediately, dear. I'm sure she doesn't know about her brother either, said Athena seriously. She called Evelyn, but she never connected even though she tried many times. Where is she? Muttered Athena, panicked. Evelyn, come on, answer your phone. I ordered Albert to find out where Evelyn and her brother were, while Jason, Gordon, and I planned an attack strategy. Athena was very panicked because she couldn't contact Evelyn. Albert received news that currently Evelyn, her brother, and his aunt were on holiday at the beach in the north. I immediately ordered Albert to take his men there to look for them, and immediately take them to the village to get maximum protection. Hearing the news, Athena seemed to calm down a little. Albert is the best tracker in the whole country. He would definitely find Evelyn's family soon. The night before the Black Wizard ceremony, everyone and I prepared and held a final briefing, and unexpectedly, Alpha Damian Kim of the Silverfang Pack, Shirlane's father, who had never appeared until now, insisted that he was neutral in this chaotic situation because he had a wizard relative who was a follower of the Black Wizard Alliance, suddenly came with a very worried face. Alpha, Raiden, help me, said Alpha Damian. My daughter was kidnapped and will be killed to be used as an offering in the Black Wizard ceremony tomorrow. I and everyone in the room were stunned. Shirlane, Athena hissed angrily. What else did she do now? So annoying. I really made a big mistake. No one knew that Evelyn's younger brother was actually a hybrid, and he even came from 2 generations and 3 types united in a marriage bond between creatures. I'm sure Evelyn herself doesn't know Gino's true identity. Greg, her ex-mate, discovered this fact and trapped her in an abusive marriage because he had certain intentions towards his brother. After receiving information from Shirlane, Gordon checked that Greg, who was awaiting punishment, would be exiled to Ghost Island. He wanted to ask for information about what Greg knew about Geno, but when he arrived, Greg had already died from an overdose of illegal drugs made by the Black Wizards Alliance. Suspicion is widespread that many of the perpetrators of violence who have been arrested were followers of an alliance of Black Wizards, and after being caught, they deliberately committed suicide with illegal drugs so as not to reveal their secrets. Then, Alpha Damian Kim, Shirlane's father, came to me and asked for my help in freeing his captured daughter to be used as an offering at the Black Wizards Alliance ceremony tonight. So far, Alpha Damian has never participated in the campaign. He reasoned that he was in a wrong position because he had wizard relatives, and it was possible that they were followers of the Black Wizard Alliance. How did you know that Shirlane was kidnapped by the Black Wizard Alliance? Jason asked in disbelief. A few days ago, Shirlane said she would help you, Alpha Raiden, save one of his important hybrid children, but she said she needed to bargain with you first, said Damian warily. Then she didn't come home, and this morning I found a black chicken whose neck was almost severed, butchered in front of the house door, and one of the chicken's legs was wrapped with a piece of cloth from the bandana Shirlane wore the last time she left the house. I turned to Gordon. No news from Albert yet? Gordon shook his head. I'll try to contact him again. I turned to Athena, who looked gloomy and squeezed her hand. Well, baby, what do you think we should do first? Our troops are all ready for the attack tonight, said Athena thoughtfully. But we can't let Shirlane be killed as an offering, especially if Evelyn's brother's life is also threatened. We'll just split this mission in 2, said my father with a frown. Maybe each troop is not optimal, but what Athena said is true. At that time, Gordon came in with a tense face. Albert said he managed to save Evelyn and her aunt, but Geno was taken by several Black Wizard followers, and he didn't have time to save Gino. My head feels dizzy from facing these continuous problems, but this is my responsibility as an alpha, and I cannot ignore it, no matter how hard it is. I immediately changed command and did as my father suggested, after running the situation over to several squad leaders. Right now, I feel very grateful because everyone is really serious and responds well to my orders. They are very obedient and ready to do anything. Baby, don't worry, I will save Geno and bring him back. Calm Evelyn and her aunt when they come back, I said to Athena, 2 hours before leaving for the Forbidden Forest. Athena really wanted to come, but considering her heavily pregnant condition and the possible danger, I didn't want to risk anything happening to her. Then, Haruman approached Athena with a serious face. Luna, is this your first pregnancy? Haruman asked carefully. Yes, Master Haruman, answered Athena with some surprise. Why? Can I touch my stomach? Haruman asked again. Athena looked at me. I nodded. Please, Master Haruman, Athena said to Haruman. Haruman placed his left palm on Athena's stomach, and she closed her eyes while muttering something. A few moments later, Haruman reopened his eyes and turned to me. Alpha Raiden, I think in this battle you should bring Luna with you, Haruman said firmly. What? I was very surprised. How was it possible to bring a pregnant woman into the middle of battles and missions? The baby in Luna's belly is a strong shield to protect you from danger. I can feel its strength from the outside, and it emits a very thick energy, said Haruman. Trust me, Alpha, you have to bring Luna with you. I turned to Athena, who also looked surprised, then to my father, who nodded. Give her a sharp, short-handled weapon, and place a soldier of her own choosing to accompany her, said Haruman again. Are you afraid, Luna? Haruman asked Athena. Athena's face looked radiant. She shook his head vigorously. No, I am not afraid, Master Haruman. Good, said Haruman happily. You are indeed great. You are educated and forged by circumstances so that nothing can make you afraid. That is what makes the baby in your stomach so strong. Finally, I agreed to obey Haruman's words. I armed Athena with a tanto katana, which is a short-handled and very sharp samurai sword. Athena chooses Adela as her companion, and Adela swears to protect Athena with her life. My troops left in small groups, and Gordon arranged for each group to leave at different times, 10 minutes apart for each departure. My group and Athena left last. I tried to calm my heart and trust Adela to look after Athena, who was walking behind me. When I arrived at the outer layer leading to the Forbidden Forest, Albert met me. It turned out he had arrived and was waiting for my group to arrive to show me the direction he was tracking. They took them to the east side of this forest. Alpha Raiden, said Albert. They were held hostage in a cave that was sealed and could only be opened when the ceremony was to be performed. That means we can only save them when the black magician breaks the seal on the cave, said Athena. Then Luna and I will wait near the cave, and after the black magician opens the cave, we will follow behind him and save Shirlane and Gino, said Adela firmly. I checked my watch. There were still 2 hours before midnight. The black magicians must be happy to be busy preparing for the ceremony. We will take advantage of their busyness and take them down one by one. That's why my troops are spread throughout the forest. I let Athena and Adela go, accompanied by 4 male soldiers, including Ruster, who I thought could protect them with his artificial mist if there was an emergency that threatened their lives. I entered the forest, moving as slowly and silently as possible among the trees. The sounds of nocturnal animals could be heard amidst the dense leaves and the cool night breeze. Albert immediately directed me to the heart of the forest, where the ceremony would be held. The black wizard, Wyland Locke, must die by my hand, as a power authorization against his followers to make them surrender. Haruman had provided me with a bottle of black oil, which I had to smear on the sword I would use to kill Wyland. I only had one chance to stab that sword into Wyland's heart, because if he had realized the situation, he would have immediately run away again. That's it, Wyland Locke, whispered Albert. My eyes stared at the figure of a tall and thin man, with a face like a raven, wrapped in a shiny black robe, who seemed to be muttering a spell in front of a white stone altar, surrounded by small white stones around it. The stone altar is a symbol for the white witches, and the small stones around it are other creatures, including humans and werewolves, that they will rule, said my father, who was standing behind me. At the peak of the ceremony, they would slit the victim's throat and pour the blood on the stones. The hairs on the back of my neck bristled, imagining that maybe Shirlane's blood would be shed on those stones. Behind me, my men had started to take down the black magician's followers one by one. They moved like shadows and made the wizard's followers surprised and didn't have much time to fight back because of the sudden attack. All attacks were carried out in silence because we were facing an opponent who could do magic, and it was possible that they would do something cunning to fight back. After a while, it seemed like the wizard's followers started to notice that many of their comrades had suddenly disappeared. An open battle began to take place, and from a distance I heard the sounds of swords clanging. Albert ran back and grabbed a white wizard from Haruman's men, asking him to create protection for me and the soldiers closest to the field, because I was sure that soon Wyland and his followers who were in the field would realize the situation. I signaled for the soldiers to spread out around the field and get ready. Midnight was only 20 minutes away. Suddenly there was a scream. We lost the hostage. My heart felt like it fell into my stomach. How is Athena condition? Haruman pulled my hand hard. No, not now, Alpha Raiden. Look, Wyland set a trap near the altar. It seems he has read our movements and is on alert. I looked in the direction Haruman was pointing and saw the leader of the Black Wizards, Wyland Locke, scratching something on the ground around the altar. Then suddenly smoke appeared around him, and when the smoke thinned, he had disappeared. Haruman ran in the direction Wyland had disappeared and looked around the altar while shaking his head. He will soon be carrying out the same ritual in the near future, said Haruman with a chuckle. How can you be sure? What if he runs away altogether after this? That means our mission failed, I said, somewhat annoyed. No, this is just a delay. He has also lost a lot of followers because we have already arrested most of them, Haruman answered firmly. But he can escape, I said sadly. Look at this sign, said Haruman, pointing to the symbols Wyland had drawn on the ground around the altar. These are the symbols of an ancient spell that Haruman will recite during the ceremony. Wyland must continue the ceremony to completion because he has already started it, because if not, the demons he summons will turn to attack and paralyze him. How long does he have until the next ceremony, Haruman? My father asked. A maximum of 3 days, answered Haruman confidently. I have sent my pet owl to follow Wyland, and he will give news soon. Owl? I haven't seen any owls with you since you came to the pack, I said. My father laughed. The owl was on his shoulder and had never left him before, we just couldn't see it. Ah, I understand, I said. My father pulled my hand out of the field. Quick, look for Luna, Raiden. She may have succeeded in her mission, but you still have to make sure she's okay. I ran back towards the forest, followed by the soldiers. My father and Haruman are still in the field looking for signs or perhaps other evidence of Wyland's activities. I arrived in front of the cave where Shirlane and Jinno were being held captive. Athena sat on a rock, panting for breath. Her forehead was bleeding from a long scratch there, and her sleeve was torn, revealing bruises on her fair skin, while Adela seemed to have fainted nearby. Shirlane and Jinno, a middle-aged boy, were in a daze, lying limp near Adela. I immediately ordered my soldiers to secure them to the mansion and told them to call the pack doctor. I knelt in front of Athena and took her shaking hands. "Baby, my love, are you okay?" I greeted softly. She looked at me with teary eyes, then hugged my neck tightly. Instantly my neck was wet with her tears, which were flowing freely. "I killed someone," Athena said with a sob. "I killed him." "Shh, baby, it's okay, it's all done," I said in as gentle a tone as possible. I glanced at the ground and found the tanto katana I gave Athena lying on the grass. The short sword was covered in blood. I grabbed Athena by the knees and back, carried her bridal style, and walked quickly out of the forest. Athena hugged my neck tightly and hid her face in the crook of my neck while continuing to cry. She must have felt shocked by the incident. I have to ask Adela what happened in that cave. Arriving at the mansion, all the main army leaders had gathered in the large hall to check the equipment of their subordinates. Gordon and Albert led them to confirm the condition of their respective troops, while Jason accompanied the pack doctors, husband and wife doctors Agmarn and Eileen Pius, checking all the injured people in the pack clinic not far from the mansion. "Albert, call Dr. Eileen to examine my wife," I ordered Albert. I laid Athena in the middle of the bed in our room and wiped her forehead and sweaty body with a damp towel, careful not to touch her wounds. Athena had stopped crying, but she still looked shocked and didn't let go of my hand at all. Dr. Eileen came in a hurry, and after saluting me, she immediately examined Athena carefully. Athena only suffered minor injuries. The tear on her forehead wasn't too deep and didn't need stitches. The bruises on her arms and legs were also just from a light impact, said Dr. Eileen gently, while cleaning and applying medicine to Athena's forehead. "What you need to pay attention to is her psychological condition, Alpha Raiden. It looks like Luna is a bit shaken, maybe because she was shocked," continued Dr. Eileen. I looked at Athena, who was looking at me blankly and with a pale face. "Yes, Dr. Eileen. She kept saying that she had killed someone, and it was freaking her out," I said. "She wouldn't even kill the ants stuck to her cake." Dr. Eileen injected something into Athena's arm, then rubbed her arm, and not long after, Athena slowly closed her eyes and her breathing became heavy and even. "She sleeps. I gave her sleeping medicine, so she can rest well tonight," said Dr. Eileen. "She will wake up refreshed tomorrow afternoon, and hopefully the shock she experienced will have passed by then. You must continue to accompany her, Alpha Raiden." "Yes, that's for sure, doctor," I said. "And what about Adela, Shirlane, and Jinno? Also the injured soldiers?" "So far, Miss Adela's condition is the most serious. Her back was torn and required 18 stitches. It looks like she was hit by a sword," said Dr. Eileen. "But she can stand it, and Miss Adela's stamina is amazing. She will recover quickly. Jinno and Shirlane are unconscious because it looks like they were given strange sleeping medicine. Meanwhile, the soldiers only suffered minor injuries." I felt very relieved to hear the Dr. Eileen's statement. After Dr. Eileen left, I gave orders to my 3 main betas to stand guard and stay alert. I gave Gordon the opportunity to wait for Adela at the clinic, because I knew he was worried about his girlfriend's condition. I called Mayor Monroe and Francis to report the latest situation, and Mayor Monroe said he would come to the mansion tomorrow morning while Francis would send Daisy. All night until early morning I guarded Athena. She was delirious and cried in her sleep, but after I hugged her tightly she went back to sleep peacefully. Near 9 in the morning, Athena woke up. He grimaced while holding her forehead and looked at me confusedly. "Baby, are you okay?" I asked worriedly. "Honey, aren't you sleeping?" Athena even asked back and touched under my eyes. "Look, the bottom of your eyes is very dark." I took her hand and kissed it gently. "I'm fine. How about you?" Athena nodded and lifted herself up to sit on the bed. "The cave guard tried to stab Adela when we were freeing Shirlane and Jinno," said Athena suddenly. "I stabbed him with my sword and he pushed me against the cave wall. He tried to stab me, but I threw the sword and it hit his chest." I looked at Athena's face, which looked sad. I gently pulled her into my arms. "Baby, you did kill the cave guard, but you did it because you were protecting Adela and defending yourself," I said slowly, trying to make her understand. "You have to do it for Adela and yourself." "But he is still very young," said Athena with tears in her eyes. "When he died, I looked into his eyes and he looked so innocent." I knew that Athena's heart was so soft that she felt so guilty like that. I kissed her forehead for a long time, expressing my growing feelings of love for him. Athena insisted on seeing Adela at the clinic, so after eating and making sure she was really okay, Athena and I walked to the clinic. Adela has just regained consciousness and seems to be doing better, although her back had to receive 18 stitches. She blushed when Athena glanced at Gordon, who had just woken up at Adela's bedside when we entered Adela's room. Not long after we came to the clinic, Evelyn also came accompanied by one of my soldiers. Gino is fine, but you have to put him on the hybrid protection list from now on, Athena said firmly. I'm sorry that I didn't find out more yesterday. I'm to blame, Luna. Never mind you, even though I didn't know he was a hybrid. My father adopted him when I was 12, and at that time lived with my grandmother in another city, said Evelyn sadly. I couldn't find the adoption documents because our house had a fire and many important documents were lost at that time. Oh, Gino, if only I had known sooner, Evelyn muttered. Then how did Greg know about Gino? Asked Athena, confused. I don't understand either, said Evelyn. Unfortunately, Greg has died in prison, so we don't know what made him know Gino's background, I said while hugging Athena's waist. Maybe that will be the only mystery for us. Athena and I took Evelyn to meet Gino. They hugged tightly while crying. I told Albert to put them in the village with their aunt for safety, until Wyland was caught. While Athena and I were talking to some of the soldiers who were being treated, Gordon whispered to me that Alpha Damian had come to visit Shirlane and he wanted to meet me and Athena. I took Athena and met Damian and Shirlane in the room where she was being treated. Alpha Raiden, Luna Athena, I apologize for causing you trouble and endangering yourself to save my daughter, said Damian in a trembling voice. Now, I feel relieved that she is safe, but I know her mistake was very big, so I will surrender her completely to you to receive punishment. Shirlane got out of bed and stood next to Damian, bowing her head. I know my mistake was very big, Alpha Raiden and Luna Athena. I am very grateful because you wanted to save me, Luna, so I will accept whatever punishment will be given, said Shirlane while looking down. I took a breath. Shirlane has betrayed her own people, and she deserves the death penalty, but for that I have to discuss it with the elders. Honey, can I punish her? Athena asked in a whisper. It's nothing dangerous, just wanted to teach her a lesson. I nodded. Athena approached Shirlane and stood in front of her. Raise your face, said Athena in a cold tone. You were so arrogant before, why are you looking down like a coward now? Shirlane looked up and unexpectedly, Athena raised her hand and slapped her very hard, twice, until Shirlane fell 2 steps back. Shirlane's cheeks, which were originally pale, were now bright red. The slap was for Gino and Adela, Athena said firmly. Never take someone's life for granted, let alone play with their life. If you really want to be a Luna, prove yourself capable and worthy, with your own abilities, not by taking advantage of other people or allying with the devil. Shirlane's tears flowed uncontrollably, and she fell to her knees. Forgive me, Luna. I was guilty, and my mistake cannot be repaired. I am ready to accept the death penalty. Stupid, Athena snapped. Then why would I get you out of the cave if now you're dead? Athena's words made me think of something. I approached Athena and grabbed her shoulders gently. I looked into Damian's eyes, which looked sad, but he remained unmoved, then looked at Shirlane, who was still on her knees crying. Shirlane Damian from Silverfang Pack. Starting from this moment, you are no longer part of the big pack that I lead, the White Crescent Moon Pack. You are also not part of Dazzling Country, and I am giving you 3 by 24 hours for you to leave Dazzling Country, and there is no forgiveness for you being allowed back for life. You are exiled for the rest of your life, I said firmly. Shirlane cried loudly, and Damian looked weak. However, they obeyed, and after bowing deeply to me, Damian carried Shirlane and led her out of the clinic. Is that a bad punishment, darling? Athena asked after we returned to the mansion. Yes, it's the second worst punishment after the death penalty. Sometimes I even think that the death penalty would be better, I said seriously. The punishment of being exiled and thrown away like that will leave you in a state of vulnerability for the rest of your life, even for your 7 descendants. Your name will be damaged, and you will be considered as bringing bad luck, and that could have a bad influence on your future life and onto your future children and grandchildren. Oh my, Athena muttered, even though she is involved in the modeling world to support her life. I nodded and guided Athena into the mansion, but Athena suddenly groaned and she bent over in pain. Baby, what's wrong? I asked, shocked. I held her body, which was in pain. Bah, honey, my stomach hurts, moaned Athena. I think, I'm going to give birth. Immediately I panicked. These are false contractions, or in scientific language we call them Braxton Hicks, said Dr. Olson with a big smile. Don't worry, these are symptoms that usually occur near the time of birth. I felt like a big stone had been lifted from my chest when I heard the obstetrician's words. But Alpha Raiden, you have to stay alert because Luna could give birth at any time, said Dr. Olson again. Why do false contractions like this happen, doctor? I asked curiously. What caused it? The causes are quite varied, including dehydration, too strong socks, too much activity or exercise, or because the bladder is too full, answered Dr. Olson. I looked at Athena's face, which had now returned to its original color. She looked calm as she listened to Dr. Olson's explanation. Dr. Olson confirmed that Athena was fine and left after giving Athena additional vitamins. Baby, from now on, you have to rest more and don't feel tired at all, I said while stroking Athena's stomach. We have to be prepared from now on. Athena stroked my arm, which was above her stomach. Honey, we still have an important agenda to make sure Wyland dies and doesn't cause any more chaos. I'll take care of it, I said while kissing Athena's stomach gently. I will resolve this problem immediately so we can welcome our child in peace. Athena nodded and closed her eyes. I accompanied her until she fell asleep. Jason was waiting in front of the room when I came out. His face looked tense. What is it? I asked tensely. Is my father back? Former Alpha Augustus and Master Haruman found clues that Wyland might be carrying out further rituals on Mount Haribu, said Jason. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Mount Haribu, why did he choose that place? I was confused. Mount Haribu is known as a mountain that is often used by humans as a place to carry out activities, such as climbing or hiking. The relatively sloping height of Mount Haribu makes it easier for people to carry out this activity. Because it is not very high, sometimes some people call it Haribo Hill. According to Master Haruman, that's because there will be lots of people passing through there for hiking and climbing, because tomorrow is the weekend, answered Jason. He will take humans to sacrifice to those who cross the mountain, I said. Call all the squad leaders to gather in the hall. We must completely defeat Wyland and his troops this time. I gave instructions to everyone to increase their vigilance and design traps that could paralyze Wyland's followers. The night after, Athena looked at me with a face full of excitement when I was preparing for an ambush. Her face was completely refreshed after getting more sleep and also getting extra vitamins. Baby, are you sure you want to do this? I asked worriedly. She nodded confidently. I want to do it, for everyone's sake and more than that, for our child, Athena said while stroking her stomach. But it could be that this plan won't go as smoothly as we planned, I said anxiously. I think I should just cancel the plan to involve you and bring Geno instead. Athena hugged my waist and looked at me pleadingly. No, let me come, please. You've already spread the rumor and Wyland or his men might be alerted if I don't show up. I looked at her and saw her great determination. The plan to involve Athena was proposed by my father, who returned early in the morning with Master Haruman. Athena would be excellent bait. She is a Luna, a human, and is pregnant with an alpha hybrid child. Perfect for Wyland's goals, my father said excitedly. But that's crazy. I won't let my wife be in danger, I argued immediately. I will protect her, Haruman said firmly. I will guard her with some kind of protection spell that will not be tracked by Haruman, and I am sure, with Athena's ingenuity and courage, she can also carry out this plan. Finally, I allowed Athena to participate after making sure everything would be safe for her. Athena and several members of my squad disguised themselves as tourists. Only Athena looked more striking with her prominent pregnancy. The day before, with the help of Haruman and several other white wizards, my troops had diverted the hikers and mountain climbers to Mount Erasmus, which is located not far from Mount Haribo. They were completely aware of this because the white wizards put up an illusion as if Mount Erasmus, which was actually twice as high as Mount Haribo, was Mount Haribo. Then, so that Wyland and his followers would not become suspicious, the volunteers who had been helping in the rear lines, disguised as hikers and mountain climbers, spread out throughout Mount Haribo, with members of my squad spread out among them to protect them. We also spread rumors that Luna Athena wanted to take a walk on Mount Haribo before giving birth, on the doctor's advice, so that the birth process would go smoothly. Tonight is the appointed time. Haruman's pet invisible owl had returned and brought news that Wyland had been seen coming out of the deepest part of the forbidden forest and sneaking through the darkness of the forest towards Mount Haribo. Athena walked in front of me, along with several Omega men who brought her picnic supplies, a tent, and also some other hiking equipment. Adela, who disguised herself as one of the Omegas, and several other members of the Gamma female squad who walked around Athena as if they were a group of students who will have fun climbing the mountain. Wyland's troops have started to form a formation to surround Luna, Gordon said via mind link to me. I will advance from the south, and make sure you open the way for Master Haruman and the white magicians on all sides, I said firmly. Remember, our main priority is protecting Luna, and if Master Haruman and the witches can't arrive in time, that means my wife's life is in danger. Yes, Alpha, we will make sure everything goes according to plan. In the north, several of Wyland's followers have started to be arrested one by one, and Albert has started to move again, said Gordon. How is Ruster doing? Don't let him run out of energy before all the followers are caught, I said. Gamma Ruster, who has the ability to create fog, is very reliable in this siege because he is tasked with covering up his fellow troops who will ambush Wyland's followers. In excellent condition, Alpha Raiden, said Gordon. Okay. I will move now, and my father will follow from behind, I said, ending the conversation. I walked around Athena's group, then after walking for some time, I could see a small clearing where Wyland had set up an altar for the ceremony. He made an altar similar to the one in the Forbidden Forest and seemed to write the same spells around the altar. I saw him talking to two of his followers who then moved away. The two of them walked far from each other, and when I saw which direction they were walking, I immediately knew that they were assigned by Wyland to kidnap Athena. Even though I really wanted to follow what was happening, I stayed where I was, ready with the sword that had been smeared with the liquid that Haruman had given me to kill Wyland. What happened? I asked via mind link to Adela. Two foreign women asked Luna to chat and seemed to be asking her for directions. Adela answered immediately. Beware, they are Wyland's followers in disguise and assigned to kidnap Athena, I said tensely. Yes, Alpha, I'm following them now, Adela answered. Be careful, Adela, don't let them get suspicious, I said. Let them bring Athena before Wyland. Master Haruman has given Athena a spell that will protect her from black spells. I think. Right now Luna is acting as if she was hypnotized and following her kidnappers, said Adela in an amused tone. She's good at acting. I smiled proudly and kept my eyes trained on Wyland. My current position is very strategic because I have my back to Wyland. I could sneak up behind him while he was performing the ritual, and just as the spell ended and he raised his weapon to slaughter his would-be victim, I would kill him. I knew that this plan carried great risks, and it could be that I was late, or Wyland noticed my movements, or he moved faster to hurt Athena. But this was the only way now, and I couldn't lose another chance. Haruman and the White Wizards followed Athena in the shadows, and they were about to surround the altar area and damage it as Wyland was ready to slaughter Athena when I moved towards him. That meant we all had to move in unison, because if one of us was late, it would be an opening for Wyland to escape again. One more important element: my father will arrest the two Wyland followers who picked up Athena and guarded the altar. From a distance, I heard a low-pitched wolf howl, and I cheered in my heart. That was Albert's howl, and according to the agreement, the howl indicated that he and his troops had succeeded in capturing all of Wyland's followers around Mount Haribu. Athena and the two women who were escorting her arrived in front of Wyland, and suddenly the two women turned back into men. Athena was confused looking at them, but Wyland said something to her while rubbing her head, and I saw Athena didn't move. Wyland then told Athena to sit on a white stone, and he walked around Athena, while his two followers stood at a distance from him watching. "Get ready, Raiden," my father said via mind link. "Watch Wyland's hands." 2 minutes after my father said that, Wyland's hand was raised high. He shouted something unintelligible, and my father moved to release the double arrows in his hands, towards the two guards near Wyland. Both of them fell to the ground, but Wyland immediately realized that he was being targeted, and he immediately grabbed Athena's hair. "You think you can trap me, damn it!" shouted Wyland angrily. He turned around and stopped me from going forward, because the knife was pressed against Athena's neck, and I could see a red line where the knife had stuck. "Go ahead, Raiden. Haruman has protected Athena. She won't be hurt worse than that scratch," said my father, still via mind link. I took a step, and Wyland laughed as he pushed the knife deeper. I heard Athena moan and watched her touch her thigh. Instantly I understood. Athena took out the Tanto Katana sword she kept on her thigh, and I diverted Wyland's attention from her by continuing to advance slowly. "Stop right there, or I'll—" Athena thrust the Tanto Katana sword into Wyland's thigh, and when he was in pain, Athena threw herself to the ground, while I threw the sword in my hand like I was throwing a javelin. The sword stuck straight into Wyland's heart, and while he was still in a state of shock, Haruman and the White Wizards moved to destroy the spells on the ground around the altar with the water they brought. Instantly, the ground around Wyland became smoky. I ran towards Athena and grabbed her to get away. Haruman poured the water in the urn he was carrying towards Wyland's body, which was lying on the ground, dying because of the sword stuck in his heart. He stared wide-eyed at Haruman and mumbled something, but his voice sounded like he was choking. Haruman grinned, then threw the urn at Wyland, making him flinch, and finally fell silent. His body was smoking, and slowly sparks came out and burned his body from the inside until he turned to ashes. Hysterical screams were heard everywhere. "What is that?" asked Athena in fear. "Who shouted?" "Those are Wyland's followers. Their power was also destroyed because of the death of their leader," said Haruman, who walked towards us. He placed his hand on Athena's head. "You were very brave with that sword. If it weren't for you, we would have failed, because Wyland was already aware of our plan. He was distracted because you stabbed him so we could move again. Bless you, Luna." I looked at Athena with mixed feelings. Athena turned her head and looked at me embarrassedly. "Sorry, I didn't tell you about the sword," Athena said softly. My father came over and hugged Athena, then hugged me tightly. "You two are great. I am proud of you. Raiden, you have chosen the greatest Luna among all the Lunas who have ever existed, because she is human," said my father, patting my shoulder lightly. "But now, you have to quickly take Athena home before her wound becomes more painful." I gasped at my father's words and looked at Athena. The scratch on her neck didn't bleed much because the wound was small, but when I looked down, I almost screamed. Athena's skirt, which was originally light yellow, has now changed color to red on the thighs. Athena looked at me while grimacing. "Ouch," she said. Athena POV. The wound on my thigh wasn't deep, but it was quite long and painful too. Dr. Eileen had stitched it up neatly and grumbled throughout the process because she thought I was being careless, putting a katana sword without a sheath on my thigh and only tied with a makeshift rope. Raiden was also angry with me, because of the wound. He's kept me quiet since the day we defeated the black magician Wyland Locke, and it's been 2 days. "Honey, come on. I already apologized to you. Don't stay angry," I said as I sat next to him on the sofa. Raiden was reading a case report that had just been completed. He is also currently drafting a cooperation agreement between werewolves and humans, which will be implemented in the near future. Raiden put the iPad in his hand, then put his hand behind my shoulder, and continued down to my waist. He pulled me tight against his body and rested his forehead on my neck. "Do you know what I felt when I saw her skirt red and soaked in blood, Athena?" Raiden asked quietly. It had been a long time since I last heard him call me by my name. He always called me baby, babe, honey, love, and I started to forget my own name when I was with him. I felt as if my heart had fallen to my feet, and I was helpless. I can face even 100 black wizards, but imagining you getting hurt, it makes me feel paralyzed. Raiden said in a voice that sounded like he was about to cry. Oh God, my heart feels like it's being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. How could there be a man as kind and gentle as this, while I kept doubting his affection and kept thinking about running away from him? How ungrateful of me, rejecting the tenderness and greatness of the love of a man who is so great, while there are many women out there who live a painful couple life. I put my arms around Raiden's neck and kissed his head. Her thick hair smells like a fresh sea breeze. Shamelessly, I slipped my hands inside his shirt and squeezed his muscular chest. Alpha Raiden, I love you so much, I said into his ear, using the most seductive voice I could make, and I want you all the time. However, every time I see you risk your life, I feel like my life is on the line and I'm sure I can't live without you, so I want to defend you to stay alive, even if it hurts me. Raiden raised his head and looked at me with the most loving eyes I had ever seen. He put his lips on mine, smiled and waited for me to smile too, then started to move and suck on my lips like he was enjoying sweet candy. His hand went into the loose blouse I was wearing and moved to caress my stomach, caressing my navel which was protruding because of my growing belly and making me giggle. His hand touched the wound on my thigh caused by the scratch on Tonto's katana sword that was used to stab Wyland. Does it hurt a lot? Raiden asked quietly, his voice sounding sad. That sword is so sharp and your skin is so soft. I smiled and shook my head, unbuttoning his shirt and letting his toned chest and stomach be exposed before my eyes. Looks like I'll face more pain when I give birth, so it's okay, I answered softly. Raiden grimaced. I will ask Haruman to find a spell that can transfer your pain during childbirth to me. I looked at him. If it could be done, would you do it for me? Bear the pain I might feel? Of course, I'm definitely stronger than that. I can't stand seeing you in pain and hurt. It makes me feel helpless, even though I always said I wanted to protect you, Raiden said grimly. I bent down and kissed his forehead. Thank you, but you don't need to do that because I don't like seeing you suffer for me either. Raiden stroked my stomach. Baby, don't you have anything to tell me about this child? Instantly I felt my body turn cold. Why did Raiden ask that? What? I asked nervously. How long are you going to endure, letting me think this child is not my flesh and blood and leaving me after this child is born? I looked at Raiden, who was lying under me with a tight throat and eyes that suddenly felt hot. What was I thinking all this time? Why do I keep prolonging my unreasonable fears? When he was born, my son was a hybrid, but wasn't that good for him? It's not that he will lack two good sides and add two negative sides from me and Raiden. Instead, Raiden and I will provide a lot of good sides to suppress if there is a little negative side to him from his human and wolf sides. Why would I want to keep him away from his great biological father just because I'm afraid he won't be able to live the life of a werewolf? My tears dripped onto Raiden's stomach. Do you know? I know since we made love after you were pregnant, Raiden said softly. He reached out his hand and wiped my tears. This child has the same scent as me, and my inner wolf says that he is my flesh and blood. However, since you said that this was Shane's child, I didn't argue, because to be honest, I became doubtful after you insisted on saying that. Why don't you ask? I asked quietly. Because I want to know why you insist on saying that this child is not mine. My inner wolf thinks you might be afraid that this child will be a heavy burden when he is born, because he is not completely a wolf, replied Raiden, lifting half his body and supporting himself with a sofa cushion to half sitting. Then I heard you talking to Adela about your fears about this child's future fate. It made me sad. I thought you didn't trust me enough to think like that. I fell onto his shoulder and let out a cry there. I'm sorry, darling. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide the fact that this child was yours because I was afraid you wouldn't admit it. We both know that we are both infertile, and you said, you can never make any woman pregnant, but in fact I got pregnant after having sex with you, I said carefully. At first I was doubtful, afraid that my estimate was wrong, because at that time I had also just broken up with Shane. So when I was 8 weeks pregnant, I did a DNA test, using your hair as a comparison, and the results, this child is 99.9% yours. Raiden smiled and stroked my hair. I know, I saw the test results under your layers of clothing in the closet. I pulled away and looked at Raiden. You're not angry? Raiden stared, then pinched my chin in exasperation. Angry? Because my wife is pregnant with my biological child? Athena, did that katana sword scratch your beautiful brain and not just your sexy thigh? I hit his chest in embarrassment. Pervert. Do you still want to leave me? Raiden asked in a more serious voice. He looked at me deeply. I shook my head vigorously. No, absolutely not. I will stick to you for the rest of your life. Even if you chase me away, I will still stick to you. Raiden smiled and stroked my cheek. Good. Don't ever dare leave my side for any reason, because I will chase you even to the ant-hole. I hugged him tightly and hid my face in his strong neck. He smells so good and comfortable. Sorry, I whispered, then kissed his neck. I thought for a moment, then kissed him harder, making a hickey under his ear. He groaned and his hands landed on my buttocks, squeezing gently. I raised my head and looked proudly at the dark red mark on his neck, my handiwork. You are mine, Alpha Raiden Flint Nathaniel. I have marked you, I said firmly. Raiden smiled and moved to scoop up my butt, picked me up like a koala, and walked quickly towards the bedroom. Fine. Now, it's my turn to mark you with a bigger mark, and you won't be able to escape me at all. I giggled, waiting with anticipation what sign he would give me. Raiden POV. After Wyland was defeated, it turned out the work didn't stop there. I and my troops, including all those who were in my line during the eradication of the Black Wizard Alliance, still have to trace the remaining traces of the evil alliance. Many of the followers have not yet been caught and are roaming around, mingling with the general public. However, when we arrested the followers, we found that they all had a special characteristic that indicated that they were members of the alliance, namely a tattoo in the form of a black candle on the right shoulder. Cleaning was carried out on a large scale. Everyone is suspected and examined intensively. Restrictions on going out of town and abroad are implemented simultaneously. One more thing, we spread rumors that we already knew all the identities of the followers who escaped, and if they did not surrender within 1 week, then the snipers would force them to surrender. Even though this also caused a lot of protests, it turned out to be an effective method. In the end, many of the followers surrendered themselves because they were afraid of being shot suddenly by snipers. Slowly but surely, things are becoming more stable. I started to feel relieved because the situation was starting to be controlled. "Hello, Alpha Raiden," Mayor Monroe greeted cheerfully. "I have good news that will definitely make you happy." I smiled at my phone. "What news, Mayor? Did I get the award for Best Black Wizard Slayer this year?" "Something like that," said Mayor Monroe enthusiastically, "and you should know that it was a suggestion from our beloved Mr. Francis." I laughed at my interlocutor's words. I have heard that with the help of several Beta and Gamma people who I assigned to help Francis eradicate illegal drug dealers made by black magicians, the case has been resolved little by little, and the chain of drug trafficking can be broken. The defeat of Wyland, who was the leader of the Black Wizard Alliance, marked the end of the conspiracy and ushered in a new era of peace for humans and werewolf society. "I'm happy that in the end we can all overcome all these problems together, Mayor," I said sincerely. "You and your wife are heroes, Alpha Raiden, and that is why I'm calling you now, because the City Council will hold an award ceremony for you and your wife, as well as signing a cooperation agreement that has been postponed," said Ior Mayor Monroe. "The invitation will be delivered personally by Miss Daisy this afternoon." Athena was very happy when I delivered the news from Mayor Monroe. "We can finally be a little calmer now, right, darling?" he said with a big smile. "I don't know when this child will be born, but at least he will be born in a pleasant and peaceful atmosphere." I grabbed his head and kissed his hair, feeling happy. All the things that were previously still a problem between the two of us have now been completely resolved, and that makes me feel like the luckiest man in the world. I already felt that the child in Athena's womb was actually my child, my flesh and blood. I am a pure-blooded werewolf, meaning that there is no one in the history of my ancestors whose blood was directly passed down to me, who came from a race other than a werewolf. My scent is distinctive and strong. When I fall in love with a human, my scent will not mix with her because we are of different races, but my child will definitely inherit my scent because of the purity of the blood that flows in my body. I realized that even though I was infertile for a werewolf, after being with Athena, I didn't feel like there were any sexual problems between us at all. Our sex life is great, always passionate about each other and fun. I think my infertility problem is not because I can't get a woman pregnant, but because I haven't found the right person for me. Apart from Athena, I never felt excited, and often even my juniors couldn't get up at all. As for Athena, she is a human. The drugs under the guise of vitamins that Shane gave her that made her infertile don't work if she's related to a werewolf, especially since she's related to me. Since it was still a fetus, I could confirm that it was my flesh and blood. Athena can't smell the fetus's scent, but every time she and I have shocks, I can smell my own scent coming out of her body, and my inner wolf says firmly that it is my child, because he can feel that there is a potential inner wolf in the fetus that is connected with him. Ordinary humans may find it difficult to reason about this, but werewolves have their own unique system that other races don't have. We can recognize partners who have different scents from a distance if we have been mating, especially when it comes to children. Even though we are separated by an ocean, we can recognize them in one glance. That's why even though Athena insisted that it was Shane's child, I still insisted on making Athena my Luna, because I knew that one day she would give up on me. I didn't try to force her to admit that the child was my flesh and blood, and tell her the reason she didn't want to recognize him as my child, because I wanted to know the reason without her having to feel forced. Then, I heard her conversation with Adela, who insisted that Athena tell me that the child in her womb was mine, and Athena raised her concerns. I came to understand. "Let's go shopping," I said while hugging Athena tightly. "All the busyness lately has made us forget that we haven't prepared anything for our child who will soon be born." "Oh, you're right. I haven't even prepared a name for him," said Athena while stroking her stomach. "Ah, you're right," I said, surprised that I hadn't thought of that at all. "Even though that's the most important thing. Let's think about it later, after you sign the cooperation agreement with Francis." "I still won't be calm if I don't see the cooperation agreement in your hand," said Athena seriously. "And because this is your first child who will be your successor in the future, I hand over completely to you the right to give him a name." "But I want you to name it," I said seriously. "No, honey, please," said Athena, pouting. "I already conceived and gave birth to him. At least make my job a little easier. Don't make me think again about naming him too. Come on, you're the father, at least share the task with me, okay? I looked at Athena, who was showing a spoiled smile. I know that what he said was just a figure of speech. She didn't feel that pregnancy and giving birth was something difficult for her at all. She is happy doing it, even with all the excitement that has happened recently. Finding a name for her own child should be more fun and happy, but she respects and loves me enough to hand over that right completely to me, pretending that she can't do it all herself. I love you so much, my Luna, I said, grabbing her chin and kissing her lips, kissing her bottom lip for a moment and sucking on her sweet tongue. Athena moaned softly, making me want to go even further, but I had to restrain myself because I remembered Dr. Olson's advice that one of the causes of false contractions is because sh is too strong. I don't want to cause Athena any trouble. She has to save energy to give birth. Baby, let's get ready, I said after releasing him from my grip. Today we will spend the entire mall buying whatever you want, and especially for my child's needs. I kissed Athena's stomach and felt her stomach move slowly. I caught the movement and he turned elsewhere. For 2 minutes I played catching the movement, until finally Athena cupped my face and kissed my nose passionately. Let's go now, Pops, you'll make my stomach cramp if you keep playing like that, said Athena. Baby, what was that, Pops? Yes, my son will call you Pops after he's born. It sounds unique and cool, answered Athena seriously. Why not father or dad or daddy? I asked in surprise. Father sounds too formal, dad feels very ordinary, while daddy. I think. That's only for me, who can call you like that, answered Athena while blinking her eyes. Immediately I felt, going shopping at the mall, it wouldn't be a problem to be delayed for 2 or 3 hours. I grabbed Athena's body and shocked her. Hey, what are you doing? Daddy wants to give you something, baby, before we go shopping, I whispered against his lips as I walked towards the bedroom. Athena's beautiful eyes twitched coquettishly and she smiled mischievously. Oh yes, Daddy, I can't wait to see what you have to give me. My world feels very beautiful. We realize that in the end, everything comes back to each individual. Not because of a werewolf, then everything he does will definitely be bad and evil. Not because of a human, then all his behavior will be noble and great, said Frances, starting her speech. Mayor Monroe and several high-ranking officials from both humans and werewolves, including my father and Haruman, nodded seriously as they listened to Frances' words. Journalists from various social media covering this press conference were busy taking photos and videos. Francis continued his speech by praising me, my troops, and Athena. He expressed his gratitude for being helped to eradicate illegal drug dealers who have been causing chaos recently. Although initially the drugs were made by black wizards, later some clever humans dealers tried to recreate them and distribute them more widely. My troops, which are scattered everywhere, have combed the circulation routes and arrested all the humans and werewolves involved in the affair, in collaboration with the police and several white wizards. We tracked all the culprit down and catch them. The situation has gradually become safe and peaceful again. I feel satisfied because I can prove to human representatives that my kind, the werewolves, are not a people to be feared and avoided, because we have proven that we also have a big role in maintaining the security and stability of the human world we live in. Invited Mr. Raiden and Mrs. Athena, werewolf representatives, to sign a peace agreement and cooperation agreement with us, human representatives. Hopefully this cooperation will make our lives safer, more peaceful, and more advanced. Everyone present in the hall applauded enthusiastically. I took Athena's hand to the podium, and after discussing a little technical matter, the peace and cooperation agreement that had been delayed was finally signed. I held Athena's hand tightly, all the way from the agreement signing ceremony to home. Yes, we decided to go home, not to the mansion. We haven't seen that house for a long time. Athena spread her arms as she entered the house. She went around and touched everything in the house, as if she hadn't seen anything in decades. Ah, I miss the smell of this house, said Athena cheerfully. It feels really good to be here again. I laughed and grabbed her waist, hugging her and resting my chin on her shoulder. Athena smells like a baby, sweet and gentle. I kissed her white and smooth neck, making her laugh. She turned around and hugged me, her stomach clenched and made a little distance. Honey, do we have to continue living in the mansion after this? Athena asked seriously. Why? You don't like living in a mansion? I asked while kissing the tip of her sharp nose. We can live here if you want. There's no strict rules about staying at a mansion. I like it there, especially because now I have lots of acquaintances. Besides, it's a tradition for Alpha and Luna to stay there until the heir gets the status. I know about that, said Athena. But this house will become neglected if we continue to live in the mansion. It's okay, I said. We can make this house a place where we can go on vacation later. After all, we can't live in the mansion forever. Once our child has the status of Alpha, then our task is finished and we can enjoy retirement back in this house. Ah, you're right. We can always come back here for vacation, said Athena. Yes, beside, there's an Omega who will always come to clean and care for this house, I said. Athena nodded with a happy face and kissed my chin. Let's cook lunch first now. After eating, we can rest for a while before returning to the mansion, said Athena excitedly. Going home? Don't you want to stay a night or two here? I asked. I want to, but tomorrow morning I have to attend a meeting with working women at the tea plantation. They invited me to test the quality of the newly developed tea leaves, said Athena in a serious tone. I followed her steps into the kitchen, bringing the food ingredients that we would make into lunch. Baby, it looks like you're even busier than me now, I said in astonishment. You always have agenda every day. Athena laughed. You'd be surprised at how busy a schedule Adela has arranged for me for the next week, but I am happy with all that busy time. It makes me feel like I have important meaning as human. I'm happy to see that Athena seems to be enjoying life in the pack and has become more active in socializing and doing activities. She and Adela have become inseparable friends. Adela is reliable and very protective of Athena, so I'm sure she is safe in all her activities. Recently, Leah, her human friend, also often visited the mansion after she started a relationship with my beta, Jason. Not only Jason, Albert, who previously always avoided her, is now in a relationship with Daisy, France's secretary, who was active in the team to eradicate black wizards at that time. Now, Athena, Adela, Leah, and Daisy form an active genk. They always hang out together, and I feel at ease because I know they love Athena and they will protect and care for her. Athena and I tore up all the documents we had of fertility test results that we had ever shown to each other. Likewise, the 6-month contract agreement that we signed first. We burned it to dust. We returned to the mansion at night, greeted by my father who had gone home earlier with his beta. Now my father is back living in the mansion with us because Athena won't let him live alone and unkempt. I never felt the joy of having a daughter, said my father in a choked voice when Athena forbade him from returning to her mansion. I think I'm lucky because I can experience it in my old age. I will take good care of you, father, said Athena. I never had the chance to be with my biological father, so now let me also experience having a father who I can take care of. My throat tightened seeing Athena and my father hugging. I feel lucky because I have a woman like Athena. She had all the advantages of a human and a werewolf at the same time, in his tiny body. Not only did she excel in courage and fortitude, she was also gentle, generous, and charismatic. She makes everyone who knows her better can't help but like her. Raiden, Gordon is waiting for you in your study, said my father, pointing to the door to my study. And Athena, you should rest. You must be tired, working all day with a big belly like that. Athena grimaced. Yes, father, I also feel like my legs are sore and my lower stomach is a little crampy. My father immediately stood up and walked to the back. Not long afterward, he returned with No and a bottle of blue oil in his right hand. This is lavender flower oil made by Haruman. This can heal bruises, aches, bumps, basically all kinds of wounds and bruises on the skin, said my father. He handed the bottle to No. Massage my daughter so she can sleep soundly. Athena smiled gently at my father, then walked into the room followed by No. I walked towards my study, and when my hand was about to touch the door handle, my father tapped my shoulder lightly. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be better in my old age, he said softly. You are great, and your choice of Luna is the best. I looked into his old eyes, which were no longer as fierce as before, then put my arm around his shoulders. I am your flesh and blood. Of course I will inherit your greatness, Alpha Augustus. We smiled in understanding and entered my study with our arms around each other. This felt awkward to me, but also warm and nice. I was listening to Gordon's report about the final purge of the remaining Black Magician followers, when suddenly No burst into my study in a panic. No, what's wrong? My father asked in surprise. How about Athena? Is she all right? Luna, No exclaimed nervously. Her water broke. Baby, where is the tie you bought me last week? I put away several ties in the drawer because I couldn't find the tie I was looking for. Today I have to attend a meeting with Mayor Monroe, because there is a city park construction project that has just been approved by the city planning department, which he wants to negotiate with me. The park's concept carries a werewolf-friendly theme where werewolf children and human children will learn about each other's lives from an early age to strengthen relationships. I've talked to my father and Athena, and they agreed on the amount of funds I want to contribute to the construction of the park. Athena came into the room while twisting her hair into a bun on top of her head. Her clothes were damp, almost wet, and she was barefoot. Baby, what are you doing? I asked while looking at her. Look, you're dripping like a mermaid. Athena laughed. She approached me and saw what I was doing. Alpha Raiden, Athena snapped with wide eyes. She pointed to a drawer filled with messy ties. What are you doing with my work? The work of... Oh? I just realized that Athena had arranged all my ties in order of color and pattern. Now everything is messy and mixed up. I grimaced. I'm looking for the tie you bought me last week to wear today, to the meeting with Mayor Monroe this afternoon. Athena sighed and shook her head. Her face looked annoyed and she walked towards me with jerky steps. Put your hands up, she said sternly. Oh baby, don't do this, I said frantically. I know what she's going to do and I can't bear the thought. Please, just punish me with something else. Raise your hand. I raised my hands in resignation. Athena grabbed my shirt and started unbuttoning it one by one. Her eyes looked at me with a dangerous look and she bit her bottom lip. Athena's hands felt warm and soft when they touched the exposed skin of my stomach. I held my breath when she started the action, kissing my stomach slowly, along my chest to my shoulders, then exploring my neck. Athena's hand moved to rub my thigh. Bah baby, please, I have to attend a meeting with the mayor of Monroe, I said, my breath starting to feel short. Athena gave me a cruel smirk and kissed my chin and cheeks without even touching my lips. Her breath, which smelled of mint and citrus, warmly hit my face. I tried to reach her lips, but she nimbly dodged. That's not my problem, Daddy, Athena said quietly. You're torturing me again, I groaned nervously. Just as I lowered my hand to touch her, she stepped back and put both hands on her waist fiercely. Second drawer, first row. Black with fine light brown striped patterns, said Athena. Then she turned and walked towards the door. Baby, oh my gosh, you're so mean, I said annoyed. She grabbed the door handle, turned around, then stuck out her tongue at me, then came out whistling. Good grief. Amanda often does that when she is annoyed or angry with me. She'd tease me like hell, and then when I started getting horny, she'd just leave, leaving me horny all by myself. That cruel woman. I found the tie I was looking for, according to the place mentioned by Athena. Feeling guilty, I tried to tidy up as best I could all the ties I had made a mess back into the drawer. When I stepped out of the room, the sound of laughter came from the back garden, making me understand why Athena came into the room with wet clothes. I passed the dining room and went straight to the back garden, seeing Athena, Leah, and Adela gathered together while watching the swimming pool. 2 children played in the pool, splashing each other happily. I approached Athena and kissed her neck from behind. Athena turned her head and laughed at me. She wasn't angry anymore. Adela and Leah looked at me, then nodded respectfully. Alpha Raiden. They greeted. Hi Adela, Leah, I said back. You guys on holiday? Yes, Mr. Raiden. I deliberately asked for leave because I wanted to fulfill the invitation to this pool party, said Leah. Gordon said he would follow soon, Adela said. Will the meeting you have with the mayor be short? I nodded. I hope so, because there's not much else to talk about, just funding. Besides, I also have more important money events here, I said, hugging Athena's shoulder. Where's Daisy? She has to accompany Francis to receive guests, so she will arrive late, answered Athena. She kissed my right cheek. You want to go? Yes, so I can come back soon, I answered. Reluctance crept into my heart, finding a pleasant atmosphere stretching out before my eyes at this moment. Pops! A small wet body came out of the swimming pool and ran like lightning towards me, then hugged my right leg. Instantly a cold feeling seeped into my feet. Ow, Forrest! You're going to make a mess of your Pops' suit, Athena said. I laughed and lifted the small body stuck on my leg with overflowing happiness. Hi, little Alpha. Are you feeling happy? I asked while tickling Forrest, my first child who is now 4 years old, with overflowing warm feelings. Forrest Avery Nathaniel is a child born to Athena 4 years ago. He was born in a normal birth process that cost my designer leather jacket in Milan and several strands of my hair, which Athena accidentally pulled when she felt that my leather jacket was not good enough to withstand the pain of the birth process. I'm helpless. Athena pushed and tried to get the baby out, wearing my nice leather jacket as a channel for her pain, and I cried by her side, seeing how her tiny body struggled to endure the pain in order to bring new life into the world. My love overflowed doubly for that great woman, when after almost 2 hours, the sound of a baby crying, very loud and clear, filled the delivery room. Athena was exhausted and in pain. I wiped her sweat and tears while crying silently. Hey honey, don't cry, Athena whispered while rubbing the corners of my eyes. Your child is born. I looked into her sparkling eyes as if there were stars scattered there. You're great, baby, but you should have accepted Dr. Olson's offer of surgery, I said, half complaining. Athena smiled. I don't want to. I was in a state of sleep due to the anesthesia when my baby came out of my body. I had to see him then, said Athena with a very beautiful smile. Dr. Olson brought the baby who had been cleaned and placed it on Athena's chest carefully. Father, you have to help your baby breastfeed his mommy for the first time, said Dr. Olson. This is an important process to strengthen the bond between the 3 of you. Don't go, Pops. Let's just swim, said Forrest seriously. My darling, Pops has to leave for a moment for something important, Athena said softly, rubbing Forrest's back. But Pops will be back soon to celebrate your birthday together. Is it really that important, Pops? Forrest asked with a serious expression. For the good of the pack? I laughed and nodded. Forrest is a very intelligent child and he is easy to understand. Yes, Pops will help humans build a large garden as a medium for educating human children and werewolf children so they can get to know each other and understand each other more deeply, I said, trying to explain in language that was easy for him to understand. I understand. It's for peace, right? Forrest took it seriously. Yes, you're absolutely right, I said, kissing his sharp nose. And do you know what name the park will be called? Forrest shook his head. The park will be called Athena the Luna, I answered proudly. Athena turned to me with wide eyes. Honey, are you serious? Of course, baby. Mayor Monroe and Francis proposed the name. They wanted to honor you as the first human to become Luna in the werewolf world, as well as a symbol of unifying the human and werewolf worlds, I answered seriously. After all, that was the name that was chosen the most when a simultaneous poll was conducted throughout Dazzling. Athena's eyes became teary and her face flushed. Forrest clapped his hands excitedly, followed by Adela, Leah, and Amara, Leah and Jason's children, who now went upstairs from the pool. Honey, come down and play again with Amara. Your Pop's clothes are wet now, said Athena while kissing Forrest on the cheek. Forrest kissed the tip of my nose. Come back quickly, Pops. I'll be waiting for you. He then slipped from my arms and ran towards Amara, who was waiting for him by the pool. The 3-year-old girl laughed when she saw Forrest coming back. Amara, you heard what my Pop said, right? You have to be as great as my mommy, if you want to be my Luna when you grow up. Can you? Forrest asked in a serious tone. Amara nodded and smiled cheerfully. Okay, Forrest, yeah. I and the 3 women nearby looked at each other and laughed a little at the conversation between the 2 small children. Athena hugged my waist. Come on, get changed, Pops. Your shirt and pants are wet. I kissed the side of his head as I walked forward. Just leave it be. I want to go back immediately to celebrate Forrest's birthday this afternoon, so the sooner I leave, the better, right? Yes, that's right, said Athena. Father is also on his way here. I'll prepare everything while you're gone. Evelyn and Noah have made lots of cakes and delicious food, while Daisy will bring a birthday cake for Forrest. Albert and Jason will pick up a gift from us on the way home, I said as I opened the car door. I almost closed the car door, but suddenly remembered something and got out again. What's wrong? You left something you need to take with you? Asked Athena. I just pulled Athena into a hug and kissed her hair. Happy birthday, Mommy, I said, my voice caught in my throat. 4 years ago today, you had just been reborn as a mother, just as Forrest let out his first cry. Athena looked up and her face flushed. Oh, you're so romantic, Pops, she said shyly. I've also prepared a gift for you, baby, because for me, it's not just our Forrest's birthday today, but yours too. I'll pick up your gift myself on the way home. Oh, darling, you don't need to do that, said Athena touched. With you, Forrest, and this whole pack, I have everything. I stroked her damp hair. I'm sure Athena will look very beautiful when she wears a gift from me, a set of jewelry specially designed by a famous jewelry designer, which is based on her name, Athena, the brave goddess of war. And also congratulations to me for succeeding in having the most complete woman, the greatest human being in this world, the toughest and most grounded woman, making her my Luna, the one and only and forever, I continued while kissing her face. Athena laughed and kissed me back. She put her arms around my neck and clung to me. We kissed gently and intimately, soaking up the feeling of love between us, which grew thicker every moment. Congratulations to you too, my alpha, said Athena softly. On your way, stop first when you receive a message from me, because your gift is there. Although reluctant, I finally let go of Athena and drove to the city council building to meet with the mayor and city planning staff. Halfway through the road, my phone vibrated, and at a glance I saw a message notification coming from Athena. Remembering what she said, I pulled the car to the side of the road, wondering what she meant by a gift for me. I opened the message from her and froze. Athena sent a photo containing a picture of a pregnancy test kit with 2 very bright red lines and a photo of the ultrasound results. She wrote a message under the photo. Happy birthday too, my lovely alpha. Next year we will celebrate Forrest's 5th birthday with the addition of 2 new members. I love you very much now, later, and forever. My forehead wrinkled. Athena is pregnant again, and she said the addition of 2 new members. I looked again at the photo sent by Athena, and when I looked more closely at the ultrasound photo, I immediately understood. I quickly called Athena. Hi, darling, have you received your gift? Said Athena cheerfully. Oh, baby, why can't you stop making me happy? I said, almost choking with the happiness that filled my soul. How long? It's only been 5 weeks, said Athena. Her voice was melodious like wind chimes. My dear, those 2 dots in the ultrasound photo, what do they mean? Yes, Pops, you're gonna have twins. I, Raiden Flint Nathaniel, Supreme Alpha of the White Crescent Moon Pack, am the luckiest and happiest werewolf in the world. The end.